Hard to Deceive Chapter 45 to Chapter 85. When Yifan didn't react for a moment when she heard the string of words. She thought she had accidentally clicked on the voice message from yesterday. Her eyelashes moved, and her fingertips slid down subconsciously. But she had already reached the bottom. When Yifan sobered up a little and clicked on the latest voice message again. The same words were repeated again. When Yifan frowned and slowly retracted her words. She had a hunch that something was about to come out. She clicked on the first few voice messages and listened to them again. She scrolled up until she heard the one. There are 69 days left, 68, 69. Oh. The numbers were different. When Yifan was about to reply okay out of habit. She had just typed one word when she suddenly came back to her senses. She blinked hard, sat up, and stared straight at the screen. She could still see the previous sentence. Can you give me a countdown every day? At that time, she only wanted to take the opportunity to find a reason for him to send her a voice message every day. But now that she looked at the request again, she suddenly felt that her words were indeed shameless. It looked ridiculous and boring. She even wanted to drag him along with her. But didn't Xianxia reject it? He even directly criticized her for being thick-skinned. When Yifan licked her lips, hugged the quilt, and replied hesitantly, "Didn't you tell me to remember it myself?" Xianxia didn't reply, maybe because he was outside and didn't look at his phone. After a while, when Yifan was about to fall asleep again, he sent a few voice messages. It seemed that they had changed positions. Xianxia's background was much lighter and quieter. When Yifan had always felt that his tone was very special. She didn't know who taught him that. The speed of his speech was neither fast nor slow. It was flat and calm, and there would always be a slight drawl in the end. Xianxia, Yes. But, you are too good at fishing in troubled waters. Xianxia, I said several times before, but I haven't returned it yet. If I didn't remind you, you would probably treat what you said as error in the same way. Wouldn't I be the one at a disadvantage? Xianxia, okay, go to sleep. When Yifan was indeed very sleepy. The quality of her sleep had improved a lot during this time. It was not as difficult as before when she couldn't even fall asleep. Young Master Meng was also a heavy sleeper. He could often sleep until dawn. She forced her eyelids open and replied, I've cooked for you many times. When Yifan, that counts? Xianxia was confused. When Yifan yawned, okay. When Yifan, what do you want to eat? When Yifan, I will pay them back. After thinking for a while, when Yifan added seriously, I won't let you suffer any losses. He waited for a while, but there was no reply. When Yifan fell asleep unknowingly. When Yifan woke up the next day, her first reaction was to pick up the phone next to her to see if there were any unread messages. Not long after she fell asleep, Xianxia replied to her. It was still a straightforward voice message. That's new, isn't it, chicken to pay a New Year greeting? The man sounded sleepy and relaxed. You've already taken all the advantages I have. How can I be at a disadvantage? When Yifan, hearing this, when Yifan pondered again and felt that she was at a disadvantage. After all, she had no recollection of what Xianxia said. For example, the so-called affectionate hug. However, these things had indeed happened in Xianxia's perspective. Therefore, there would be various emotional ups and downs. It was equivalent to the other when Yifan doing the same thing with him. When Yifan began to worry without even catching up with him. She was a little worried. If she was really that lucky, she would finally get Xianxia. When the two of them did this kind of thing again, would he lose the novelty long ago? This made Wen Yifan even more resistant to sleepwalking. Although Wen Yifan felt that she couldn't do such a thing from the beginning. But because of this period of time, she finally realized that she did have that kind of feelings for Xianxia. Therefore, Wen Yifan began to feel that she might have really done those things. These might be the things she wanted to do subconsciously. Wen Yifan felt that she was quite scary when she thought about it. From Xianxia's perspective, her image was that of a hooligan who would sleepwalk in the middle of the night, get up to kiss and hug him. She even threatened him to put on his clothes when he was awake, otherwise, she might violate him. Wen Yifan inexplicably felt that the road of chasing someone was a little difficult. She had already lost at the starting line. If a strong competitor appeared at this moment, she had no chance of winning at all. Because of Wen Yifan's words, Su Tian would ask her about the progress from time to time in the following period of time. She would answer concisely with the same 6 words every time, "I'm still working hard." After a few times, Su Tian became anxious as a bystander. "Is he hanging on to you?" "No, he probably doesn't know that I'm chasing him." Wen Yifan was a little uncertain when she said this. "Do I have to say this first?" "Of course not." Su Tian immediately said, "You can show your affection for him appropriately, but you can't put yourself on the weaker side. You have to be confident in yourself and chat with him when he's free. Don't be too clingy. Or cut into his hobbies and occasionally ask him out or something." "I see." When Yifan pondered, "I understand. So how's your pursuit?" Su Tian looked at the time and recalled, "It's been a month since you first told me that you wanted to chase someone. Haven't your feelings warmed up a little?" When Yifan thought for a moment, "I'm not sure." "Su Tian, when do you plan to chase him?" "No hurry." When Yifan collected her thoughts and continued to type on the keyboard, "Let me think about it." Su Tian was stunned. "What are you thinking about?" When Yifan, "How do you want to chase him?" During this period of time, When Yifan was indeed thinking about this problem. She was trying to find a sense of presence in front of Xianxia. The problem that she sent to Shu Dongbua previously might not be as explosive as before. When Yifan didn't get flipped this time. She had no experience in chasing someone, all her actions were based on her understanding of Xianxia. However, Su Tian suggested to cut into the topic from the aspect of hobbies. She felt that this suggestion was quite good. According to Wen Yifan's understanding of Xianxia's hobbies, he seemed to be playing a mobile game, and he was very good at it. At home, Wen Yifan could often hear him ridiculing his teammates in an arrogant tone. "What kind of rubbish operation is this?" Wen Yifan wasn't very interested in games. At the beginning of university, she played online games with her roommates for a period of time. She only went online more frequently in the beginning, then she only went online once in a while. She didn't have time to play these things after work. Wen Yifan basically didn't play any games until now. She had already uninstalled the online game on her computer. However, Wen Yifan felt that since she wanted to chase someone, she had to do something that she wasn't interested in. That night, she downloaded the mobile game on her mobile phone after returning home. Wen Yifan looked up the strategy online and studied it for a few days. She gradually got the hang of it. A few days later, Su Tian noticed that Wen Yifan was always sleepy and dispirited, so she asked casually, "What's wrong with you?" Wen Yifan said honestly, "After listening to your suggestion, I've recently decided to cut into the topic from my hobbies. I'm playing a mobile game that the person I like likes to play." "How is it?" "It's quite fun, but it's a bit time-consuming. I haven't slept much these few days." Su Tian asked casually, "Are you playing by yourself or?" "I'm playing by myself." Su Tian was shocked. "No, of course you have to play with him. What's the use of playing by yourself?" "I'm too bad at it, I don't dare to play with him." Wen Yifan was very worried when she thought of Xianxia scolding her. "I'm afraid of being scolded." Su Tian was amused. "Don't worry, if you play with guys, they will feel a sense of accomplishment as a girl. Even if you're bad at it, they won't say anything. They will be very protective of you." Wen Yifan shook her head. "He won't. And I think I have time even if I don't play with him." Wen Yifan looked for reasons as if she couldn't accept her suggestion. "That way, we will have a common topic." Su Tian was silent for a few seconds. "That's fine. There's a drawback." Wen Yifan sighed. "I don't have time to chat with him." Su Tian was speechless. She felt that her way of chasing someone was particularly strange. "No, Yifan. Even if you haven't chased someone before, you must have been chased by someone, right?" Wen Yifan nodded. Su Tian, "Then you can refer to other people's methods." "Ah? But I don't think there's anything to refer to." Wen Yifan didn't seem to consider this aspect at all. She said bluntly, "Aren't they all failures?" On the other side. After working overtime, Xianxia wanted to go back directly, but under Su Haoan's repeated urging, he still went to work overtime. He went directly to the second floor and entered the innermost room. There were about 6 or 7 people in the room, all of whom had a good relationship. As soon as he entered, Suhawan's loud voice seemed to be amplified as he said in a strange tone, "Yo, who is this? What a rare guest. You finally remembered us brothers?" Xianxia glanced at him, "Can you not speak like a sissy?" On the other side, Qianfei shook his head, "Suhawan, can you stop it? He's like a resentful woman. Xianxia can't be spoiled. Look at his face, I can't stand it anymore." Xianxia found a place to sit, his lips twitched, "Boss Qian, you have a lot of opinions about me. What have you been doing recently?" Qianfei said, "Tell me. Isn't it hard to say?" Xianxia took a can of beer and opened it with one hand, his tone wasn't too serious, "I'm afraid that after you hear it, you'll be jealous beyond recognition." Qianfei, ? I'm convinced. Suhawan rolled his eyes and sat next to Qianfei. "He said there's a girl chasing after him recently, so he doesn't have time to deal with us, understand? Are you crazy?" Qianfei stared at Xianxia's calm appearance, extremely puzzled. "Your first time being chased? Why didn't you brag about it before? Are you interested in her too?" Xianxia raised his eyebrows, "So what?" This answer was like a thunder exploding in the room. "Damn? Really? Who? Sago Tree Blossoms? No, so you're interested in her and you're waiting for her to chase after you? Can you not be so stupid? Are you trying to tease her?" Qianfei complained, "What's wrong with you? You're a man, why are you so reserved?" Hearing this, Xianxia's eyelids moved, and he called him with a half-smile, "Qianfei." "Qianfei, what?" "Just say it." "I won't say much." "If you have 1,000th of my EQ, Xianxia said leisurely, would you still be a spare tire for your goddess after half a century?" There was silence for 3 seconds. Someone snickered. "Damn." Qianfei couldn't take it anymore. He stood up, began to roll up his sleeves, and walked in the direction of Xianxia. "Come, I'm going to die with you." The man next to him stopped him, holding back his laughter. "Forget it, let's not argue with a dog." Soon, someone teased, "So, who is it that caught the eye of our young master saying?" Speaking of this, Suhawan remembered something. "Oh. Is it the new intern in your company? Is she a junior or a senior?" "She's quite pretty." "Not bad," sang Yin. "An old cow eating young grass? And a university student?" The man in the corner said with a smile, "Hey. I suddenly remembered, isn't she about the same age as your sister? So you like someone so many years younger than you?" Sang Yen picked up the cigarette box on the table and threw it at him. "Watch your mouth." Qianfei was speechless at his prejudice. "What's wrong with that? Age doesn't matter, okay? So what if she's 5, 6, 7, 8, 80 or 90 years younger? She's an adult. My mom's friend even found someone 13 years younger than her." Sang Yen sneered, "What a beast." His reaction obviously meant that Suhawan was wrong. Someone continued to guess a few names, but Sang Yen didn't say anything and didn't reveal anything at all. In the end, he was annoyed by the questions and said impatiently, "Why are you guys so gossipy?" The others were not affected at all. Suhawan continued to guess, maybe they met on a blind date? Speaking of this, I suddenly remembered, is Duan Jiaxu also going on a blind date recently? His boss introduced him to her. He's still in the hospital now, and his appendix was removed. Qianfei clicked his tongue. How did our Southern Baron double-element girl end up like this? Sang Yan took a sip of wine. Don't drag me into this, thanks. The topic was getting further and further away. In the end, when Sang Yan was about to go back, someone suddenly asked, So, what's your plan for this girl? Sang Yan looked over. What plan? Doesn't she want to hit on me? Sang Yan smiled and knocked the can on the table, looking casual and lazy. Then what can I do? Wait for her to hit on you. When he got home, Sang Yan looked at the empty living room, and then looked at the master bedroom door. His movements were a little lighter. He took off his coat and went back to the room. When he was about to turn on the light, he suddenly noticed something on the bed. Sang Yan stopped what he was doing. From the light outside, he could see that the quilt was bulging, and the slightly curly hair was scattered on the pillow. When Yifan was always quiet when she slept, and her breathing was so shallow that it could be ignored. She liked to curl up like a little ball. Xianxia walked over, squatted down, and stared at her face that was half covered by the quilt. He was amused and said softly, "Where did you come from, a bully? You want to occupy both rooms." Xianxia didn't intend to wake her up. When he was about to get up and take his clothes to take a shower, he suddenly remembered what Qianfei had just said. He looked down at Wen Yifan, who was sleeping on his bed without any psychological burden. "Hey, Wen Shuangjiang." In the extremely quiet room, any casual words seemed to have an echo. "Can you be more obvious?" As if afraid of waking her up, Xianxia's voice was so low that it sounded like he was speaking with a gasp. "Otherwise, I won't feel confident." After all, he used to think that even if it was not a lot, she should at least have a little affection for him. But later, he realized that emotions were the most difficult thing to guess. What he thought was not necessarily what really happened. The enthusiasm he wanted to give her, even if it was one-sided, she might not want to bear it. So this time, he had to wait. Wait until she was willing to take the initiative to reach out to him. Then he would. And put it all in her hands again. After waking up, Wen Yifan looked around and found that she was sleepwalking again in the middle of the night. She ran into Xianxia's room to sleep. Maybe it was because she hadn't slept much recently, so the quality of her sleep was poor again. She had a headache and looked to the other side, but didn't see Xianxia. Wen Yifan breathed a sigh of relief. But she didn't know that the situation this time was different from the last time. Did Xianxia not come back when she was sleepwalking? Or did she come to his room to sleep, causing him to wake up in the middle of the night and have to swallow his anger and run to the living room to sleep? Wen Yifan hoped it was the former. Because she really didn't want to take advantage of Xianxia when she was unconscious. She scratched her head, got out of bed, and quietly walked out. As soon as she left the room, she met Xianxia's eyes on the sofa in the living room. He was covered with a small blanket and leaning against a pillow. It seemed that he had just woken up. At this moment, he was looking straight at her, not saying a word. Wen Yifan stopped in her tracks. The feeling of a dove occupying a magpie's nest was extremely strong. Hesitating, she walked towards Xianxia and asked, "Did you come back when I was sleepwalking yesterday?" Xianxia responded with a "Hmm." Wen Yifan asked again, "So you came out to sleep in the middle of the night?" Xianxia yawned and gave a perfunctory "Hmm." Wen Yifan pulled the coat beside her and put it on. After thinking for a while, she decided to talk to him about this matter. "How about this, next time you lock the door before you sleep, okay? Then I won't be able to enter your room. This way, it won't affect your sleep." Xianxia didn't care, "You know how to pick the lock." Wen Yifan said patiently, "How can I have that ability?" "In order to violate me," Xianxia slowly raised his eyes and said lazily, "Is there anything you can't do?" Wen Yifan closed her eyes. She was a little devastated. So, did she really want to violate him when she was sleepwalking? Did she really do such a thing? Wen Yifan couldn't understand Xianxia. If such a thing really happened, then why didn't he lock the door? Must he only learn a lesson when things reach the most critical juncture? 2 seconds of silence. In order to prevent this kind of thing from happening again, Wen Yifan thought of an idea in a flash. She looked sincere. "If I really violate you, will you be willing to lock the door?" Xianxia's eyebrows twitched when he heard this. The next moment, Wen Yifan started to take off her coat. "Come on." Xianxia, question mark. The sky was completely bright outside, but the curtains were closed, and the living room was gloomy. As December approached, the temperature in Nanwood dropped again, and the temperature difference in the morning, afternoon, and evening was even greater. Wen Yifan had already sat on the sofa next to Xianxia. She had just woken up, so she only wore a thin long-sleeved shirt and trousers. She took off her coat and felt a little cold, so she couldn't help but shiver. Xianxia's expression gradually calmed down, and he didn't do anything else. Wen Yifan slowed down her movements as she approached him. She waited for him to stop her as she inched forward bit by bit. However, when she was only half a meter away from Xianxia, he still didn't say a word and only looked at her with interest. Wen Yifan had to stop and wait quietly for a while. Xianxia still didn't move, as if he was watching a show. Wen Yifan didn't move closer when she couldn't be stopped. She calmly gave herself a way out. "Now you should understand, if you didn't lock the door, this would probably happen." Xianxia smiled. "What happened?" As the distance between them got closer, his presence became stronger and stronger. When Yifan didn't have the courage to say anything just now. She looked up at the time and changed the topic, then I'll go get ready for work. Xianxia tilted his head and said lazily, nothing happened, right? When Yifan looked at him. Xianxia's blanket slipped to the ground, but he didn't have any intention to pick it up. His eyes were arrogant, and his expression was domineering. He looked fearless, as if he didn't care about her words at all. When Yifan didn't argue with him. She bent down and helped him pick up the blanket. She pinched a corner of the blanket, and when she was about to say something, she suddenly felt the other end of the blanket was pulled. Forcefully. She didn't let go and was caught off guard. Her body was pulled forward, and half of her body fell on Xianxia's body. The safe distance was broken. When Yifan held her breath, and subconsciously supported herself on the soft cushion beside him. But it was too late. The tip of her nose touched Xianxia's chin and rubbed gently. She subconsciously raised her head, and suddenly, she met Xianxia's dark eyes. His breath, along with his entire body, was boiling hot. For a moment, when Yifan forgot to react. Xianxia's gaze was deep and dark. His Adam's apple was deeply defined, and it rolled visibly. Then, he lowered his gaze and fixed it on her lips. He paused for 2 seconds before looking up again. For some reason, when Yifan felt a little thirsty. What? Xianxia suddenly said, his voice a little hoarse. You dare to do it this time? These words instantly pulled Wen Yifan back to her senses. She stepped back and sat up straight. In that moment of confusion, she didn't even understand what Xianxia meant. She just randomly denied, I don't dare. Xianxia raised his eyelids without changing his expression. Wen Yifan said vaguely, maybe next time. Since it was getting late, Wen Yifan did not continue to stay in the living room. She got up and went back to her room. She went into the toilet and squeezed some toothpaste on her toothbrush. Then, he stopped moving and slowly calmed his breathing. She felt a little lucky in hindsight. Fortunately, he managed to control himself. When he was sober, he did such a thing to Xianxia without any status. That would be too disrespectful to him. But why did Xianxia suddenly pull the blanket? He didn't care when the blanket was about to fall to the ground. But when she touched his blanket, he immediately moved. Was he afraid that she would not only snatch his room, but also his only blanket? Has my image become like this? When Yifan diverted her attention to think about what Xianxia just said. She thought about the meaning of that sentence while brushing her teeth. It didn't take long before she remembered what Xianxia said some time ago. You want to violate me? Come over if you dare. When Yifan's expression froze, Xianxia's face appeared in her mind at the same time. She spat out the foam, gargled her mouth, and recalled her perfunctory response to Xianxia's words. Sigh. However, it didn't matter if she said that. When Yifan felt like she had been assimilated after living with him for a long time. After washing her face, she wiped the water on her face with a towel and a very inappropriate thought came to her mind. She didn't know if she would have the chance to do it in the future. When Yifan suddenly realized that her way of pursuing someone was a bit crooked. It didn't seem to be of any use to just talk. When Yifan felt that her current state of getting along with Xianxia was a bit like, he always thought that he was the most powerful person in the world, but when he saw her doing something even more powerful than him, he didn't want to be outdone. Naturally, he began to fight against her. Xianxia would never be at a disadvantage, and he was not afraid of being threatened. He lived a self-centered life. If things continued to develop like this, would they really become enemies? Back at the company, when Yifan sat in her seat and flipped through the documents on the table. Su Tian, who was next door, habitually came over to gossip with her and asked about her progress. When Yifan thought for a moment, I plan to speed up. These days, she had been hearing, still working hard. At this time, she finally changed it. Su Tian felt very gratified. How do you speed up? I am going to ask him out for dinner, although I don't know if he will agree. When Yifan changed the topic, but before that, I have to do one more thing. What? When Yifan said seriously, improve yourself. Su Tian didn't hear it clearly. If you want to pursue someone, you can't only focus on him. After thinking for so many days, when Yifan finally came to a conclusion, I have to work hard to improve myself and make myself better. Su Tian was silent for a moment, and felt that it was quite reasonable. So what's your plan now? I want to do more news. When Yifan slightly raised the corner of her eyes, looking full of energy, I will work hard in 3 years to see if I can get the top 10 TV station. Reporter. Su Tian repeated the time she said. 3 years? Yes. Su Tian reminded, are you sure he hasn't found a girlfriend in 3 years? When Yifan turned her head and explained in a low voice, I am doing these 2 things at the same time. Ah? I want to make him feel that. When Yifan thought for a moment and said her idea, I am a very hardworking person. Even if he is not good enough now, he will slowly become better through hard work. After repeatedly choosing, when Yifan set a time to ask Xianxia out for dinner at the beginning of December. She wanted to be the one with more time, so she set it on her day off. It was Friday. Because it was a weekday, Xianxia still had to go to work. She didn't know if Xianxia would work overtime. When Yifan thought about it and decided to make an appointment with him in advance. If he had made it clear that he was not free, she might have considered changing the time. When Yifan went out of the room. At this time, Xianxia had just taken a shower and was sitting on the sofa playing with his phone. When Yifan slowly sat on the sofa on the other side, pretending that she came out for a drink of water. She poured some water into the cup and stole a glance at Xianxia. He happened to catch her gaze. When Yifan gently pursed her lips, noticed the game interface on his screen, and changed the topic, I have been playing this game recently. Xianxia looked at her. When Yifan chatted with him awkwardly, recently, it's quite fun. Hearing this, Xianxia raised his phone at her and said casually, how about a round? When Yifan shook her head as she thought of her lousy skills and Xianxia's ruthless tongue, next time, my phone is in my room. Xianxia didn't say anything else. When Yifan took a sip of water and began to get to the point, are you free this Friday night? Xianxia tilted his head, why? I recently heard from my colleagues that there is a grilled fish restaurant near your company. It's quite delicious. When Yifan calmly said, if you're free, let's go eat together? Xianxia put down his phone and stared at her for a few seconds. Then, he thoughtfully said, finally, you're going to pay me back for the meal you owe me? When Yifan was stunned for a moment, but she felt that there was nothing wrong with her understanding, so she nodded. Xianxia looked away, oh. When Yifan asked again, are you free? After a few seconds of silence, Xianxia faintly agreed. Then I'll look for you downstairs at your company? She wasn't sure if he would mind. When Yifan explained, I'm off on Friday, so I can look for you in advance. Otherwise, we can meet at the restaurant. Xianxia continued to look at his phone, no need. When Yifan's lips moved. Before she could say anything, she heard him say, I have to come back after work. When Yifan, Let's go out together. When Yifan lowered her head and took another sip of water, okay. When Yifan didn't continue to stay in the living room after she finished what she wanted to say. She got up and walked a few steps before turning around and said, then, I'll remind you again on Friday? Xianxia looked back at her and said slowly, sure. With this answer, when Yifan felt relieved and returned to her room. On the other side. At this moment, in the living room. Xianxia continued to play his game. After a while, his lips curled up inexplicably. Friday night. When Yifan took out a few dresses from the wardrobe and chose a khaki long dress from them. She put on a long woolen coat, sat in front of the dressing table and spent half an hour putting on makeup. Staring at herself in the mirror, when Yifan wanted to soften her eyebrows and make them look less sharp. She picked up the eyeshadow, deepened the eye sockets, and used the eyeliner to pull down the corners of her eyes. She struggled for a while, but it was useless. When Yifan pursed her lips and gave up struggling. Before leaving the room, she caught a glimpse of the perfume on the table. She picked it up and hesitantly sprayed some perfume behind her ears. Xianxia came back after sitting in the living room for about half an hour. He put down the key and habitually glanced at the direction of the living room. His gaze was fixed on her for a while before he moved away. When Yifan stood up and subconsciously asked, why are you back? Xianxia casually said, to get something. When Yifan nodded and didn't ask further. Sang Yan went back to his room and came out soon after. He might have taken something small, but he didn't carry anything in his hand. It was no different from when he just went in. He walked to the entrance and said to her, "Let's go." Wen Yifan followed behind him and nodded, "Okay." They got into the car. Wen Yifan fastened her seatbelt and told him the name of the grilled fish shop. Sang Yan probably heard of the shop before, so he started the car without turning on the navigation. Wen Yifan wondered if she should talk to him, but she felt that it might affect his driving. She looked out of the window and thought about the car accident report she had done, but she quickly gave up. She thought that there would be a lot of time to talk when they arrived at the shop. It was close, it took less than 20 minutes to drive there. The shop was located next to a small shopping mall, and there was a parking area in front. The location was not too far from the center, and they could see the name of the grilled fish shop when they drove there. The signboard and the decoration style were all red, and it was particularly eye-catching. The shop was very big, and there were many customers in the shop since it was lunchtime. It was full at first glance. Wen Yifan and Sang Yan walked in together and told the waiter at the door that they were two people. They were brought to a table for two, and when they were about to sit down, a female voice suddenly called out, "Manager?" The voice was crisp and a little familiar. Wen Yifan followed his gaze and looked over. There was a big table next door, and there were 8 people sitting there. They looked like they had just arrived, and there were only bowls, chopsticks, and tea on the table. There was an iron basin in the middle, filled with plastic packaging and poured tea. Xianxia was sitting in the middle, wearing a ginger dress. She looked sweet and beautiful, and she looked especially beautiful when she smiled. She also had a small canine tooth. She was particularly eye-catching in the noisy crowd. The next second, her gaze shifted and met Wen Yifan's. Xianxia's smile was obviously a little restrained. A man next to her said, a little puzzled, "Brother Yan, I thought you weren't coming?" Sang Yan glanced over there and said, "You're having dinner here?" "Yeah." The man glanced at Wen Yifan next to him and said with a smile, "Since we met, let's eat together. As the boss, it's not right for you to not attend our department's dinner." Hearing this, Wen Yifan realized that this group of people should be Sang Yan's colleagues. She looked at Xianxia again. Wen Yifan didn't expect that she had already started working. But thinking about it, she should be in her senior year this year, it seemed to be about time. Sang Yan didn't give an immediate answer. He tilted his head and slightly bent over to ask her, "Can I?" Wen Yifan came back to her senses, "Yes." After observing her expression for a few seconds, Sang Yan retracted his gaze and asked the waiter to add 2 more chairs. After sitting down, Wen Yifan was tidying up her clothes when she suddenly heard Xianxia call her. Xianxia sat on the other side of Sang Yan, not far from her. She looked up calmly, smiled politely, and didn't say anything. A man who was scalded with tin foil asked in surprise, "Do you know each other?" Xianxia's voice was clear, "My sister." "What a coincidence." The man asked, "Sister?" Xianxia probably felt that this relationship was difficult to explain, so she smiled and directly admitted it. Hearing this answer, Sang Yan tilted his head and looked at Xianxia, but quickly looked away. He put his elbows on the table, and his whole body was facing Wen Yifan's direction. He said casually, "You have a sister?" Wen Yifan tore the packaging of the dishes and said honestly, "Stepsister." Sang Yan looked at her and didn't continue to ask. The man was very familiar with her, so he directly said, "Sister Zheng." Before he finished his words, Sang Yan interrupted him, "Her surname is Wen." The man was a little confused, "Isn't she Kijia's sister? Do you take your father's surname and the other one takes your mother's surname?" Wen Yifan happened to completely open the wrapping paper, and gently explained, "Reorganizing a family." Xianxia answered, "Yes." The man said, "I see. Introduce some, Brother Yan." The boy sitting next to Xianxia changed the topic and said with a smile, "Is this your sister-in-law?" Wen Yifan was about to pick up the hot kettle, but when she heard this, she stopped and clarified for Sang Yan, "No, I'm him." She didn't know how to describe the relationship between the two, so she simply said, "Friends." The boy continued to make a fuss, "Brother Yan, are you really friends?" Sang Yan looked at him with a warning in his eyes, "Didn't you hear what I said?" Then, he reached out to pick up the hot kettle and pushed the unopened bowl and chopsticks in front of Wen Yifan. Thanks. Seeing him take away the bowl and chopsticks that she had just unopened, Wen Yifan had to quietly continue to open the wrapping paper. Just at this time, the waiter served a bunch of drinks, which should be what they had ordered earlier. The people sitting on the outer side of the table distributed the drinks to the corresponding people. When they got to the last bottle, they wondered, why are there 9 bottles? Did anyone order too much? Ah? Xianxia looked at the receipt. It seems that I accidentally got one more. It doesn't look good. Let's leave it first. Brother Yan, do you want to drink it? Give it to my sister. Xianxia reached out and put the drink in front of Wen Yifan across Xianxia. She smiled and said, she has a good personality, and there's nothing she doesn't like. She can drink anything. Wen Yifan looked at the drink in front of her and didn't say anything. Then, Xianxia handed the menu to Xianxia, and her face was a little red. Manager, what do you want to drink? We ordered early and all the dishes have been ordered. See if you want to add anything else. Seeing this, Xianxia's eyelids moved, and he looked at Xianxia without any emotion. The atmosphere at the dining table seemed to be frozen for a moment. A few seconds later, Xianxia took the menu and pushed it in front of Wen Yifan. Because of this movement, Wen Yifan looked up. Xianxia picked up the bottle of drink in front of her and put it back in his seat, as if he was indicating that he would take care of the drink. He met her eyes, and his actions were very natural. He said lightly, what do you want to drink? Wen Yifan subconsciously exclaimed and looked at the direction of the drink again. Only then did she realize that something was wrong. However, she had always been like this when she went out to dinner with others. She had always listened to others' arrangements. She didn't mind being the last person to be selected. Under normal circumstances, the person who ordered would politely ask for her opinion. Wen Yifan had never encountered a situation like Xianxia, who directly showed that she was a person who could be treated casually. Wen Yifan didn't care much about such trivial matters. She didn't even feel anything wrong just now. But strangely, there was an inexplicable strange feeling at this moment. She licked the corner of her lips and looked down at the menu to conceal her feelings. There weren't many dishes in this restaurant. The menu was folded and sealed with a plastic film. The drinks were at the bottom right corner of the reverse side. There weren't many types of drinks. In addition to the drinks on the market, there were also a few unique drinks in this restaurant. Wen Yifan looked at it for a while and wasn't interested. You choose, I'll just drink water. Xianxia had already heated the bowls and chopsticks and pushed them in front of her. Nothing else? Wen Yifan nodded and stared at the bowls and chopsticks in front of her. She passed the menu back to him. Xianxia poured water into the cup and glanced at the menu and the dishes he had ordered. In the end, he didn't add anything and put the menu back in the middle of the table. After a brief silence, the table became lively again. The rest of the people were chatting with Xianxia from time to time. Most of them were gossiping. Occasionally, they would talk about work. Wen Yifan didn't know the people they were talking about and she didn't know much about this field. She didn't listen much and drank the water slowly. Wen Yifan suddenly realized something. So, did Xianxia reject the company dinner to have this meal with me? Thinking of this, Wen Yifan looked at Xianxia's direction and met Xianxia's eyes. Her expression seemed a little uneasy and a little embarrassed, as if someone had said something to her. Wen Yifan looked away and saw Xianxia's side profile. Xianxia noticed her gaze and quickly looked over. What's wrong? Nothing. Wen Yifan lowered her head and continued to drink water. Xianxia was still staring at her and suddenly smiled. Hey, don't try to fool me. Wen Yifan, huh? Xianxia's eyes were dark with light, as if this gathering had nothing to do with him. He pursed his lips and said cynically, this meal doesn't count. When dinner was almost over, Wen Yifan got up and went to the toilet. Wen Yifan came out of the cubicle and turned on the tap to wash her hands. Looking at herself in the mirror, she lowered her eyes and took out the cushion and lipstick from her bag. Just as she was about to touch up her makeup, she happened to see Xianxia enter the bathroom. Xianxia stopped in her tracks and walked over to stand next to her. Wen Yifan's movements didn't stop as she started to touch up her makeup in front of the mirror. Xianxia seemed to be just here to wash her hands. She squeezed the hand sanitizer and took the initiative to speak. I didn't expect to meet you here today. So you know our manager? Wen Yifan replied perfunctorily. Just now, my colleague told me that I didn't give the manager face because I treated the people he brought so casually. Xianxia frowned slightly and complained in a low voice, that's not what I meant. Aren't you just not picky? Wen Yifan rubbed the lipstick stain on the corner of her lips with her fingertips. Xianxia, I just don't want to waste it. I've already ordered it. Wen Yifan said casually, then why don't you drink it yourself? Xianxia choked, I don't like it. Didn't you always? Xianxia stopped talking and changed her words before she could finish her sentence. Can you help me explain to the manager? I'm afraid that I won't be able to pass my internship if I offend him. Wen Yifan smiled, you're thinking too much. Aren't I afraid? Just help me explain it to him. Xianxia also took out her lipstick. Her voice was coquettish and a little envious. By the way, is the manager pursuing you? Wen Yifan was a little puzzled. How could this matter be reversed? No. So you haven't started pursuing him yet? Are you guys still in the flirting phase? Anyway, he must be interested in you. I was planning to pursue him. He's tall, handsome, cool, and rich. He's also my boss. Xianxia curled her lips as she said this, but I think it's better to forget about it after seeing the two of you like this. I don't want to be unable to pursue him after spending so much money on him. I'm not that bad. When Yifan stopped, he's interested in me? Do you even need to ask? Are you deliberately making me unhappy? Xianxia was speechless, he treats you too differently compared to others. Although I don't want to admit it, I really don't have any chance of winning with your face. When Yifan was silent as if she was thinking about something. Forget it, it's not a big deal. Xianxia stroked her hair and gave herself a way out, I'm not interested in this kind of face. If he coaxes me when we're together, then I must be the one being pampered. When Yifan had just finished touching up her makeup. She lifted her feet and walked out, okay, I'll go back first. Xianxia followed her, let's go together. When Yifan was still pondering over Xianxia's words. While walking, Xianxia thought of something, hey, let's add each other on WeChat. I've been trying to contact you before. You've been ignoring me even when I added you on WeChat. When Yifan didn't say anything. How long has it been since you contacted your mother? She's been in a bad mood recently because you ignored her. Xianxia said, I'm mainly responsible for your relationship. You don't have to blame her. When Yifan was amused, then why should I add you on WeChat? Xianxia frowned, I just want to talk to you. When Yifan said softly, there's nothing to talk about. Do you have to be like this? Xianxia felt a little unhappy that she didn't get a good response even though she had been talking to her nicely. It's not that serious. Do you have to be like this? You're her biological daughter, and I'm her stepdaughter. That's true. When Yifan smiled and said, you're more like a biological daughter than I am. Xianxia quickly understood the meaning of her words. In an instant, her arrogance was completely extinguished. Her lips moved, but she couldn't say a word. In all fairness, Wen Yifan didn't have much feelings for Xianxia. She couldn't like her, but she didn't hate her either. After all, she had always felt that although Xianxia was the fuse, the main reason was Zhao Yuandong's repeated inaction. The two of them were born in the same reorganized family, but their personalities were completely different. Their fates seemed to have diverged from here, leading them to different paths of life. When Yifan fell from heaven into the mud. She was ostracized by her new family and lived a cautious life under someone else's roof. From then on, she didn't have the right to be arrogant. She didn't fight for anything, and she didn't dare to do anything wrong. The girl in front of her was spoiled by her father without any bottom line. Her stepmother also loved her like her biological mother. She had never experienced any suffering, and even her troubles were sweet. At this age, she was still a little princess who couldn't understand other people's eyes at all. She had no emotional intelligence at all. It was almost time to go back to her seat. When Yifan lowered her voice and said, so, she didn't lose anything, right? Doesn't she still have a daughter? As soon as she sat back in her seat, Xianxia turned his head and looked at her. Are you done? Wen Yifan nodded. Xianxia stood up when he heard this. Let's go. Then, he looked at the others and said casually, you guys continue to eat, we have something to do, we'll leave first. Wait. Tinfoil Man immediately stood up and took out his phone. We haven't taken any photos yet. Come, take a few, or we won't have any material to post on our WeChat moments later. Xianxia was a little impatient, but he still sat back down. Wen Yifan moved closer to his ear and whispered, should I move aside? Step aside? Sit properly. Xianxia glanced at her. Do you know what your role is? His tone wasn't very serious, he dragged his tone a little, to set me off. Wen Yifan didn't argue with him. She sat up straight and stared at the direction of the camera. The expression on her face was indifferent, showing her usual smile when taking photos. After a few seconds, Tinfoil Man also put down his phone. All right. Xianxia also stood up when he finished his sentence. Wen Yifan politely said goodbye to the others and followed behind Xianxia. She looked at the time and asked, are we going home now? The two of them left the shop. Xianxia glanced at the small business district next door. Let's watch a movie. He didn't ask for her opinion at all, as if he was sure that she wouldn't refuse, so he directly made the decision. Wen Yifan was silent for a while, then she naturally asked, what movie? Xianxia gave her his phone. You pick. Wen Yifan looked through the recent movies, there were quite a lot of them, and they all had high ratings. She looked at the introduction, she was struggling between a disaster movie and a horror movie. At this time, Xianxia suddenly asked, you don't have a good relationship with your stepsister? Wen Yifan continued to struggle and answered honestly, yes. Xianxia had never seen anyone with a bad relationship like no temper. Why? Because I'm reorganizing my family. Wen Yifan's answer was concise and almost perfunctory. After that, she immediately changed the topic and handed the phone to him. This disaster movie and this horror movie, which one do you want to watch? Xianxia stared at her for a few seconds and didn't answer. Wen Yifan still didn't continue the topic just now, but asked again, which one do you want to watch? Then, she looked up and met his eyes, but soon she looked down. Xianxia was silent for a moment, then casually glanced at it, disaster movie. Wen Yifan said, okay, then I'll pick a seat. Sitting in the back row? Yes. The topic seemed to be changed just like that. Wen Yifan was a little relieved, and didn't think about the trivial things at home anymore. She was about to click on the ticket interface of the disaster movie when she suddenly remembered how Xianxia chose this without hesitation. Then, Wen Yifan remembered that he was afraid of ghosts. She hesitated for a moment, then exited and clicked on the horror movie instead. Wen Yifan didn't know whether it was because she was possessed or because of her desire, but the following operations were extremely smooth. When she reached the payment interface, she calmly handed the phone to him. It's done. Xianxia didn't doubt it and entered the payment password without even looking at it. Wen Yifan picked the nearest movie, and there was only half an hour left before the movie started. The two of them went directly to the floor where the movie theater was located. After collecting the tickets, they waited outside. Xianxia took a look at the movie ticket during the break. He noticed the movie name, paused, and took out his phone to compare the ticket purchase record. He raised his eyebrows slightly. Did you buy the horror movie? Hearing this, Wen Yifan pretended to look at his phone. After a few seconds, she reacted, I think I bought the wrong one. Xianxia tilted his head and looked at her with a sense of scrutiny in his eyes. Wen Yifan looked back at him without any guilty expression. After a while, Xianxia let out a meaningful "oh." It felt a little like she was caught in the act, and it made Wen Yifan's originally calm mood instantly fluctuate. After dealing with it, she gradually regretted her behavior. After all, if she thought about it seriously, this was what Xianxia was afraid of. It didn't seem very good. Thinking of this, Wen Yifan suggested, why don't you buy it again? I'll transfer the money to you. Xianxia, no need. It just so happened that the ticket inspection started. The guilt in Wen Yifan's heart became more and more obvious. Her heart felt like it was being pressed by a heavy stone. After sitting in her seat, she hesitated and called him, Xianxia. Xianxia, speak. If you're afraid later, although the result would be the same, when Yifan's purpose of making this proposal was definitely not as impure as before, I can protect you. Xianxia's expression was slightly stunned. What the hell? When Yifan licked her lips and didn't continue speaking. After a few seconds, Xianxia seemed to have finally understood something after thinking about the cause and effect of the incident. He laughed out loud. His shoulders and chest trembled slightly as if he found it extremely funny. When he laughed, there was a faint breath. Under the dim light, Wen Yifan could faintly see the dimples on his lips. She was inexplicably embarrassed. Didn't I buy the wrong one? Okay. Xianxia forced himself to stop laughing and said calmly, I underestimated you. At the same time, the movie began to play. Wen Yifan pretended not to hear it and stared at the screen. The entire movie lasted for 1.5 hours. Occasionally, Wen Yifan saw a crucial moment. Xianxia would suddenly get close to her ear and say in a frivolous and annoying voice, so scary. Or else, why? Come and take. At this point, he purposely paused and changed his words, protect me? After the movie, Wen Yifan felt that she had seen everything, but it also felt like she had not seen anything. In short, she had no memory at all. Xianxia's provocative and flirtatious words kept echoing in her mind. She couldn't even tell if Xianxia was afraid or not. On the way home, Wen Yifan thought of Xianxia's words again. Although Wen Yifan also felt that Xianxia seemed to treat her a little differently. But she was also worried that it was just her wishful thinking. But from a bystander's point of view, it seemed to be the same. She also felt that Xianxia had a good impression of her. That meant that the feeling she had during this period of time should not be an illusion. When Yifan saw her curved lips from the reflection on the window, she blinked, but she didn't restrain herself. After reaching home, When Yifan remembered the photo taken at the grilled fish shop. Before entering the room, she took the initiative to ask, can you send me the photo you took today? Xianxia was sitting on the sofa looking at his phone. Hearing this, he turned off the screen and said casually, I don't have it. When Yifan nodded and didn't force him. The next day, when Yifan went to work at the company, Su Tian arrived at the company as soon as she turned on the computer. She habitually asked her about the progress. When Yifan felt a little more confident when she mentioned this topic to Su Tian again. But she didn't know what to do next, so she asked for the opinion of her senior-in-love. Su Tian touched his chin, then I think it's about time to confess. When Yifan, so soon? Not soon. Su Tian said, it's just a relationship, it's not like we're going to get married immediately or anything. If you're still worried that it's just an illusion, you can wait for him to take the initiative? When Yifan thought of her evasive attitude when Xianxia asked her questions yesterday, she just shook her head. Su Tian felt that her attitude was a little strange. Why do I feel that you're especially cautious of this king of ducks? Why are you always so cautious and indecisive? When Yifan smiled, am I? Yes. Su Tian enlightened her, you really don't have to think too much, it's just a relationship. It's really not a big deal. When Yifan nodded and continued to type on the keyboard. I know. It seemed like there was only a thin membrane between the two of them. When Yifan didn't know why she was panicking. Maybe it was because she didn't know if he still cared about the past, and she didn't know how to mention the past that she didn't want to mention to him. Or maybe it was because she didn't know if she would get close to him or if she would become estranged forever. So even if she longed to take a step forward, she would rather hide temporarily. She only hoped that the time she could spend with him would be longer because of this. 2 weeks later, when Yifan suddenly received a notice to go on a business trip to Bayou City. Due to the sudden collapse of the tunnel, there was a heavy loss. As soon as the incident came out, it also caused a heated discussion on the internet, causing a lot of commotion. When Yifan immediately went home to pack her luggage. Xianxia happened to be at home because it was a rest day. Xianxia immediately guessed the reason when he saw her anxious look. Before she left, Xianxia took the initiative to ask, are you going to Bayou? When are you coming back? When Yifan wasn't sure because there was still follow-up investigation, should be 2 or 3 weeks. Oh. When Yifan didn't know if she could come back before his birthday. She wanted to say something, but she didn't dare to promise. She picked up her luggage and walked to the entrance. When she was about to go downstairs to meet Qian Weihua, Sang Yan suddenly said, "Hey." When Yifan turned around. "Come back early." Sang Yan said in a seemingly serious yet casual manner, "I have something to tell you." When Yifan stopped and looked back at him, "Can't you tell me now?" "I can tell you now." Sang Yan played with his phone, raised his eyebrows and smiled, "I'm afraid you won't be in the mood to work." When Yifan got into Qian Weihua's car, Mu Qingyun was also in the back seat. She greeted both of them and fastened her seatbelt. She was absent-mindedly thinking about Sang Yan's words. She felt that she couldn't concentrate after he said that. When Yifan flipped through her phone and quickly put it down. It took about 3 hours to drive from Nanwu to Beiyou. The sky was getting dark. When Yifan was afraid that Qian Weihua would be tired, so she planned to take turns driving with him. She planned to take a break first. Her phone vibrated not long after she closed her eyes. When Yifan picked it up, a new friend in her contact list lit up with a red dot. She opened it and it was indeed Xianxia again. When she was about to exit, she suddenly saw Xianxia's remark. "I'm sending you photos for a dinner party." When Yifan thought for a while and pressed accept. A string of ellipses was immediately sent. "Xianxia, I've added you hundreds of times but you didn't respond at all. You instantly accepted when I said I would send you photos. Xianxia, you're too realistic." Half a minute later. Xianxia sent 5 photos. The background was the same. It seemed that 5 photos were taken in a row with tin foil. When Yifan clicked on the photos. In the photos, her hair was casually draped over her shoulders. She had a palm-sized oval face and her skin was as white as paper. When she smiled, the corners of her eyes would slightly bend down. Her gorgeous eyebrows became a little softer. Sang Yan, who was sitting next to her, didn't look at the camera. He was quietly staring at her with his head tilted. The corners of his lips were slightly curved. When Yifan's breathing paused for a moment. She slid back down the page and looked at the other 4 photos. 5 photos. She looked at them for about half a minute. Sang Yan didn't look at the camera in the photos. He was looking at her. His side profile was well-defined, his eyelashes were slightly drooping, and he seemed to be in a good mood. When Yifan's face was inexplicably hot even though it was the content of the photos. It was as if she had returned to the moment when Sang Yan stared at her through the screen. When Yifan touched the back of her ear and uncomfortably turned off the screen. Sang Yan's behavior was blatant without any concealment. Just by looking at the photo, one could feel the strong sense of existence. When Yifan didn't know why she didn't notice his gaze at all when she saw him again. Soon, when Yifan remembered that Sang Yan directly refused to take the photos when she asked for them. She curled her lips. After a few seconds. When Yifan turned on the screen again and slowly saved all 5 photos. She opened the album, selected one of them, and carefully cut it into a group photo with only the 2 of them. Qian Weihua drove the car directly to the collapsed tunnel site. This area was a construction site, there was a mountain next to it, and the tunnel had not been completed yet. Although they rushed over from Nanwu as soon as they got the news, there were already many media reporters there. They came from all directions. The scene was cordoned off with a safe distance for fear of another collapse, causing secondary damage. The Railway Bureau and the construction unit set up a rescue team, and many rescue personnel were dispatched from Nanwu. The situation of the 8 workers trapped in the collapsed tunnel was still unknown. Based on the drawings and the situation at the scene, the rescue team formulated several rescue plans after a meeting and discussion. They tried to open up a few vents to contact the trapped people. Then, they opened up a channel to transport food. During this period, Qian Weihua communicated with the rescue team many times, but he basically got a refusal. The rescue team reluctantly agreed when the situation was slightly stable. They found someone to bring them in to take a picture of the general situation. Only Qian Weihua and when Yifan went in, Mu Qingyun was left outside. The tunnel was deep and long, and the originally endless place was blocked by the collapsed stones and sand, becoming closed and gloomy. The light inside was gloomy, the ground was filled with mud and stones, piled up into a small slope, it was dirty and noisy. Hundreds of rescue personnel in uniform were coming and going. A group of people were moving pipes or carrying various equipment. They were all busy with their own things and had no time to care about anything else. Wen Yifan had done a lot of reports on collapse accidents, but it was the first time she had encountered such a serious one. Just looking at it was frightening. Due to safety concerns, the rescue team did not allow media reporters to stay for too long. They only went in to take a rough picture and then came out. Back in the car, Qian Weihua sent the video to the station. Wen Yifan also focused on turning on the computer to write a script. Mu Qingyun suddenly said, "Yifan, what happened behind your ear?" Wen Yifan was confused, "Huh?" Qian Weihua, who was beside him, also noticed it immediately. He frowned and asked, "Why is it bleeding? When did you get it?" Hereupon hearing this, Wen Yifan took off the makeup mirror and took a look. He noticed that there was a small cut on the back of his ear. It was bleeding, and it looked a little frightening. Wen Yifan lowered her head and took out a tissue from her bag. She said calmly, "Maybe the gravel scratched me when I went in." Mu Qingyun muttered, "Doesn't it hurt?" Wen Yifan smiled, "It's okay, it does hurt a little. There were always accidents in this line of work." In addition, Xianxia was injured while protecting her last time. After that, Wen Yifan always had iodophor and band-aids in her bag for emergency treatment of wounds. Wen Yifan pressed on the wound with a tissue to stop the bleeding. After a simple treatment, she stuck a large band-aid on it. The entire rescue process lasted for 4 days and 3 nights. All 8 workers were rescued, but one of them was hit in the head by a falling stone and was seriously injured. Although the rescue team had been encouraging and comforting them, the mental state of the other 7 people was not good because of the injured person's condition. They were immediately sent to the hospital as soon as they were rescued. Wen Yifan and the others did not leave the scene during this period because they were afraid of missing something. Most of them took turns to rest in the car or went back to the hotel to wash up and rush back. After returning from the hospital, Qian Weihua sent the video and the press release back to the station. He then asked them to go back to the hotel to rest first. After all, they still had to run around to find experts and related personnel for interviews. It was a long time. The hotel was booked by Mu Qingyun. It was near the scene of the accident. The location was a bit remote and the environment was not good. He only booked 2 rooms for a total of 5 days. He planned to change them during the follow-up interviews. Wen Yifan stayed in one room and the other 2 men stayed in the other room. She spent more than half an hour taking a shower. After she came out, Wen Yifan applied medicine to her wound and lay on the bed. Wen Yifan hadn't slept on the bed for the past few days. She still had a surreal feeling. She was so sleepy that her eyelids were sore, but she still opened her phone to check her unread messages. Wen Yifan took the time to reply to recent messages because she did not have much time. Her replies were also perfunctory. Basically, she would reply with a few words when the other party asked her something. Wen Yifan opened the chat window with Xianxia. In the past, she was usually the one who took up most of the time, but now it was Xianxia. The countdown that he followed before gradually changed from a voice message to a simple number after some time. He seemed to be extremely impatient. However, since Wen Yifan came to Beiyou on a business trip, the number changed back to a voice message. When he realized that her replies were extremely slow and perfunctory, he would add a sentence after the countdown, "Got it." Today's voice message had an additional sentence at the end. "Come back and give me an apple." Wen Yifan looked at the date and realized that it was Christmas Eve today. There were only a few digits left before Xianxia's birthday. She sighed and felt that she might not be able to make it in time. If she did not go on a business trip, Wen Yifan would be on New Year's Day off this year. Moreover, there was no fireworks show in Nanhua this year. It was very likely that she did not have to work overtime. Then, she should be able to celebrate New Year's with Xianxia. Wen Yifan sighed and replied, "I'm at the hotel, getting ready to sleep." Wen Yifan, Happy Christmas Eve. After thinking for a while, she sent a small apple emoji and continued, "I'll let you see it with your eyes first. I'll give you an apple when I get back." Wen Yifan was so sleepy that she could not open her eyes. She turned off the screen after replying. However, Xianxia replied very quickly. The next moment, her phone vibrated. She opened her eyes in a daze and clicked on it again. There were 4 voice messages. She scrolled down after the first one. Xianxia, okay. Xianxia, go to sleep, remember to lock the door. Xianxia, don't sleepwalk around. The last one. If you really want to sleepwalk, just wander around in your room. His tone was domineering and dragging. It sounded arrogant and annoying. I can only be the victim, understand? For the next few days, Wen Yifan ran around the small city as usual. The follow-up interviews were smoother than she expected. There were basically no major problems except for the bad attitude of some interviewees. Xianxia seemed to be very busy too. He worked overtime crazily during the last few days of the year. Sometimes when Wen Yifan replied to his messages at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, he was still in the company. Unknowingly, Wen Yifan ushered in a new year in this city. Although she worked overtime day and night, Wen Yifan still could not make it back before Xianxia's birthday. Originally, she expected to go back on the 2nd, but there was one last interview in the afternoon. The three of them did not have enough rest during this period of time. Qian Weihua did not intend to return on the same day. He was afraid that something would happen if he was tired from driving at night. In addition, it happened to be a holiday. The high-speed train tickets had long been sold out. Wen Yifan had no other choice. Early in the morning, Wen Yifan calculated the time and sent a message to Xianxia. Happy birthday Wen Yifan, I ordered a cake for you. It should be delivered to your house at noon. Wen Yifan, I'll give you a gift when I get back. Xianxia, you're quite sincere. Xianxia, I didn't count 70 days in vain. Wen Yifan blinked, but I can't go back today. I'll go back tomorrow. Xianxia, oh. The next moment, Xianxia sent a voice message. His tone was lazy and he seemed to be a little sleepy. Then let's pretend that my birthday is tomorrow. After a while. Another message. 1 day left. The next afternoon, Wen Yifan and Mu Qingyun went to the hospital. Qian Weihua went to the accident scene alone to do the final report. The three of them were divided into 2 groups and worked together. Wen Yifan interviewed the seriously injured survivor. He had just regained consciousness yesterday. Wen Yifan communicated with his family and made an appointment for this afternoon. After finishing the interview, she would go back and finish the manuscript. The final work of this business trip would be completed. After leaving the ward, Mu Qingyun looked at the time. Sister Yifan, are we going back to the hotel now? Wen Yifan nodded and was about to speak when a man's voice suddenly sounded not far away. It was muddy and hoarse. She paused for a moment and looked over. She saw a man sitting in the front row of the chair in the department next to her. He looked to be in his 30s or 40s. His skin was very dark and he was wearing old clothes that made him look dirty. The wrinkles on his forehead were very thick. His face was wrinkled when he smiled, which made him look particularly wretched. The man was talking on the phone at this moment. His voice was very loud and sounded like he was trying to please her. He didn't look at her at all. Wen Yifan looked away and said calmly, yes, I'll go back and write the manuscript. Back at the hotel, Wen Yifan turned on the computer and quickly finished writing the manuscript and sent it to the editor. She looked at the time when the manuscript was reviewed. It was only a little over 4 o'clock. She was in a daze for a while and felt that the room was a little stuffy. Wen Yifan didn't want to stay in the room. She thought that she might as well go out since she was already in the city. She took the room card and went out. She only stayed in the hotel for a short period of time, but the sky outside was already gloomy. Large patches of dark clouds were gathered together. It added a layer of cold filter to the city. It was extremely depressing. Wen Yifan was not familiar with this city at all. She had only stayed here for 2 years. Most of the time was spent in school and at her aunt's house. There was no other entertainment at all. She had no idea what entertainment there was in this city. She only knew a few fixed locations. The hotel she was staying in now was located in the center of Beiyou. It was very close to her high school. Wen Yifan wandered around aimlessly. She unknowingly walked to the familiar noodle shop. She stopped and looked at the shop that had hardly changed a few years ago. She was a little stunned. When Wen Yifan came back to her senses, she had already entered the shop. The light in the shop was dazzling. The decoration inside hadn't changed much, but some things had been replaced. The tables and chairs were still arranged in the original layout, divided into two neat rows. Even the boss in front of the cashier counter was still the same person. But he was obviously older. His body was slightly hunched, and even his hair had begun to turn white. When Yifan felt like she had entered another world. She stopped for a few seconds, then lifted her feet and sat on the seat that she used to sit on every time she came here with Xianxia. She lowered her eyes and quietly stared at the menu that was posted on the table. It didn't take long for the boss to notice her presence and asked, "What would you like to eat?" When Yifan looked up, a bowl of wonton noodles. The boss recognized her as soon as she finished speaking. He looked surprised. He got up and walked closer to her with an extremely kind smile. "Little classmate, it's you? You haven't been here for a long time." When Yifan nodded, "Yes, I haven't lived in this city since the college entrance examination." "I see." The boss's lips moved as he looked at her coming alone. He seemed like he wanted to ask something, but he didn't say anything in the end. "Wait a minute, I'll do it now." "Okay." When Yifan nodded, "No hurry." The boss went into the kitchen. Only when Yifan was left in the shop. She looked at her phone and didn't see any activity from WeChat. At this moment, there was a sudden sound of rustling outside. The compressed clouds finally couldn't bear the weight. Bean-sized raindrops fell down and collided with the concrete floor, making a loud noise. It made the whole world blurry. The damp and cold air diffused in, making people sober, but they couldn't help but be distracted. In this familiar environment, when Yifan vaguely felt like she had returned to the past. She looked at the empty seat opposite her, as if she could see Xianxia, who sat silently opposite her when he was young. From the first time they met, he was so arrogant that he would never lower his head and lived an unbridled life. However, at the last time they met, he asked her softly, "I'm not that bad, am I?" She even attributed her behavior to the most embarrassing word, entangled. For so many years, when Yifan didn't seem to fight for anything for herself. She always hid in her protective shell, lived a well-behaved life, didn't argue with others, and didn't have excessive feelings for anyone. Even for Xianxia. She seemed to put herself in a safe position. She tried her best not to cross the line, and tried her best to retreat safely. She only dared to slowly put the hook in front of him. She waited for him to bite the bait and sent herself to her door. But at this moment, when Yifan suddenly didn't want to put the initiative on Xianxia's side. She didn't want Xianxia to always be the one who paid the price from the past until now. She didn't want Xianxia to be the one who paid the price after what he said. Now, he still had to lower his head again because of her. The noodles were served at this time. The boss showed a familiar smile. "Hurry up and eat, I'm a little embarrassed. My skills haven't changed at all after so many years. It's rare for you to come back and support me." When Yifan nodded in agreement. The boss was still nagging as he returned to the cashier. "Why is it raining so heavily all of a sudden? It's so cold." When Yifan looked down and stared at the hot noodles in front of her. She felt a little jealous when she was hit by the mist. She blinked hard, plucked up her courage, picked up her phone, and called Xianxia. Listening to the beeping sound on the other end, when Yifan's mind was a little blank. She didn't know what to say next. It rang 3 times. The other end picked up. He seemed to be sleeping. Xianxia's voice was a little hoarse, with a little impatience of being woken up. "Say it." When Yifan called him softly, "Xianxia." He was quiet for a few seconds, and seemed to be sober. "What's wrong?" Although the answer seemed to be very clear, she was still afraid, still worried about the unknown. She had a lot of things to worry about. She was afraid that it was really her illusion. She was afraid that he only liked her when she was in high school. She was afraid that after they got together, he would suddenly find out that she was actually not as good as he thought. But at this moment, when Yifan wanted to tell him, she wanted to tell him clearly. She wanted to tell him clearly. She wanted to let him feel that he was not the one who only paid the price. The young man who could cross a city many times and take the high-speed train alone for an hour just to see her. What he did was not the entanglement she imagined. In fact, she also treasured those moments like they were treasures. But she never dared to think about it, and never dared to mention it again. At this moment, when Yifan clearly heard the sound of her heartbeat, "Do you still mean what you said before?" Xianxia, You said, if I pursue you. When Yifan paused, suppressed the trembling in her voice, and said word by word, "You can think about it." As soon as she finished speaking, the voice seemed to have disappeared. Everything was quiet. Even the sound of breathing could not be heard. "I just wanted to tell you about this situation in advance." When Yifan was so nervous that she couldn't speak. She didn't know how Xianxia would answer, so she tried to finish the rest of the sentence, "Then you can think about it first." After that, when Yifan hurriedly hung up the phone without waiting for his reply. There was silence for a while. When Yifan stared at the phone on the table, and there was no more movement. It seemed to give her an answer. When Yifan didn't know how to describe her current feelings. After a long time. When Yifan looked down and slowly ate the noodles. The taste was indeed the same as before. The soup base was very light, and the noodles were not chewy at all. It was very ordinary. She wasn't very hungry, but she still slowly finished all the noodles. The sky outside gradually darkened. The rain was still very heavy, and there was no sign of it stopping. When Yifan put down her chopsticks and looked outside. She looked very calm. Noticing her gaze, the boss took the initiative to say, "Little classmate, let me give you an umbrella. The rain doesn't look like it will stop anytime soon. Come back when you're free, and you can return it to me then." When Yifan shook her head and smiled, "I want to sit here for a while. I probably won't come back again." When Yifan thought. So she wanted to look at this place again, hoping that she could remember it for a longer time. She hoped that she could still remember such a precious place when she was old. It turned out that there was such a place where she could have some leisure time during those times when she couldn't even breathe. Time passed by bit. When Yifan slowly came back to her senses after noticing that the sound of the rain outside was getting softer. She didn't stay any longer. She packed up her things and was about to get up to say goodbye to the boss and leave when there was a movement at the door. When Yifan looked over and was taken aback. Xianxia's figure was the only thing that could be seen in her field of vision. He was wearing a pure black windbreaker with a collar that slightly covered his chin. He was holding a transparent umbrella in his hand, and his shoulders were slightly wet. Xianxia didn't look anywhere else after entering the door. He directly met her gaze. At this moment, everything seemed to slow down, as if they had entered an old movie. The narrow noodle house had maintained the same appearance for many years. It looked dilapidated and nostalgic. An unknown Hong Kong drama was playing in the noodle house. It looked very old, and the background music was mixed with the sound of rain. There was still a large amount of rain behind the man. It was misty. He rushed through the rain. He looked like a travel-worn traveler who had finally found a place to return to. The boss said at this moment, "Handsome, what would you like to eat?" Xianxia seemed to remember the boss. He looked up and smiled. He used the same greeting as before and said politely, "Next time, sir. I'm here to pick someone up this time." The boss raised his head, "It's you." Xianxia nodded. "I saw the student coming alone just now. I thought you two had stopped contacting each other." The boss looked at both of them as he said, "That's nice." The boss sighed as if he was reminiscing about the past. You two are still together after so many years. When Yifan's fingers were a little stiff when she heard this. Xianxia didn't explain anything, he only nodded, "We'll go first, we'll come again next time when we come to Beiyou." He looked at Wen Yifan and reached out to her, "Come here." Wen Yifan stood up and walked towards his direction, "Why are you here?" Xianxia looked down and stared at her, "I was on the high-speed train when you made the call." Wen Yifan nodded. Xianxia opened the umbrella and said casually, "Let's go." Wen Yifan also entered the umbrella. She felt a little awkward staying with him because of the phone call just now. She took the initiative to find a topic. "How did you know I was here?" "Come to Beiyou." Xianxia said, "I'm used to coming here." Both of them left the shop and walked along the street. This city was backward and hadn't changed much for so many years. Further ahead was the alley that both of them had walked through many times. In another direction was the bus stop where Xianxia waited for the bus every time he came and left. Both of them walked forward in silence. After some time, Xianxia's footsteps suddenly stopped. Wen Yifan stopped too. The surrounding was filled with the sound of rain. The heavy beating of the umbrella almost drowned out all other sounds. The raindrops fell on the puddles on the ground and blossomed into small flowers that only bloomed for a moment. This grand curtain of rain was like a huge protective shield. It isolated both of them from the world. Xianxia looked down at her and suddenly shouted, "Wen Shuangjiang." Wen Yifan's heart skipped a beat when she heard this form of address. She was caught off guard and raised her eyes. As for me, I've always felt that this kind of words are very pretentious. I feel ashamed just saying one word. Xianxia's eyes seemed to be deeper than the bottomless night, but in this life, I have to say it at least once. Wen Yifan looked at him in confusion. You haven't realized it yet? Xianxia slightly bent down and gradually got closer to her. The youthful spirit between his eyebrows was still the same as before. After so many years, I'm still, his words, along with the scattered raindrops, smashed down forcefully. As if it also smashed on her heart. I only like you. The surreal feeling from Xianxia's sudden appearance in the noodle house rose again at this moment because of his words. It almost filled all of Wen Yifan's thoughts and made her unable to recover. Wen Yifan stared blankly at the person in front of her. The feeling of being on tenterhooks for the whole night was replaced by another emotion. Her nose was sour, her lips moved, but she couldn't say a word. It was like a surprise that she had never expected, a desire that she never dared to think about, suddenly came without warning. She couldn't believe it, so she didn't even have the courage to reach out to take it. She was afraid that everything in front of her would disappear if she reached out. For a moment, Wen Yifan thought of the incident where she accidentally met Xianxia at the overtime bar at the end of last year. When he acted like he was looking at a stranger and his attitude towards her was not good, she tried her best not to take it to heart. Because she felt that it was understandable, and she also felt that it was natural. Everything was the consequence of her actions. Wen Yifan was the one who brought harm to Xianxia. Therefore, it wasn't worth for a person like her to occupy a place in his precious memories. To him, she was just an unimportant person. All the traces she left behind could be covered up by another person on the same path. She thought that she was just such an existence. But at this moment, when Yifan finally realized that Yi Shiwen's strength was extremely terrifying. It didn't seem to be like this. Maybe he had met a lot of different people. Perhaps in the process, his feelings for her had already faded. But he had never forgotten her. After so many years, everything was changing. I still only like you. When Yifan stared at him without blinking. Suddenly, he wished that human memories could be divided into frame by frame like a movie. If that was the case, she could keep this scene forever. She would never forget it, and she would never want to forget it. Xianxia pursed his lips when he saw that she didn't say anything. He seemed to be a little uncertain. Hey, say something. His words interrupted Wen Yifan's thoughts and she came back to her senses. She gently sniffed and felt that she should respond to some romantic words. But now that she accepted the surprise, she only wanted to treat everything carefully. If you think it's pretentious to say such words. Xianxia looked down at her. When Yifan said seriously, then I'll do it next time. Hearing this, Xianxia's expression froze. Like a child who had received a precious toy, when Yifan's ears gradually became hot. She didn't know how to react, and every word she said was extremely cautious. But it's a little difficult for me now. Xianxia stared at her, and the corners of his lips gradually curved up. As soon as he finished speaking, he fell silent again. When Yifan pondered for a moment and realized that she hadn't responded to his confession yet. She glanced at him and felt that it wasn't over yet. She had to follow the procedure. Then now They love each other. Hearing this, Xianxia seemed to be unable to hold it in and suddenly smiled. There was another burst of muffled laughter. When Yifan didn't know what he was laughing at. She felt that the process wasn't over yet, so she went back to the main topic. So, from now on, you are my partner? Xianxia was still smiling. Yes. When Yifan looked up and saw the man in front of her smiling. The dimples on the side of his right lips were sunken. When he smiled, his eyebrows and eyes were relaxed, and he seemed to be in a very good mood. The corners of Wen Yifan's mouth inexplicably curved up. That unreal feeling didn't subside at all. Instead, it became more and more intense. But she still felt extremely happy because of it. She only hoped that this illusion of what she wanted to happen would only happen, and that it would only happen, and that there wouldn't be any changes anymore. The sudden change of identity made Wen Yifan not know how to get along with him for a short period of time. She didn't speak anymore, just stared at his face that was so close to her, and the faint devil mole on his eyelid was particularly clear. Wen Yifan gradually lost her mind again. Because of this feeling of uneasiness, she also thought that there might be a monster disguised as him on this rainy night to bewitch people. The next second, Xianxia slightly stopped laughing and said in a carefree tone, "You're so happy?" Wen Yifan, "Oh, that's true." Xianxia looked at the curve of her lips and said leisurely, "To be able to get such an outstanding man like me, it's indeed worth being happy for 8 to 10 years. Xianxia said mercifully, "All right, you can continue." Wen Yifan licked her lower lip and silently retracted her thoughts. Even a monster wouldn't be able to be so shameless. The temperature in northern Elm was slightly lower than southern wasteland. Coupled with the period of rain, the wind was a bit piercing. It was only a little after 8 o'clock, and many shops on the street were already closed. Only a few food stalls were still open. The two of them continued to walk forward. Wen Yifan took the initiative to ask, "Have you booked a hotel?" Xianxia, "Not yet." Wen Yifan subconsciously looked at him and immediately noticed the rainwater on his shoulder. His coat was waterproof, so it didn't seep in, and now it was sliding down his clothes. She subconsciously raised her hand and helped him pat it, then asked, "Have you had dinner?" "Not yet." As he said that, Xianxia grabbed her wrist and stopped her. "What are you touching? Aren't you cold?" Wen Yifan reminded him, "Move the umbrella over, look at your clothes, they're all wet." When Shuangjiang, Xianxia's fingertips were warm. He slightly moved up and gently covered her wet hand, but quickly let go. "Don't have so many opinions when you're enjoying other people's service, understand?" Wen Yifan stared at her hand that was still in the air. After a few seconds, she slowly retracted it. Although it was only for a moment, she felt that the place where he held seemed to start to heat up. It dispelled the coldness of the rainwater. She held her palm, but for some reason, she inexplicably put her hand back into her pocket. The two of them didn't talk much along the way, and most of the time they remained silent. But in the silence, there was always a vague ambiguity that wrapped around the two of them. When passing by a fruit stall, Wen Yifan suddenly stopped. Xianxia looked at her, "What's wrong?" Wen Yifan, "Buying something." Xianxia didn't ask what she wanted to buy, but just said lazily, "Okay, go get it." Wen Yifan walked in and only took 2 apples. Then, she went to the cashier. When she was about to pay, Xianxia had already taken out his mobile phone, scanned the QR code and paid. The boss put the apples into a bag and handed it to them. Xianxia took it and asked casually, "Do you want to eat apples?" Wen Yifan pointed at the apple, then pointed at him, and said concisely, "I said I would give you the real thing." Xianxia replied. After leaving the fruit stall, Wen Yifan bought dinner for Xianxia nearby. Unknowingly, the two of them walked to the hotel where Wen Yifan was staying. She walked towards the direction of the front desk and suggested, "Then you will also stay in this hotel tonight and go back to Nanwu with our car tomorrow?" Xianxia, "Okay." Wen Yifan asked the front desk and used Xianxia's ID to book a room on the same floor as her. During this time, she took a look at the photo on his ID. He looked a little younger than now, his eyebrows were slightly raised, and the arrogance in his bones was undisguised. Looking at the time of the ID, it seemed to be taken when he was in university. She couldn't help but take a few more glances. Xianxia glanced at her, "What are you doing?" Wen Yifan wanted to explain. As soon as she looked up, she saw his face, which had become even more arrogant as time passed. She immediately swallowed her words, "Nothing." After the front desk completed the formalities, Xianxia took the room card and ID. Then, the two of them walked towards the direction of the elevator. He put the room card in his pocket, but naturally gave her his ID. Wen Yifan took it, but she didn't know what he was going to do. "What's wrong?" Xianxia said slowly, "Just look if you want to." Wen Yifan didn't expect Xianxia to do this, she was stunned. She looked down at Xianxia on the ID. After a few seconds, she raised her head and looked at Sang Yen, who was standing next to her waiting for the elevator. He didn't look in her direction, he only stared at the number on the elevator. Wen Yifan retracted her gaze and curled her lips. The two of them went up to the third floor. Wen Yifan paid attention to the sign on the wall and pointed in a direction. Your room seems to be over there. Sang Yen said matter-of-factly, bring me there. Okay. Wen Yifan brought him to the door of the room. She didn't know if it was appropriate for her to go in, so she hesitated and said, then I'll go back to my room first. Sang Yen tilted his head, do you still have a job? Wen Yifan, no. Sang Yen, do you have anything else to do? Wen Yifan, no. Then why are you going back? Sang Yen felt ridiculous. He took out the room card from his pocket and handed it to her, go in by yourself. Wen Yifan took it and opened the door. She walked in and sat on the chair beside the bed. She felt that he was a little unhappy, so she explained in a low voice, because we just confirmed our relationship, I'm afraid that if I enter your personal space, it will make you feel unhappy. Sang Yen put the things in his hands on the table, you sound like a gentleman. Who would have thought? Sang Yen turned around and said in a casual and lascivious tone, you've touched my whole body. Wen Yifan wanted to defend herself, but she felt that what he said was indeed the truth. She didn't respond to his words, she just reminded him, you should eat dinner first, it's late. Sang Yen asked when he heard this, have you eaten? Wen Yifan nodded, I've eaten noodles. Sang Yen had walked back to her while they were talking. He observed her for a while and suddenly frowned, what's your job? Wen Yifan, huh? Can't you be more reasonable? Sang Yan's tone was a little unhappy, I've spent so much time to raise you, and you've lost it in just half a month? Wen Yifan was a little confused and wanted to say something. The next second, Sang Yan's gaze paused, as if he noticed something. He sat directly next to her and raised his hand to lift her hair behind her ear. His actions were gentle and affectionate, he didn't touch her skin. However, Wen Yifan was still stunned by this distance, what's wrong? Sang Yan noticed the wound behind her ear, and the smile on his lips gradually disappeared. What happened? Wen Yifan didn't react quickly, she asked slowly, Sang Yan lowered his eyelids, his fingertips uncontrollably rubbed the wound, how did you do it? Hearing this, Wen Yifan suddenly remembered the small injury she suffered at the scene. It had been a few days since the injury, and it had already scabbed over. She didn't feel any pain, she almost forgot about it. I was scratched by the gravel. Wen Yifan was a little nervous because of his touch, it's not serious. Sang Yan didn't touch her again, he was still looking at the back of her ear. It's just a scratch, nothing else. Wen Yifan simply changed the topic, by the way, why did you come to Beiyou? Didn't I tell you that I'm going back tomorrow? I even ordered a cake for you. Sang Yan put down his hand and said casually, I'm here to receive the gift. Wen Yifan exclaimed, but the gift I prepared for you is still at home. After a long time. Sang Yan dragged his voice, oh. Wen Yifan added, I'll give it to you when I get back. Sang Yan stared at her lips and suddenly said, help me get my phone. Wen Yifan looked over, but she didn't see his phone on the table. She turned around and wanted to tell him that his phone was not there, but before she could say anything, she saw Sang Yan leaning forward. He was almost at her original position. She couldn't stop in time, her lips brushed past his lips. Wen Yifan's body froze. Sang Yan also maintained his original position, he didn't move an inch. His expression was unclear as he stared at her caught off guard. 2 seconds later, the corners of his lips curled up, and he said in a low voice, thanks. I got it now. Without waiting for Wen Yifan to react. Sang Yan straightened up and took out his phone from his pocket, casually fiddling with it. After that, he seemed to have reacted, his tone was arrogant and shameless, so it's here. He reminded her very considerately. Then you don't have to take it. Wen Yifan didn't know if it was a psychological effect, but her lips felt a little numb. The already narrow room seemed to have become even more cramped, and the ambiguity increased the temperature of the room, adding a sense of dryness. Wen Yifan stared at the position of his lips for a few seconds, then suddenly stood up. I'm going to wash an apple. After that, Wen Yifan didn't wait for Sang Yan's response, she directly took 2 apples and went into the bathroom. She closed the door in an attempt to cover it up, staring at herself in the mirror whose ears were obviously red. Her mind was filled with the inadvertent touch just now. She calmed her breath and turned on the tap. It didn't take too long to wash an apple. When Yifan didn't stay for too long, she was afraid that it would be too obvious. She left the bathroom after washing. At this moment, Xianxia was standing by the table, opening the bag that contained dinner. When Yifan sat next to him, she didn't take the initiative to speak. Xianxia glanced at her. He didn't mention the gift just now. It seemed that both of them were embarrassed to mention it again. Just like that, the matter was settled. When Yifan's mood gradually relaxed, she took a bite of the apple. She suddenly felt that he was very miserable. He had to stay with her in this shabby hotel on his birthday, and he could only eat the food that was casually packed outside for dinner. Now that she thought about it, When Yifan still felt that meeting him in the noodle house was particularly strange. She didn't wait for his response. She was already prepared to discuss with him about moving after returning to Nanwu. When she was about to leave, but he fell from the sky at that moment. The boss said, "You're still together after so many years." He didn't respond. After that, he didn't mention anything. He didn't ask her why she went there, he didn't mention the past, and he didn't ask her for a reason. It seemed like he didn't care, but also like he didn't want to talk about the past. It also seemed like the moment they were together, he had already let go of the past and let go of everything. He only focused on the present in front of him. When Xianxia finished his dinner, When Yifan had just finished her apple. She wanted to find something to talk about with him, but she didn't know what to say. She always felt a little uncomfortable. It was as if he hadn't gotten used to their new relationship. Noticing that it was getting late and that she had finished eating the apple, When Yifan felt that there was no reason for her to stay, but she also wanted to stay with him for a while. She lowered her head and did not take the initiative to speak. She lowered her head and played with her phone. Xianxia tidied up the lunch boxes and glanced at her. "Do you still want to eat?" When Yifan looked up. "Huh?" Xianxia picked up another apple on the table, walked over and stuffed it into her hand. As if he could see her state, he raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Eat slower this time." When Yifan, "Aren't you going to eat?" "I'm not eating." "Oh." When Yifan looked at the time again, calculated, and said softly, "Then I'll eat for another half an hour?" Xianxia looked at her. "Can you go any slower?" When Yifan took a bite of the apple and mumbled, "Yes." The room fell into silence again. After tidying up, Xianxia sat next to When Yifan and played with his phone in boredom. She subconsciously turned to look at him and happened to meet his slightly curved lips. When Yifan stared at him for a few seconds and quietly withdrew her gaze. It was her first time in love. She didn't know if everyone was like this. Even if there was nothing to say, even if there was some awkwardness, she still wanted to stay with the other party. She still felt happy because of this slightly uncomfortable interaction. When Yifan took the initiative to ask, "When did you buy the high-speed train ticket?" Xianxia looked up. "Huh? I wanted to buy today's ticket yesterday and give it to you when I get back." When Yifan paused for a moment and continued, "It's for your birthday." But there were no more tickets. Xianxia put down his phone and said slowly, "Last week." When Yifan was stunned. "Then how did you know I couldn't make it back today?" "I didn't know, so I bought it first." Xianxia said, "You can still get a refund." When Yifan's chewing paused for a moment. After a long time, she swallowed the food in her mouth and said, "Then I'll do the same in the future." Xianxia chuckled a few times. When Yifan continued to eat the apple. But it wouldn't take long for her to finish the apple even if she tried her best to slow down. She took the last bite and said hesitantly, "Then I'll go back first?" Xianxia nodded. When Yifan said, "We're leaving at 8 in the morning tomorrow. You should go to bed earlier today." Xianxia, "Okay." When Yifan threw the apple core into the trash can and got up. She walked a few steps away and suddenly recalled that she still had something to do. She suddenly turned back, Xianxia. Xianxia followed behind her, "What's wrong?" When Yifan looked into his eyes and said seriously, "Happy birthday." Xianxia smiled and responded, "What's your birthday wish?" "I don't want to say it." When Yifan blurted out, "Why?" Because, Sang Yan raised his hand and patted her head gently. He said seriously and casually, it's already been realized. When Wen Yifan returned to her room, half of her body was lying on the bed. She stared blankly at the empty space and seemed to be absent-minded. After a long while, she suddenly pulled the pillow next to her and rolled around. The emotions that he had been suppressing all night seemed to be completely released at this moment, in a space where he was all alone. Wen Yifan's eyes were sparkling. She covered her face with the pillow and felt that she couldn't hold back her elated mood. She took out her phone from her pocket and looked at her unread messages when she calmed down. Xianxia sent her a series of messages. Picture, damn, Sang Yan posted it in his moments. Does he have a girlfriend? Do you know who it is? Are you still going to share a room with him? When the time comes, will his girlfriend find trouble with you? Do you want to take this opportunity to ask him to move out? Wen Yifan paused and subconsciously clicked on the picture. It was a screenshot of Sang Yan's moments by Xianxia. He only posted a picture without any words. The picture was of the birthday cake that Wen Yifan ordered for him. She specifically asked the staff to write "Happy Birthday Sang Yan" on it. Sang Yan's photography skills weren't very good. The picture looked a little blurry, as if it was just taken casually. Xianxia and Sang Yan had a lot of mutual friends. There were a lot of comments below the screenshot. Most of them wished him a happy birthday, but there were also many comments about Sang Yan's behavior. Did your account get hacked? I mentioned my birthday to this idiot last time. He said it was a man's birthday and said I was pretentious. Be normal, okay? No one cares. At the bottom. Sang Yan replied in one sentence. Sorry, my girlfriend asked me to post it. Wen Yifan exited the picture. Although she didn't ask for this, her suppressed emotions instantly surged when she saw Sang Yan's moments. Wen Yifan blinked and replied to Xianxia, probably not. Wen Yifan, his girlfriend is me. After typing this sentence, Wen Yifan stared at it for a while and the corners of her lips curved up. She clicked send and opened a chat with Qian Weihua. She mentioned that she wanted to bring a friend along when she went back tomorrow. Qian Weihua was easy to talk to and immediately agreed, okay. Wen Yifan's WeChat exploded when she received this message. It was all one-sided bombardment from Xianxia. Wen Yifan indeed didn't mention this to Xianxia at all. She was a little embarrassed and guilty, so she replied, that's about it. Wen Yifan, I just confirmed it. Xianxia, didn't you tell me that you two were together? Did you not have any feelings for each other? Wen Yifan couldn't remember saying such a thing, did I? Xianxia, of course. Xianxia, maybe it wasn't the original words, but that's what it meant. Wen Yifan, oh, Wen Yifan, that's me. Wen Yifan, you couldn't control yourself, right? Xianxia, question mark. The next morning. Wen Yifan packed her things and went to Sang Yan's room to look for him. She still felt very unreal when she saw him, so she said gently, let's have breakfast downstairs and then drive back. Sang Yan nodded sleepily. Wen Yifan glanced at him again and didn't say anything. She took him to the door of Qian Weihua and Mu Qingyun's room. Not long after, the other two also came out of the room. The four of them had met before. Qian Weihua saw Sang Yan once when his house was on fire. So Qian Weihua wasn't surprised to see Sang Yan at this time. He just greeted him, are you here for a business trip or for fun? Sang Yan said concisely, I'm looking for someone. Mu Qingyun's gaze wandered around Sang Yan and Wen Yifan, but he didn't say anything. The four of them went downstairs. Qian Weihua and Wen Yifan took their room cards to check out. Sang Yan and Mu Qingyun waited at the side. After standing for half a minute, Mu Qingyun took the initiative to speak with a cute smile, Senior saying, although I know you want to see Sister Yifan, she's on a business trip. I don't think it's appropriate for you to follow her here for a business trip. Hearing this, Sang Yan turned to look at him with an indifferent expression. Sister Yifan has a good personality, she shouldn't be angry with you. Mu Qingyun said, but you have to think about her. Sang Yan seemed to think what he said was reasonable, so he said slowly, oh. Maybe it was because he was ridiculed by him last time, so this time Mu Qingyun wanted to win back some face for himself. He paused for a few seconds and sighed, it's no wonder you're useless when you chase after her. After checking out, Wen Yifan took the deposit and walked towards Xianxia with Qian Weihua. The two of them were about 5 to 6 meters away, and they were talking. Xianxia was slightly taller than Mu Qingyun. He was tall and his temperament completely suppressed Mu Qingyun. His expression was leisurely, as if he didn't take Mu Qingyun seriously at all. He also didn't take Mu Qingyun's words seriously, he just treated them as passing wind. When Yifan faintly heard Xianxia say, it's long past that stage. Mu Qingyun, who was standing opposite him, seemed to be stunned. After a few seconds. We are now. Xianxia's eyelashes moved as he said this, and his eyes met hers. As if he had thought of something, he curled his lips and said word by word, mutual affection. Mutual affection, Xianxia repeated, and added arrogantly, have you heard of this phrase? Qian Weihua didn't know what they were talking about, so he didn't understand what they were talking about. He only thought that they were talking about young people's topics, so he didn't interrupt their conversation. But Wen Yifan was very clear that she was the one who said this, and it was only less than a night after she said it. Moreover, Xianxia was staring at her when he said this. At this moment, Wen Yifan had an inexplicable feeling that Xianxia's words were more for her to hear. And after she said this last night, Xianxia did laugh for a long time. That was basically enough to solve the case. He probably felt that he looked stupid when he said this in a serious manner. When Yifan pursed her lips, she was a little embarrassed. Sigh. But she had no experience. She only felt that this kind of thing generally had to have a sense of ceremony. After all, it wasn't as legally binding as a marriage certificate. Since there was no other proof, she had to at least use words to go through some procedures. Only then could this relationship be more formal. Because of their arrival, Xianxia and Mu Qingyun's conversation was interrupted. When Yifan silently walked back to Xianxia's side. The two of them walked behind her. Not long after, when Yifan felt that Xianxia suddenly used his fingertips to gently hook her fingers, and then let go. The force was neither light nor heavy, and it was a little ticklish. When Yifan subconsciously looked up and met his slightly tilted face. Xianxia's eyelids drooped as he looked at her, his smile slightly cynical. He bent down slightly, leaned close to her ear, and whispered, what about you? Have you heard it? After the awkwardness, Wen Yifan adjusted her mood quickly. She didn't think there was anything she couldn't say, so she was much calmer. She nodded her head lightly and said in agreement, I have. Xianxia looked at her. That's what I said. The hotel was located on a somewhat remote street, and there weren't many shops around it. However, there was a breakfast shop across the street, and there were already a lot of people in the shop. Most of them lived in the surrounding neighborhood. The four of them randomly ordered breakfast and left after eating. The car was parked near the hotel, about 50 meters away. Qian Weihua was getting older, and his body couldn't take all the running and staying up all night. His back had been aching for the past few days, and he lacked rest. Mu Qingyun hadn't gotten his driver's license yet. So, they had agreed last night that Wen Yifan would drive today. The drive was a total of 3 hours, so it wasn't too far. Along the way, the other two were mostly resting, and only Xianxia, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, occasionally talked to her. After arriving at Nanwu, Wen Yifan first dropped Xianxia off at the entrance of the community, then drove back to the station. Wen Yifan got out of the car after driving to the parking lot. The three of them took the equipment from the car and walked toward the building. Qian Weihua walked alone in front, and he was talking to someone on the phone. It seemed like he had been holding back all the way, and not long after, Mu Qingyun suddenly called her. Sister Yifan. When Yifan tilted her head, what's wrong? Mu Qingyun was silent for a few seconds, his tone seemed to be sure, but he didn't want to believe it. Are you with Senior Sang? Because Xianxia was hitchhiking, Wen Yifan was too embarrassed to tell him about the relationship between them. She was afraid that it would give people a feeling that she couldn't distinguish between work and work, and that she was here for a relationship instead of work. But thinking about it carefully, Wen Yifan didn't seem to delay anything during this business trip except bringing Xianxia along on the way back. Wen Yifan felt that there was no reason to hide it at this time, so she nodded. Mu Qingyun was silent for a while, then he quickly smiled and said, I see. Based on Su Tian's words and Mu Qingyun's behavior, Wen Yifan also knew what he was thinking. But the two of them didn't have much contact, and he didn't mention it directly, so she didn't pay too much attention. Wen Yifan was relieved. He felt that it was good for both of them to talk about this matter now. He returned to his office. Wen Yifan greeted the others, then began to flip through the materials and frantically write. She just wanted to finish her work as soon as possible, end this overtime that had lasted for half a month, and return home to rest. Before she got off work, Wen Yifan received a WeChat message from Xianxia asking her when she would get off work. She glanced at the time and replied with a rough time, around 7. Wen Yifan, what happened? The next moment, Xianxia sent a voice message over. His voice was slow and collected. I just want to tell you something. 3 seconds later, another message came in. Your boyfriend is coming to pick you up. After finishing the remaining work, Wen Yifan packed her things and left the company. At a glance, she saw Xianxia's car parked nearby. She walked over quickly and got into the passenger seat. Xianxia changed his clothes. It seemed that he had gone home to rest for a while in the afternoon. At this time, he was in a much better mood. When Yifan didn't know why he came over, she asked, where are we going now? Go home. Xianxia tilted his head and looked at her for a while. When Yifan looked back at him, what happened? There was another moment of silence. Xianxia didn't say anything. He suddenly loosened his seat belt and came over to help her fasten it. His face zoomed in an instant. The distance between them was very close. After fastening the seat belt, he didn't go back immediately. He just finished his sentence at this distance. Don't you still owe me a gift? They could even feel each other's breath at this distance. When Yifan subconsciously held her breath, didn't you say that you already received it? Xianxia raised his eyebrows. When Yifan blinked, then I'll keep this gift for you next year. I was just trying to give you face, so I put it in a nicer way. Xianxia raised his eyebrows and said slowly, but don't you know who's the one receiving the gift? I think, when Yifan thought for a while and felt like laughing, let's do it half and half. Yes, after we kissed. When Yifan was a little embarrassed to say it out loud. But she still described yesterday's situation very seriously, you seem to be quite happy too. Xianxia glanced at her and didn't continue to refute. His gaze slid down and fixed on her lips. Then, he sat straight back and started the car, okay. Xianxia was very calm, I admit it. It was a little late to go home and cook dinner. Xianxia stopped the car at a restaurant near his house and went in to buy dinner. After that, the two of them went home. She hadn't been home for half a month. The house didn't seem to be any different from before she left. Everything was still in place and neatly arranged. When Yifan just wanted to eat and go to bed. Xianxia pulled her up just as she sat down to eat. When Yifan looked at him blankly. Xianxia reminded her, did you forget something? When Yifan immediately remembered and got up to go to the room, wait for me for a while. After entering the room, when Yifan opened the wardrobe and took down the bag that she placed on the top. She looked inside and was a little worried. She didn't know if he would like it. When Yifan walked back to the dining table and handed the bag to him. Xianxia took it and glanced at it casually, clothes? When Yifan nodded, coat. Xianxia looked down and took it out. It was a long coat in a pure camel color. Xianxia had never worn this color before. He stared at it for a while and asked, why did you buy this color? When Yifan observed his expression, I think it suits you. Soon, she added, and I've never seen you wear this color. Although he seemed to prefer wearing black. However, when Yifan still occasionally wanted to see him wearing different colors of clothes. When Yifan didn't know if the gift she bought was good or not. She was a little nervous, if you don't like it, why don't I give you another gift? Xianxia smiled, when did I say I don't like it? I've received a lot of gifts this year. Xianxia purposely paused for a long time before commenting in a seemingly serious manner, this should be ranked second. When Yifan exclaimed and asked, what's the first? First? Xianxia didn't say it directly, I received it yesterday. Yesterday? Yesterday was Xianxia's birthday, he should have received a lot of gifts. She gave him a cake. They also established their relationship yesterday. Also, according to what Xianxia said, the kiss on the lips should also be counted. Wen Yifan wasn't sure if it had anything to do with her, but she wanted to know the answer, so she asked again, what is it? Xianxia let her guess, what do you think? Wen Yifan didn't know what other gifts he received. She thought that other people's gifts were also precious, so she didn't want to recklessly claim the first place. She reached out and opened the package in front of her. Let me guess first. But she guessed it for less than half a minute. Suddenly, Wen Yifan felt a force on her head. She subconsciously looked up and saw Xianxia putting his hand on her head and rubbing it hard. It wasn't as gentle as a normal person. Soon, Xianxia's movement stopped and a corner of his lips slightly raised. Thank you. His hand was still on Wen Yifan's head. Wen Yifan didn't move and looked into his dark eyes. She didn't understand. What are you thanking me for? Xianxia smiled, a gift. Hearing that, Wen Yifan's eyes moved down and fixed on the coat in his hand. Also, stop guessing. Xianxia withdrew his hand and said lightly, you're the first. After dinner, Wen Yifan returned to her room. After a series of bedtime procedures, Wen Yifan lay back on the bed. When she was thinking about what Xianxia said, there was a knock on the door. She was startled and sat up. She didn't know what Xianxia was going to do at this time. She immediately got up and opened the door. Xianxia stood outside the door and looked like he had just taken a shower. He was wearing casual clothes, and his hair was half wet, hanging softly by the side of his ears, looking a little fluffy. Seeing that she opened the door, he tilted his head and seemed to be looking at the back of her ear. The next moment, Xianxia frowned and directly pulled her wrist into his arms. Following this force, Wen Yifan's body leaned forward and her forehead hit his chest. She was caught off guard and asked blankly, what's wrong? Xianxia's other hand pressed against the back of her neck and didn't do anything else. Then, he slightly tilted his head and looked at the back of her ear for a while. It seemed like he was observing something. Wen Yifan instantly understood. The distance was very close, and he had just taken a shower, so the sandalwood fragrance on his body was very strong. Wen Yifan felt that his gaze seemed to have a shape, and the places that were touched by him were a little hot. Wen Yifan wanted to step back a little, but she was held by him and couldn't move. Xianxia said faintly, have you applied the medicine? No. Wen Yifan licked her lips and explained, it's already scabbed, so you don't need to apply it. It's wet. Xianxia let go of her hand and sounded a little unhappy. You didn't see it at all, did you? Xianxia walked out and said, come out and apply the medicine. Wen Yifan subconsciously touched the back of her ear, and then realized that it was a little painful and swollen. She didn't pay much attention to this small injury and followed Xianxia's footsteps. Xianxia took out the medicine from the TV cabinet and raised his chin to the sofa. Sit there. Wen Yifan didn't think it was a big deal. This injury will heal naturally. Xianxia ignored her words. He walked back and sat next to her. He moved closer to her expressionlessly. He picked up a cotton ball as if he wanted to help her wipe the water off the surface of the wound. The atmosphere was a little heavy. This situation reminded Wen Yifan of the scene when she applied the medicine for him. She felt that she had to do something to ease the atmosphere. Wen Yifan saw Xianxia was about to touch her from the corner of her eyes. She thought for a moment and suddenly dodged. Their eyes met. Wen Yifan forced out a word, it hurts. The heavy atmosphere seemed to be broken at this moment. Xianxia said with a faint smile, are you trying to blackmail me? Wen Yifan wanted to say that she learned those moves from him, but she decided to save some face for him. She leaned back and casually mentioned, I didn't care much after the scab formed, I thought it was almost healed. She was hinting for him to stop pulling a long face. Xianxia didn't respond, do you always get injured in this job? Ah? Wen Yifan thought for a while, not really. Occasionally, I don't know when I scratched myself this time. Wen Yifan said with a smile, and I didn't notice it immediately. I only found out when my colleague told me. It doesn't hurt very much. Xianxia disinfected her with iodophor. He looked like a devil incarnate, but his actions were gentle. Really? Wen Yifan didn't know why, but when she heard this, she swallowed her words of denial inexplicably. She stared at the sight of Xianxia's face and subconsciously answered truthfully, "It hurts a little." Xianxia's strength seemed to be a little lighter. "Does it hurt now?" Wen Yifan, "It's alright." Xianxia threw the cotton swab into the trash can after the treatment. "Don't touch the water when you shower tomorrow." "Okay." Xianxia began to pack his things and said casually, "Go to sleep." Wen Yifan nodded, stood up and walked towards the direction of the room. But soon, she turned around and looked at Xianxia, who was still sitting on the sofa. She suddenly asked, "Are you still going to apply medicine for me tomorrow?" Xianxia's movement stopped as if he didn't expect her to take the initiative to say this. He also looked at her for a while before withdrawing his gaze. "Come find me after your shower." After applying the ointment, Wen Yifan went back to her room and let her imagination run wild for a while. At this moment, she truly felt that she was really in a relationship with Xianxia. The uneasy feeling that she had since he appeared in Beiyou seemed to have landed on the ground at this moment. Before going to bed, Wen Yifan vaguely remembered what Xianxia said during dinner. She was a little more awake, but before she could think deeply, she was pulled into a dream by sleepiness the next moment. "The first is you." It wasn't a kiss. After this business trip, the station approved Wen Yifan's 3-day leave along with the previous rest and the New Year's holiday. Wen Yifan wanted to use this holiday to meet Xianxia, but she had a lot of things to do at home and couldn't find the time. The two of them were not in a hurry, so they decided to change the appointment. Xianxia wasn't surprised about Wen Yifan and Xianxia being together for too long. After that, she also felt that it was a matter of course. After being happy for Wen Yifan, she only mentioned that she was no longer single and that she had to treat her to dinner. Wen Yifan smiled and agreed. The short 3-day holiday ended in the blink of an eye. The continuous heavy rain that started at the beginning of the year had lowered the temperature in Nanwu to single digits. The cold air was mixed with moisture, making the chill several times colder. It was so cold that people's bones were trembling. Wen Yifan returned to the office after staying in the editing room for half the afternoon. She turned on the computer and flipped through the documents on the table. She planned to finish the outline that she had finished this morning and get off work. At this time, Su Tian came back from outside. Wen Yifan noticed her figure from the corner of her eyes. She raised her head and greeted her. The two of them hadn't seen each other for almost a month. On the day when Yifan returned from Beiyou, Su Tian happened to be sent to the neighboring town for a business trip. There were many things to do during this period of time. The time they could stay in the office at the same time was pitiful, let alone chatting. Su Tian laid on the table and sighed weakly, "My boyfriend is angry with me." When Yifan turned her head and asked with concern, "What happened?" "Su Tian, didn't the newly built shopping mall in Tongxi district open recently? It's the first Ferris wheel in Nanwu. My boyfriend had an appointment with me to go there, and I agreed. And then? And then? It was all because of this stupid job. I stood him up again." Su Tian got angrier as she spoke. "What a coincidence. As soon as I get off work, someone falls into the ditch nearby. Su Tian, he's already been in a cold war with me for a few days. I suspect that if it happens again, he'll break up with me." Wen Yifan was amused. "Tell your boyfriend. I can't help it if it's work. He should be able to understand." "Sigh, it's fine if it happens once or twice." Su Tian looked worried and a little annoyed. "It's impossible to understand if it happens too many times. He even wants me to resign and find another job. I really have to give it to him." Wen Yifan was stunned when she heard this. She thought about her and Xianxia's work. They seemed to be quite busy. Fortunately, the two of them were sharing the apartment, so unless they were so busy that they didn't even have time to go home, they could basically see each other every day. It could be considered as taking a break from the busy schedule. After complaining, Su Tian suddenly remembered to ask about the progress. "By the way, how are you and your king of ducks?" The topic suddenly shifted to herself, and it was a very familiar question. Wen Yifan almost habitually blurted out the words, "Still working hard." She didn't speak, only curled her lips, but the meaning was obvious. Seeing her like this, Su Tian immediately understood. "You've become the queen of ducks?" Wen Yifan almost choked. "What kind of words are you using? What kind of words are you using?" Isn't king a combination of queen and queen? Su Tian smiled. She was also very happy for her. When did you get together? Although I didn't think you would fail, I didn't expect you to act so fast. Wen Yifan honestly said, Number 2. Number 2? Su Tian asked. Didn't you just return to Nanwu from North Elm that day? Yes. So you went on a date with him after your business trip? Wen Yifan didn't explain. She only smiled and nodded. Bring him to me when you have time. Su Tian was very curious about the standard of the King of Ducks. After all, this title was given by Wen Yifan, who was extremely beautiful. I also want to see a handsome guy. Wen Yifan replied, okay, if there's a chance. At the same time, Wen Yifan's phone rang. She looked down. Sang Yan, when do you get off work? Wen Yifan didn't have much work left, so she replied, soon. Wen Yifan, what about you? Sang Yan, I'm working overtime. After a few seconds, maybe he felt that this sentence was ambiguous, so he added 2 words, bar. Wen Yifan asked, you don't have to work overtime today, Sang Yan, I just got off work. The next moment, Sang Yan sent a voice message. Call me when it's about time. It's cold outside, put on your scarf before you come out. I'll come down when I'm downstairs. Wen Yifan, okay. Wen Yifan put away her phone and didn't chat with Su Tian anymore. She looked at the computer and pondered for a moment. Her fingers quickly typed on the keyboard. She entered the state of work in an instant. Su Tian retracted her gaze and happened to see Mu Qingyun, who had just returned. Mu Qingyun was holding a device in his hand. He seemed to have just returned from an interview. When he passed by them, he didn't look in Wen Yifan's direction like usual. Seeing this, Su Tian moved closer to Wen Yifan. Hey, does that little puppy know that you have a boyfriend? Wen Yifan didn't want Sang Yan to wait for too long, so she replied casually, no wonder. Su Tian shook her head. He's just short of writing the word broken up on his face. On the other side. Sang Yan put away his phone and took another sip of ice water. Su Haoan was bragging to Su Tian about his various love experiences. As a veteran who had been in love for many years, he was particularly conceited. When he spoke, it was as if he was looking at people with his chin. Amazing, right? I, Su Haoan, have never met a girl that I couldn't get in my life. Su Tian was very supportive of his boss and gave him a thumbs up. Brother Haoan is amazing. It's nothing. The main reason why I'm attractive is not because I'm tall, rich and handsome. The reason is very simple, Su Haoan emphasized with a smile. It's just because my personality is particularly outstanding. Amazing. Sang Yan didn't like his behavior and sneered. So, it's either being cuckolded or dumped. Su Haoan was furious. He pointed at his nose and scolded, Bullsh *T. It's me who didn't want to talk for too long, okay? I was the one who guided the breakup. This is my unique gentlemanly demeanor. Sang Yan was too lazy to care about him. He pulled his coat aside and put it on. Sigh, speaking of which, my favorite is still my 12th wife. Su Haoan took a sip of wine and sighed. She's a cute college student. Her words are so sweet like cotton candy. Not long after I chased her, I couldn't hold back and kissed her. Sang Yan adjusted his clothes. Su Haoan added, she stuck out her tongue. Then, she went back that day and broke up with me. Maybe he was really sad, Su Haoan's voice was a little lower. She said that I was a scumbag and frivolous. She stuck out her tongue the first time we kissed. She must have a lot of experience. Su Tian subconsciously said, that's right. Then you were indeed the 12th wife. Su Haoan choked and looked at him with a blank expression. Get out of here and get to work. Then, Su Haoan looked at Sang Yan again. Su Haoan noticed the camel coat he was wearing. He couldn't help but complain, what's wrong with your coat? It looks like a sissy. Because of this, Su Tian also looked over. It's very cool. Su Haoan was mad that he was messing around. He took an empty cigarette box and threw it at him. Brat, are you going to work or not? Su Tian immediately ran away. Hey, hey, hey. I'm leaving now. Your sister-in-law bought it, Sang Yan replied slowly. His tone was very annoying. That girl wants to see me wear this color. Let's go. Xianxia looked at his phone. You can continue to brag by yourself. Suhan stopped him. Hey, how's the progress with your girlfriend? Xianxia did not answer. Old virgin, did you hear my painful experience just now? You have to take it step by step. Suhan's tone was very mean. Don't scare away the only one who can accept your bad temper. Oh, thanks. Xianxia twitched his lips. But I'm not going to listen to your useless advice. Suhan was speechless. When can you bring your girlfriend here to meet me? It's been a few days. Is it necessary to hide it so well? Are you not confident in yourself? Are you afraid that your girlfriend will fall for me? Hearing this, Xianxia stopped and looked at him from head to toe. He commented leisurely. You can only brag. When Yifan turned off her computer and left the office after finishing the last bit of content, she remembered Xianxia's words and took out a scarf from her bag. Her phone vibrated when she reached the first floor. Xianxia, we're here. When Yifan replied, okay. She didn't stay any longer and quickly walked out of the building. She looked around and didn't see Xianxia's car or figure. She took out her phone and looked at it again. At this moment, it was dark behind Wen Yifan. Xianxia suddenly appeared next to her and asked casually, what are you looking at? Wen Yifan subconsciously looked up. She saw Xianxia wearing the camel coat that she gave him. His body was slightly bent because he wanted to talk to her. His expression was very calm. His facial features were well defined and he was exceptionally handsome. Before buying it, Wen Yifan felt that it was a very gentle color. He had thought that he would be able to suppress his arrogant temperament. Who would have thought that, generally speaking, clothes make the man? However, he wore his clothes well, making his clothes look a lot cooler. When Yifan's gaze was fixed on him, she felt that she had a good eye for picking clothes. The sense of accomplishment was bursting in an instant. She inexplicably had the idea of working hard to earn money and buy clothes for him. What's wrong? Xianxia noticed her expression and raised his eyebrows. Are you impressed by your boyfriend's handsomeness? When Yifan came back to her senses and smiled, yes, I'm impressed by my boyfriend's handsomeness. Xianxia's expression was slightly stunned. He looked down at her and smiled. After a while, he also twitched his lips. He raised his hand to help her adjust her scarf and said slowly, then take a few more glances. When Yifan stood at the same place and raised her head to look at him, did you come from overtime? Xianxia nodded. If you want to hang out with your friends in the future, you don't have to pick me up. When Yifan's goal was to become a very understanding girlfriend, she said seriously, I can go back by myself. Xianxia said leisurely, what's so fun about hanging out with those guys? Xianxia's car was parked across the road. The two walked side by side, leaving a gap of about 20 centimeters between them. It seemed like it could fit another person. They walked to the side of the road and stopped to wait for the traffic light. When Yifan looked in his direction, her gaze slid down and stared at his naked hand. She retracted her gaze and adjusted her scarf to conceal it. Crossing the road. It seemed to be the most natural way to hold hands. When Yifan saw the countdown on the traffic light, but her attention was not fully on it. When there were only 3 seconds left, she looked down again to prepare herself mentally. 3. 2. There was only 1 second left. But when Yifan didn't move yet, Xianxia suddenly raised his hand and held her wrist. He didn't look at her. His eyes were looking forward as if he just wanted to cross the road with her. The strength that he used to hold her was also loose. When Yifan's steps were smaller than his as she followed behind him, she stared at her wrist that was held by Xianxia and thought that this was good. Suddenly, she noticed that his fingertips slowly moved down, inch by inch, until they touched her palm. Then, Xianxia naturally held her hand. His palm was white and warm, as if there was an electric current that wrapped her hand. When Yifan's heartbeat gradually accelerated, and all her attention was focused on her left hand. Because of his action, her brain couldn't react. The first thought that came to her mind was, she was taken. She was late by a second. The two got into the car. When Yifan fastened her seatbelt, "Are we going back now?" Xianxia looked at his watch. "Let's go back after eating." When Yifan, "Okay." Xianxia started the car. "What do you want to eat?" When Yifan, "Anything is fine." Xianxia, "Let's find a shopping mall first." Hearing this word, When Yifan suddenly remembered Su Tian's words. She looked in Xianxia's direction and suggested hesitantly, "How about going to the new shopping mall in Tongxi district?" Xianxia didn't ask for the reason, he just nodded. When Yifan looked at him and calmly added, "We can also go on a date." After that, When Yifan looked out of the window, pretending that she didn't say anything. After a while, she heard a faint chuckle from Xianxia's end. The car ride was about half an hour. The shopping mall had been under construction for several years and was only recently officially opened. Because it wasn't located in the city center, and there wasn't much publicity, there weren't many people. It was close to lunchtime, and there weren't many people in the shopping mall. The sky was completely dark. The shopping mall had a total of 6 floors. Looking from the outside, you could see a large Ferris wheel on the top floor. It emitted colorful lights and changed colors from time to time. This was the first Ferris wheel in Nanwu, and it would probably become a gimmick to attract people in this shopping mall. When Yifan stared at it. She had never ridden on this kind of amusement ride before. Just when she was thinking if Xianxia would be willing to ride on this thing, her hand was held by Xianxia again. Her attention was also interrupted. Xianxia tilted his head, his expression was normal. "What do you want to eat?" When Yifan paused, she felt her heart beating faster. She lowered her eyes and gently held his hand. Then, she felt that he seemed to be using more strength. After a while, When Yifan replied softly, "Let's eat something light." Xianxia's lips curled up slightly, he held her hand and walked forward, "Okay." Finally, the two of them chose a home-cooked restaurant on the second floor of the shopping mall. Xianxia pushed the menu to her and said casually, "What do you want to eat?" When Yifan took it and flipped a few pages, "What about you?" "Anything is fine." "Don't you have a lot of food?" When Yifan inexplicably recalled what Xianxia said when she wanted to treat him to a meal to return the favor. She held the pen and asked, "Do you have a lot of taboos?" Xianxia said leisurely, "Oh, not anymore." When Yifan raised her head and looked at him. She wanted to ask why he pretended not to know her when they first met at overtime. But after thinking about it, she could roughly guess the reason. The two of them had been living together for a year. When Yifan ordered a few dishes according to Xianxia's preferences and handed the menu back to him. Xianxia glanced at it, then raised his eyes and looked at When Yifan. His eyebrows were slightly raised. Soon, he took a pen and made 2 strokes. Then, he raised his hand and called the waiter. The first dish that was served was not ordered by When Yifan, but it was something that she liked to eat. When Yifan blinked her eyes. After the meal, the two of them were not in a hurry to go back. They just held hands, chatted casually, and strolled around the mall. They strolled floor by floor and continued to go up after they finished this floor. Unknowingly, they climbed to the top floor. When they opened the glass door on the top floor, there was a large open-air platform. It was as if the door separated 2 worlds. It was very different from the floors downstairs. There were obviously a lot more people on the top floor. It was bustling as if everyone was attracted by the Ferris wheel. At this time, the queue in front of the ticket office was very long. It had reached the end of the queue and even made a turn. Upon seeing this, When Yifan couldn't help but ask, "Should we go for a ride too?" Xianxia responded and walked over while holding her hand. Although the queue was long, the ticket seller was very efficient. It didn't take long before it was their turn. After buying the tickets, the two of them walked to the ticket counter and handed their tickets to the staff. They entered a small cabin one after another. When the door was closed, When Yifan remembered to ask, "Are you afraid of heights?" Xianxia said casually, "There's no such word in my dictionary." When Yifan, "Aren't you afraid of ghosts?" Xianxia seemed to have thought of something when he heard this and laughed inexplicably. Then, he leaned back on the chair and slowly corrected himself, "Yes, I mean, there's no such word as afraid of heights." The Ferris wheel moved slowly. In the narrow space, there was a love song playing. As the Ferris wheel rose, there was a clicking sound. The people below gradually shrank, and the scenery in the distance became wider. They could see the entire city in their field of vision. The two of them sat opposite each other, chatting casually. When they were about to rise to the top, "I feel that this base," when Yifan lowered her head and said to herself, "if it's transparent, will it be more attractive?" As she said this, she raised her head and happened to meet Xianxia's dark eyes. When Yifan then noticed that he didn't know when he stopped talking. It seemed like the mood was right, and the love song in her ears also became a catalyst. Xianxia's Adam's apple moved slightly. He lowered his eyes and moved closer to her. His movements seemed to be slowed down by the two of them in the enclosed space. As he moved down, the face of the man in front of her became more and more clear, with very obvious hints and signs. When Yifan's "what's wrong" was suddenly stuck in her throat. She subconsciously pinched the hem of her clothes and stared straight at him without blinking. She was waiting for him to come one step closer. But there was no follow-up development. At this time, Xianxia's phone rang. He paused. The atmosphere was also broken. Xianxia's lips straightened, and he seemed to be a little unhappy. He still stared at Wen Yifan's lips. After a while, he sat back, took out his phone and picked up the call. He directly pressed the speaker button. Wen Yifan glanced at the caller ID. It was Qian Fei. "Xianxian, I've thought about it." As soon as the call was connected, Qian Fei's voice came through. "I'm holding a banquet on the 8th day of the new year. What do you think? This is an auspicious day that I asked the master to pick. It's a day with the right time, the right place, and the right people. After listening to his analysis, I feel very satisfied." Without waiting for her to respond, Qian Fei added, "So, it's useless if you don't think it's good." Wen Yifan was still a little absent-minded. She touched the back of her ear and could still feel the shallow bulge from the previous wound. Her expression was also a little uncomfortable. She didn't know if it was her misunderstanding or Xianxian really had that kind of thought. "It's none of my business," Xianxian said impatiently. "Is there something wrong with you? Why don't you discuss this with your partner?" Xianxian said, "Why are you discussing it with me? Qian Fei, aren't you the only one who has nothing to do?" It seemed that Xianxian didn't want to talk to him at all. He suddenly glanced at Wen Yifan and handed the phone to her. "Hang up for me." Wen Yifan was a little confused why he couldn't hang up by himself, but she still took the phone. Qian Fei immediately said, "What do you mean hang up?" As soon as he said that, he immediately reacted, "Damn, you want to hang up my phone? Are you human? Also, who is next to you? Who dares to hang up Brother Qian's phone?" When Yifan didn't dare to move, "Are you still hanging up?" Qian Fei suddenly stopped talking. As if he had achieved his goal, Xianxian smiled and said calmly, "I'm hanging up." After the phone call was hung up, Qian Fei didn't call again. The cabin was quiet for a while. When Yifan thought about Qian Fei and gradually remembered a chubby man in her memory. Thinking of this, she asked, "Is Qian Fei getting married?" Xianxian replied casually, "He proposed on New Year's Eve. After it was done, he took me out for a drink on New Year's Day." When Yifan's attention was suddenly diverted, "Did you drink too much?" Xianxian, "A little." When Yifan, "Then are you going to work overtime to drink?" Hearing that, Xianxian looked at her and smiled, "Are you checking up on me?" When Yifan wanted to explain. Xianxian said again, "Don't worry, there are no other men around me." But, Xianxian added leisurely, "I'm not sure if these people are interested in me." The Ferris wheel took about 15 minutes to complete one round. They arrived in the blink of an eye. Both of them got off the Ferris wheel. When Yifan pulled him forward. Her thoughts were still on Xianxian's sudden approach before she was interrupted by the phone call. She looked forward and rubbed her face with her palms. She looked at Xianxian from the side. He was expressionless and seemed to be completely unaffected. What happened just now? It seemed to be Wen Yifan's illusion. Wen Yifan forced herself to calm down and took out her phone to look at the time. It was just past 9 o'clock, I should still be able to watch a movie. Thinking of this, she opened her phone again to see what movies were on recently. Both of them walked forward in silence. When passing by a couple next door, Wen Yifan suddenly heard the girl say, "I heard that the couple who kissed at the top of the Ferris wheel will be together forever." Let's kiss later. The boy was amused, but he complained, where did you hear that? Childish. When Yifan shifted her gaze away from the screen and looked at the couple. She had never heard of such a rumor, but this reminded her of the scene just now. When Yifan's cheeks were burning again. She turned her head and was thinking if she should mention this to Xianxia. She saw him looking at the couple thoughtfully. After a few seconds, Xianxia looked away and met her eyes. Let's go. His reaction obviously showed that he didn't take the couple's words seriously. When Yifan nodded. She couldn't tell if she was disappointed or relieved. She handed the phone to him and suggested with a smile, then let's go watch the electricity now. She didn't finish her sentence. Xianxia lazily raised his chin and said straightforwardly, sit again. When Yifan didn't know if he was joking or serious. She stopped as if she didn't hear it clearly, and her reaction was a bit slow. What? They had already walked for a while. Xianxia pulled her and walked towards the ticket office, Ferris wheel. This sudden action immediately reminded Wen Yifan of the rumor that the couple mentioned just now. She was a little embarrassed, but she still forced herself to ask, did you hear that? Xianxia looked at her and said casually, hear what? They were going to ride the Ferris wheel again later. So, at this moment, Wen Yifan's idea of mentioning this rumor to Xianxia had completely disappeared. She gently pursed her lips and felt that if she mentioned it again, the meaning would be completely different. It would be like a hint. Nothing. The rush hour had passed, and the queue in front of the ticket office was not as long as before. Both of them were very good-looking and easily recognizable. They were the kind of faces that could be remembered at a glance. So, when it was their turn, the ticket seller recognized them at a glance. He looked a little surprised, are you going to ride again? When Yifan nodded and smiled, I forgot to take a picture just now. They went into the cabin again. When Yifan was still the first one to go up. She subconsciously sat in the direction where she was sitting just now. But this time, Xianxia didn't sit opposite her. It seemed like he naturally sat next to her. When Yifan looked at him, and the scene appeared in her mind again. When Yifan began to feel nervous as soon as she got on the Ferris wheel. She was worried about something that might not happen. The feeling of riding the Ferris wheel this time was completely different from the first time. Previously, when Yifan felt that it was strange. She only cared about the surrounding night view and talking to Xianxia in front of her. Other than that, she didn't have any other thoughts and didn't know that she could have other thoughts. The cabin was also much quieter than the first time. Xianxia suddenly said, Wen Shuangjiang. When Yifan hadn't heard Xianxia call her that for many years. But since the two of them got together, he changed the way he addressed her, and she didn't feel uncomfortable at all. He just felt that she seemed to really like this name. Xianxia asked, not a picture? When Yifan then remembered what she said to the staff just now. She didn't explain. Her mind was occupied by the rumor and she didn't have the energy to think about anything else. She did whatever he told her to do. The next moment. When Yifan took out her phone from her pocket and took a few photos of the night view outside. Xianxia felt that her behavior was extremely strange. Where are you hitting? Hearing this, when Yifan stopped what she was doing and turned around. The two of them looked at each other. Staring at Xianxia's face, when Yifan hesitated for 3 seconds and took a picture of him. Seeing his expressionless face, when Yifan took a few more pictures. Then, she looked at the effect on her own. The man sat lazily and looked at the camera. Behind him, there were thousands of lights. His face was half dark and half bright under the light. The outline of his face wasn't very clear, but it couldn't hide his handsome facial features, which were extremely good-looking. When Yifan reluctantly picked out a fault. It was just that he looked a little too arrogant. It was as if it was going to break free from the screen in the next second and fight to the death. When Yifan suggested, why don't you smile? You have a dimple when you smile. When Yifan pointed at the corner of his lips and praised him, it's quite nice. What dimple? I don't have that. Xianxia took out his phone from his pocket and turned on the selfie mode as if he didn't expect her to do it. Come closer. When Yifan finally realized what he meant by taking a picture. She immediately moved closer to him and looked up. She happened to see herself on the screen. Sang Yan spat out another word, smile. Wen Yifan obediently smiled. Sang Yan casually pressed the photo button a few times and put down his phone. He didn't even look at the photos. Wen Yifan looked at him and whispered, I want to see the photos. Later. Sang Yan glanced outside and suddenly said, aren't we almost at the peak? Wen Yifan subconsciously looked outside when she heard this. The skyscraper was built on the 6th floor and had its own height. She felt like she was floating in the air when she looked down. The uneasiness that she didn't have before also surged into her heart at this moment because of the high altitude. Wen Yifan retracted her gaze and licked her lower lip. She was so nervous that she didn't know where to put her hands and feet, but she still pretended to be calm and said with certainty, you heard it. Sang Yan admitted, yes. Wen Yifan didn't know what to say. She didn't know if other couples would have an advance notice before they kissed. But she felt that there shouldn't be. Because this kind of emotion was too unbearable. It was as if she was hoping that the moment would come sooner every second, but it was dragged out. She was at a loss. She didn't know how to deal with it when it really came. Wen Yifan could only speak to ease her emotions. Do you still believe in this rumor? Sang Yan smiled, of course not. Wen Yifan was stunned. It seemed meaningless for them to come up again if they didn't believe it. As he spoke, Sang Yan slowly approached her. But. Wen Yifan stood still and stared at his black eyes that seemed to be dyed by the starry sky. Her eyes couldn't hold anything else. The helplessness that had been pressing on her rose to the top at this moment and seemed to dissipate. As the distance between them got closer, Sang Yan's voice became softer and softer, with a hint of affection. I believe in myself. They would be together for a lifetime. As long as she took the first step, he believed that he could make it come true. It happened to be at the top of the Ferris wheel. This rumor, after saying that, Sang Yan's body pressed down on her. He raised his hand and lowered the back of her head. His hot lips covered her along with his breath. Wen Yifan even forgot to close her eyes. She only remembered to stare at the man in front of her who occupied her field of vision. There were only two people in the small world. Above, the sky was dotted with stars, below, the sky was brightly lit. It seemed that it only took a few seconds. Sang Yan's eyes were dark. He stared at her eyes and finished his words in a hoarse voice. It's for you to believe. It was almost 11 o'clock when they got home. They had to work the next day. Wen Yifan didn't stay in the living room for long before Sang Yan urged her to go to bed. She responded and told him to go to bed early. Then she went back to her room. After washing up, she went back to bed. Wen Yifan got under the covers and hugged the pillow in her arms. Just at this moment, the phone on the bedside table rang. She reached for the phone and lit up the screen. It was a message from Sang Yan. Sang Yan, picture, Sang Yan, sleep after reading. The picture he sent was a photo of the two of them on the Ferris wheel. She looked at herself with a gentle smile and the corners of her eyes slightly curved. Sang Yan's expression was very indifferent. Only the corners of his lips were slightly raised, and he still looked very cool. Their temperaments were completely different, but they seemed to be unusually harmonious. Wen Yifan curled her lips and stared at it for a long time before she saved it and set it as a lock screen. She stopped playing with her phone. She lay back and stared at the dark sky. Suddenly, she touched her lips with the pad of her finger. She thought of the kiss on the Ferris wheel again. It was just a light touch, but there seemed to be remnants of Sang Yan's breath. Wen Yifan started to blush again. It made her feel a little stuffy in the room on such a cold day. All of her thoughts were occupied by Sang Yan. She laughed to herself, and an inexplicable thought appeared in her mind. There will always be such a person. He will make you feel. It turns out that adults can also believe in fairy tales. During this period of time before the new year, there were many things happening in the station. After working overtime for 2 weeks, Wen Yifan was only able to get 1 day off. It was still a working day. Sang Yan had to work. Fortunately, she didn't want to do anything and just laid at home for most of the day. Wen Yifan was too lazy to eat. She played with her phone for a while and then went to sleep. When she woke up, she played with her phone again. She never left the bed. When Sang Yan was about to get off work, she struggled to get up and went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. There were a lot of fresh vegetables in the fridge. After getting up, Wen Yifan didn't continue to be lazy. She leisurely made 3 dishes and a soup. When the last dish was placed on the dining table, there was movement at the entrance. Sang Yan put the car key aside and looked in her direction. Soon, his gaze moved down and swept around the dining table. He raised his eyebrows slightly, changed into slippers, and walked over. The two of them had always been like this. It was the same before they got together. Usually, whoever was free would cook. There was no such thing as taking turns. Wen Yifan was too lazy to cook because she was alone before. However, she was quite enthusiastic to cook when someone was eating with her. Sang Yan took off his jacket and rubbed her head. Wen Yifan's hair was messed up by him, but she was too lazy to fix it. She poured herself a bowl of soup and sipped it. She asked, "Are you tired today?" "I'm fine." Sang Yan sat down next to her. "Why?" "Let's watch a movie at home later." Wen Yifan suggested, "My colleague recommended me a suspense movie. It seems to be quite good." Sang Yan lifted his eyelids and stared at her gray eyes. "You're sleepy, you should go to bed early." He glanced at the time and said bluntly, "One more day won't make a difference." Wen Yifan looked up. Sang Yan said lazily, "I can watch it with you any day." "I'm not sleepy, I've slept for a day." Wen Yifan drank the rest of the soup slowly and glanced at him. "So, we'll watch it later? Then I'll ask my colleague to recommend a few more movies to me another day." "Wen Yifan, we'll watch it next time." Sang Yan stared at her and suddenly smiled. He slightly dragged the last syllable and said in a frivolous manner, "Wen Shuangjiang, is your main purpose on the movie or on me?" Wen Yifan looked at him and answered honestly, "You." Sang Yan's expression was slightly stunned. Wen Yifan lowered her head and continued to eat. She added softly, "I want to watch it with you." After dinner, Wen Yifan went to the living room and looked for the movie recommended by Fu Zhuang with the remote control. She finally found the internet TV that was used at home. Sang Yan also cleaned up the table and came out. He sat next to Wen Yifan. Wen Yifan pressed the start button and took a sip of water from the coffee table. There was still a period of commercials. Wen Yifan picked up the phone that she had put aside. She noticed that there were a lot of unread messages on WeChat. She opened it and glanced at it casually. She happened to open the chat window with Xianxia. A series of messages came in. "I give up. Your dad's relatives are too shameless. They've been staying at my house for a week. They're still not leaving. Do they want to stay for a long time? No matter what, you're closer to them, right? Can't you take them away quickly? Auntie, you're still asking me for money? What does it have to do with us if her son wants to buy a house?" The messages on the other end were still coming in one after another, as if they were using her as a tree hole to vent their frustrations. Wen Yifan stared at it for a few seconds, and her good mood dissipated in an instant. At this moment, Sang Yan suddenly spoke and interrupted her attention. "Who are you talking to?" She turned off the phone and looked up. "Pay attention if you want to watch a movie with me," Sang Yan said slowly, "okay?" The phone was still vibrating. Wen Yifan suppressed her emotions and held the phone in her hand. "Got it, I won't look at my phone anymore." Sang Yan's smile faded. "Why do you look like this all of a sudden?" "Nothing." Wen Yifan adjusted her emotions and smiled. "Let's watch the movie." Sang Yan noticed that she didn't want to talk about it, so he just stared at her and didn't continue to ask. The movie began. While Sang Yan went to the fridge to get some fruits, Wen Yifan took a look at her phone again. Zhang Kejiao's messages were still a long list. The long white bubbles occupied the entire interface, and they were all complaining. After these negative words were said, there was a very abrupt sentence at the bottom. "Mom asked me to ask you, are you coming back for Chinese New Year this year?" Wen Yifan didn't scroll up. After adding Zhang Kejia on WeChat, she didn't say anything else, so Wen Yifan felt that it didn't affect her in the list and forgot to delete her. At this moment, she didn't even bother to reply and directly blacklisted the other party. Sang Yan put the freshly washed apple in her hand. As if he thought of something, he casually asked, "When are you going on holiday?" Wen Yifan, Sang Yan, Chinese New Year. From the first day of Chinese New Year to the third day of Chinese New Year, when Yifan said, I have to work overtime if there's an emergency. Are you going home? When Yifan was silent for a while, I don't think so. Oh, then let me calculate. Calculate what? Calculate. Sang Yan tilted his head and looked at her casually, when will I come back to see you? This reminded Wen Yifan of last year when Sang Yan said that he didn't go home to sleep for the whole New Year because of his relatives. She moved her lips, but she couldn't say anything. After a long time, she finally said, I don't have the concept of holidays. You should just stay with your family. It's tiring to visit relatives, Sang Yan said with a smile. Do I look like a person who likes to celebrate festivals? Wen Yifan didn't know what to say. She took a bite of the apple and continued to watch the movie. However, his mind wasn't on it at all. Wen Yifan didn't know how to describe her current mood when she thought about Zhang Kejia's message and how Sang Yan could instantly sense her emotions. Those terrible emotions seemed to be replaced by something else. It wasn't bad. It made Wen Yifan a little depressed. Part of it was because of the mess at home. But more importantly, it was because of Sang Yan and the way he had been doing things. Even though Sang Yan didn't know why she wasn't coming home during the New Year, he didn't ask. Perhaps he was afraid that this would be an embarrassing topic for her, so he just went along with her and directly came over to accompany her. However, she had always avoided talking about these things. When faced with such a situation, the only reaction was to escape. He didn't want to mention it at all. He wanted to know, but she didn't want to talk about it. Then he would pretend that he didn't want to know. When Yifan made up her mind and suddenly shouted, Sang Yan. Sang Yan's eyes were on the TV, and he answered casually, It was Zhang Kejia who just sent me a message. When Yifan also looked at the TV and pretended to be casual. She said that my mom asked me if I wanted to go back for Chinese New Year this year. But I don't have a good relationship with my stepfather. When Yifan paused for a moment and continued, not long after my father passed away, my mother remarried. Sang Yan immediately looked at her, and the playful smile on his face gradually disappeared. When did it happen? When Yifan was quiet for a few seconds and said honestly, I'm in the second semester of senior high. That's right. When Yifan sounded a little embarrassed, I was called out by the teacher in the middle of the class. His memory was pulled out in an instant, and he returned to the afternoon of the new semester. When Yifan remembered that it was an extremely cold winter. The windows in the classroom were tightly shut, and the air was not circulating, but there was still a cold breeze blowing in from an unknown place. Her fingers were frozen stiff, and the words she wrote were different from usual. When Yifan listened to the hypnotic words of the math teacher and felt a little drowsy. At this moment, Zhang Wenhong suddenly appeared at the door. She was holding a mobile phone in her hand, and her expression was a little hurried and flustered. She interrupted the teacher's lecture. Sorry, Ms. Chen. The math teacher, what's wrong? Something's up. Zhang Wenhong looked at Wen Yifan. Yifan, come out for a second. For some reason, Wen Yifan had a bad feeling the moment she saw Zhang Wenhong. It was as if God was compassionate and gave her a buffer before something big happened. But she only thought it was a small matter. She felt that she would at most be reprimanded or her parents would be called over. She felt that what would happen next would just be a major event that was like the sky falling down, something that she often experienced at that age. The surrounding students immediately looked at Wen Yifan. Even Sang Yan, who was lying on the table, sat up slightly. Wen Yifan immediately sobered up and was a little confused. She put down the pen in her hand and walked towards Zhang Wenhong. Zhang Wenhong pulled her aside and talked to her. Zhang Wenhong's tone was gentler than ever, as if she was afraid of provoking her. The sympathy in her words was obvious. Go and pack your things, your mother just called me and said that she will come to pick you up now. Wen Yifan was stunned. What's wrong? Your father. Zhang Wenhong finished her sentence with difficulty. His condition is not very good. At that moment, Wen Yifan felt like she was dreaming. These words came without any warning, and her mind went blank. She only felt that it was a fantasy story, as if she had heard some incomprehensible words. But she didn't dare to refute the teacher's words. She clearly felt that her whole body was trembling. Wen Yifan returned to the classroom with a blank expression. She stood in her seat and directly pulled out her school bag from the drawer. Swoosh. The things inside were moved by her strength and spilled onto the ground. The math teacher stopped talking again and frowned. What's wrong? When Yifan turned her head sluggishly and came back to her senses, nothing. I'm sorry, teacher. After saying that, When Yifan slowly picked up the things on the ground, and the students sitting next to her also squatted down to help. She whispered, "Thank you," and stood up. When Yifan carried her school bag and was ready to leave. Before leaving, she inexplicably looked in the direction of Xianxia. He was still sitting in the same place, his expression unclear, and his eyes were on her. Their eyes met. When Yifan pressed her lower lip hard and turned to leave the classroom. She held the leave slip given by Zhang Wenhong in her hand and walked quickly in the direction of the school gate, her mind full of what Zhang Wenhong had just said. Your father's condition is not very good. Condition. Not very good. What did that mean? Why was her father's condition not good? Her father was obviously fine. Some time ago, he told her that he would go home after a period of time. After handing the leave slip to the security guard, When Yifan went out of the school and took out her mobile phone from her school bag. She turned it on, as if she wanted to confirm the result, and immediately called Zhao Yuandong. After a while, the other end of the line picked up. Zhao Yuandong's voice was sobbing, obviously he had just cried, "Jiang," at this moment. When Yifan finally believed what Zhang Wenhong had said. Her lips moved, but it seemed like something was stuck in her throat, and she couldn't say a word. She didn't want to listen to Zhao Yuandong's words. I asked your uncle to pick you up, but it will take him some time to get there. Zhao Yuandong managed to steady his voice and finish the sentence. You can directly take a taxi to the city hospital, your aunt will go down and pick you up. When Yifan replied softly, okay. When Yifan hung up the phone and walked to the bus stop next to the school. Nanwen No. 1 Middle School was a closed education system. The school's geographical location was also remote, and it seemed that there were few people nearby. When Yifan waited for a few minutes, but she didn't see a taxi coming. Coincidentally, a bus came. When Yifan didn't wait any longer, and directly got on the bus. At this time, there was no one else on the bus except her and the driver. When Yifan walked in the direction of the back of the bus, feeling extremely empty inside, and the world was about to collapse. The bus started. It drove forward for a few seconds, and then suddenly stopped. When Yifan sat in her seat, and her body leaned forward due to inertia. She looked up and saw the front door of the bus open. The young man climbed on the bus, thanked the driver, and walked towards her while panting slightly. When Yifan said, "Why did you come out?" "I suddenly don't want to go to class." Xianxia sat next to her and said casually, "I want to experience what it feels like to skip class." If it was any other time, When Yifan might have said a few more words to him. But at this moment, she wasn't in the mood to joke. She just twitched the corner of her lips, and then lowered her eyes. Strangely enough, tears seemed to follow his arrival and flow down her cheeks. After a few seconds, Xianxia asked in a low voice, "What's wrong?" When Yifan looked at him again, and wanted to shake her head. But at this time, her tears fell down uncontrollably. Drop by drop, it heavily smashed down. When Yifan felt embarrassed and immediately turned her head. She tried her best to hold back her tears, and her body began to tremble. She was extremely conflicted. She felt that the journey was extremely long, but she hoped that she would never reach the end. She couldn't see Xianxia's expression behind her. She just felt that the world that she was in had completely collapsed at this moment. But the next moment, when Yifan's breath was occupied by the sandalwood fragrance on the young man's body, her body froze, and she slightly raised her eyelids. Her vision was covered by the young man's blue and white striped school uniform. Her eyes were still filled with tears, and they fell silently. Through the coat, she could hear Xianxia's voice. It was so soft that it was inaudible, and it seemed to be comforting. "I can't see it like this." When Yifan remembered that it was very cold that day, and the sky was gloomy. It was covered by large clouds, as if it would press down on the ground in the next second. It was the afternoon, but there was no trace of sunlight. She was still looking sideways, looking out of the window. Her body was stained by the residual warmth of the young man's clothes. That was the only thing that Wen Yifan could feel at that moment. Wen Yifan maintained her original posture, and she was motionless. After a long time, she raised her hand and pinched the corner of the coat. Her strength gradually increased, and her back slowly relaxed. All of her patience disappeared in an instant with this move of hers. Wen Yifan's tears seemed to be endless, and her throat couldn't help but choke. Xianxia, who was next door, was quiet and didn't say a word. Silent companionship. It was just a way to tell her that he was next to her. Wen Yifan barely controlled her emotions when she arrived at the station. She rarely cried, but her eyes were a little painful from crying. She wiped her tears with her sleeve, then she took off Xianxia's coat and turned her head. Xianxia also looked over when he noticed her movement. Both of them looked at each other. Wen Yifan silently retracted her eyes and used her hair to block his line of sight. Silence. Wen Yifan stood up after the bus announced the stop. Xianxia, who was sitting outside, gave her a seat and let her get off first. He didn't seem to know what to say, so he just followed behind her. He was more silent than ever before. After getting off the bus, the chill came again, and it lingered around her. Wen Yifan was afraid that Xianxia would catch a cold, so she handed the coat back to him and said with a nasal voice, "It's very cold, put it on." Xianxia took it, "Okay." Wen Yifan knew that he ran out because of her, so she sniffed and said, "You should go back to school. Don't skip class, the teacher will be angry. You'll have to call your parents again. I'll just take a taxi, and my mom will come to pick me up." Xianxia was silent for a few seconds and replied, "Okay." After a while, Wen Yifan looked up at him and said seriously, "Thank you. Thank you for coming. You gave me the strength to support myself. At least, you made me feel that the journey here wasn't as difficult as I imagined." This bus couldn't go directly to the city hospital, so Wen Yifan could only sit at this station and take a taxi. A taxi happened to come, and Xianxia stopped it for her without saying a word. Then, he tilted his head and said in a low voice, "Wen Shuangjiang, I don't know what happened to you." She didn't know what to say. He was afraid that he would say the wrong thing, afraid that he would poke at her scars, afraid that any comfort would be counterproductive. Therefore, he would rather not say anything. "I'm not a talkative person." Xianxia bent down and stared into her eyes. He finished his sentence solemnly, "But no matter what, I will always be with you." At that young and frivolous age, most people spoke on impulse, they wouldn't think too much, and they wouldn't think about whether they could do it or not. When he grew older, perhaps he would forget about it as a gossip, or perhaps he would treat it as a dispensable past that could not be realized. Even Wen Yifan at that time felt that Xianxia's words were just a comfort. It was just a casual comforting remark. But after a long time, Wen Yifan found out. It wasn't like that. Xianxia always kept his promises. As long as he said it. No matter what obstacles there were, no matter how difficult it was, he would do his best to realize it. Wen Yifan gradually recovered from her thoughts. She continued to bite the apple and glanced at Xianxia. After listening to her, he slightly lowered his eyes. From this angle, he looked a little dark under the light. Wen Yifan was afraid that such a heavy topic would make him feel at a loss, so she added. "It was a long time ago." Xianxia seemed to come back to his senses. He turned his head to look at her. Wen Yifan blinked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." She just felt lucky. At that time, she chose to skip school. Xianxia looked down and asked casually, "Then you and your mother moved to your stepfather's place?" "Yes, but we didn't get along well. Wen Yifan skipped some of the details, so we moved to my grandmother's place." "Is she good to you?" Wen Yifan didn't react. "Huh? Your grandmother?" Xianxia repeated, "Is she good to you?" Wen Yifan was stunned. She smiled, "She's good to me. She loves my father a lot, so she loves me a lot too." After she finished, Xianxia looked at her. He seemed to be relieved. "What's wrong with your stepsister?" "Huh? She looks like," Xianxia snorted, "she looks like she's close to you." "No, she's like that. That's her character, she's always been spoiled by her father." Xianxia was probably referring to Xianxia's random arrangement of drinks for her. When Yifan explained, "She's used to it. She uses the best and never makes do with what she doesn't like. She needs someone else to help her with the things she doesn't like." She's just a little girl who was spoiled since she was young. When Yifan could understand, she spoke calmly and gently, her father loves her a lot, plus I'm a few years older than her, so I usually give in to my sister. Give in to your sister? Xianxia laughed, what kind of rule is that? When Yifan thought of how she treated Xianxia when she mentioned this. Without waiting for her to respond, Xianxia suddenly leaned back against the back of the sofa. At the same time, he grabbed her arm and pulled her into his arms. When Yifan was caught off guard and fell on top of him. Then, he used all his strength and hugged her from the back of her waist, lifting her whole body onto his body. After that, he didn't do anything else, he just quietly hugged her. This posture was ambiguous and intimate. When Yifan was a little nervous as soon as she got close to him, she looked down at him, what's wrong? Xianxia was very straightforward, hug me. Where did all the food you ate go? Your bones are hurting me. Xianxia reached out and pinched the flesh on her arm, he felt that it was a big project, when can you gain some weight? When Yifan immediately said, my friend said I'm fat. Xianxia raised his eyebrows, who? Deliberately making things difficult for you? When Yifan's lips straightened, she couldn't hold back her laughter, is there something wrong with you? He wanted her to gain some weight. She started to pick on others when others said she was fat. Xianxia looked at her and smiled, he raised his eyebrows slightly, why are you still attacking me? When Yifan was still smiling. The living room wasn't quiet, in addition to their conversation, there was also the background sound of the movie. It sounded intense and shocking, but no one cared about it anymore. After a long while, Xianxia touched the corner of her eye and suddenly called her, Wen Shuangjiang. Don't use the bullshit your stepsister said and those idiotic standards on me, do you understand? Xianxia's eyes were pitch black as he said slowly, do you think I bought everything in this house randomly? When Yifan was stunned, her lips moved. Everything was picked out for you. But if you don't like it, just leave it. There. Xianxia's tone was very calm, but there seemed to be a little displeasure, and what do you mean by your stepsister is used to it? With your taste in choosing a partner, Xianxia stared at her, suddenly kissed the corner of her lips, and said arrogantly, you should use the best for everything, understand? After the movie, they returned to the room. When Yifan recalled the content just now, she felt that the movie was like nothing, she couldn't remember much of the plot. She suddenly realized that she was not suitable to watch a movie with Xianxia. As long as he was there. It seemed that her attention could only be focused on him, such a normal thing like watching a movie would become a problem of the century. It was like this every time. When Yifan pursed her lips, her body still seemed to be stained with Xianxia's scent, as if that hug was just a second ago. She recalled the scene of her sitting on Xianxia, her face became less. She calmed her breathing, and decided to take a shower to calm down. In the bathroom, when Yifan took off her clothes, and turned on the shower. Gradually, when Yifan's thoughts emptied, and she recalled the words that Xianxia sent her. At this moment, she only remembered one word. When Xianxia complained, she said them. So it meant that this time, it wasn't just Che Yanqin who came. Maybe there was Su Liangxian and Wen Ming, and... Thinking of this, when Yifan remembered the middle-aged man she met at Beiyou Hospital. It was Che Xinda. Che Yanqin's brother. Perhaps he came along as well. Although when Yifan didn't want to care about these things, every time she thought of these people, her mood would be affected uncontrollably. But miraculously, at this moment, when she thought about it, she only felt that there were no ripples. Even if there was an impact, it was only a little. It was so light that it could be ignored. All her emotions were occupied by another person's extremely domineering nature. There was no space left for anything else. When Yifan suddenly touched the corner of her lips. It seemed that as long as he was there, then all her bad mood would disappear without a trace. This year's spring festival came later than usual. One night near New Year's Eve, when Yifan made an appointment with Xianxia to have dinner together. Xianxia had already started her vacation. She happened to be in Xiangyang today, so she came to see her. After work, when Yifan met with Xianxia downstairs. Come to think of it, the two of them had not seen each other for almost 2 months. Because half of the winter had passed, Xianxia's skin was whiter than before. She had her hair cut short and had a small curl at the end. She seemed to be in a good mood. The two of them chose a nearby hot pot restaurant. When Yifan used the boiling water to heat the chopsticks and bowls, her thoughts drifting. He gradually recalled the time when Xianxia had just returned to the country and the meal they had together. At that time, Xianxia casually said that when Yifan would be scalded by boiling water if she heated the bowl, so they didn't dare to let her touch the boiling water. Xianxia seemed to have heard those words. At this time, Xianxia mentioned, "By the way, you rejected Xianxia in high school. Will he bring up the past with you now?" When Yifan came back to her senses, he didn't mention it anymore. Doesn't he mind? When Yifan shook her head. I don't know. He shouldn't be such a petty person. I'm quite curious. After you got together with Xianxia, is he still the same as before? Zhong Xiqiao asked. He's always scowling and arrogant. He didn't have a sour face. It was indeed a tug, but it seemed a little gentler. When Yifan gave a standard answer, it's almost the same as before. Ah? Zhong Xiqiao was shocked. Then you should talk to him and control his bad temper. It's fine at first, but it'll be quite annoying after a while. He's just like that. When Yifan didn't want him to change. But he's good to me. Zhong Xiqiao breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. He's just like that. What he says is different from what he does. When Yifan recalled all kinds of things and said slowly, I didn't dare to think that way before, so I only felt that his behavior was like what he said. Whatever he says, I'll believe it. When Yifan said, so it's actually quite easy for me to get along with him. When Yifan had never met anyone who could treat her so well. His every move was extremely patient. Never overstep. It was as if he didn't want to cause her any discomfort. It had been so long, but it had never brought her any pressure. But he was able to silently invade every corner of her life. Zhong Xiqiao said, actually, when we were in high school, I felt that you treated him differently. That's right, there were quite a lot of guys chasing after you. To everyone else, you always have the same attitude. You're always indifferent. When Yifan looked up. Zhong Xiqiao continued, but you will lose your temper with Xianxia. Lose your temper. When Yifan immediately recalled the phone call she made to Xianxia for the second time after she was reported by her parents for puppy love. Her expression froze slightly. It's not that I lost my temper. It's just that my tone is a little emotional, Zhong Xiqiao said. I went to your class to look for you once and saw Xianxia sitting behind you. This is the first time I've seen you like this in front of another guy. I feel like you wouldn't even do that to Xianxia. When Yifan asked softly, what is it like? Zhong Xiqiao recalled that afternoon in her first year of high school. Xianxia sat behind Wen Yifan. The young man leaned against the back of the chair and was casually flipping through a book. He lowered his eyes and stretched his long legs forward. He placed them under Wen Yifan's chair and swayed a few times from time to time as if he was looking for a sense of existence in an extremely childish manner. After a few seconds, Wen Yifan turned around and said calmly, Xianxia, I'm doing a question. Xianxia stopped and raised his eyebrows, what? She stared at him and suddenly said, I'm going to change my seat if you continue to do this. Not long after, the young man slowly closed the book and retracted his legs. All right. Both of them looked at each other. Xianxia suddenly scratched his head and said, don't be angry, according to Zhong Xiqiao's understanding of Wen Yifan. If it was someone else who did this kind of thing, she would just silently pick up her things, change her seat, and return to class. She wouldn't turn around and talk to that person with emotions. Zhong Xiqiao felt that their relationship was quite cute when she thought about it. If you lose your temper with Xianxia now, will he still give in to you? When Yifan said honestly, I've never lost my temper with him. Zhong Xiqiao couldn't believe it. You two have been living together for almost a year, haven't you lost your temper with him? When Yifan nodded. Zhong Xiqiao was a little impressed. She felt that Wen Yifan was like a bodhisattva who could tolerate everything. Is Xianxia a very gentle person when you two are together in private? No, there's nothing that can make me angry. Wen Yifan smiled and whispered, besides, I just want to give in to him and treat him better. Zhong Xiqiao never thought that Wen Yifan would be in such a state when she was in a relationship. She didn't continue to talk about this and changed the topic with a smile. By the way, Dian Dian, you're quite fashionable. Ah? You're living with someone right after falling in love. Xianxia wasn't back yet when Wen Yifan arrived home. During this period, his company seemed to have taken on a big project. The whole team worked overtime for several days. Sometimes they even stayed up all night before coming back to sleep. Wen Yifan didn't dare to disturb him too much. After washing up, Xianxia still wasn't back when Wen Yifan was ready to go to bed. He only sent her a message, sleep early. Wen Yifan yawned sleepily and replied, when do you get off work? Xianxia, around 2 or 3 o'clock. Wen Yifan wanted to wait for him to come back, but she fell asleep while playing with her phone. When she regained consciousness, Wen Yifan was awakened by a phone call. She was instantly irritated when she woke up. She glanced at the caller ID in a daze and her face stiffened. Her arrogance instantly disappeared. Qian Weihua's deep voice came from the other end of the phone. His tone was concise and overbearing. 3 minutes, go downstairs. Wen Yifan tidied herself up as fast as she could and left the room. When she was about to walk to the porch to put on her shoes, she saw that Xianxia was already back. He was sitting on the sofa drinking a bottle of ice water. Seeing this, Xianxia looked over and stood up, working overtime again? Yes, how long have you been back? Wen Yifan didn't have time to say too much to him. She hurriedly reminded him while putting on her shoes, don't always drink ice water, it's not good for your stomach. I'm leaving, go to bed early. Xianxia walked to her side and gave her an umbrella, it's raining outside, be careful. Wen Yifan nodded and went straight out of the door after taking the umbrella. At this moment, Qian Weihua was already downstairs of her house. It was just past 3 o'clock in the morning. She didn't know when it started raining. The rain was dense and cold as if it was mixed with ice shards. Wen Yifan was too lazy to hold the umbrella for these few steps. When she sat in the front passenger seat, her body was inevitably covered with a layer of moisture. Wen Yifan greeted him. The two didn't say much and drove to the scene. It was a small drunk driving incident that didn't cause any casualties. The owner of the car crashed into the guardrail and half of the car fell into the pit at the maintenance site. When the two got out of the car, the owner of the car had just been rescued by the police. Qian Weihua took a video of the surrounding situation. Wen Yifan was about to talk to the traffic police for an interview when she suddenly noticed the owner of the car. Her expression froze and her gaze also stopped. It was Xianxia. They hadn't seen each other for many years. The last time she saw him was when she saw him from afar at the city hospital in Beiyou. They didn't even meet face to face, and she didn't take it to heart. Xianxia obviously drank a lot. He was drunk and half of his face was red. He held the shoulder of the traffic police next to him in a daze and kept muttering, I didn't drink. He was completely unconscious. The traffic police looked impatient. He directly grabbed him and pulled him into the car. Following this action, Xianxia looked around and fixed his gaze on Wen Yifan. Their eyes met for a brief moment. Xianxia's cloudy eyes became clearer. His eyes instantly lit up and he seemed to want to call out to her, but he was pulled into the car by the traffic police in the next second. Wen Yifan retracted her gaze and held her slightly trembling fingertips. According to what Xianxia said, Wen Yifan could roughly guess that Xianxia should have come to Nanwu with her uncle's family. However, that was a completely different situation from actually meeting him. Wen Yifan felt a little nauseous, maybe because of the lack of sleep and the fact that the food she ate last night had already been digested. She pursed her lips and forced herself to get rid of these emotions. She turned around and asked Qian Weihua, Teacher, the owner doesn't seem to be sober. Should we contact the traffic police now? Qian Weihua didn't notice Wen Yifan's emotions and nodded, okay, it's about time. We can prepare to return to the station after that. Wen Yifan, okay. After returning to the station, Wen Yifan edited the news and rushed to submit it for approval before the morning program was broadcasted. It was already dawn. She was tired and sleepy. Plus, she had nothing to do at the moment, so she went home directly. Qian Weihua also wanted to go back, so he gave her a ride. Wen Yifan opened the door quietly as she was afraid that she would wake Xianxia up. She inexplicably felt exceptionally cold. When she was about to pour a glass of warm water to drink, she noticed movement from the kitchen. Wen Yifan was stunned and walked towards the direction of the kitchen. Xianxia was standing in front of the counter washing his hands. He looked sleepy. The century egg and lean meat porridge was boiling on the induction cooker next to him. At this moment, the porridge was bubbling, and the aroma was blowing. Wen Yifan mumbled, "Why aren't you sleeping? Isn't it Saturday today?" "I'm sleeping now." Perhaps it was because he stayed up for a period of time. Xianxia's voice was a little hoarse. His eyelids drooped. "Drink the porridge before you sleep." Xianxia took a piece of tissue and wiped the water on his hands. He also observed Wen Yifan's expression. He slightly bent down and looked at her eye level. "What's wrong? Did something bad happen?" Wen Yifan didn't say anything and just stared at him. Wen Yifan couldn't control her emotions anymore after seeing Xingde in Nanwu. Her mood was pushed to the worst degree. Although nothing had happened, she still had a bad feeling about this. It was like the long-hidden hostility was about to be revealed again. Xianxia didn't continue to ask. He raised his hand and rubbed her head. His strength was as heavy as usual, but the meaning of comfort was strong. At this moment, Wen Yifan came back to her senses. She felt that the thick chill on her body seemed to be dispelled. She pursed her lips hard, leaned forward suddenly, and hugged him. Xianxia's movement paused for a moment. "What's wrong?" "I'm so tired." Wen Yifan whispered, "I don't want to move." Xianxia also raised his hand and hugged her back. He freed one hand, turned off the fire of the induction cooker, and said slowly, "So you won't be tired?" Wen Yifan smelled the familiar scent on his body and softly agreed. She wanted to be close to him. She wanted to hug him. She wanted to stay with him every day. If that was the case, she felt that there was something to look forward to every day. She didn't want to see those people again. She didn't want to see any of them. Wen Yifan gradually tightened her grip on him. She suddenly thought of Xianxia's words. "You will lose your temper with Xianxia." She remembered the hurt she had done to Xianxia in the past. Her lips moved, but she didn't say a word. It was something that she had never dared to mention again. She felt that Xianxia wouldn't mind. She was afraid that he would mind. She was afraid that his good impression of her would gradually fade. "Drink the porridge first. It's going to get cold," Xianxia suddenly said. His tone was slightly raised, but it didn't seem very serious. "You can hug me however you want later. You can even hug me to sleep." Wen Yifan looked up at him. "Xianxia. Xianxia, what's wrong?" "I won't be the same as before." "I won't. I'll be good to you. I won't hurt you anymore." "So can we always be like this? Can you always be with me?" Xianxia waited for a while. Seeing that she didn't speak, he didn't get impatient. His eyes were half closed, and he seemed to be very sleepy. "Just call me?" Wen Yifan stared at him, and her eyes were fixed on his lips. "No." Xianxia said again, then, before he could finish his words, Wen Yifan suddenly grabbed his clothes and pulled him towards her. Xianxia was caught off guard, and his whole body leaned down as she moved. But he didn't have any intention of resisting. Two people's eyes met. Wen Yifan swallowed her saliva and calmly gathered her courage. "I want to kiss you." Without waiting for his response, Wen Yifan tiptoed and kissed his lips. Her grip on his clothes gradually became stronger. She just retreated a little. The two people looked at each other for a few seconds. Wen Yifan held her breath and cleared her throat. "Then I'll go out first." Xianxia's eyes were gloomy. He suddenly grabbed her wrist and pulled her back. He got close to her eyes, and the bridge of his nose almost touched the tip of her nose. Their breaths were intertwined, but he stopped before taking a step closer. "Is this considered a kiss?" Wen Yifan looked up, and her mind was completely blank. His whole body leaned against the counter, and his tall body seemed to be able to suppress her whole body. He had a familiar and pleasant smell. The kitchen was so quiet that they could almost hear the sound of drizzle outside. "Wen Shuangjiang?" Xianxia asked softly. "This is not the first time we kissed." Xianxia smiled. "So, I'm not considered frivolous." Wen Yifan didn't understand what he said. "Huh? What do you think of my life? I was kissed and hugged by you early in the morning." Sang Yan raised his hand and caressed her cheek with his fingertips. Then, you didn't kiss me properly. When Shuangjiang, if you want to flirt with me, Sang Yan suddenly laughed, can you be more serious? When Yifan was a little embarrassed, but she felt that she had done a good job. What do you mean by serious? Hearing this, Sang Yan lowered his head and very patiently began to teach her step by step how to trap him. Look at me carefully. When Yifan obediently stared at his eyes. Sang Yan's voice was very soft, lean closer to me and talk. When Yifan leaned closer to him as if she was bewitched. Then? Sang Yan's breath was slightly heavy. He pinched her chin, and his strong possessiveness seemed to crush her. The next moment, he kissed her heavily. His voice was low and hoarse, accompanied by vague words. I took the bait. His lips were warm and seemed to carry an electric current as it covered her lips, moving over and over again. It was as if she wanted to restrain herself, but she was extremely eager and dissatisfied. It was different from the previous few kisses that were as light as dragonflies skimming the surface of water. Suddenly, Sang Yan pushed her chin down, opened her teeth with the tip of his tongue, and probed in. His hand moved and pressed against the back of her head, not giving her any room to retreat. Bit by bit, he fed the boiling hot air into her mouth. When Yifan was a little breathless. When Yifan opened her eyes and her mind was blank. She didn't know how to respond. She grabbed his clothes uncontrollably, as if she was looking for a point to cling to and use him as her support. At this moment, she could only give everything to him. He would guide her. Both of them had no extra experience. The kiss was immature, but it was rough and passionate. Her teeth accidentally bumped into her lips, bringing a slight tingling sensation that made the feeling more real. Sang Yan didn't restrain himself at all, as if he was stimulated, his actions became more presumptuous. The lust in his eyes was undisguised. She didn't know how long had passed. Sang Yan gently bit the tip of her tongue and then stopped. Their lips and teeth separated, but the distance between them was still not far. When Yifan's breathing became a little faster. She looked up and noticed that his usually pale lips were red as if they were congested. Further up, the man's eyes were full of emotions, obscure and unclear. It was as if he was going to transform into his original form in the next second and completely devour her. Sang Yan lowered his eyelids, raised his hand, and slowly rubbed the water stains on her lips with his fingertips. His movements were light and affectionate, as if he was seducing her. After a while, he asked in a hoarse voice, "Are you hungry?" Because of his sudden words, Wen Yifan subconsciously let out an ah. I can't do two things at the same time. So, do you want me to heat up some porridge for you first, or? Sang Yan paused and looked casual, kiss you for a while? It was already 10 minutes later when they left the kitchen. When Yifan didn't accompany him to heat up the porridge, she sat back on the sofa. She felt inexplicably thirsty, and she only stopped after drinking a whole glass of water. As soon as he relaxed, his memory was pulled back to the scene from 10 minutes ago. After listening to Sang Yan's words, Wen Yifan just quietly stared at him. Then, without a word, she hooked her arm around his neck and pressed him down. Thinking of this, Wen Yifan poured another glass of water and continued to drink. Her lips were hot and numb. The feeling was so deep that she couldn't ignore it, constantly reminding her of the kiss just now. The next moment, Sang Yan came out of the kitchen and called out lazily, "Come here." When Yifan quickly put down the cup, got up and walked to the dining table. Because the two of them were so intimate just now, she was still a little uncomfortable. At this moment, she did not dare to look at him. Sang Yan, go get the bowls. When Yifan obediently went to the kitchen and took 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks. When he returned to the dining table and saw Sang Yan's face, he happened to see that the corner of his lips was bitten and bleeding. When Yifan immediately lowered her eyes. Sang Yan did not seem to notice it at all. His cold and pale complexion made the blush even more striking. When Yifan couldn't help but reach out her hand and quickly rubbed the corner of his lips. Sang Yan looked at her, question mark. The mark faded a little. When Yifan retracted her gaze. She had the thought that if she erased it, it would not exist anymore. I got stained. It was quiet for a few seconds. Sang Yan pointed out, what can you get stained with? Where did I touch just now? Perhaps it was a psychological effect. When Yifan felt that her lips began to heat up again. She lowered her eyes and pretended to be calm. I accidentally got stained with the sauce. I dropped it. After she said this, when Yifan felt that her lips were also touched by him. She looked up. Xianxia smiled and leisurely explained, you got stained too. When Yifan suddenly understood what he meant by this. In an instant, she felt that the heat had spread to her cheeks and ears. She didn't know if it was because she drank too much water or something else, but when Yifan did not feel hungry at this moment. She only filled a small bowl with water. After she finished eating, she sat next to him and looked at the wound on the corner of his lips from time to time. She was sneaky. Xianxia did not notice anything because of her actions. When Yifan did not know what he would say when he saw the wound in the mirror. It was getting late. Xianxia urged, go to sleep after eating, you still have to go to work later. When Yifan wanted to spend more time with him as she hadn't sat down and talked to him for a few days. She nodded but did not show any signs of leaving. She supported her face with her hand and was still staring at him. The small wound was no longer bleeding, it did not look as obvious as before. When Yifan was not sure if there was a wound on her lips or not. She did not feel any pain. She could only remember that the strength he used to rub his loved ones was indeed heavy. It was similar to the way he rubbed a person's head. But it didn't hurt her very much either. After a while, Xianxia suddenly put down his chopsticks and leaned back. Hey, how long do you want to watch? When Yifan came back to her senses. Do you want to continue? Without waiting for her to answer, Xianxia pulled her into his arms again and kissed her lips lightly. He retreated a little and commented with a low voice, your kissing skills are terrible, it hurts. When Yifan opened her mouth, then I'm not. Xianxia interrupted her directly, practice more. The next moment, his lips and tongue covered her again and invaded her forcefully. As soon as she entered the room, when Yifan's first reaction was to go to the dressing table and look at herself in the mirror. Her lips were naturally red, but the color was darker and a little swollen. The marks of being ravaged were obvious. But it was not as serious as Xianxia's, his skin was broken. When Yifan pursed her lips, she felt that she was familiar from head to toe, and her whole body was filled with Xianxia's scent. She was completely awake and suddenly noticed the Valentine's Day gift she bought earlier. She put it on the bedside table. She opened the box and there were 2 bracelets of the same style inside. When Yifan blinked and slowly put on one of them. She thought that she had to go to work as soon as she woke up. Xianxia was probably still asleep when she went out, and she did not know if she should work overtime tonight. She pulled down her sleeves and hid the bracelet inside, then she got up and left the room. The living room was empty. Xianxia seemed to have returned to his room. When Yifan walked to the door of his room and knocked on the door hesitantly. Xianxia's voice immediately came, the door is unlocked. She twisted the doorknob, opened a small gap, and looked at Xianxia who was on the bed. He was still lying down, but he slightly tilted his head and looked at her, just come in next time. When Yifan closed the door and put the gift behind her back, I'm not afraid that you're changing your clothes or something. Xianxia was indifferent, so what? Before she could speak, Xianxia suddenly said in the next moment, you're pretty good. When Yifan raised her eyes, He slowly spat out 2 words, rough, violent. When Yifan instantly understood that he saw the wound on the corner of her lips. She subconsciously looked at his lips again. After thinking for a long time, she could only say, then I'll be gentler in the future. Xianxia looked at her and chuckled after a few seconds. When Yifan didn't intend to disturb him for too long as she thought that he only came back at 3 o'clock last night and she didn't know what time he woke up this morning to make porridge. She walked to the bed and sat down. She handed the bag in her hand to Xianxia, here you go. Xianxia sat up straight and raised his eyebrows, what is it? When Yifan said seriously, Valentine's Day gift. Oh. He smiled slightly and reached out to take it, can I see it now? Yes. Xianxia took out the box from the bag and opened the box. There was a red bracelet with a thin band and a snowflake-shaped pendant at the bottom. Xianxia took it out and looked at it for a while. Then, he looked at Wen Yifan and seemed a little amused. Why do you like to give me things that girls wear? It seemed to be true. Wen Yifan bit the bullet and said, "You won't be a girl if you wear it." Xianxia's eyes moved to the snowflake pendant. He deliberately asked, "What does the snowflake mean?" Wen Yifan blushed a little, but she still answered honestly, "Frost." Xianxian was in a good mood. He stretched out his hand in front of her. "Put it on for your partner." Wen Yifan did as she was told. During this time, the bracelet on Wen Yifan's wrist also fell out. Xianxian's eyelashes moved slightly. He grabbed her wrist without warning and pulled up her sleeves. He then realized that she was also wearing the same bracelet, but the pendant was different. It was a mulberry leaf. He stared at it for 2 seconds and said with a faint smile, "A couple's bracelet?" Wen Yifan let him look at it and licked her lips. "Yes." "Okay." Xianxian held his chin and laughed to himself for a while. His fingertips rubbed her wrist. "I'm willing to be a sissy today." Then, Xianxian signaled with his eyes, "The gift is in the bookshelf, go and get it yourself." Wen Yifan blinked, got up and walked towards the bookshelf. She saw a small box on one of the shelves. There was a small card with a string of English words on the bow of the box. The man's handwriting was familiar yet strange, just like the past. The force of the pen penetrated the back of the paper as if it was going to be punctured by the paper. Just like him, arrogant and domineering. To First Frost. Wen Yifan stared at the card for a few seconds and then turned around. "Can I see it now?" Xianxian smiled, "Yes." She reached out and opened it. There was a recording pen inside. "Didn't you say that the recording pen doesn't work?" Xianxian's words seemed to be hinting at something, "But I don't know how to use this thing. After recording, can I only listen to it through the computer?" "No," Wen Yifan subconsciously wanted to teach him, "Press here and you can directly." Before she finished, Wen Yifan suddenly understood. She looked at Xianxian's eyes and silently swallowed the rest of her words. "Oh, it seems that this model can only be connected to the computer," Xianxian said calmly. "I see. Then remember to try it when you go back," Xianxian said lazily. "If there's any problem, we can change it." This hint was enough. Wen Yifan just wanted to go back and listen to what he recorded, so she immediately nodded. She was about to go back to her room when she noticed an album on the bookshelf. Wen Yifan fixed her eyes on it and picked it up. "What's this?" Xianxian glanced at it. He didn't know when she brought it here. University graduation photo. Hearing this, Wen Yifan paused for a while and said, "Can I see it?" Xianxian raised his eyelids again and nodded lightly. He casually sat on the table with a carefree expression. "As for me, there's no place that I can't show you." Wen Yifan looked at him. As for the others, he forced out a few words. "Let's see it later." Wen Yifan walked back and sat next to him, then she opened the album. The first page was a group photo. Wen Yifan found Xianxian at a glance. He was wearing a black scholar's uniform and was standing in the last row. The rest of them were smiling, only he slightly raised his chin and looked a little impatient, as if he was forced to take a photo. After staring for a while, Wen Yifan couldn't help but smile. Xianxian leaned against the headboard and smiled at her. After a while, he thought of something. "Are you free on the 8th day of the Lunar New Year?" Wen Yifan replied absent-mindedly, "I'm not sure. Why?" "Nothing, Qianfei is getting married." Xianxian said, "Come over when you're free." Qianfei is getting married. There should be a lot of Xianxian's friends. Wen Yifan raised her head and replied, "Okay, I'll take a look then." After that, Wen Yifan continued to look at the album. She shifted her gaze because of Xianxian's words. She noticed Qianfei standing next to him and the man on the other side. The man looked about the same height as Xianxian. He had a pair of peach blossom eyes, and his lips were naturally curved, giving people a natural gentle feeling. When the two of them stood together, they could almost steal people's attention in an instant. Upon seeing this, Wen Yifan instantly thought of the rumors that Xianxia mentioned. She subconsciously took a few more glances. Her gaze slid down and saw the name list below. Sure enough, she saw the name Duan Jiaxu written next to Xianxian. Seeing that she had been looking for so long, Xianxian simply came over and looked with her. "What are you looking at?" Wen Yifan pointed at Duan Jiaxu. "Is this Duan Jiaxu?" Xianxian's gaze slightly paused. "Why?" Wen Yifan commented, "Yes, he's quite handsome." The surroundings became silent. Wen Yifan didn't notice anything wrong. When she was about to flip to the next page to see if she could find Xianxia from other photos, the man next to her moved his hand and stopped her. She looked up. Xianxia's lips straightened and said emotionlessly, "I didn't hear you clearly." "Ah? Who's handsome? Say it again." Wen Yifan instantly shut up. "So, you've been looking at my graduation photo for a long time." Xianxia stopped. A few seconds later, he was so angry that he laughed. "You're not looking at me?" Wen Yifan was stunned. She felt as if a big pot had suddenly hit her head. She pondered over his words and was about to explain, but she felt that no matter how she answered, it didn't seem right. If she said yes, it would mean that she confirmed his words, he was indeed not looking at her, but if she said no, it would mean that she was following his words and saying, yes, he was not looking at her. Wen Yifan was a little confused. She felt that Xianxia was really logical. He could ask a question that the other party was in the wrong no matter how they answered, and he could find fault with it. Wen Yifan wanted to give a foolproof answer, so she thought very carefully. She was not in a hurry when facing Xianxia, and she was slow. In Xianxia's eyes, her hesitation was equivalent to saying that she did do such a thing just now, but because of his oppression, she did not dare to tell the truth. Xianxia's lips curled into a smile and he pulled the graduation album back. Noticing this movement, Wen Yifan looked up. Their gazes met. Xianxia stared at her for 2 seconds, looked away, and stood up. He threw the album aside and didn't continue this topic. He said in a slightly unhappy tone, "Go back to sleep." Wen Yifan stared at his face and whispered, "But I haven't finished looking." His facial features were handsome, and he didn't like to smile. Usually, he was always indifferent and noble, and there was a strong sense of estrangement between him and strangers. At this time, when he was angry, this feeling was even stronger. The sharpness between his eyebrows seemed to double. Although she heard Xianxia say several times that Xianxia was especially scary when he was cold, and the surrounding temperature seemed to be a little lower because of him. It made others not dare to say a word, and it was full of deterrence. But it was so strange. At this time, Wen Yifan clearly felt that she was not afraid of him at all. She even wanted to laugh a little. She felt that if she really laughed, it would be equivalent to adding oil to his fire. Wen Yifan didn't speak immediately. She planned to calm down first and then coax him. The next second, Xianxia suddenly put his hand on her head. He didn't use much strength, but he pressed her back and lifted her face. He looked over as if he wanted to see what expression she had on her face. Seeing the smile at the corner of her mouth, Xianxia froze, still expressionless. Wen Yifan immediately restrained herself. "All right, I thought you were lowering your head to reflect on your actions." Xianxia retracted his hand and sneered. His voice was icy cold. "So you're secretly happy after seeing a handsome guy?" Wen Yifan wanted to laugh again. "No." Xianxia ignored her. Wen Yifan leaned closer and asked even though she knew the answer, "Are you angry?" Xianxia couldn't be bothered with her and pretended to be deaf and mute. Wen Yifan said softly, "Then can I still see your graduation photo album?" "I haven't finished yet." Xianxia raised his head again and leaned forward to look down at her. His knuckles tapped on the photo album next to him. Although he agreed, his words were full of warning. "Okay, you take it." Wen Yifan acted as if she couldn't hear it and really took it as agreement, "Then I'll take it?" Xianxia was straightforward, "Take it if you dare." Wen Yifan nodded and took out the photo album that was slightly pressed by Xianxia. Xianxia stared at her actions. He was so angry that his stomach started to hurt. After taking the photo album, Wen Yifan moved closer to him. Xianxia said coldly, "Sit further away from me." Wen Yifan didn't listen to him. She opened the group photo again at this distance. She looked at Xianxia and then looked at him. Seeing that his face was still cold, she suddenly said, "Why are you suddenly angry with me?" Xianxia glanced at her, "Reflect on yourself." Wen Yifan held back her laughter and thought for a moment, "Are you feeling guilty?" Xianxia? Wen Yifan continued to flip the photo, "I just want to see what my rival looks like." Xianxia's eyelashes moved and slightly frowned, "Say something that people can hear." "Aren't you rumored to be with this Duan Jiaxiu?" Wen Yifan recalled Xianxia's words and slowly repeated, I heard that you two are a famous couple in the computer science department of Nanjing University. Homo hunk. Sang Yan, the topic was gradually diverted to another aspect. Sang Yan's expression was a lot more comfortable because of this. He didn't care about this so-called scandal at all. He raised his eyebrows thoughtfully and said leisurely, "Wen Shuangjiang, aren't you in the news industry?" Wen Yifan replied while flipping the photo album, There were also group photos of each dormitory. Soon, she found a group photo of Sang Yan and 3 other people. In this photo, his eyebrows were slightly smiling. He looked at the camera casually, looking noble and high-spirited. "So, you believe this kind of hearsay that hasn't been verified yet?" When Yifan shook her head, "I don't believe it." "Oh." Sang Yan pressed her hand and arrogantly invited, "Then, when are you going to verify it?" Because of his action, Wen Yifan couldn't focus on flipping through the photo album and wasted a lot of time. In the end, she only found Sang Yan and took a quick glance at him. After that, she was urged to go back to sleep. Back in her room, Wen Yifan changed her clothes and laid on the bed with the recording pen that Sang Yan gave her. She was inexplicably nervous. After a while, she found the new recording and listened to it. Sang Yan's voice came from the recording. His voice was cold, and he unconsciously raised his voice at the end with a unique tone. "Wen Shuangjiang, be careful at work. Your partner wants you to come home safely." Wen Yifan was stunned and listened to it a few more times. "Be careful. Come home safely." Wen Yifan's heart skipped a beat. She subconsciously touched the back of her ear and remembered the injury that she suffered in Beiyou. It had been a long time, and the wound had already healed. There wasn't even a scar left. However, Sang Yan always seemed to be thinking about it. Every time she went out to work overtime in the middle of the night, as long as he was at home, he seemed to be awake waiting for her to come back. Wen Yifan was a little absent-minded. After a while, she carefully put the recording pen back into the box. Wen Yifan lay on the bed and meditated. However, she couldn't fall asleep as she had been in high spirits for too long. Sang Yan's appearance in the graduation album kept appearing in her mind. He was more mature than when he was in high school. He was also a lot more youthful than he was now. It was a stage that she had never seen or participated in. Wen Yifan stared at the ceiling in a daze. At this moment, Wen Yifan clearly felt an emotion that had surfaced countless times before, but she had never captured it. She regretted it. Very, very regretful. A few days after Valentine's Day, the Spring Festival arrived. Similar to last year, Wen Yifan only took a short 3-day holiday. Although Sang Yan's company usually worked overtime, he was kind enough to put it on the 7th day of the Lunar New Year. He even took 2 days off in advance. He had a lot more free time than her. Except for New Year's Eve, Sang Yan only came back at 8 or 9 o'clock. For the rest of the time, he went back to Shangdua City. The two spent the entire Spring Festival holiday together. After the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year, Wen Yifan started her shift at the company again. Fortunately, the Spring Festival was exceptionally peaceful. There weren't many things to do at the station during this period. It wasn't as busy as expected. Wen Yifan could get off work on time every day. She was completely busy until the 7th day of the Lunar New Year when everyone started work. On the 8th day of the Lunar New Year, Wen Yifan worked overtime for a while and barely finished her work at 9 o'clock. She packed her things, wrapped a scarf around her, then left the office to wait for the elevator. Not long after, Wen Yifan noticed someone standing next to her from the corner of her eyes. She subconsciously looked over. It was Mu Qingyun. During this period of time, Wen Yifan could faintly feel that Mu Qingyun was avoiding her no matter how much she ate. She could guess the reason, but it didn't matter much to her as it didn't affect her work. Mu Qingyun smiled at her and greeted her, "Yifan, are you ready to get off work?" When Yifan nodded, there was silence. Both elevators stopped on the same floor for more than 10 seconds. They were still far away from this floor after waiting for a long time. During this gap, Wen Yifan took out her phone and sent a WeChat message to Sang Yan, "I'm done, I'm going over now." Sang Yan immediately replied, "I drank, should I get someone to pick you up?" Wen Yifan, "No need." Wen Yifan casually replied, "I'm taking a colleague's car." The next moment, Mu Qingyun spoke again. Yifan, I saw a man looking for you when I came up from downstairs. But he was stopped by the security guards. Did you offend someone? When Yifan was startled and looked up, who? In this line of work, one would more or less offend some people. When Yifan had previously seen an old reporter in the same office being approached by a client who had previously reported on an incident. The client felt that the content of the report had affected his life. This was the norm in the station, so the security guards downstairs were much stricter. I don't know, he looks like he's in his 40s. Mu Qingyun recalled, but he doesn't seem to be malicious, maybe he's someone you know. When Yifan was thinking to herself, but she really couldn't think of who it was, so she nodded. Mu Qingyun, but it's better for you to be careful. When Yifan smiled, I know, thank you. There was silence again. Yifan, I actually. Mu Qingyun suddenly exhaled, he looked like he was struggling for a long time, and finally began to cut to the chase, I have something to tell you. When Yifan looked at him, what's wrong? You should have noticed, before I. Mu Qingyun was too embarrassed to finish his sentence, he changed the topic, but it's gone now. When Yifan didn't understand his words, huh? I don't have any experience in this area, and it was also the first time I wanted to chase someone. So I asked a lot of people. My sister taught me a few tricks before, and I learned them all. Before you chase someone, you have to eliminate your rival in love first and discredit your rival in love. Also, you have to defeat your rival in terms of momentum. Mu Qingyun seemed a little embarrassed when he said this, but now that you are together, I still want to explain to you. His words came out of nowhere, and when Yifan was a little stunned. What I told you before, what Xianxia said at the graduation ceremony, I made it up. Mu Qingyun smiled, he didn't say that, and they didn't mention you at the graduation ceremony. These words were said a long time ago, and when Yifan had no impression of it. She thought about it. They seemed to have mentioned it that day, which senior was a spare tire for a few years or something, I don't remember clearly. Mu Qingyun said, then Xianxia spoke, but I really didn't hear what he said. Hearing the word spare tire, when Yifan immediately looked up, and a scene appeared in her mind. Mu Qingyun, I didn't know how to face you previously, but now I have thought it through. When Yifan nodded, why are you suddenly telling me this? Mu Qingyun scratched his head, I'm afraid that this will affect your relationship. When Yifan laughed, it's not that serious. After that, Mu Qingyun was also relieved, that's good. The elevator happened to arrive at this time. The two walked in. There were many people inside, so they could only stand at the outermost position. Mu Qingyun pursed his lips, and subconsciously looked in Wen Yifan's direction, thinking of the first day he met Wen Yifan. She followed behind Xian Weihua, and when she came in, the dim room seemed to be lit up. Extremely gorgeous facial features, so beautiful that it could steal everyone's attention, making them unable to move their eyes away. It was a stunning appearance at first sight, and still a stunning appearance at second sight. Mu Qingyun fell for it at first sight. Therefore, he specifically asked Fu Zhuang, who was in the same class as him, if the Nanwu SARFT was still hiring. He even indirectly asked if she had a boyfriend. After passing the on-campus job fair, Mu Qingyun came to the program team of Convey with the mentality that he was determined to win. He hoped to use this opportunity to get closer to her. But the more time they spent together, the less courage Mu Qingyun had to approach her. Because although she always looked gentle, in fact, she seemed to be very cold to everyone, and extremely difficult to get close to. She looked gentle, but in essence, she seemed to be extremely cold, and nothing could make her feel like an unreachable existence. But that day, Mu Qingyun saw Wen Yifan and Sang Yan together. But that didn't seem to be the case. Mu Qingyun withdrew his thoughts and didn't think about it anymore. Even though he had spent some time to adjust his mood, but at this time, because he was completely heartbroken, Mu Qingyun was still a little depressed. He clearly understood that these words would make her have a worse impression of him. But he also hoped the person he liked for almost a year could be treated well. Also, he could be with the person she liked without any influence. On the other side, Sang Yan repeatedly refused, but he was still forced to drink a few glasses of wine. At this time, it was a little hot in the room for a long time. He loosened his tie, looked down at his phone, and replied, "Call me when you arrive," then he turned off the screen. Xianxia, who was next to him, said to him at this time, "Brother, I'm going to say happy wedding to brother Qianfei, and then I'll go back first." Xianyan glanced at her, "You can go back by yourself?" Xianxia nodded, "There's a bus when I go out, I know the way." "Okay." Xianyan's tone was lazy, "Be careful." After Xianxia left, Suhaon, who was sitting opposite him, couldn't help but make a fuss, "Brother Sang, is your girlfriend coming or not?" Xianyan looked up. Maybe it was because of the alcohol, Suhaon was in high spirits. "Did you brag about your girlfriend?" Xianyan sneered, too lazy to care about him. Chen Junwen, who was next to him, echoed, "I think so too." After saying that, Chen Junwen raised his eyes and happened to see the person behind Xianyan. He asked with a cheeky smile, "Old Su, do you have the same opinion as us?" Xianyan glanced to the side as he spoke. The man was also wearing a suit, with a dark red tie. He seemed to have just come back from the toilet. His hair fell in front of his forehead, his eyelids were deep, and his eyes were glowing. It seemed like he was electrifying anyone he looked at. Maybe he didn't hear what they were talking about, so he curved his lips, "Huh?" Duan Jiaxiu, seeing him, Suhaon shouted angrily, "Where did you go? You don't even drink on such a day. Why are you here? Hurry up and go back to Iha." "I'm speechless." Duan Jiaxiu chuckled and said in a gentle tone as if he was flirting, "Why do you still have so many opinions about me?" Sang Yan snorted and took another sip of alcohol. The next moment, Duan Jiaxiu looked at the seat next to Sang Yan. Then, he slightly raised his eyebrows and looked at Sang Yan. "Brother." Sang Yan had been tortured by him for the whole night. Plus, when Yifan mentioned the gay thing some time ago, so he said with a fake smile, "Is there something wrong with you?" Duan Jiaxiu laughed for a while, "Where's your sister?" Sang Yan casually said, "She just left." "I see, lend me your car key." Duan Jiaxiu picked up the jacket next to him and looked natural. "It's not safe for a girl to go back at this hour." "I'll send her back." Sang Yan directly threw the car key to him, "You take good care of this kid." Duan Jiaxiu smiled, "It's my duty." Hearing this, Sang Yan looked at him again. The man in front of him had cold skin, a tall and thin figure, and a pair of peach blossom eyes. His facial features were outstanding. When he smiled, the corners of his eyes were slightly curved, and the color of his lips was too bright. His facial features were extremely eye-catching. He looked like a reincarnated male demon. He did attract the attention of a girl. Sang Yan suddenly thought of when Yifan praising Duan Jiaxiu for being handsome after seeing his graduation photo. His eyebrows moved slightly, and his eyes looked up and down with a sense of scrutiny. Then, he suddenly turned his head to look at Chen Junwen beside him. "Hey." Chen Junwen was looking at his phone and looked up blankly, "What?" "Sang Yan, I want to ask you something." Chen Junwen, ? Sang Yan, is Duan Jiaxiu handsome? Duan Jiaxiu wanted to leave, but when he heard this, he stopped and slightly raised his eyebrows. Chen Junwen was speechless, "Are you crazy? Did you really become a gay?" Sang Yan was a little impatient, but he was too lazy to continue asking him. He looked at Suhaon. "Suhaon, you say it." "Duan Jiaxiu?" Suhaon was drunk, and his face was red. He stared at Duan Jiaxiu's face and shook his head, "Just so, not even 1/10,000th as handsome as me." Duan Jiaxiu curved his lips, "Then what's wrong with you?" Suhaon, ? Duan Jiaxiu said slowly, "You blush when you see me." Suhaon was about to vomit, "You haven't changed in hundreds of years." Sang Yan felt that he couldn't answer the question normally, so he looked at Chen Junwen again, "Hurry up and answer." Chen Junwen was annoyed. "Handsome, handsome, handsome, your partner is the most handsome." "Okay." "Oh, then." Sang Yan didn't care about what he said. He turned his head and stared at Duan Jiaxiu. "Between Duan Jiaxiu and me, who is more handsome?" Because of Mu Qingyun's words, Wen Yifan subconsciously glanced around when she left the company. After all, she had seen this kind of troublemaking situation, so she felt a little uneasy. She roughly recalled the reports she had done during this period. She had no impression of quarreling with the people involved, and it was basically peaceful communication. She hadn't done any exposing news recently. At this time, there were still a lot of people in Shangan. Plus, the fallen street was nearby, so the street was lively and noisy. The street lights covered a large area. In this dark night, the world was still as bright as day. When Yifan's worry also dissipated. She was so cold that her body was stiff. She tucked her chin into her scarf and directly stopped a car. The restaurant that Qianfei booked for his wedding was near Shangan. It was a 10-minute drive. After getting in the car, Wen Yifan first sent a WeChat message to Sang Yin. Thinking that she might have to meet a lot of his friends, she thought for a while, took out lipstick from her bag, and lightly touched up her makeup. Wen Yifan stared out the window, and her thoughts gradually drifted. She remembered the things that Mu Qingyun repeated about Sang Yan's graduation ceremony. She didn't dare to think about it in the past, and never mentioned it to Sang Yan again. But now, the closer they were to each other, the more she felt anxious. She always worried that their current relationship would one day be affected by the past. They seemed to mention that one of the seniors was a spare tire for a few years or something. Then Senior Sang spoke. In an instant, time flew forward. They returned to the dull, dark, and suffocating summer vacation. The young man stood in front of her. The fine raindrops hit his eyelashes, gathered into bean-sized water droplets, and then fell. His Adam's apple moved slightly, and his voice was very soft. Why did you apply to university? Wen Yifan couldn't remember how she felt at that time. She only remembered that she couldn't think of a suitable reason, so she calmly replied, I have an appointment with someone else. Sang Yan looked at her. What about me? After a long time, Sang Yan's eyes looked down, and there seemed to be no warmth in them. For the first time, he used address to distance the two of them, and asked word by word, Wen Yifan, am I your spare tire? The memory was interrupted by a honking sound. The driver in the front seemed to be very angry. He immediately braked and rolled down the window. He shouted outside, idiot. Do you know how to drive? Wen Yifan's body leaned forward and she looked out of the window. A sports car brushed past them in an extremely arrogant and despotic manner as if it didn't have eyes. It almost collided with them. After cursing, the driver started the car again. Wen Yifan asked with lingering fear, Master, what happened? Did I scare you, girl? Wen Yifan was good-looking and spoke softly. The driver's anger obviously subsided because of her. This is how it is here in Shangan. A bunch of rich second generations drive and race after drinking, and no one cares about them. Wen Yifan knew about this. The team had already made several reports about this incident. However, Wen Yifan's attention was attracted by the word drunk driving. Her expression froze for a moment, and in an instant, she recalled that early morning on Valentine's Day. When he arrived at the scene, he bumped into Che Xinda, who was driving under the influence. She wondered if he would know that she was working at Nanhua TV station. Wen Yifan recalled the description given by Mu Qingyun. A middle-aged man in his 40s. She wasn't too sure about this guess, and her lips gradually straightened. After arriving at the destination, Wen Yifan paid and got out of the car. Before she took out her phone, she noticed Sang Yan standing at the entrance of the restaurant. He stood lazily, tall and thin, and wore a formal suit that didn't withstand the cold. At this moment, there was a cigarette between his fingers, and he looked tired. When Yifan walked in front of him, why are you smoking here? Sang Yan looked down at her when he heard that. His body reeked of alcohol, and she didn't know how much he had drunk. However, his eyes were clear, and there was no sign of drunkenness. Aren't you cold? When Yifan touched his hand and said gently, let's go in, your clothes don't seem to withstand the cold at all. Sang Yan responded and put out the cigarette on the trash can next to him, I'm cold, help me cover my mouth. Did you drink a lot? When Yifan observed his appearance, held his hand and stuffed it into the pocket of her coat, didn't you say that you didn't want to be the best man? Why did he force you to drink? Sang Yan stared at her face and said leisurely, everyone who has a partner has to be forced to drink. When Yifan blinked and thought about this logic, then, do I have to be forced to drink too? Of course. Sang Yan pulled her inside, but... Sang Yan's lips curled up slightly, and his finger gently rubbed the back of her hand. He seemed to be in a good mood. Your partner has already taken care of your share. Sang Yan brought Wen Yifan to the table he was sitting at. This table was basically filled with Qian Fei's buddies, and they all knew each other. Seeing Sang Yan holding Wen Yifan's hand, the group of noisy men suddenly quieted down. Noticing that everyone was looking at them, Wen Yifan felt a little uncomfortable. The first to break the silence was still Su Haoan. Damn, Sang Yan, your partner is Wen Yifan? Sang Yan raised his eyebrows. Why? This is the girl you said is crazy about hitting on you. Su Haoan was speechless. He felt that he really shouldn't listen to his bullsh*t. How can you say something like this? Wen Yifan subconsciously looked at Sang Yan. Su Haoan then said to Wen Yifan, can you say something to slap this dog's face? I really can't stand his arrogant face that makes people want to vomit. Ah? Wen Yifan didn't think there was anything wrong with his words, and she hesitantly replied, but I really do, but I'm not hitting on. Wen Yifan felt that the word hitting on sounded not too sincere, it's chasing. As soon as she finished her words, the banquet fell into silence again. Sang Yan didn't say anything, he just silently played with her hand, and his expression was extremely leisurely. He tilted his head and stared at Wen Yifan's serious expression as she explained. Suddenly, he lowered his chin and laughed a few times. Su Haoan was a little speechless. You're giving Sang Yan too much face. It seemed that no one present believed Wen Yifan's words. Wen Yifan also didn't pay much attention to their reactions, but she subconsciously looked around. She glanced at the person sitting next to Sang Yan, and she quickly recognized that he was also Sang Yan's university roommate. His name was Chen Junwen. So, Chen Junwen happened to open his mouth, and his tone was extremely gossipy. Su Haoan, the girl that you've been talking about all over the world, the girl that Sang Yan couldn't get even with in high school? That's her? Su Haoan was a typical bad friend. He sighed. Yes, that's why you still have the nerve to brag that a girl is chasing after him. Wen Yifan was a little puzzled. She moved closer to Sang Yan's ear and asked, do you want to explain? Sang Yan glanced at her. Explain what? Wen Yifan was very concerned about his pride. Say that you're really not bragging. Chen Junwen continued. So, Sang Yan, that's why you couldn't get a girlfriend in university? You're thinking too much, Su Haoan shouted. Sang Yan simply couldn't get a girlfriend, okay? Who the f***ck can tolerate that dog temper? Tell me, can you tolerate it? How good of a person must be to spend the rest of their life with him? Chen Junwen took a sip of wine. To be honest, when Sang Yan asked me if Duan Jiaxiu was handsome, I really thought he liked Duan Jiaxiu. It's the rumored partner again. Wen Yifan subconsciously listened to Chen Junwen's words. I'm convinced. What else did you say after that? Oh, Chen Junwen imitated Sang Yan's tone and said slowly, then, who's more handsome, me or Duan Jiaxiu? Wen Yifan immediately looked at Sang Yan. She met his condescending and meaningful gaze. It was as if he was late and wanted to settle old scores with her. This time, Wen Yifan didn't want to take advantage of the situation. She pursed her lips and thought for a while, then she moved closer to his ear and stroked his hair. I'll vote for you. No need. Sang Yan was still stubborn. He didn't seem to accept such a perfunctory solution. His tone was also light. I never force people to do things against their will. Wen Yifan wanted to laugh. No, I'm sincere. Sang Yan said, really? Otherwise, Wen Yifan paused and repeated Su Haoan's words, I wouldn't have pursued you so crazily. The wedding banquet was coming to an end. Sang Yan was dragged to another table by a few of his old friends. Wen Yifan didn't know those people, so she didn't go over. She stayed at the original table and waited for him to come back. She lowered her head and played with her phone. She heard Chen Junwen chatting with the man next to him. Chen Junwen sighed, I didn't expect Lao Qian to be the first one among us to get married. I remember when we separated after graduation, he cried and complained about how long he had been a spare tire for others during his university days. Another person laughed, he graduated a few years ago. Chen Junwen was amused, yeah, I remember Sang Yan was drunk at that time. I don't know who he thought I was, he said something. Wen Yifan subconsciously looked over. She didn't hear what Chen Junwen said next. Su Haoan suddenly stood up and toasted Wen Yifan as if he was drunk. Hey, Wen Yifan. To celebrate you and my good brother Sang Yan becoming a couple, come, let's have a few drinks. Wen Yifan looked away and remembered what Xianxia said, those who have a partner will be drunk. She smiled and drank the wine with this kind of mood. She obediently took the wine and drank it. When Xianxia came back from another table, he saw that Wen Yifan had been drunk several times. She had a strong smell of alcohol on her, but her face was normal. She looked fine except for her slightly redder cheeks than usual. However, her reaction was obviously a few beats slower, and her eyes were a little dull. Xianxia had seen Wen Yifan when she was drunk, so he could roughly see her situation at this time. He looked at Suhaon and was a little angry. What's the matter? Good brother. Suhaon didn't look very sober, he said with a smile. Yes, it's your father. Your father gave it to you personally. It was a wonderful night. You're welcome. Wen Yifan was still sitting in the same place, drinking calmly as usual. Xianxia didn't let her continue drinking. He directly picked up the glass in her hand and put it aside. Seeing that it was getting late, he simply grabbed Wen Yifan and said in a deep voice, "Let's go home." Wen Yifan looked up and stared at Xianxia's face. Okay. Both of them were drunk, so they couldn't drive. Although Wen Yifan still had a calm look on her face, she could no longer walk straight. She was half supported by Xianxia out of the restaurant, then she stood there and watched Xianxia waiting for a taxi by the roadside. In the end, Wen Yifan seemed to be tired of standing, so she simply sat on the stone pillar that was blocking the taxi. This street was not considered remote, but for some reason, there wasn't a taxi around for a long time. Xianxia saw Wen Yifan's movement from the corner of his eyes. He walked back to her and squatted down to look at her. He frowned and pinched her face. You're quite capable. Wen Yifan nodded and accepted the compliment. Thank you. Xianxia was annoyed. Who allowed you to drink? Wen Yifan stared at his face and suddenly raised her hand to touch him. Xianxia. What's wrong? Wen Yifan pursed her lips as she thought of something. She was a little depressed. She sniffled and whispered, have you been having a hard time these few years? Xianxia's expression froze. Who said anything to you? Wen Yifan shook her head. No. Xianxia smiled. Then what are you thinking about? I'm thinking. Wen Yifan tilted her head. Her expression was exceptionally confused, and she seemed to be extremely sad about it. Why did you go to the fallen street and become the main attraction? Xianxia's smile froze as he never thought he would hear such a word. Don't be like that. Wen Yifan sighed and said seriously, I'll redeem you, okay? Xianxia didn't expect that he would hear this word from Wen Yifan's mouth after more than a year. Moreover, this time it had risen to the level of redemption. He felt ridiculous, but a little funny. What about me? Wen Yifan's hand was freezing cold, and she was still touching his face. Her eyes were focused, and her fingertips slid down from his eyebrows, along the side of his face, and stopped at the slightly sunken dimple on the side of his right lip. She didn't move. Her line of sight also moved down. Say it. Xianxia let her touch him, and reached out to hold her other hand. You want to redeem me, then what? Then? Wen Yifan slowly raised her eyelashes, stared at his familiar eyebrows, and honestly said her inner desire, to make you mine. Xianxia raised his eyebrows. Do I need you to redeem me? Yes. Because I saw you. Wen Yifan pursed her lips and complained softly, you smiled with another girl. After that, she continued to explain for him, but this must be a requirement of your job. When I redeem you, you don't have to do this kind of thing anymore. Wen Shuangjiang, who taught you to smear people when you're drunk? Xianxia held her hand a little harder. Aren't there all men at this table today? Who did I smile with? Wen Yifan shook her head. Not today. Xianxia, if not today, then what day? When I went to work overtime for the first time, Wen Yifan spoke very slowly, as if she was recalling, you smiled with 4 girls in one night, and you even gave them your contact information. Xianxia had no memory of such a long time ago, but he was very sure that he didn't do it. He stared straight at her, and took out his mobile phone from his pocket. Look at it yourself. Before Wen Yifan took the mobile phone, the sound of a car came from behind. Xianxia glanced sideways and saw that it was an empty taxi. He directly stuffed the phone into Wen Yifan's hand and raised his hand to stop her. Then, he pulled her up and half held her in his arms. Let's go home. Wen Yifan was still holding the phone, still calling him, Xianxia. Xianxia, huh? Wen Yifan was very serious. I'm already preparing to raise money. You can't laugh at others. Xianxia looked at her for a few seconds and suddenly felt that he couldn't communicate with this drunkard. He opened the car door and shoved her into the car as he took the dirty water. Okay, got it. Closing the door, Xianxia walked to the other side of the car and got in. Xianxia told the driver the address and helped Wen Yifan fasten her seatbelt. Wen Yifan wasn't used to staring at his actions and their eyes at such a close distance. Plus, she was tipsy and felt a little uncomfortable. Why do I have to wear a seatbelt in the back seat? Xianxia looked up. You have to fasten it no matter where you sit. Oh. When Yifan looked at him as he sat back down, then why didn't you fasten it? I think it's too tight. When Yifan nodded again as if she understood what he meant. There was silence in the car. Her eyes were still on him. A few seconds later, she asked, then why aren't you wearing it? Xianxia was silent for 3 seconds. Seeing that she was still looking at him, he fastened the seatbelt again and fastened it. Seeing this, Wen Yifan seemed to be satisfied. She looked down and fixed her eyes on Xianxia's left hand. His sleeves were slightly rolled up. The bracelet that she gave him earlier was still on his left wrist as if he had never taken it off. It was a red string with a small pendant. It didn't match his temperament. But after he put it on, he felt that it was quite suitable. Wen Yifan grabbed his hand and touched it a few times. The scene of Suhoan teasing Xianxia tonight appeared in her mind. She was a little unhappy and whispered, will they laugh at you if you wear this? Xianxia said lazily, it's none of their business. Then why are we leaving so early? Wen Yifan thought hard and spoke slowly, I just heard them say that there's going to be a nuptial activity later. Xianxia imitated her speed of speech and said slowly, because there was a drunkard who was drunk. Hearing this, Wen Yifan looked at him and asked, are you drunk? Then I'll go back and make you some honey water. Wen Yifan was a lot more talkative than usual when she was drunk, but her words were still logical. Then you should go to bed early. Don't you have to work tomorrow? Xianxia tilted his head, what about you? Wen Yifan blinked, I'm off tomorrow. Xianxia pinched the flesh on her palm and said casually, you're free, so you want to find something for me to do. Since I'm going to buy you out, you have to forget about your identity as the top hostess. Wen Yifan brought the topic back with a serious expression. It's natural for you to do anything for me. It was the first time Xianxia heard about the title of top hostess, and it was because of Suhoan. At that time, Suhoan heard about it from somewhere and was particularly dissatisfied. Therefore, he argued with him about who was the top hostess of Depravity Street. He was too lazy to care about Suhoan and didn't care about it at all. But Xianxia didn't expect that. This title could be an opportunity for him to meet Wen Yifan again, and she seemed to be brooding about it. There was a long silence. Xianxia couldn't help but laugh out loud as if he couldn't hold it in anymore. His shoulders trembled slightly, and his chest heaved up and down when he laughed. After a long time, he said, okay, you're right. Also, I'm still a virgin. I don't sell my skills or my body, I only rely on my talent to make money. Xianxia dragged the last word and said in a frivolous manner, your money is well spent. Wen Yifan said solemnly, I know. Xianxia, so come and buy me out as soon as possible, okay? Wen Yifan nodded. The driver had a strange look on his face as he listened to their conversation. He frequently looked back at the rearview mirror. He couldn't help but persuade her after receiving Xianxia's money at the entrance of Xianxia City, Miss, you look so pretty. When Yifan just got off the car and looked at the driver through the window, There's no need to find a prostitute as your partner. Xianxia closed the car door and said with a faint smile, Sir, how can you ruin my business like this? The property management of Xianxia City was very strict. A car without a registered license plate had to be registered. It was extremely troublesome. Therefore, Xianxia didn't let the driver drive the car in. He stopped the car directly at the entrance. However, Wen Yifan seemed to be more drunk after sitting for a while. She couldn't even stand properly at that moment. Xianxia simply carried her on his back. Wen Yifan put her chin on his shoulder and hooked her hands around his neck. She seemed to be a little sleepy, but she was still muttering, so, I must not rely on my looks to make a living. Xianxia listened to her quietly. Wen Yifan, this is the most hopeless path. Xianxia said, no one asked you to rely on your looks to make a living. Wen Yifan shook her head, yes. Xianxia's footsteps stopped and he turned around, who? Wen Yifan seemed to want to say something, but when she saw the sight of his face, she swallowed the words back. She looked away and thought for a while, when I was in Iha, I first interned at a newspaper for more than 2 years, and then I went to Iha radio and television. Xianxia rarely heard her talk about the past, so he was slightly stunned. I passed the social recruitment and got into one of their ace news programs, Wen Yifan said. I didn't think I could get in, because those who could get in basically used their connections. I just wanted to give it a try, so I submitted my resume. Xianxia responded, and then? Then, Wen Yifan looked a little dazed, as if she didn't like this memory. I stayed there for a few months before I found out that a lot of people in the group were saying that I had slept with the director, and that's why I joined. I don't really care about these things. After all, it's other people's mouths, and I can't control them, Wen Yifan said, but I never thought that my director really wanted to sleep with me. Xianxia's footsteps stopped. He said that with my face, anything I do can make money faster than being a reporter, and it's even easier. He doesn't know why I'm so proud. It's not a loss for me to sleep with him a few times. Wen Yifan stopped, and after a while, she said, I really hate that place. Xianxia coaxed her in a low voice, well, then let's not go there anymore. Wen Yifan said in a low voice, why do they all say that about me? Afraid to scare her, Xianxia suppressed the anger in his heart, and tried to make his tone calmer, because they are sick. Xianxia. Yes? Before I went back to Nanwu, Wen Yifan said softly, I dreamed of you. I dreamed that you came to Iha, and I brought you with me. Wen Yifan was a little sleepy after talking for a long time, so she said with difficulty, I brought you, your wife. You guys came to Iha for a wedding. Xianxia laughed, what kind of dream are you talking about? Wen Yifan said, you were very happy, and you even greeted me with a smile. It was very strange. At that time, Wen Yifan actually hadn't thought about Xianxia for a long time. But after she woke up, she suddenly wanted to go back to Nanwu. She hated Iha. She also hated Baiyou. She didn't like any city. But at that moment, she felt that at least her father's grave was in Nanwu. At least there was someone in Nanwu that she wanted to see but didn't dare to see. Alright, Xianxia thought for a while, and his tone became a little more serious. Then let's go to Iha for a vacation in the future. Wen Yifan stared at his side profile, and she felt a little jealous. She lowered her eyes, sniffed lightly, and said very softly, Xianxia, I'm sorry. Xianxia asked, what are you sorry for? I'm too heavy. I haven't said anything yet, and you're already saying that you're heavy? Xianxia laughed, before you want to apologize, you should first weigh the weight on your body, okay? Your bones are still hurting me. Wen Yifan didn't say anything, and buried her face in his neck. I'm sorry. When I spoke before, my tone was too heavy. Wen Yifan didn't speak anymore, her thoughts gradually drifted, and the sense of security in her body and mind was occupied by the man in front of her. Her eyelids gradually drooped, and her mind was a little heavy. She recalled what Chen Junwen said at the wedding today. At that time, the fat man was crying and complaining, and he drank like an idiot. He thought that Xianxia was the girl he pursued in university, and he shouted, Wan Lin. Am I your spare tire? Xianxia also drank a lot, and he also repeated his words like an idiot. Ah? What did Xianxia say? She didn't know if she didn't hear it clearly, or if it really happened like that. But Xianxia wouldn't say something like that. He couldn't say something like that. He was such a proud person, and he should always be proud. He wouldn't be defeated by anything. So, he definitely couldn't just keep waiting for her. An extremely strong sense of guilt almost crushed her. Wen Yifan didn't want this to be true, and she felt that she couldn't bear such treatment. What did he say? Wen Yifan didn't dare to think about it again. She was extremely tired, and slowly, she was pulled into a dream by the strong drowsiness. In the dream, in a bustling food stall. The man was wearing a white shirt, with a few buttons unbuttoned at the collar, and his sleeves were slightly rolled up. His eyes were dark, and his eyebrows were stained with drunkenness. He casually repeated Qian Fei's words, am I your spare tire? Qin Junwen laughed, saying Yan, are you King infected? I'm yours. Sang Yan's tone was very light, as if he didn't hear it, spare tire? Everything around him seemed to be pulled away. The lively scene was noisy, but it seemed to have nothing to do with him. It was like they were in two different worlds. Sang Yan's Adam's apple moved up and down, and the corners of his eyes were a little red from the alcohol. He lowered his eyes, and the corners of his lips twitched in a self-deprecating manner. His voice was extremely low and hoarse. Spare tire, is fine. The person on his back gradually calmed down. Her breathing became softer and no longer made any sound. It was as if the tiredness of the day was magnified by the drunkenness. It was completely unbearable. He didn't know how much time had passed until he arrived downstairs. Sang Yan heard Wen Yifan mumbling, Sang Yan. Sang Yan looked at her when he heard her. His gaze paused for a moment when he caught a glimpse of her closed eyes. Then, he retracted his gaze and continued to look forward. He chuckled softly, you're talking in your sleep. The next moment, the strength of her arm around his neck seemed to increase unconsciously. Wen Yifan was in a daze for the rest of the journey. She couldn't distinguish between dream and reality. Memories flashed in her mind and she felt like she was drifting in the endless darkness. Her remaining consciousness allowed her to faintly feel the warmth and broad shoulders of the man, as if it could help her dispel the chill of the winter. When Wen Yifan regained consciousness, Sang Yan woke her up. She sat on the sofa and stared at the man in front of her. Her mind was so confused that she couldn't figure out what he wanted to do. She only felt that he was like a bully that disturbed her sleep. She was extremely annoyed and stared at him. She couldn't help but be angry when she woke up. Sang Yan. Sang Yan was holding a bowl and was about to continue talking. Wen Yifan said again, don't disturb my sleep. Sang Yan also looked at her. After a few seconds, he put the bowl on the table and smiled, you still dare to be angry at me? Wen Yifan ignored him. She moved her body to the other side as if she wanted to continue sleeping. But the next moment, she was pulled up by Sang Yan and fixed in her original position. Sang Yan raised his eyebrows and said in a bad tone, you're not allowed to sleep. Why can't I sleep? Wen Yifan felt that he was being unreasonable and threatened, I'm going to scold you if you don't let go of me. All right. Sang Yan pulled her into his arms. It was a new experience, go ahead and scold me. You. Sang. Wen Yifan's voice faltered as she cursed him. She stuttered for a long time before she managed to say, you, dog of the Sang family. Sang Yan lowered his eyelids and looked at her. She laughed even though she was scolded, what are you saying? Wen Yifan didn't say anything. Sang Yan, that's it? That's all, I'm going to sleep. Wen Yifan hugged him. The after effects of alcohol seemed to have completely taken effect, and she looked uncomfortable. Her eyes were still angry, and she said seriously, don't disturb me. I don't want to scold you. Drink this before you sleep. Sang Yan lifted her head and picked up the bowl on the table with his other hand. He brought it to her lips. Otherwise, you'll have a headache tomorrow. Because of this movement, Wen Yifan opened her eyes again, but she did not have the slightest intention to drink. After a while, Sang Yan said, you can't sleep until you finish it. The two of them were in a deadlock for a long time. Wen Yifan tilted her head as if she had thought of something. She slowly said, you look like Sang Yan. He's also this fierce. Sang Yan said expressionlessly, are you drinking or not? Wen Yifan didn't resist this time. She held his hand obediently and sipped the soup in the bowl to dispel the hangover. While she was drinking, she would sneak a peek at Sang Yan from time to time. Do you know how much I drank tonight? Sang Yan stared at her as he drank. His tone was stiff, I thought it would be fine if I drank too much. Anyway, someone could take care of me. What happened? Wen Yifan asked, what happened? Sang Yan pinched her face, she even lost her temper at me. Oh. Wen Yifan comforted him, then just ignore her. Sang Yan didn't know why this girl's alcohol tolerance was so bad. She only drank a few glasses. He felt that it was useless to talk for a long time. She didn't listen to a single word. Wen Yifan drank half of the bowl and stopped drinking. Sang Yan, drink it all. No. When Yifan shook her head, you drink the rest. Didn't you drink a lot tonight? Sang Yan glanced at her, you still remember when you're drunk? When Yifan didn't respond. She raised the bowl and held it to his lips, you drink. There's still some in the pot, I'll drink it later. Sang Yan said, you drink the rest. Then you have to. When Yifan was afraid that he wouldn't drink it in front of me. You're still looking? Sang Yan laughed, aren't you sleepy? Oh. When Yifan thought of this again after being reminded by him, Sang Yan, I'm so sleepy. Well, go to sleep after drinking. When Yifan sniffled and whispered, but I smell so bad. Sang Yan said patiently, then go take a shower later. I don't want to move. When Yifan looked up and asked kindly, so can you help me take a shower? Seeing him looking at her immediately, when Yifan realized that she seemed to have troubled him too much. She felt that it was unfair to him. She was afraid of being rejected, so she added, when you don't want to move, I can help you take a shower. Sang Yan's eyebrows moved slightly and took a deep breath, no. Sang Yan refused all her requests for the whole night. When Yifan was a little unhappy. Why are you so stingy? I'm stingy? Sang Yan was amused, fine, I'll wait and see how you regret it when you wake up tomorrow. Then I won't take a shower. When Yifan continued to threaten him, I want to sleep with you tonight. I want to stink you. Sang Yan fed her the last mouthful of soup and said word by word, go back to your room and sleep now. I won't sleep with you. Don't try to stink me. When Yifan felt that he didn't keep his words, you just said that you can let me hug you to sleep. When Shuangjiang, Sang Yan was at his wit's end. He couldn't communicate with her and he couldn't get angry at her, can you give me a way out? How can I sleep with you in my arms? When Yifan, why not? Sang Yan stared at her, what do you think? When Yifan shook her head, I don't know. Sang Yan's eyes darkened. He pressed her against his body and asked again. Why don't you ask? When Yifan didn't say anything. She didn't seem to understand. After a long while, she looked down and suddenly felt something. She looked a little stunned, oh, this won't work. Sang Yan let go of her. You're drunk, when Yifan said seriously, I'm afraid you won't admit it when you wake up. Sang Yan stared at her for a long time before he decided to give up. He didn't want to waste his breath on this drunkard. He directly carried her and walked to the master bedroom. When Yifan was still very talkative. She talked for a long time. Sang Yan listened quietly. After removing her makeup reluctantly, Sang Yan stared at the drowsy look on her face as she was being served. He found it funny. You really trust me? She obviously couldn't take a shower in this state. Sang Yan didn't feel that she was stink. He only took off her coat and left her underwear. He didn't wake when Yifan up. He placed her on the bed and left the master bedroom. The next morning. When Yifan suddenly woke up. She opened her sleepy eyes and instantly saw Sang Yan's face. She stopped breathing, and all the things that happened last night appeared in her mind in an instant. It was smooth sailing. When Yifan's last memory was that Sang Yan carried her to the bathroom and removed her makeup. Then she completely lost consciousness. So. She's now. Why? Why? On Sang Yan's bed. When Yifan remembered how she flirted with Sang Yan last night. She stiffly looked down at the clothes on her body. It was still the same clothes from yesterday. She was slightly relieved and looked at Sang Yan again. She seriously thought about the possibility. It seemed that she was sleepwalking again. Sang Yan's phone was next to her. When Yifan picked it up and lit it. She immediately saw the picture of the two of them on the Ferris wheel on his lock screen. She blinked and stared at it for a while before looking at the time. It was just past 7 o'clock. When Yifan felt uncomfortable since she didn't shower last night. She tiptoed up and was about to go back to take a shower before going back to sleep. The man behind her suddenly moved. He grabbed Wen Yifan's arm and pulled her towards him. Then, he hugged her in his arms. Wen Yifan was caught off guard. She felt that this scene was a little familiar. She carefully turned around. She saw that Sang Yan's eyes were still closed. His breathing was rhythmic and calm. It was obvious that he was still asleep. Wen Yifan stared at his face and struggled for a while. After a long time, she gave up struggling. She turned over and buried her face in his chest. The sleepiness hit her again and she closed her eyes again. Forget it. It's not too late to shower later. She liked being hugged by him. It was only a matter of time anyway. She didn't take advantage of him since he was famous. Soon, Wen Yifan fell asleep again. She didn't notice. At an angle that she couldn't see, Xianxia slowly opened his eyes and stared at her head. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. She fell into a deep sleep this time. It was deeper than the previous times. In a daze, Wen Yifan felt that Xianxia seemed to have gotten up to go to work. She struggled to open her eyes and said vaguely, "Be careful on your way to work." Xianxia had just changed his clothes and dragged her up. "Get up and drink some porridge before going to sleep." Wen Yifan was still very sleepy. When he pulled her up, she was furious again. She stared at him and didn't argue with him. After 3 seconds, she crawled back into the quilt. Hurry up. If she didn't get up now, she might not eat anything for the whole day. Xianxia was not soft-hearted. Drink some porridge before going to sleep. Wen Yifan said perfunctorily, "I'll drink it later." Xianxia, no. Wen Yifan pretended to be asleep. "What's wrong with you?" Xianxia laughed. "You have a bad temper." Wen Yifan explained, "I'm not angry." Xianxia, then get up. Xianxia, Wen Yifan popped her head out of the quilt and tried to talk to him calmly. However, her tone was still stiff. "I want to sleep. I don't want to get up now." Xianxia slightly raised his eyebrows and carried her up along with the quilt. Wen Yifan was caught off guard and met his gaze. Without waiting for her to speak again, Xianxia stared at her and said leisurely, "Why? Are you afraid that I'll talk to you about what happened last night?" Wen Yifan's anger instantly dissipated by half. Wen Yifan's scalp went numb. She only remembered what happened when she woke up. She pretended to be calm. When people are drunk, they always say some strange things. This is a normal phenomenon. You don't have to worry too much about it. Xianxia said to himself, "Depraved street cards? Redeem yourself? You want me to help you take a bath? Are you afraid that I won't admit it?" Wen Yifan couldn't bear to listen anymore. She was extremely embarrassed. She calmly covered his mouth and reminded him. "Aren't you eating porridge? It's going to get cold if you don't drink it." Xianxia stopped talking. "You didn't help me take a bath either, right?" Wen Yifan looked at him. "That's right. You've protected yourself well." After Xianxia went out, Wen Yifan cleaned up the dishes and went back to her room to take a bath. She took off her clothes. At this moment, she recalled Chen Junwen's words. She confirmed that she heard it clearly. Chen Junwen repeated it like that. Wen Yifan felt a little suffocated. She wasn't sure if what Xianxia said had anything to do with her. But she hoped that it didn't. She hoped that it was just a casual joke that Xianxia said to his friends when he was drunk. She hoped that Xianxia had been living a good life all these years. He never stopped for anything, and there were no restraints in his life. He wouldn't, because she wasn't affected at all. The short rest day ended in the blink of an eye. For the next period of time, because of Mu Qingyun's words, Wen Yifan would subconsciously look around when she left the unit. She asked the security guard. It seemed that no one came to look for her except for that time. Wen Yifan only felt relieved after confirming that nothing was out of place or that anything was amiss. Spring had arrived unknowingly after a few light drizzles. The temperature in Nanhua City gradually rose, and the cold of winter faded away. The withered trees along the way gradually turned green. Wen Yifan just returned to the office from the editing room. When she was about to turn on the computer, Su Tian came over and gossiped with her again. "Hey, I heard that the little puppy seemed to have handed in his resignation letter." Hearing this, Wen Yifan looked over. Su Tian continued, "I heard from Da Zhuang that he doesn't plan to work in this industry anymore. He said that he wasn't interested in being a reporter, and he always wanted to be an actor. Then, a film company wanted to sign him, so he resigned." When Yifan said, "That's good, he can do what he likes." "That's great, being an actor should be very profitable." Su Tian held her cheeks. "Do you think he will be popular in the future? Should we ask for his autograph first? Maybe we can sell it in the future." When Yifan smiled, "Sure." Coincidentally, her phone rang. When Yifan retracted her gaze and looked at her phone. It was a message from Sang Yen. "Sang Yen, when do you get off work?" When Yifan replied, "Soon." Noticing her actions, Su Tian couldn't help but ask, "When can I meet you, the king of the ducks?" When Yifan smiled, "Next time." "Okay." Su Tian sighed and was a little envious. "As a reporter, how can you be in a relationship so sweetly? I feel like I should change my boyfriend and wait for the next poor guy who doesn't know what I'm doing every day." When Yifan paused, "Is it that serious?" Su Tian, "Yes." When she looked down again, Sang Yen directly sent 2 voice messages. Then, "Do you want to work overtime later? I drank, I can't drive." When Yifan blinked and replied, "Okay." On the other side. Noticing Sang Yan's actions, Su Haoan was particularly speechless. "Why do you have to say these words? Just say, I'm having a party with my friends, do you want to come?" Sang Yan looked up and lightly knocked on the glass. "I didn't drink? Who the F***ck doesn't know what you're thinking?" Su Haoan couldn't stand it anymore. "You only know how to brag about your girlfriend all day long. Ever since Fatty got married and you brought Wen Yifan here, do you have anything else to say?" Sang Yan didn't say anything and took another sip of wine. Su Haoan pointed at the red string on his hand and said, "And your bracelet?" "Yes." Sang Yan interrupted him and leaned back on the sofa. He said lazily, "A couple's bracelet, it's a gift from your sister-in-law. I can't help it, she likes to wear this thing with me." Sang Yan raised his chin slightly and said in a drawling tone, "I can't be a wet blanket to her." Su Haoan gave in and ignored him. When it was almost time, Sang Yan noticed some activity on his WeChat. He stood up. He picked up the jacket next to him and smiled casually. "I'm leaving." "Sorry, someone is here to pick me up." Su Haoan threw a tissue at him. "Get lost. Don't come back." When Yifan went straight to Depraved Street after leaving the unit. She sent a message to Sang Yen when she arrived at the entrance of overtime. She didn't wait outside and went straight inside. When Yifan went to the bar and waited. The bartender, He Mingbo, had already recognized her. He poured her a glass of water when he saw her. "Do you want to look for Yenga directly?" When Yifan thanked him with a smile. She thought about it and felt that it was okay. Sang Yen didn't have to come down. She turned her head and looked at the stairs. "Then I'll go straight up." Her wrist was suddenly grabbed from the side before she could finish her sentence. When Yifan stopped talking. She obviously felt that the person behind her was completely unfamiliar. She subconsciously shook off her hand and turned her head. The next moment, she saw Xingda's drunk face. She stopped breathing. Xingda wasn't affected at all. He grabbed her arm again and his face was obviously not sober. "Hey, it's really Xuanjiang. I told you I didn't recognize the wrong person." There was a huge difference in strength between a man and a woman. When Yifan wanted to break free, but she couldn't resist his strength at all. She closed her eyes and opened them again. She didn't waste any more strength. She stared at him and spoke in a cold tone. "What's the matter?" "What do you mean by what's the matter?" "I'm just here to catch up with you." "Why didn't you see my uncle last time?" Xingda clicked his tongue. "You're so heartless. You haven't seen your uncle for so long and he's still." The next moment. Xingda's arm was pulled away by Sang Yen who suddenly appeared. That feeling of helplessness that was difficult to deal with dissipated. When Yifan felt that she was pulled into Sang Yan's arms. Her whole body was once again occupied by his breath. She only realized that her body was trembling uncontrollably when she relaxed. She never thought that she would meet Xingda here. She suppressed the disgust in her heart and tried to calm herself down. When Yifan raised her head. Then, she looked into Sang Yan's eyes, which were filled with hostility. She moved her lips, but she couldn't say a word. Sang Yan's lips were straight. His fingertips gently stroked her wrist. "Are you okay?" When Yifan replied softly. Sang Yan was slightly relieved when he saw that. He turned his head and looked at Xingda from head to toe. He couldn't suppress the emotions on his face at this moment. His tone was also like ice. Who are you? Because of Xianxia's sudden action, Xianxia took a few steps back. He barely stabilized his body and pointed at Wen Yifan drunkenly. Who am I? I'm her uncle. Hearing this, Xianxia looked at Wen Yifan again, as if asking the truth of her words. Wen Yifan pursed her lips. No. Hey. Xuanjiang, I'm not. What do you mean by no? Xianxia was annoyed and came forward again. Don't you have a conscience when you say that? Uncle used to buy you food and clothes, don't you remember? When Yifan looked up, the annoyance in her eyes couldn't be hidden. She didn't want to lose her composure, and she didn't want to put too much emotion on the person who had nothing to do with her current life. I don't know you. Maybe when Yifan's words made him lose face, Xianxia was even more annoyed and wanted to pull her back. Sensing his intention, Xianxian immediately protected Wen Yifan behind him. He grabbed Xianxia's arm and looked down as if he was looking at something dirty. He gradually tightened his grip until he heard Xianxia's cry of pain. Xianxian's tone was calm. Don't you understand human language? Are you crazy? I'm talking to my niece, it's none of your business. Xianxia had been to this bar several times and recognized Xianxian. He thought that Xianxian was the boss. Get lost. Why do you care about family affairs? Are you crazy? Xianxian was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. Noticing the movement, He Mingbo asked, Brother Yan, what's going on? He's drunk and acting crazy. Call the army to come in and take him out. Xianxian didn't take Xianxia seriously and said casually, don't disturb other customers. What did I do? Ask me to get lost? Xianxia's body reeked of alcohol. He was extremely annoyed by Xianxian's attitude and began to make a scene. Boss, you hit me and still want to chase away customers. Boss, you're so great. Xianxia's behavior gradually attracted the attention of the customers around him. What? Xianxian didn't care about other people's gaze at all and said with a faint smile, since you said so, I'm sorry if I don't hit you. When Yifan grabbed Xianxian's hand nervously. Xianxian held her hand back and gently rubbed her fingertips with his fingertips. His gaze was still on Xianxia. Seeing that he didn't seem to be joking, Xianxia also cowered and didn't dare to provoke him again. He looked at Wen Yifan again and noticed their intimate actions. He suddenly understood. Xuanjiang, are you dating this boss? Wen Yifan did not say anything. Oh, boss. Xianxia's expression changed quickly, and he put on a smile. I'm her uncle, I mean no harm. Why was there a need to be so confrontational with one another? It's just that I haven't seen my niece for a long time and I'm so excited. Without waiting for Xianxia to finish, the two security guards on duty outside had already come in and dragged him out. One of them even casually said, Stop causing trouble. What? What did I do? Xianxia shouted again, What are you guys doing? Xianxian's eyebrows twitched. For a moment, he felt that Xianxia's appearance was somewhat familiar. However, that thought only flashed for a moment before quickly disappearing. He couldn't remember when he saw this person. His good mood dissipated because of this matter. Xianxian lowered his eyelids and stared at Wen Yifan. Home? Wen Yifan came back to her senses and forced a smile. Okay. Xianxian regretted asking Wen Yifan to come over tonight. He turned his head and said a few words to He Mingbo, then he held Wen Yifan's hand and walked out of the bar. He asked in a low voice, Did it hurt you just now? Wen Yifan replied absent-mindedly, That man. Xianxian rubbed her wrist, Did it hurt you? Wen Yifan raised her head and curled up her lips, No. Xianxian could clearly sense Wen Yifan's emotions. He could also clearly sense that there was something wrong with Wen Yifan's state since she met that man. His expression was unclear as he asked again, Do you know that man? Wen Yifan was silent for a few seconds and answered honestly, He's my aunt's brother, he has nothing to do with me. He's not really my uncle. Xianxian, has he always been like this? Wen Yifan, what? Xianxian, his attitude towards you. Wen Yifan lowered her head again and tried to keep her voice calm, I'm not familiar with him. He's not a good person either. If you meet him again, don't bother about him. Just treat him as a stranger. She never thought that she would meet these people again. She didn't want the trivial matters in her family to affect Xianxia at all. Silence. After a while, Xianxia suddenly said, "Wen Shuangjiang. Wen Yifan, what's wrong? You can tell me if you have anything to say." Xianxia said, "Anything." Wen Yifan seemed to realize that her reaction affected his mood. She smiled and said with a comforting tone, "It's not a big deal." Then, she looked away and said calmly, "It's something that I can solve by myself." The two returned home. When Yifan's condition had recovered during the short period of time she was driving back. She looked normal as if she had never seen the man just now. She was chatting with Xianxia as usual. But she didn't mention anything about what happened just now. When Yifan made a cup of honey water for Xianxia and couldn't help but say, "Stop drinking, you have a lot of problems. You smoke, drink, and stay up late. Your body will deteriorate sooner or later." Xianxia raised his eyebrows. He felt like a gangster. "I only drank a few mouthfuls." "That's not good either." When Yifan continued to nitpick on him, "You always drink ice water." Xianxia laughed, "What's wrong with me drinking ice water?" When Yifan, "It's bad for your stomach." Okay. Xianxia was usually annoyed by people controlling him, but he felt that it was not bad at this moment. "I know. Then go to bed early after drinking." When Yifan felt sleepy and yawned lazily. She sat next to Xianxia drinking water. She suddenly hugged him, "I'm going to sleep." Xianxia hugged her back, "Are you still in a bad mood?" When Yifan shook her head, "I'm just sleepy." Xianxia didn't ask any more when he saw that she didn't want to say anything. He reached out and rubbed her head. Their eyes met and he kissed her lips again. "Go to sleep." Xianxia stayed in the living room for a while after when Yifan went back to her room. He lowered his head and tapped his fingertips on the glass a few times. He seemed to be thinking about something. After a long time, Xianxia got up to wash up and returned to his room. Midnight. Xianxia woke up from his dream. His expression was a little ugly. At this moment, he finally remembered where he had seen Xianxia. Xianxia had only seen this person once before. The last time he went to Beiyou to meet Wen Yifan. Xianxia got off the bus that day and habitually walked along the alley. Before he came, he sent a message to Wen Yifan in advance, but he didn't get a reply from her. He wanted to wait for her downstairs at Wen Yifan's house. But before he reached there, Xianxia saw Wen Yifan being entangled by a man at the intersection of the alley. The man looked a little older than Wen Yifan. He was a little chubby and was pulling her to say something. There was an extremely presumptuous smile on his face. He seemed to be up to no good. At that moment, all of Xianxia's good mood disappeared along with this scene. He immediately stepped forward and pulled Wen Yifan behind him. The young man was completely out of control. He was so violent that he even wanted to kill the man in front of him. The man wasn't tall and his body was a little weak. He fell to the ground and begged for mercy after a few moves. Before Xianxia could calm down, he was pulled by Wen Yifan and walked quickly in another direction. He stared at the back of Wen Yifan's fair neck and immediately asked, "Who is that person?" Wen Yifan didn't turn around and said calmly, "I don't know him." The man's face gradually overlapped with Xianxia's face that he saw today. Xianxia didn't want to believe his memory at this moment. He kept searching for Wen Yifan's expression and emotions in his memory, but he couldn't remember them clearly. Xianxia closed his eyes and was no longer sleepy. He got up and went out of the room. When he was about to go to the kitchen to get a bottle of ice water, he saw Wen Yifan sitting quietly on the sofa in the living room. Seeing this, Xianxia instantly understood something. He didn't walk towards the direction of the kitchen. He changed his direction. Just like every time before, he pulled a small stool next to the sofa and sat in front of her. Wen Yifan stared blankly at the clock as if she didn't notice his existence. Xianxia held her hand and curled his lips. "Why do you look at the clock every time?" Wen Yifan didn't blink and didn't say a word. "Don't you think it's scary to stay in the living room in the middle of the night? It's so dark." Xianxia said, "Why don't I leave the door open when I sleep next time? You can come into my room directly, okay?" Wen Yifan didn't respond. Xianxia sat in front of her and didn't say anything after that. He just quietly accompanied her. After an unknown amount of time, Xianxia saw Wen Yifan move her gaze away from the clock and lowered her head. She stared at her hands on her knees. One of her hands was still being held by Xianxia. She was in a daze. It was the same as every time she wanted to get up and return to her room. He couldn't see her face clearly. Just when Xianxia thought her sleepwalking was about to end, he suddenly felt something hit the back of his hand. Xianxia was stunned. He looked down and saw that his hand that was holding Wen Yifan was stained with water. He looked up again, and the smile on his lips gradually disappeared. Wen Yifan's eyes were empty. She sat quietly in the same place. The surroundings were silent, as if something was crashing down one by one. It fell on the back of his hand like stars of light. It was her tears. Xianxia's eyelashes lowered as he stared at the few drops of water that gathered on the back of his hand. His Adam's apple rolled slowly. Soon, he raised his eyes again and asked hoarsely, "What's wrong?" Her body was motionless, and she didn't make any sound. Only tears fell uncontrollably from her eyes. It seemed like this was the only way. Silently, in this empty night, she digested the pain alone. Xianxia raised his hand and gently wiped the tears off her face. He felt that these extremely cold tears had turned into lava at this moment, burning his entire body in pain. His throat was dry, and he couldn't speak. After a while, he called out, "Wen Shuangjiang." Wen Yifan's eyes were still on her knees. "You asked me if I'd been living well all these years. What about you?" Xianxia's voice was very soft. "Have you been well?" The two of them had been renting together for more than a year. After Wen Yifan sleepwalked for the first time, Xianxia checked the relevant information. He found out that there were many reasons for this illness. Most of them were due to lack of sleep, stress, as well as some trauma and painful experiences in the past. Xianxia didn't think there was anything wrong with Wen Yifan's routine and work pressure. Wen Yifan didn't sleepwalk frequently and regularly. In addition, Xianxia noticed that she seemed to be very concerned about this matter. Later on, he wouldn't take the initiative to mention her sleepwalking again as long as it didn't affect him too much. But Wen Yifan sleepwalked so many times. This was the first time Xianxia saw her crying while sleepwalking. Xianxia didn't know if anything else happened to Wen Yifan today. But based on her reaction today, as well as his memories, the biggest reason she was crying here was because of that man tonight. He didn't know. All these years, had she been pestered by this so-called uncle who wouldn't let go? He didn't know either. Every time she experienced these unhappy things, would she cry alone in the night? It lasted for a few minutes. When Yifan's tears finally stopped, she raised her eyes mechanically and looked at Xianxia. She froze for a while before she got up. Xianxia was still holding her hand. Caught off guard, he followed her movements and stood up. Then, Xianxia faintly sensed that she seemed to be holding his hand back. His eyelashes fluttered, and he followed behind her. Thinking that it was an illusion, he tried to loosen his grip. The two of them were still holding hands. Wen Yifan was still holding his hand. Xianxia raised his eyebrows. He thought that Wen Yifan would sleep in his room after sleepwalking, just like before. However, this time, when she passed by the guest bedroom, she didn't stop and continued walking forward. Xianxia didn't mind it too much. After all, what she did every time she sleepwalked was not necessarily the same, and there were always a few deviations. Xianxia continued to be led forward by her. Wen Yifan walked to the door of the master bedroom and opened it with her other hand. She went in, taking him with her. After the two of them entered, Wen Yifan turned around out of habit and slowly closed the door. Her movements were extremely natural, not much different from her usual appearance, only slightly stiffer and slower. They walked all the way to Wen Yifan's bed. Xianxia was thinking of putting her back on the bed and waiting for her to return to the room, but he felt Wen Yifan climbing onto the bed. She didn't loosen her grip on him, as if she wanted to pull him onto the bed with her. At this moment, Xianxia realized that something was wrong. "You want me to sleep with you?" Wen Yifan raised her eyes and looked at him quietly. She obviously didn't look conscious. However, it inexplicably gave Xianxia a feeling that she found a treasure in her dream and wanted to secretly take it back to her small base to own it. She wasn't strong, Xianxia could actually break free if he tried to. but he had a hunch. If he broke free, she would cry again like just now. Even though the two of them had slept on the same bed several times before. But Xianxia felt that being in his personal space and invading her space were two different concepts. He stood still and suggested patiently, "Then let's go to my room, okay?" When Yifan didn't respond. There was another stalemate. She didn't seem to want to give in. Xianxia settled the matter once again and did not care about this insignificant matter anymore. He lowered his eyes and scanned the bed before lying down on the other side of the bed. He felt a little uncomfortable and wasn't sleepy at all. He just covered Wen Yifan with the quilt. She was still holding his hand as if she was finally relieved. Her eyes gradually closed. Xianxia lay next to her and looked down at her. After a long time, he raised his head and gently kissed her forehead. Early the next morning, Wen Yifan opened her sleepy eyes, and her first reaction was to feel that she was being hugged. Her eyelashes moved slowly, and she suddenly understood something. But because this kind of thing had happened many times, she didn't pay much attention to it. She only cared about her own wakefulness. When she was completely awake, Wen Yifan looked up at her surroundings. The remaining sleepiness dissipated in an instant, and she immediately noticed that something was wrong. This was her room. Wen Yifan was stunned and looked back at Xianxia in a daze. She saw that he was also awake at this time. His eyelids were drooping lazily, and he looked a little sleepy. Xianxia didn't seem to care when he noticed her gaze. He closed his eyes again, hugged her waist impudently, and pulled her closer into his arms. It seemed like he wanted to sleep for a while more. Wen Yifan didn't know which one of them had a problem with his calm and natural demeanor. She couldn't help but say, "This is my room." Xianxia's voice was a little low because he just woke up. "What's wrong?" "Wen Yifan, why are you here?" "What do you mean, why am I here?" "Your attitude makes me quite sad." Xianxia's forehead was against the back of her neck, and he said in a casual tone, "Count yourself, how many times have you set the fire, and this is the first time I lit a lamp, no." Wen Yifan interrupted him and said in a good mood, "I just want to ask, why are you here?" "Oh." Xianxia smiled, "Why do you ask?" Wen Yifan turned her head. Xianxia also looked up at her. Their eyes met. A few seconds later, Wen Yifan made a guess, "Are you sleepwalking too?" Xianxia raised his eyebrows, "Of course not." "Oh." Wen Yifan guessed again, "That is, you had nightmares in the middle of the night, or you were afraid of watching horror movies and didn't dare to sleep alone. Is that why you came to my room in the middle of the night?" "That's not it either." "Or, you just want to sleep with me." This time Xianxia took the initiative to explain, "You sleepwalked in the middle of the night." Wen Yifan nodded, "Yes, and then?" Xianxia stared at her face, his eyes were dark, and he slowly reached out and caressed her face. Then, he curled his lips and calmly finished his sentence, "You carried me to your room." Wen Yifan imagined the scene. She sleepwalked in the middle of the night and suddenly became extremely strong. She ran to Xianxia's room and easily carried a man who weighed more than 70 kilograms. "You mother-faster-cur. How could you say such things?" Wen Yifan suppressed her emotions and said calmly, "Can I carry you?" Xianxia didn't answer, it seemed like he acquiesced. "I can still." Wen Yifan felt that Xianxia was completely fooling her like a fool, but she couldn't say it out directly. She could only point out his logic step by step, "Can I carry you?" Xianxia looked at her expression, suddenly lowered his chin and laughed to himself. He still didn't intend to change his words, he sighed extremely shamelessly, "I didn't expect that either." Wen Yifan didn't argue with him anymore. After all, the situation was completely different from the previous times. She knew it was a fantasy and didn't need any evidence to prove it. Both of them looked at each other for a few seconds. Wen Yifan forced out 4 words, "Then I'm fine." "Manly." Xianxia nodded and wanted to pull her back to sleep in his arms again. When he mentioned the word manly, Wen Yifan recalled the first time they met. She felt dizzy and somehow wanted to mention this matter, besides the name. Xianxia glanced at her. Wen Yifan continued to say, "My strength seems to be stronger than yours." It was almost time to go to work. After saying that, Wen Yifan felt a little regretful. Afraid that Sang Yan would argue with her, she immediately got up and ran towards the direction of the bathroom. I'll go make breakfast, you go back to sleep. When Yifan finished washing up, Sang Yan was no longer in her room. The quilt was tidied up and laid flat on the bed. She stared at him for a few seconds, still not quite understanding why he appeared in her room. She felt that her last guess was the most reasonable. But according to Sang Yan's character, Wen Yifan felt that he wouldn't do such a thing. When Yifan really couldn't figure it out, she could only ask the person involved later. She changed her clothes and walked towards the direction of the kitchen. She rummaged through the fridge and observed the ingredients inside. She planned to cook noodles and be done with it. Just as she took out the vegetables, Sang Yan also entered the kitchen. He habitually took out a bottle of ice water from the fridge. Their gazes met. When Yifan's line of sight moved down and stopped at the bottle of ice water in his hand. She looked up again. She froze for a few seconds. She didn't say anything. She walked to the side to get the pot and asked gently, "Is it okay to have noodles for breakfast?" Sang Yan stopped moving. After a moment, he silently put the ice water back into the bottle. Okay. After one night, when Yifan's bad mood had mostly dissipated, she poured water into the pot while paying attention to his movements. Seeing this, the corners of her lips curled up. She inexplicably wanted to laugh because of this small action. Sang Yan walked to her side and washed the side dishes and meatballs. The two of them chatted on and off. When Yifan originally wanted to make breakfast, but in the end, Sang Yan still did most of the work. She sat at the dining table and sipped the soup. She was about to ask Sang Yan why he woke up in her room. Sang Yan spoke first, "When Shuangjiang." "When Yifan, Sang Yan looked up and casually mentioned, "The man who said he was your uncle yesterday, I think I've seen him somewhere." When Yifan was slightly stunned, she thought of Xianxia last night. She gently looked away, took a bite of the noodles and said honestly, "Yes, you saw him when you came to look for me." "You seem to have said," Sang Yan chose his words carefully, "you don't know him." "Yes." When Yifan nodded and said gently, "Because I don't like this person. I avoid him every time I see him, and I don't want to have anything to do with him. I always say I don't know this person if anyone asks me." When Yifan smiled and said, "What's wrong?" Sang Yan's gaze was on her face as if he was observing her expression. His expression was unclear, she couldn't tell what he was thinking, but he didn't seem to doubt her words. "Has this person been pestering you?" "No." When Yifan lowered her head and continued to eat the noodles, "I haven't seen him since I went to university. I thought he had always been in Beiyou. I don't know when he came to Nanwu." Sang Yan was still looking at her, he didn't speak this time. When Yifan noticed his gaze from the corner of her eyes, she raised her head. She thought for a moment and could roughly guess his thoughts. She added, "I didn't expect to meet this person again, I've been living well." Sang Yan twitched his lips, "That's good." There was silence at the dining table after he said that. When Yifan didn't know what to say, she only felt that what happened last night was just a small episode, there was no need to mention it again. But she also didn't know what kind of situation her uncle's family was in now. She didn't know if they were still living in Zhao Yuando's house, nor did she know if they had settled down in Nanwu, let alone if they would ever return to Beiyou. When Yifan felt that Nanwu was a very big city. If it was just a coincidence, she probably wouldn't meet them more than a few times in her lifetime. But when Yifan faintly felt uneasy. She didn't know if the person Mu Qingyun mentioned earlier was Xianxia. She also didn't know if he would use this method to find her after knowing Sang Yan's existence. She didn't know what their intention was for suddenly moving back to Nanwu. She didn't know if they would pester her. Although Wen Yifan didn't think there was a reason. But she was also afraid of such a possibility. Thinking of this, Wen Yifan looked at the man in front of her again. Thinking of the incident where Xianxia caused trouble in his bar last night, her lips gradually straightened, and she said again, "Sang Yan." "Sang Yan, Wen Yifan actually had nothing to worry about, and she wasn't afraid that these people would cause any trouble in her life. No matter what, she was no longer the powerless child who could only depend on others. She didn't think that these people could cause any trouble. But she was afraid that it would affect Sang Yan. When Yifan looked into his eyes and said seriously, "If that person from yesterday still works overtime to look for you in the future." No matter what he says to you or what he wants from you, you don't have to care about him. Xianxia looked at her and noticed her expression. He chuckled and raised his hand to rub her head forcefully. He didn't seem to take this matter to heart at all, his tone was a little playful. What are you worried about? You can find fault with me when you mentioned what happened a year ago, how would I dare to talk to anyone casually? Hearing this, Wen Yifan suddenly remembered that she mentioned to him when she was drunk that you left with 4 girls in one night. Her attention was instantly diverted, and she was a little embarrassed. If it wasn't for that drunken remark, she wouldn't have known that she paid attention to this matter at that time. Also, besides you, Xianxia laughed, who else do you think can get something from me? His words were calm and indifferent, with a hint of comfort, as if he was using this method to show that he didn't care about these things. He didn't think that it would have any substantial impact on him. Our relationship, Xianxia retracted his hand and said slowly, don't I need your permission? Otherwise, Xianxia said carelessly, you're the one who will suffer. Wen Yifan was stunned for a moment. She pondered over his words and said sincerely, I'm not so autocratic. It's your freedom to do whatever you want with your property. You can spend it however you want, you don't need to ask me. Xianxia tilted his head and looked at her thoughtfully. There was a moment of silence. Seeing that he kept staring at her without saying a word, Wen Yifan didn't quite understand what he meant. She put down her chopsticks and asked hesitantly, do you want to manage my property? I can, but I don't have much. Although Wen Yifan's salary was slightly higher after she became a full-time employee, she didn't save much because of various living expenses. Then I'll give you a list later. Xianxia looked at her for a while. It seemed like he was thinking, how could there be such an unromantic person in this world? Wen Yifan thought for a while and said, then you can also help me keep an account, I can't even calculate it. Xianxia's lips twitched and pinched her face hard, you wish. After breakfast, it was almost time for Xianxia to go to work. Wen Yifan got up and habitually checked the things in her bag before leaving. She didn't find the recording pen. She asked Xianxia to wait for a while and returned to the room. Soon, she found the recording pen on the dresser. Just as she was about to leave the room, Wen Yifan suddenly thought of Xianxia, who she met last night at overtime. She paused for a moment and hesitantly rummaged through the drawer. Then, she took out a bottle of pepper spray and put it in her bag. In the next few days, Wen Yifan asked Xianxia if Xianxia went to his bar again. But Xianxia was busy with work and only went to overtime once in a while, so she didn't know the situation. But according to He Mingbo, it seemed that he didn't. Even if he did, he probably didn't cause any trouble. He just came as an ordinary customer. Only then did Wen Yifan feel slightly relieved. He thought that Xianxia probably knew his place and wouldn't dare to rashly cause trouble in other people's territories. After being chased out once, he probably wouldn't do the same thing again. In addition, Wen Yifan had to follow up with a lot of follow-up reports during this period. Most of the time, she drove the company's car directly to and from work. She had never seen Xianxia again. What happened that day was like a small incident that did not cause any ripples. Wen Yifan gradually put it to the back of her mind. Mu Qingyun's resignation application was only approved a month later. He was good-looking, obedient and warm, so he was quite popular in the group. Because of this, on the day that he officially left, the other members of the team specially held a farewell party for him. In order to accommodate most people's time, the farewell party was set late. He planned to have supper at a barbecue stall near the company after everyone got off work. Wen Yifan had not finished writing her script, so she asked the others to leave first. By the time she finished her work, it was almost 10 o'clock in the evening. Closing the computer, she grabbed her bag and left the company. The barbecue stall was on the food street behind the company, about a 10-minute walk away. Wen Yifan took out her phone and opened WeChat as she walked out. Seeing Xiangyang's message to pick her up, she curled her lips and was about to reply that she would go back later, but before she finished typing, she suddenly heard a man's deep and rough voice. Frost's Descent. Wen Yifan's fingertips stopped and looked at the source of the voice. Sure enough, she saw Xianxia's face. He was leaning against the pillar next to him, silent. She didn't know how long he had been waiting here. Her eyes gradually turned cold. She withdrew her gaze and continued to walk forward as if she hadn't heard anything. The next second, Xianxia caught up and grabbed her arm again. His body was full of the smell of cigarettes and alcohol, mixed with the strong smell of sweat, which almost made Wen Yifan vomit. Wen Yifan struggled to break free, took a few steps back vigilantly, and put her hand into her bag. Xianxia withdrew his hand and put on a smile. "What are you doing? Every time you see your uncle, you have this attitude." Wen Yifan stared at him. "What do you want? We haven't seen each other for many years, have we?" Xianxia rubbed his head hard and looked at her with the same eyes as before. "Not bad. You've been living well these years, and you even found a rich boyfriend who owns a bar. Isn't that right? You should please your boyfriend and let him give you more benefits." Xianxia said, "At that time, you didn't listen to my uncle and insisted on going to some university. Now, aren't you still relying on this way to make money?" Wen Yifan closed her eyes. She felt that this group of people were like maggots, which made her extremely disgusted. Looking at them for one more time was polluting her eyes. She straightened her lips and spat out 3 words without any ripples. "Go away." Xianxia was not annoyed. He went forward to pull her again and said shamelessly, "What's wrong? You don't like it anymore? Frost's descent, it's not good for you to be like this. Do you only care about living a good life? I lost my job because of you, and I couldn't raise my head in front of the neighbors. You still want to?" Wen Yifan's body was slightly stiff. She felt that she had endured to the extreme. She happened to touch the pepper spray in her bag. She was about to take it out, but the next moment, the force that was pulling her hand loosened. A tall figure appeared in front of Wen Yifan's eyes. He stopped her behind him and shouted, "What are you doing?" Wen Yifan's breathing was a little short, and she subconsciously looked up. It was Mu Qingyun. Xianxia still didn't feel anything wrong when he saw other people. The smile on his face was even bigger, and the wrinkles on his face became bigger. "I didn't do anything, I was talking to my niece." Mu Qingyun turned to look at her. "Sister Yifan, do you know this person?" When Yifan calmed down a little, "I don't know him." Hearing this, Mu Qingyun looked at Xianxia again with an ugly expression. "I said I don't know him, are you leaving?" Xianxia looked at Wen Yifan again. His eyes were white and yellow, and his pupils were cloudy. Then, he took a few steps back and sighed softly, "Young man, I am really her uncle." "There was a misunderstanding between us," Xianxia said again, "she was just throwing a tantrum at me." Mu Qingyun pretended not to hear it. "Sister Yifan, let's go. Everyone is waiting for you." When Yifan nodded. The two walked towards the direction of the barbecue stall one after another. Mu Qingyun stood behind Wen Yifan as if he was afraid that Xianxia would suddenly step forward and do something inappropriate. Xianxia didn't follow them again. Until they walked for a distance. Wen Yifan tilted her head and thanked him, then said, "Why are you back?" Mu Qingyun scratched his head. "I left my earphones at the company." "Hmm?" Wen Yifan asked, "Do you want to go back and get it now?" "Forget it, it's okay." Mu Qingyun said, "I'm too lazy to make a trip, I'll just ask Dazhuang to bring it to me." Wen Yifan nodded and absent-mindedly agreed. "Sister Yifan, who was that man just now?" Mu Qingyun noticed her expression and said cautiously, "I think he was the man I saw looking for you before." Wen Yifan also guessed it. She wasn't too surprised to hear it at this moment, she just smiled. Mu Qingyun didn't continue to ask, "Be careful when you leave the company, it seems like it's not his first time here. If you get off work late in the future, ask Senior Singh to pick you up." When Yifan changed the topic, her tone was casual and calm. "I heard you signed a contract with a good film company? Congratulations." Mu Qingyun touched his head embarrassedly. "Thank you, Sister Yifan." When Yifan smiled, "Is being an actor something you like to do?" "Yes." Mu Qingyun's eyes lit up when he said this. "My first acting experience was when I was dragged to an audition by a friend. I didn't expect to pass, and I was quite happy throughout the whole process." "That's good. What about you, Sister Yifan?" Mu Qingyun chatted with her. "Did you become a reporter because you like this industry?" When Yifan was startled and looked up. "What's wrong?" Mu Qingyun was a little embarrassed. "Did I ask something I shouldn't have?" When Yifan came back to her senses, "No." Mu Qingyun breathed a sigh of relief. "It's just a job." Wen Yifan thought about it seriously and gave a reasonable answer, I don't really like it, but I don't hate it either. After arriving at the barbecue stall, Wen Yifan remembered to send a message to Xianxia. She sent him her location and told him the approximate time. She told him not to come if he got off work early. The farewell party only ended at 11 o'clock. Wen Yifan walked out of the food street with her colleagues and suddenly noticed Xianxia's car parked at the intersection. She was stunned, quickly said goodbye to the others and trotted over to the car. Wen Yifan fastened her seatbelt and asked casually, "Did you just finish working overtime or just come back from working overtime?" "Just got off work." Xianxia glanced outside. "Why? Who are you sending off today?" "Mu Qingyun." Wen Yifan said honestly, he handed in his resignation some time ago and officially left today. His colleagues organized a farewell party for him. Xianxia replied with an "oh" and said in an annoying tone, "It's quite sad." Wen Yifan smiled, "It's alright, he's quite happy. He doesn't seem to like being a reporter, it's good that he can do what he likes now." Xianxia's eyelashes moved when he heard this and subconsciously looked at her. Not long after, he looked away and slowly started the car. "Let's go home." Wen Yifan nodded in agreement. She lowered the window and leaned on the windowsill to enjoy the wind outside. Xianxia glanced at her. "Wen Shuangjiang, take your hand back." Wen Yifan paused and slowly retracted her elbow that was exposed outside the window. Then, she looked at her phone and saw Zhao Yuandong's message bar jumping to the top again. He mentioned the word eldest uncle. Wen Yifan's gaze stopped and thought of Qixingde and Mu Qingyun's words. She didn't know if there would be similar things in the future, so she hesitantly went to take a look. She scrolled up. Zhao Yuandong would basically talk to her every few days after receiving a bunch of news. "Your uncle's family came to Nanhua today, they are staying at Mom's place. I know you don't want to see them, so I told them. They won't stay for too long, they are just looking for a temporary place to settle down. Your aunt's brother doesn't seem like a good person, Mom was negligent and didn't consider your feelings. At that time, I felt that your uncle's family took good care of you, so I didn't think too much. Let's talk about it, okay? Today, your aunt's brother drove your uncle's friend's car, he was drunk driving and had a car accident. He had to pay tens of thousands of yuan. Mom gave them some money, and now they have to move out. Today, your aunt came over again, I got the gist of it. They seem to owe a lot of money to move to Nanwu. If they go to you, don't bother about them. Don't let them affect your life, understand?" Wen Yifan didn't continue reading and exited the chat window. Xianxia, who was next to her, also spoke at this moment. "Why are you in a bad mood after the farewell party?" Wen Yifan was stunned. No. Xianxia's tone was ambiguous. "Can't bear to leave?" Wen Yifan laughed and said patiently, "No." The traffic light was red. Xianxia stopped the car and turned to look at her. His eyes seemed to be observing, but it was not obvious. After a while, when the traffic light started to flash, he said, "What's up today?" Wen Yifan subconsciously denied, "Nothing, why?" "What do you mean why?" Xianxia laughed, "Shouldn't I be asking you that?" Xianxia retracted his gaze, started the car again and only said one sentence. "Tell me if you have anything to say." After a while, Wen Yifan forcibly put the matter of Qixingde to the back of her mind and mentioned the report she had done today, that is, "I went to do a follow-up interview today. A family of 3 got into a car accident, and only a child was left alive. He became a vegetable. He seems to be in a bad mood." Xianxia pondered for a few seconds, then comforted her in a low voice, as if he understood. They drove all the way to the underground parking lot. After getting out of the car, Wen Yifan took the initiative to hold his hand and suddenly shouted, "Xianxia." "Xianxia, If you're free later," Wen Yifan asked, "can you pick me up from work?" "No, what do you think I am? If I didn't get off work later than you," Xianxia tilted his head and squeezed her fingertips, "when would I not pick you up?" "Oh." Wen Yifan curved her lips, "I'm just confirming." Wen Yifan could roughly guess the reason why Qixingde came to look for her. But she didn't want to deal with these things at all, and it was impossible for her to do as they thought. Her working hours were irregular. Sometimes she wouldn't return to the station for a few days because of business trips. The rest of the time, it was mostly Xianxia who came to pick her up. After a long time, Wen Yifan didn't worry anymore. She didn't believe that Xingde would wait for her outside the TV station all day for such a trivial matter. Because of Wen Yifan's words, Sang Yan had another reason to brag. In addition, his company had recently completed a major project, so he had free time. Sang Yan lived a life of going to work on time every day. Every day, he would send Wen Yifan to work on time and pick her up from her company. If she had to work overtime, he would go to overtime to brag for a while and wait for her to get off work. Just like now. Sang Yan casually sat in the middle of the booth with a can of iced Coke in his hand and said leisurely, "I'm sorry, brothers. I can't drink recently." Su Haoan's ears were about to grow calluses. Get lost. Who the F***ck wants you to come? My girlfriend asked me to pick her up from work every day. Sang Yan wasn't disturbed and continued, I also want to drink with you, but my girlfriend is too clingy, I can't do anything about it. Xianfei rarely came over after getting married, but he had heard Sang Yan bragging a lot, whether it was through WeChat or the phone. Get lost, I've had enough. Sang Yan glanced at Xianfei and mentioned another thing, oh. Boss Qian, I haven't seen you recently. Did you come here to brag about how you taught Duan Jiaxu to chase after someone? Hearing this, Xianfei's expression froze. I really envy you. Sang Yan said, I have never experienced the feeling of chasing after someone. As for me, I have always been the one. Sang Yan's tone was arrogant and annoying, the one being chased like crazy. Su Haoan was speechless, how dare you say that in front of me? Sang Yan didn't feel embarrassed at all and looked at Qianfei, okay, Boss Qian, start to brag about your glorious achievements. Qianfei bit the bullet and said, I really didn't, don't listen to that idiot Duan Jiaxu, okay? The smile on Sang Yan's face gradually disappeared, and he said emotionlessly, are you sure you want to do this? Su Haoan was also unhappy, what are you doing with Duan Jiaxu? There are no secrets between brothers. Even if you didn't teach him to chase after someone like you will definitely take the credit. Who are you trying to deny it? Without waiting for Qianfei to speak again. At this time, Su Tian went up to the second floor. He looked a little helpless and said to Sang Yan, Brother Yan, there is a guest downstairs who said he is your uncle. He ordered a bunch of drinks and didn't plan to pay. Sang Yan's eyelashes moved, how can I have an uncle? Su Tian added, it's the drunkard who was dragged out by Brother Dajuan last time, the one who said he is sister-in-law's uncle. Su Haoan frowned, who the F***ck is this idiot, coming to my territory to make trouble? Sang Yan slowly raised his eyebrows, drank the rest of the Coke, and quickly got up, you guys drink, I will deal with it. Then, I will pick up my clingy girl. Sang Yan went downstairs and was taken by Su Tian to the booth in the center of the first floor. At a glance, he saw Xingde standing at the very edge, and a group of people sat next to him. At this time, he was shouting to the waiter Xiaochen, my niece is your boss's girlfriend. Why should I pay? He walked over and casually took the bill from Xiaochen's hand. Xiaochen's expression was also very awkward. Brother Yan, seeing Sang Yan, the arrogance on Xingde's face instantly disappeared. He showed his yellow teeth, stretched out his hand and patted Sang Yan's shoulder. Hey, you are our Shuangzhang's girlfriend, right? I have heard her say it several times. Sang Yan ignored him, turned his head and asked Xiaochen, how much did this table order? Xiaochen silently told him the number. Xingde was still bragging to his friends, the pride on his face was obvious. Come, brothers, take a look. This is my niece's boyfriend, he is handsome, isn't he? He is also very generous, this amount of money is nothing to him. Sang Yan glanced at the bill a few times and lazily opened his eyes. What about your compliment? I accept it. The smile on Xingde's face was even brighter. Without waiting for him to speak again, Sang Yan said again, tell me, are you going to pay or not? Xingde was stunned, thinking that he heard wrong, pay what? This amount of money, I am your girlfriend's uncle. You don't want to pay? Sang Yan directly put the bill on the table and said with a faint smile. Fine. He turned his head to look at Su Tian and directly threw out two words. Call the police. Xingde's friends also looked at each other when they realized something was wrong. Maybe it was because they had been waiting for a long time, or maybe it was because the situation was embarrassing. The skinny guy sitting next to him couldn't help but ask, "Brother Da, what's going on?" As soon as he said that, the rest of the people started to complain because of the situation. "But we came because you said you're treating us. Don't brag if you don't have money. They don't look like they know you. Forget it, let's go." Xianxia felt embarrassed and smiled, "No." Seeing that the others were about to leave, he was a little anxious and looked at Sang Yen. "Why are you calling the police? You're not even willing to pay this little money, and you still want to be with my niece?" Sang Yen ignored him and continued to ask Su Tian, "Did you call the police?" Su Tian immediately took out his phone from his pocket. "Yes, yes." "Wait." Xianxia's expression became more and more stiff, and his tone was no longer flattering. He scolded, "Are you crazy? It's just a few thousand yuan, I don't need a few thousand yuan from you." Su Tian's movement stopped. Sang Yen didn't say anything and looked at him condescendingly. "I'll pay. But I still want to drink and spend money here." Xianxia obviously felt embarrassed and said angrily, "Why did you bring so many people to disturb me and my friends?" Sang Yen wasn't affected by his words at all, his eyebrows relaxed a little. "Sorry, it seems that I misunderstood. Then I wish you a happy spending." After that, Sang Yen whispered to Su Tian, "Let the army keep an eye on them." He didn't stay there any longer, he turned around and sat down in front of the bar. He Mingbo habitually poured a glass of wine and placed it in front of him. He looked at Xianxia and asked, "Brother, what's going on? This guy again?" Sang Yen didn't drink, he glanced at his phone and said casually, "Just a troublemaker." He Mingbo asked again, "Isn't it sister-in-law's uncle?" Sang Yen looked up and said slowly, "Your sister-in-law doesn't know him." Fu Zhuang came back from an interview just as Wen Yifan was about to leave the office. He was playing with a bottle of drink in his hand. When he saw Wen Yifan, he habitually came over to talk to her. "Yifan, are you ready to get off work? Is brother Sang Yen here to pick you up?" Wen Yifan smiled. "Yes. I heard from Mu Qingyun that he was the one who harassed you. It's so King scary." Fu Zhuang nagged, "Be careful after work. If brother Sang Yen doesn't have time to pick you up, just tell me and I'll send you back." When Yifan got up, "Nothing." Fu Zhuang was very dramatic. "Why not? I think I've seen it a few times recently, but I'm not sure if it's the same person. I've asked the security guard downstairs, and he always seems to be passing by to take a look. He doesn't stay for long." Hearing this, Wen Yifan stopped in her tracks. Fu Zhuang looked worried. "Sis, you're so pretty, and you always get off work so late. There's still a bar street nearby. You have to be careful." Wen Yifan pursed her lips, and her expression quickly returned to normal. She smiled again. "I know." Out of the unit, Wen Yifan found Sang Yan's car in a familiar location. She walked over and sat in the front passenger seat. She looked at Sang Yan and smelled the faint smell of alcohol on him. She blinked her eyes and asked, "Did you drink?" Sang Yan started the car. "Not yet." "Did you just come back from meeting Su Haoan and the others? But you don't have to pick me up after a while." When Yifan calculated her savings in her heart and said seriously, "I paid attention to the car market, and I'm going to buy a car. By then, I can drive myself to and from work, and it's convenient for me to work." Sang Yan glanced at her. "When are you going to pick a car?" When Yifan said softly, "When I'm off." Sang Yan, "Okay, I'll go with you." When Yifan smiled. "Okay." There was silence in the car again. After driving for a while, Sang Yan suddenly asked, "When Shuangjiang, why do I feel that you're not in a good mood recently?" When Yifan was in a daze, but she came back to her senses when she heard this. She turned her head and looked at Sang Yan. She explained in a low voice, "There are a lot of things happening in the station recently. I'll adjust myself, and I'll be fine after a while." Sang Yan chatted with her, "You're not happy with your job?" "No, and no one likes to work." When Yifan didn't know if her emotions were too obvious. She was afraid that it would affect Sang Yan's mood, so she subconsciously curved her lips. "I'll be fine after I go back and sleep." Sang Yan took the time to look at her and didn't continue to ask. "Okay, then go back and sleep early." The fact that Xianxia came to the station many times to look for her was like a time bomb in Wen Yifan's heart. Although she didn't want to care about it, she could clearly feel that her mood had changed. Even falling asleep became as difficult as before. Wen Yifan didn't tell anyone about this. She felt it was difficult to talk about it, and she didn't want to mention it. Wen Yifan felt that it would be fine as long as it was like before. As long as she stayed far away, didn't care about these things, and didn't see these people, her life would still be her own, and it wouldn't be affected by them at all. She had nothing to do with these people. Wen Yifan had always had this thought from the past until now. However, all these thoughts were shattered one night by a message from Zhao Yuandong. When Wen Yifan noticed it, she didn't intend to open it. But when she saw the word bar, she had an inexplicable bad feeling. Before she could react, she had already clicked on it. "Ah Jiang, do you have a boyfriend who owns a bar? But I heard from Xianxia that you're in a relationship with her manager? Today, your aunt gave me a call. Her brother went to your boyfriend's place some time ago. He said that he just wanted to introduce your boyfriend to his friends, but your boyfriend's attitude wasn't very good, and he even charged too much for the drinks. Ah Jiang, if you have a boyfriend, you have to protect yourself." Wen Yifan stared at this sentence for a long time, and her brain was a little pale. She didn't know if this was made up by Xianxia, or if it really happened. After all, she had never heard Xianxia mention it. After a while, Wen Yifan put down her phone, got up, and left the room. At this moment, Xianxia had just finished showering and was sitting on the sofa playing games. His hair was wet, and his skin looked cold and pale under the light. His expression was lazy and perfunctory, as if he was just looking for something to kill time. Wen Yifan walked over and sat next to him. Xianxia raised his eyebrows. "What time is it? Why aren't you sleeping yet?" "Xianxia," Wen Yifan looked at him and tried to speak in a calm tone, "did the man who claimed to be my uncle go to your bar some time ago?" Xianxia stopped what he was doing. "Who mentioned it to you?" This was equivalent to a tacit agreement. At this moment, Wen Yifan was so ashamed that she almost wanted to swallow her whole. She didn't even need to ask again to guess what Xianxia did after he went over. It was nothing more than asking for money, and he used her uncle's name. Or, he was being unreasonable and not willing to pay, and did something to embarrass Xianxia in front of everyone. But he shouldn't have encountered such a thing. Why did he encounter such a thing? Why did he encounter such a thing because of you? Wen Yifan's throat was choked, and she felt that she couldn't say anything. She lowered her eyes, subconsciously pinched her clothes, and said softly, "I'm sorry, I'll tell them." Xianxia frowned and threw his phone aside when he noticed her emotions. He turned his head to look at her expression, and said hesitantly and blankly, "Wen Shuangjiang, why are you apologizing?" Wen Yifan looked at his eyes and was stunned. The customers who come to the bar are all kinds of people, and this kind of thing happens almost every day. It was rare for Xianxia to have a little patience, and he explained seriously, "I don't care about this at all, understand?" In a trance, Wen Yifan felt like she had returned to the night when Liangxian brought her home after meeting her parents. Her mind was once again occupied by the words of Xianxia and Liangxian, and it kept echoing in her ears. "Shuangjiang, you're too disobedient. Can't you just let us worry about you? We're not obliged to support you. We just need you to be obedient, and don't do anything out of line. Wen Yifan. Don't cause trouble for others. You can't cause trouble for anyone. Otherwise, you'll be left behind." Wen Yifan didn't remember what the two of them said after that. She only remembered that Xianxia seemed to say a few comforting words, and she tried her best to make herself look as normal as possible. Wen Yifan accompanied Xianxia to play a game, and then she went back to her room, feeling sleepy. After sitting in the room for half an hour, Wen Yifan opened WeChat again and sent a message to Zhao Yuandong, "Give me her phone number." Zhao Yuandong probably didn't expect a reply, so he replied very quickly. She first replied with a series of phone numbers, followed by a long string of words. Wen Yifan dialed the number without looking at it. It rang 3 times. Xianxia picked up the phone, and a loud voice came through the receiver, "Who is it?" Wen Yifan said directly, "What do you want?" Xianxia was quiet for a few seconds, and guessed hesitantly, "Frost's descent?" "I don't care why you came to Nanwu, when Yifan closed her eyes and said word by word, "Please don't drag me into this. You live your own life, and your life or death has nothing to do with me." After she realized it, Xianxia's tone was unhappy. "How can you say that? You're cursing us? Do you think it's reasonable? There's nothing to say between us. If your brother comes to harass me or the people around me again," when Yifan pretended not to hear what she said, and continued, "I'll directly collect evidence and call the police." "Call the police again? You call the police whenever we do anything?" Xianxia's voice was harsh. "I really regret raising you, and raising such an ungrateful person." "How did you raise me?" When Yifan said, "You didn't even stop your brother when he climbed into my bed? You raised him as a tool to exchange money? What did I do?" All the negative emotions from that year, and the pain that had been accumulated for many years, all burst out at this moment. She controlled her volume and emphasized, "To be treated like this by you." She didn't rely on anyone, and she worked hard to live her own life. She felt that life was getting better now. She could try to be with him. "Why did you appear again?" "Xianxia, didn't my dad give you the money for your previous surgery?" When Yifan said, "When you couldn't afford Wen Ming's tuition, didn't my dad pay for it? Didn't my dad give Wen Xianxia the money he needed to buy a house? Did he ask you to pay it back? Why did you do this to me, who's the ungrateful person?" After a few seconds, Xianxia said indifferently, "Your dad gave it to you voluntarily. You don't want to contact us anymore?" "Sure." Xianxia said, "I heard that your boyfriend is quite rich now. If you want to marry him, ask him to give you hundreds of thousands of betrothal gifts. Also, your uncle has to pay to go to your boyfriend's bar? What kind of logic is that?" When Yifan felt that it was ridiculous, but she also felt that these words were reasonable for this person to say. Her face was expressionless, and she used an extremely gentle tone to say the most vicious words. "If you're counting on me, why don't you buy a huge insurance policy for yourself? Just in case something happens and you die." "Hey! How can you say that?" Xianxia said, "If you don't give it to me, I'll ask your mom for it." "It's none of my business who you ask. I wish you can ask my dad for it as soon as possible." When Yifan sneered, "I'll say it for the last time, if you harass the people around me again, I'll call the police directly." She hung up the phone and blacklisted this string of numbers. The room was quiet again. Before negotiating with these people, When Yifan never knew that she could have such a side to her. She just wanted to vent all her dark thoughts to the person on the other side of the phone. All the sharpness disappeared, and she felt exhausted. She held the phone and sat in the same place. She didn't know if this would work. She only felt that she should do something. After her emotions slowly cooled down, when Yifan's body and mind were gradually replaced by another feeling. She thought of Xianxia again, and an extremely strong sense of gain and loss hit her at this moment. She couldn't control herself and got up again to leave the room. The lights in the living room were still on. Xianxia sat in his original position, looking like he was still playing games, but he looked a little absent-minded. He caught a glimpse of her figure, raised his eyebrows slightly, and asked again, "What's wrong? Didn't you just see me?" He said in a leisurely tone, "You see me so many times in a day?" When Yifan's nose was a little sour, and she walked in front of him. Then, she lifted her legs and went up to the sofa. She quietly straddled his lap and looked at his eyes. "You're quite autocratic." Xianxia's line of sight was blocked by her. He looked down and said slowly, "You don't let me drink, smoke, drink ice water, stay up late, and now you don't even let me play games?" When Yifan looked at him for a while. Xianxia grabbed her wrist and gently rubbed it with his fingertips. The next moment, when Yifan's other hand suddenly hooked around his neck. She bit his lips, and the tip of her tongue went in and hooked his tongue. Her movements seemed a little jerky. It seemed like she was confirming something. She took the initiative to give herself to him, and suddenly disturbed his mind in the middle of the night. Xianxia paused for a moment and let her kiss him. His eyes gradually deepened, and he pressed her wrist to his chest and kissed back according to his desire. The man's lips and teeth were full of the smell of mint, and the strength of his kiss seemed to be aggressive and extremely rough. It seemed like he wanted to swallow her into his stomach, and there was a faint swallowing sound. In the quiet room, the dull atmosphere spread. It was extremely ambiguous. Her lips were numb from his sucking. She could feel his fingertips sliding down the back of her neck, then to her back and waist. They stopped at the hem of her clothes and went inside. It was a little itchy. Wen Yifan couldn't help but bite the tip of his tongue. What? Xianxia let go of her, and his breath was a little heavy. He said with a smile, "Do you want to bite me until I bleed again?" The man had black hair and eyes. His chin was slightly raised, and his lips were red. Every word and action seemed to be bewitching her. Wen Shuangjiang. Wen Yifan stared at his eyes without blinking. She felt that her heart was empty, and her ears were cut off. Boundless fear almost surrounded her. She only felt that the man in front of her was going to leave her the next moment. She just wanted to make him stay. She just wanted to be closer to him. You've redeemed me, and you're so calm? Don't you want to do something else?" Xianxia's fingertips continued to move upwards, and he used that provocative tone to flirt with her. "For example, you want me to serve you?" Wen Yifan thought that Xianxia would be annoyed when she blurted out the title of top girl. After all, it did have a bad connotation. But to her surprise, he seemed to enjoy it. He could quickly change into this identity in front of her every time. At the same time, Xianxia moved her hand down and said with a hoarse voice, "Haven't you been coveting me for a long time? You used to do everything you could to take advantage of me. Why do you have the right now?" Xianxia kissed her lips again. His tone was a little lascivious and ambiguous. "Instead, you're suppressing your desire." She wasn't sure if she heard what he said. Wen Yifan tightened her grip on his neck. She subconsciously opened her mouth and wanted to say something. The next moment, his lips and tongue entered her mouth again. This time, his strength was a little gentler. He kissed her again and again as if he was teasing and seducing her step by step. Her lips gradually slid down. He moved along her chin, then to her neck and finally stopped at her collarbone. Along with the bright and charming water stains, there were spots of rose-colored marks. Wen Yifan's thoughts gradually drifted away. She looked up but couldn't remember anything. She just wanted to get closer to the man in front of her. She just wanted to be with him. She hoped that it could dispel all her uneasiness. Xianxia raised his eyes again and looked at her. Then, Wen Yifan felt her hand being brought to a stop somewhere by him. His eyes were dark, the corners of his lips were raised, and he didn't hide the lust in his voice. "Where do you want to touch me?" He nudged her slightly. "Here?" Wen Yifan stared at his eyes. She seemed to be clear and confused at the same time. She didn't look like she was in love at all. It was more like she was looking for stability. She said softly, "Everything is fine." Xianxia's movement paused slightly. She kissed his Adam's apple as if she wanted to give herself to him. "Anything is fine." Xianxia lowered his eyes and stared at her. He seemed to have finally realized that something was wrong with her. His breath was exceptionally hot, but he didn't make any further moves. He completely stopped. Wen Yifan's lips continued to move down along his Adam's apple. Before she could do anything else, Xianxia raised his hand and held her head in place. Then, he used all his strength to lift her face up. The two of them looked at each other. Wen Yifan stared at him dully. "What's wrong?" "Wen Shuangjiang, what happened?" The lust in Xianxia's eyes did not dissipate at all. He caressed the corner of her lips and said casually, "Tell me about it." Wen Yifan didn't answer. She mumbled, "Are we not going to continue? You're only thinking about this? But why do I feel like you're not focused at all?" Xianxia observed her expression and sighed faintly. He began to ask, "Why did you suddenly come out?" Wen Yifan slowly regained her senses. She pursed her lips and her breathing was a little hurried. "I can't sleep." Xianxia brought up Xianxia again. "Is it because of what you mentioned just now?" Wen Yifan didn't say anything, as if she was acquiescing. Xianxia pinched her face again, a little forcefully. "I told you, it's just a small matter. If you didn't mention it, I wouldn't have any impression at all." Wen Yifan looked at him again when she heard this. "Xianxia, is there anything else?" Wen Yifan shook her head. "Wen Shuangjiang, the frequency of your sleepwalking recently." Xianxia finally couldn't help but frown. He spoke very slowly, it's a little frequent. When Yifan lowered her head and said calmly, maybe I haven't slept enough recently. If you're really tired, take a few days off. Xianxia said, is that okay? I may have to go to Iha in a while. My sister won't be back for the summer vacation. My parents are worried, so they asked me to go there. Xianxia lowered his head and bit her earlobe, how do you expect me to go there? I'm really fine. When Yifan felt itchy and shrunk her neck, when are you going there? End of July. How long will you be gone for? A week. Xianxia still stared at her and said lightly, if there's nothing else, I'll go earlier. It's good to go there to accompany her. It's really worrying for a little girl like her. Don't quarrel with her. In just a short while, when Yifan seemed to have returned to her usual self, then I'll help you look at the hotel? I'm more familiar with it than you are. Xianxia's expression was unclear. After a while, he replied, okay. She didn't know if the phone call was effective or if it was just a psychological effect. After that, when Yifan didn't see Xianxia again, nor did she hear about him from her colleagues. On WeChat, Zhao Yuandong didn't mention anything about her uncle's family. With the disappearance of these people, when Yifan's emotions slowly returned to normal. Then, when Yifan intermittently contacted the car sales consultant through WeChat. Originally, she had already picked a car and only needed to pay for the paperwork. But Zhong Xiqiao persuaded her, saying that the National Day was almost here. When the time came, it would be much cheaper to buy a car. When Yifan felt that it was reasonable after being persuaded. Finally, she decided to wait for a few more months. Because of this, the plan to buy a car had been put on hold. Xianxia didn't mention it much, nor did he feel impatient because he had to pick her up from work every day. He just casually mentioned that if she needed a car, she could just drive his car. With the arrival of midsummer, the temperature in Nanhua kept rising, reaching a peak in late July. The sun was scorching and the heat rose along the cement floor, making people feel inexplicably hot. When Yifan received a hotline saying that a chain restaurant had a substandard hygiene problem, causing many customers to vomit and have diarrhea. The impact was quite serious. Currently, the Food and Drug Administration was involved. After organizing the information, when Yifan applied for an interview car from the station and left the unit with Fu Zhuang. Just out of the building, Fu Zhuang scratched his head and suddenly remembered something. He said in a slightly embarrassed tone, Sis, I didn't bring my phone. Wait for me here for 2 minutes, I'll be back soon. When Yifan carried the equipment and said helplessly, hurry up. Okay. Fu Zhuang shouted as he ran inside, right away. When Yifan took out her phone and waited for a while. After standing for a long time, she felt that the equipment was a bit heavy. She thought for a while and sent a message to Fu Zhuang, I'll wait for you in the car. Then, she walked in the direction of the parking lot. After finding the location of the interview car, when Yifan was about to walk over, but the strap of her backpack was suddenly pulled from behind. She was caught off guard and took a few steps back along with the force. She suddenly turned around and looked back. It was like history was repeating itself. She saw Xianxia's face again, which was like a haunting ghost. I've finally run into you. Xianxia smiled like a hooligan, and the strength in his hand loosened as she moved. You're really good. I came here every day during this period, and I didn't get to see you even once. You don't have to hide from your uncle. When Yifan looked up at the monitor, didn't I say it clearly before? What did you mean by that? Xianxia didn't say much to her this time, and his intention was clear. Okay, then I'll tell you clearly. If you want to get rid of us, you can. Give me 10,000 first. Reimburse me for the money extorted by your man, otherwise, none of us will have a good time. When Yifan ignored him and continued to walk forward as if she didn't hear him. Perhaps it was because he had been treated as heir, Xianxia was even angrier, as if he had completely lost his patience. His expression was a little more sinister, and he directly pulled the bag next to her. Damn it. I gave you face, didn't I? Your stupid man didn't give me face at all. You still dare to give me face? When Yifan's bag was pulled away by him, and he held it in his hand. Then, Xianxia took the opportunity to push her hard, venting his emotions. King slut. You think you're so great just because you have a relationship with a rich man? When Yifan uncontrollably stepped back. There were a few uneven branches in the bushes next to her, and they scratched her thigh, leaving a few very obvious wounds. She groaned in pain, steadied herself a little, and looked down. She saw that her thigh had begun to bleed. Xianxia seemed to want to go forward. At this time, Fu Zhuang also came back with the phone. Seeing this situation, he was a little stunned, followed by great anger. Hey! What are you doing? With the appearance of other people, Xianxia seemed to have regained his rationality. He sighed, stared at Wen Yifan fiercely, took her bag, and wanted to leave. Fu Zhuang reached out to stop him while calling the police. He couldn't help but curse, King robbed and hurt people so openly? Just wait to be in jail, stupid. Xianxia shouted, you're the one who should be in jail. I'm robbing my niece's things. Fu Zhuang, just wait for the police to deal with it. Wen Yifan straightened up as if she didn't feel the pain. There are surveillance cameras, so I'm not afraid that he will run away. Xianxia was a little stunned, and then he noticed the surveillance cameras next to him. He was a little panicked, but he still forced an arrogant smile on his face. I'm not taking things from outsiders. Do you think it's useful to call the police? Do you think the police have time to care about your trivial family affairs? Okay. When Yifan looked at him and said with a blank expression, I'm waiting. Because of this matter, Wen Yifan's report was connected to another colleague. She took half a day off and went to the police station with the arriving policeman. After the director said a few words of concern to her, he also sent Fu Zhuang to follow the news in a very businesslike manner. Wen Yifan first went to the hospital to treat her wound, and then went to the police station to record a statement. Not long after, Xianxia received a call and rushed over. Seeing Wen Yifan's existence, she immediately understood the situation and said to the policeman, police colleague, how can you do this? How can this be considered a robbery? Xianxia's attitude was not good, and the policeman replied impatiently, why not? We have witnesses and physical evidence. We can file a case. We are relatives. This is my niece. Xianxia was angry. Don't you have a family? Taking things from your family is considered a robbery? The policeman frowned. Watch your words. Wen Yifan was not disturbed at all. She looked at the policeman in front of her, and her expression was very calm. She explained calmly, this is my aunt, but I'm not familiar with them. Also, Wen Yifan paused and continued, Xianxia has been harassing me for a long time, I don't know if we can file a case together. We should be able to check the surveillance cameras in front of my company. After recording the statement and completing various procedures, Wen Yifan went home directly. She wanted to take a shower, but she was afraid that the wound on her leg would get wet. She could only wash her hair and wipe her body with a towel. Wen Yifan noticed the hideous wound on her leg, applied some medicine, and put on a pair of trousers. After leaving the bathroom, Wen Yifan lay on the bed and sent a message to Xianxia, saying that she had arrived home. Thinking that Xianxia would be going to Iha tomorrow, Wen Yifan opened the app and helped him check out the hotel. She felt a little sleepy as she looked at it. When she was about to fall asleep, she heard some movement at the entrance. Wen Yifan immediately opened her eyes. She struggled between sleeping and Xianxia for a while, but she still got up and walked out. As soon as she walked to the living room, she met Xianxia's gaze. Xianxia raised his eyebrows, why are you so early today? Yeah. When Yifan sat on the sofa, I had nothing to do after the interview, so I came back. Xianxia put on his slippers and walked inside, looking down. He caught a glimpse of her trousers, sat next to Wen Yifan, and casually asked, it's summer, why are you wearing trousers at home? Wen Yifan looked down and lied subconsciously, I'm on my period, so it's a little cold with the air conditioner. Hearing this answer, Xianxia thought for a while, you're early this month? Wen Yifan was stunned and mumbled, yes. Not very accurate. Then don't turn on the air conditioner to sleep tonight. Xianxia did not suspect anything. He habitually pulled her into his arms and reached out to touch her lower abdomen, does it hurt? Wen Yifan stared at his face and suddenly felt a little speechless. She changed the topic and said in a low voice, "Aren't you going to Iha tomorrow? Pack your things first." Xianxia smiled, "What's there to pack? You're flying at 8:30 tomorrow night." When Yifan began to seriously plan, "Then come to my company after work. I'll drive you to the airport and drive the car back?" "Okay." Xianxia lowered his head and put his warm palm on her lower abdomen, and casually said, "I'll make you some brown sugar water later. Drink it before going to sleep." When Yifan avoided his gaze, "No need." "What do you mean no need?" Xianxia said lazily, "I don't want you to wake up in the middle of the night and torture me." The next afternoon, Xianxia left the office and went to the toilet. Just as he pulled down the zipper of his pants, there was a person standing next to the urinal. He even greeted him warmly, "Xianxia, you're going to the toilet too?" Xianxia looked sideways and saw Xianglang's face. "What's up?" "It's been a long time since we last met, so I just wanted to say hello." Xianglang's voice was clear, and he said casually, "Although we're in the same company, we haven't seen each other many times." Xianxia was too lazy to respond to him. Xianglang did not care about his attitude, he just found it funny. "Why do you always treat me like this? You've been like this since high school." Xianxia glanced at him and said with a smile, "You're quite annoying." After that, Xianxia turned around and walked towards the sink. "You don't have to be like this, Yifan and I are friends. You've been targeting me for a long time." Xianglang caught up and thought of something. "Oh right, the thing I said before about going to Iha University together with Yifan was also nonsense." Xianxia slowly raised his eyebrows when he heard this. "I wanted to make things difficult for you at that time, but you didn't have any reaction and I thought it was quite boring. But it's been so long, there's no need to drink as punishment." Xianglang turned on the faucet and laughed, "Don't vent your anger on Yifan because of this." Xianxia sneered. Xianglang looked at him with interest. He was a little emotional that the two of them were still together after so many years. "To be honest, I always thought you had the best chance to pursue Yifan. But you're still too unlucky." Xianglang said casually, "I feel that if it wasn't because Yifan had to move to Beiyou with her uncle, you two would have been together already." Xianxia's gaze stopped. "Uncle?" "Yeah. Isn't she living at her grandmother's place?" "No, she lived at her grandmother's place for a period of time. She has been living at her uncle's place ever since." Xianglang didn't continue to talk about it and walked out. "I'm leaving, I have to go to work." Xianxia was still standing in the same place, his eyelashes drooped, no one knew what he was thinking. Xianxia left the company on time at 6 o'clock and drove to Nanhua Radio and Television. He found a place to park his car, lowered the window and sent a message to Wen Yifan, "I'm here." Wen Yifan replied quickly, "I'll be there soon, wait a minute." Xianxia's fingertips lightly tapped on the windowsill. He was still thinking about what Xianglang said just now. He was a little absent-minded. During high school, Wen Yifan lived at her uncle's house, but she told him that she had been living with her grandmother. Her uncle was her aunt's younger brother. On the day the college entrance examination results came out, he went to Beiyou to look for her and met this uncle who was pestering her. She said that she didn't know this person. Combined with Wen Yifan's emotions after meeting that man during this period of time, Xianxia's lips gradually straightened, a conjecture that he didn't want to believe gradually emerged in his mind. He didn't dare to think about it anymore. He turned his head to pick up the cigarette box and took out a cigarette. At this time, Xianxia suddenly heard someone calling him. "Xianxia bro." Xianxia looked over and met Fu Zhuang's big eyes. Fu Zhuang came over and leaned against his window. He was particularly familiar with him. "Are you here to pick Yifan up from work again?" Xianxia had bumped into him a few times. He wasn't in the mood to talk at this moment. He just nodded. "You're such a great boyfriend." Fu Zhuang reached out and patted his shoulder. He comforted him, "But you don't have to worry too much for now. That perverted man is now detained by the police station, he should be fine for now." Xianxia tilted his head and caught two words, "Perverted man?" "Yeah, wretched and disgusting, I'm so mad just listening to what he said." Fu Zhuang was getting angrier as he spoke. He raised his voice. "He kept saying that Yifan is his niece, he kept coming to the station to harass her, he even went to the police station yesterday." Xianxia's voice gradually became softer. "The police station?" Fu Zhuang nodded. Yifan was pushed by him, her leg was scratched by a tree branch and there was a lot of blood, it looked painful. After a long time, Fu Zhuang finally reacted. He was a bit confused. Sang Yan bro, didn't you know? Yifan didn't mention it to you? Sang Yan played with the cigarette in his hand and was silent for a few seconds. She did. When Yifan didn't dare to dawdle after receiving his message, she was afraid of delaying Sang Yan's flight. She left the unit and found Sang Yan's car in a familiar place. She sat in the front passenger seat and asked, "Do you want me to drive over?" Sang Yan, "No need." He didn't say anything else and directly started the car. When Yifan nodded, lowered her head and took out her phone, she said, "Oh right, I picked a few hotels for you last night, they are all near a university. It's summer vacation now, there are a lot of vacancies there, you don't have to rush to book. Wait and see which one you like, I'll book it for you." Sang Yan nodded. Noticing his silence, Wen Yifan turned her head and looked at him. She was about to speak, but she suddenly noticed that the direction of the car was not quite right. She hesitated. "Did you drive the wrong way? We're going to the airport now, this is the way home." Sang Yan continued to look forward, his tone was cold. "Let's go home first." When Yifan didn't know what was going on, she asked hesitantly, "Did you forget something?" Sang Yan nodded perfunctorily again. When Yifan looked at the time, "Then we have to hurry, I'm afraid you won't be able to catch the plane." Inexplicably, when Yifan felt that the pressure in the car was extremely low at this moment. She felt inexplicably uneasy, her right eyelid twitched, she couldn't help but ask, "Are you in a bad mood today?" Sang Yan didn't say anything. When Yifan, "What's wrong?" Seeing that he still didn't say anything, when Yifan continued to talk about her happy mood, hoping to make him feel better. Seeing that he didn't have the desire to chat, she slowly stopped talking. She was a little worried, but she also felt that a storm was coming. They drove all the way to the underground garage in Shangdua City. After getting out of the car, Sang Yan held Wen Yifan's wrist and walked towards the direction of the elevator. When Yifan stared at his side profile, she didn't know why, but she always had a bad feeling, but she didn't know what happened. She tried to say a few words to make him happy. Sang Yan would respond to her, but his tone was different from any other time in the past, it was extremely cold. It seemed like he was just answering her, he didn't want to make her feel awkward, but in fact, he didn't have any desire to talk. When they went up to the 16th floor, Sang Yan took out the key to open the door. The two of them walked in. When Yifan stood at the entrance, she didn't intend to take off her shoes, then quickly go and get it. Before she finished speaking, Sang Yan carried her up and put her on the shoe cabinet. He looked at her with a blank expression, as if he wanted to confirm something, he straightaway pulled up her pants. When Yifan's face froze. At this moment, because of his action, she understood the reason for his bad mood. When Yifan subconsciously stopped his action. Sang Yan's reaction was very fast, he didn't put her resistance in his eyes. He held her hands with one hand and continued to pull up her pants until he reached the base of her thighs. Her legs were white and delicate, there were no scars at all. Sang Yan stopped his action, looked up at her again, and started to pull up the other leg of her pants without saying a word. When Yifan was really anxious, but she couldn't break free from his strength. Sang Yan. When he reached her thighs, Sang Yan clearly saw the scars on her legs. There were a few bloodstains that hadn't formed scabs, and some of them were red and swollen. It looked extremely shocking. At this moment, Sang Yan's anger seemed to be completely ignited. He closed his eyes, suppressed his anger and asked, "How did you do it?" Sang Yan was in a bad mood all the way from the company to his home. His actions after entering the house were very purposeful. It was obvious that he had heard about it from someone. When Yifan followed his words and stared at the wound on her leg. She stopped struggling and said, "I was pushed and scratched a tree branch. It's not serious. I have applied some medicine and it will heal soon." The room became quiet after she said that. When Yifan licked her lips and felt a little nervous. She raised her eyes again. His eyes met Sang Yan's once again. His expression was calm, as if he was waiting for her to continue. It lasted for a while. Sang Yan seemed to be impatient. "Are you done?" Sang Yan, "Who pushed me?" When Yifan told the truth, "The man who said he was my uncle." Xianxia asked one question after another. How long has it been? Wen Yifan, How long has he been pestering you? Wen Yifan denied reflexively, no. Xianxia acted as if he did not hear her denial and continued, since the last time he pestered you at overtime? Or before that? No, I didn't really meet him. I didn't know he was in Nanwu before. Wen Yifan explained, and during this period of time, I didn't. During this period of time? Xianxia interrupted her and said word by word, so how long is it? Wen Yifan, tell me if you have anything to say. Xianxia was so angry that he laughed. How many times have I told you this sentence during this period of time? After so long, Wen Yifan was a little stunned to hear him call her by her real name again. She moved her lips and suddenly did not dare to speak. After a while, she said, I'm sorry. Xianxia looked at her. I just feel that it's not necessary to let this kind of emotion affect our mood. Wen Yifan said, and I don't think it's a big deal. I can solve it by myself. I don't think it's a big deal. Xianxia repeated her words lightly, without any warmth in his tone. Then what's a big deal? Wen Yifan could not answer. Must you only answer when I ask, right? Xianxia stared at her, his voice cold and hard. Even if something really happens, it won't be a big deal to you, right? Wen Yifan, Xianxia's Adam's apple bobbed. Can you consider my feelings? It made him feel as if the distance between the two of them had ended here. No matter what he did, he could not enter her heart at all. I understand that you have things that you don't want to talk about. It's fine. You can say it whenever you want. But you didn't even tell me this kind of thing. Xianxia loosened his grip on her and finished his words slowly. Do you think I can't trust you? That's not what I meant. Wen Yifan had seen Xianxia angry before, but she was especially uneasy at this moment. It's just that you're going to Iha soon, and I'm not affected by this matter. I don't want you to worry. Xianxia didn't say anything else. He just looked at her. After a long while, the emotions in Xianxia's eyes gradually subsided. The anger seemed to have been extinguished, and he returned to his usual unapproachable state. He didn't continue this topic. He took out the car key from his pocket and said lightly, I'll leave the car key here. Drive yourself to and from work for the next few days. Remember to lock the door before going to bed. Xianxia looked down and slowly pulled her trousers back to their original position. Then, he carried her down from the shoe cabinet. Everything returned to its original position, as if nothing had happened. The argument between the two just now was like an illusion. I'm leaving. Xianxia didn't look at her again and opened the door. Go and rest. Staring at the closed door, Wen Yifan subconsciously wanted to follow him. But because of Xianxia's tone and expression when he spoke, it seemed like he was holding something back. She slowly stopped and didn't dare to go forward. Wen Yifan found that look familiar. It was like the last time she saw him before they reunited. Wen Yifan didn't know if she did something wrong. Did she make the same mistake again? She just wanted to be nice to him? She just wanted to keep the unbearable things in her life away from him. She just wanted him to feel relaxed and normal when he was with her. She just wanted him to be with her all the time. But she didn't seem to have done a good job. She seemed to have hurt Xianxia again. Wen Yifan stood there in a daze and suddenly turned to look at the clock on the wall. It was almost 7:30 p.m. Wen Yifan was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hail a taxi. She collected her thoughts, took the car key, opened the door and walked out. She took out her phone and sent a message to Xianxia, I'll send you there, it's not easy to hail a taxi at this time. Wen Yifan hesitated and typed, let's talk about it when you come back, okay. Before she could send it, Xianxia replied, no need. Xianxia, I'm getting in the car. Her fingertips paused for a moment, and her footsteps also stopped. After a long while, Wen Yifan deleted the words in the input box and typed again, then be careful on the road. Wen Yifan looked down, let me know when you arrive. Wen Yifan didn't know if he could catch the plane from the city to the airport at this time. She didn't have the mood to do anything else, so she calculated the time and asked, have you arrived at the airport? Xianxia answered almost every question. But the number of words in each answer was very small, as if he didn't have the patience to type. It wasn't much different from usual. But in the past, he would directly send a voice message after typing a few sentences. Words couldn't tell a person's emotions. It was as if it could widen the distance between the two of them invisibly. Because of his coldness, Wen Yifan didn't dare to ask too often. She only relaxed when she confirmed that he had boarded the plane. She returned to her room, feeling a little tired. She lay on the bed and didn't want to move at all. But when she thought of the wound on her leg, Wen Yifan got up to take a shower. She avoided the wound on her leg and simply washed her body. Then she sat on the bed and began to apply medicine. Wen Yifan used a cotton swab to wipe away the water that she accidentally got on her body, and carefully treated the wound. Everything around her was silent. Gradually, a strong sense of loneliness swallowed her whole. Wen Yifan's hand that was holding the cotton swab gradually tightened. Her mind gradually came to the night after the two of them were together. Will you still help me apply medicine tomorrow? Come and find me after you take a shower. The red marks in front of her gradually turned into a paste, and she couldn't see anything clearly. Wen Yifan continued to apply medicine on herself. She was silent and extremely quiet. She blinked her eyes hard, and her tears fell on the wound, bringing with them a sharp pain. She came back to her senses, awkwardly wiped the tears with the back of her hand, and wiped the water stains with the cotton swab again. The next afternoon, Wen Yifan received a call from the police station again, asking her to go over and record some statements. It was common for reporters to go to the police station. She finished the draft at hand, then packed her things and left the unit. This time, it was mainly to ask Wen Yifan about Xianxia's continuous harassment. The police station checked the station's surveillance footage, and indeed, Xianxia appeared outside Nanwu Sarft almost every day. But he didn't do any substantial harm to Wen Yifan, nor did he do anything extreme. Xianxia failed to rob her, and he didn't escape after he was discovered, so the situation wasn't serious. Xianxia approached Wen Yifan to reconcile, and after being rejected, he clamored to hire a lawyer. Wen Yifan didn't know what the outcome would be. She was absent-minded the whole day, she didn't have the mood to work, and she was too lazy to care about these things. She only did what she had to do, and she didn't have the energy to think about the rest. Gan Hongyuan noticed Wen Yifan's state, and thought she was affected by Xianxia's matter. Moreover, there were several days off previously, and she had to rush to the company to work overtime because of the unexpected incident. So, he simply gave her 3 days off to deal with these matters. Wen Yifan wasn't as happy as she imagined when she got the leave. She even wanted to ask Gan Hongyuan if the 3 days off could be postponed to a week later. After all, Wen Yifan had nothing to do at home. Wen Yifan wanted to wait for Xianxia to come back, and then she would take the 3 days off. But she was worried that if she mentioned it, Gan Hongyuan would think that there was nothing wrong with her, and he would change his mind and take back the leave. After Gan Hongyuan approved the leave, Wen Yifan didn't go home immediately. She stayed in the company until 6 o'clock. She turned off the computer, opened WeChat out of habit, and sent a message to Xianxia, "Have you eaten?" Her fingertips paused on the send button, and her palm clenched. After a few seconds, she pressed down. This time, Xianxia didn't reply immediately like before. Wen Yifan waited for a while, silently put the phone back into her pocket, and got up to leave the company. When she got home, she opened the door with the key and stared at the shoe cabinet for a while. She thought of the quarrel between the two of them last night. The next moment, the phone's ringtone interrupted her thoughts. Wen Yifan immediately picked up the phone from her pocket and picked it up. Xianxia's voice came from the other end, and she said with a cheeky smile, "How are you? Do you feel that the world is a lot more relaxed without your boyfriend by your side?" Wen Yifan retracted her gaze and walked towards the direction of the sofa. She just smiled. "Let's go out for dinner when you're off." "Isn't Xianxia going for a week?" Xianxia said, "Sigh, after you fell in love, all your time was taken up by him. I haven't seen you for a long time." Wen Yifan whispered, "Okay. What's wrong with your tone?" Xianxia joked, "Xianxia just left for a day, and you already miss him. Why didn't I see how clingy you were before?" Wen Yifan still smiled and didn't speak. Soon, Xianxia felt that something was wrong and asked, "Hey, what's wrong? Usually, when I mentioned Xianxia to you, you would say a few more words. Why didn't you say anything today?" Did you quarrel with him? Wen Yifan was silent for a while, but she didn't admit it. She just said, he thinks that I don't say anything to him. Ah, you do have a serious problem. You keep everything in your heart. Xianxia said, but you can't get along with each other like this, Dian Dian. It's okay if this kind of thing happens once or twice, but if it happens more often, you two will start to have estrangement. Wen Yifan said blankly, but I don't say nothing to him. Ah? Wen Yifan said seriously, I just don't tell him bad things. Xianxia smiled, that's the same. If you don't tell him, he won't know why you don't tell him. He will only think that maybe the relationship between the two of you hasn't reached the point where you can be honest with him about everything. Xianxia said, if he finds out from someone else in the end, he might be disappointed. There was a moment of silence. Wen Yifan's voice was a little faint, Chow Chow, maybe I've been with Sang Yan for a long time. Recently, I keep thinking of something from the past. What? Wen Yifan said very slowly, didn't I tell you that I wanted to apply to Nanjing University? Xianxia didn't know why she mentioned this. She was stunned for a moment. Yeah, I was wondering why you went to university in the end. I thought that we could go to the same school again. When I applied for the application, Sang Yan came to ask me. I promised him that I would apply to Nanjing University. Wen Yifan never dared to mention this to anyone, not even in front of Sang Yan, but what's wrong? Wen Yifan was a little embarrassed, I changed my application in the end. Wen Yifan said softly, I was very worried that he would care about this matter. It was as if once there was something that one cared about, one would start to become weak. One would be overcautious in everything they did. So I didn't dare to mention this matter to him again. I also wanted to accommodate him as much as possible and not cause him any trouble. Wen Yifan asked slowly, did I do something wrong? After a while, Xianxia asked. So why did you change your application? Wen Yifan didn't answer. Knowing that it might not be a good thing, Xianxia didn't ask further, you didn't tell him either? She softly said Then I still say the same thing. No matter what the reason is, if you want to continue to be with him, you have to mention it to him, Xianxia said, otherwise, it will be a thorn in both of you. Dian Dian, you can't only cause harm by talking about it, Xianxia said seriously, you can also avoid talking about it. There was silence on the phone. A few seconds later, Xianxia sighed, don't make the same mistake again. The next day, 8 o'clock in the evening, Iha City. After eating with Sang Ji and Duan Jiaxu, Sang Yan originally wanted to go back to Duan Jiaxu's house to sleep. He didn't want to stay with the couple who were so lovey-dovey. Who knew that Sang Ji would drag him along and even arranged him and Duan Jiaxu to be lovers? Sang Yan felt impatient and ridiculous, so he directly asked Duan Jiaxu to leave and then leaned against his seat to look at his phone. Sang Yan didn't catch the flight the day before yesterday. He could only buy a flight for the next afternoon, but he didn't mention it to Wen Yifan. When Wen Yifan sent him a message last night, he was still on the plane. After getting off the plane, Sang Yan only saw the message. After replying, he only received a message asking him to sleep early. After that, there was no other activity on his phone for the whole night. Even when it was time for dinner, Sang Yan didn't receive any messages from Wen Yifan. He stared at the chat interface between the two of them. He remembered the anger he threw at her before he came to Iha. Sang Yan's fingertips moved and he typed, "Are you home?" There was no reply. Coincidentally, the movie started. Sang Yan waited for a while before he threw his phone aside and stared at the screen in front of him. He had no interest in watching the movie and couldn't concentrate at all. After a while, he realized that it was a 3D movie. But he was too lazy to put on his 3D glasses. The sound in the cinema was extremely loud, causing his ears to hurt. Sang Yan wasn't affected at all. He inexplicably felt a little tired, and his eyelids gradually drooped. Sleepiness swept over him, accompanied by an extremely gloomy dream. Sang Yan dreamed of Wen Yifan when she was 17 years old. In the dream, Wen Yifan was wearing Beiyu's high school uniform, walking alone in the alley that they had passed many times. She didn't know who was following her, but her expression was filled with fear and helplessness. The next moment, someone pulled her from behind. She looked at the extremely wretched smile of her uncle. She looked defensive and subconsciously wanted to break free. but she couldn't break free at all. The surrounding was terrifyingly quiet. There was no one else in the world except for the two of them. It was as if no matter how much she called for help, the current situation would only be maintained, and no one would come to help her. The scene changed. When Yifan was sitting alone on the bed, and the light was extremely dim. It was just like how she looked when she was alone in the living room after sleepwalking. She wrapped herself in the quilt and lowered her eyes, with tears falling down one by one. The door was slammed heavily from the outside, making a loud crashing sound. The next moment, Xianxia was suddenly woken up by someone. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at Xianxi's slightly unnatural face. "Brother, let's go." Xianxia subconsciously lit up his phone to take a look, but there was still no reply. He was still in a trance. He casually responded with a and stood up. The three of them got into the car again. Xianxia sat in the back seat and looked out of the window. His thoughts were completely occupied by the dream just now. Although he could gradually come up with an answer based on the various traces during this period of time. But he didn't want to believe it at all. In that memory, Xianxia remembered the most clearly the harsh words that Wen Yifan said at the last moment. Those words completely trampled on his self-esteem. He never thought that there would be another reason. But he would rather not have it. He would rather not have it. The girl that he liked for so many years, at that time, just because she couldn't stand his entanglement, just because of this reason, she used all kinds of methods to stay away from him. It was just that she didn't like him. He didn't want it to be another reason. He didn't want it to be that she didn't have a good life during those years. The car unknowingly drove to the entrance of Iha University. Xianxia looked sideways, staring at the familiar school gate. He slowly lost his mind. He remembered what she said when she knew he was coming to see Xianxia some time ago. It's really worrying for her to be alone there. Xianxia unconsciously murmured, "I'd better go back." Xianxia didn't hear it clearly. He turned around and asked, "What?" "You two go on your date." Xianxia looked at his phone again and said lightly, "I'm going back to Nanwu." It was almost 10 o'clock when he arrived at the airport. Xianxia went to the ticket counter and was about to ask if there were any tickets back to Nanwu when his phone suddenly rang. He paused, took out his phone from his pocket and saw the caller ID was Wen Shuangjiang. He was obviously relieved, walked out of the line and picked up the phone. "You're home?" "Yeah," Wen Yifan said softly, "Not yet." "When do you get off work?" There was a moment of silence. Wen Yifan suddenly asked, "Xianxia, are you free now?" Can I find you?" "I just got off the plane." Wen Yifan paused for a few seconds and added, "At Iha Airport." The last time Wen Yifan flew from Nanwu to Iha was 8 years ago. The day after meeting Xianxia in Beiyou, Wen Yifan took the high-speed rail back to Nanwu. She went to Zhao Yuandong's place to take all the money and documents that Wen Liangzhe left for her. After that, she didn't stay in these two cities. She took the plane to Iha alone. At this moment, Wen Yifan's state of mind was completely different from before. Wen Yifan sat by the window on the plane. She had nothing else to do, so she stared out of the window and thought about how to tell Xianxia that she was here after getting off the plane. She didn't know if it would affect him. The sky outside was dark. She could still see the dark and thick clouds in the distance. There was a large night scene and a red band of light below. The cabin was quiet, and the light was extremely dim. He could faintly hear someone talking in a low voice. It was like a long and endless journey. Wen Yifan suddenly wanted to know. What kind of mood did Xianxia have every time he took the high-speed rail from Nanwu to Beiyou to see her? Was it the same as her now, feeling excited and nervous, looking forward to the moment she saw him? But she was afraid that he actually didn't want to see her. The temperature of the air conditioner in the plane was a little low. Wen Yifan subconsciously pulled the blanket higher. She didn't feel safe being alone on the transportation. She didn't plan to sleep even if she had nothing to do. Wen Yifan looked out of the window again. Perhaps she had decided to let him tell her everything. Wen Yifan's mood was calmer than ever before. She gently pursed her lips, trying to slowly sort out everything that had happened. Gradually, she was pulled into that memory by this night and her mood. She didn't want to think about it anymore. Wen Yifan moved to Beiyou with her uncle's family in the second semester of her second year of high school. At first, everything was no different from Nanwu. It was nothing more than moving from a familiar city to an unfamiliar city. Wen Yifan didn't care much about this at that time. She felt helpless, but she also knew that there was no other way. She just wanted to work hard to improve her grades and get into a better university. She also hoped that time would pass faster. She hoped that she could take the college entrance examination sooner, become an adult sooner, and earn money with her own abilities sooner. Hurry up and end this life. For Wen Yifan, although those days were oppressive and painful, Wen Yifan was still able to endure it. But she still had hope. He felt that as long as he could endure this period of time, everything would be fine. Everything started to change after she entered the third year of high school. That year, Xianxia moved from another city to North Elm. He had no job, no money, and could only rely on his sister. After that, he stayed at his uncle's house. From the first time they met, Wen Yifan did not have a good impression of her so-called uncle. Wen Yifan was a very slow-witted person. Her sensitivity to various emotions was also slower than others by a beat. But she always felt that the way he looked at her was very strange, and his words were also greasy and wretched, with an extremely bad meaning. She was not a very expressive person. She wasn't sure if she was hallucinating. In the beginning, Xianxia didn't do anything too excessive. Before he found a job, Xianxia stayed at home almost every day. He would often sit next to Wen Yifan, or use the excuse of holding something to touch her body. Wen Yifan could feel that it was an accident once or twice, but she felt that something was wrong after a few times. Wen Yifan was well protected since she was a child. She had never encountered such a thing, and she knew how to deal with it. There were several times when Zhao Yuandong called her, Wen Yifan couldn't say the words that were on the tip of her tongue. For girls of that age, this was something that was very difficult to talk about. Fortunately, the third year of high school was very important, and the school allowed the third-year students to stay in school on weekends to study. Wen Yifan simply reduced the number of times she went home and stayed in school for a long time. If it wasn't for the holidays, she wouldn't even take the initiative to go back to her uncle's house. After the end of the third year of high school, Wen Yifan entered her last winter holiday of high school. It was actually less than 2 weeks, but it was at that time that Xianxia's behavior became worse. Wen Yifan couldn't stand it anymore, and had to mention it to Xianxia. Xianxia didn't take it to heart at all. She only said that she was too sensitive, and told her not to think about irrelevant things, and not to make a fuss over it. Before she mentioned it, Wen Yifan didn't think that Xianxia would be on her side. She simply mentioned it to Zhao Yuandong again, and the general meaning was that she wanted to rent an apartment outside. Zhao Yuandong was also worried when he heard it, but he didn't feel comfortable letting her live alone outside. In the end, she only told Wen Yifan that she would mention it to Xianxia again. But there was no follow-up. He seemed to be aware of Wen Yifan's avoidance and forbearance. Xianxia was extremely rampant. He began to try to pick the lock of her room in the middle of the night. Occasionally, he would use his drunken state to knock on her door, pretending that he had entered the wrong room. Wen Yifan warned him several times, but it was to no avail. All she got in return was his increasingly arrogant knocking on the door. Whenever something like this happened, Wen Yifan only looked forward to the arrival of 3 in the morning. When Xianxia and Xianxia opened a barbecue stall together. It was open until 2:30 in the morning every night, and it took half an hour to walk home. They would arrive home at about 3 in the morning every day. Xianxia was afraid of Wen Xianxia. With Wen Xianxia around, he would be more restrained, and he wouldn't dare to do things so blatantly. Although there was a lock on the door, and although Wen Yifan would put the desk in front of the door after returning to her room, she still felt insecure. She began to hide scissors and a utility knife under her pillow. When she was at home, she didn't dare to sleep until 3 in the morning. She was afraid that Xianxia would break in when she wasn't paying attention. Such days continued until the end of the college entrance examination. During this period, Wen Yifan called Zhao Yuandong a few more times. Zhao Yuandong had been expressing that Xianxia had gradually accepted her, and she should be able to persuade Wen Yifan to move back in after some time. After the results came out, when Wen Yifan was preparing to fill in her application form, Zhao Yuandong also requested her to fill in Nanwu University. He wanted Wen Yifan to stay closer to him so that he could take care of her in the future. Although Zhao Yuandong temporarily placed her at her uncle's house because of the new family. But Wen Yifan still relied on him for many things. She just wanted to get out of her current life, and quickly let such days become a thing of the past. She also wanted to try to get along with her new family. Therefore, Wen Yifan agreed to Zhao Yuandong's request. Because for her, except for the city of Beiyu, the rest of the places were the same to her. Plus, Wen Yifan thought that Sang Yan was also in Nanwu. He might want to stay in this city. The week she started filling in her application form, Sang Yan sent her a few text messages in succession, all asking her about her application form. Wen Yifan was afraid that he would choose a school that he didn't want to because of her. She tried to ask him which school he wanted to apply for, but he never mentioned it. In the end, she could only tell him clearly that she would apply for Nanwu University. She would return to Nanwu. She would treat the pain of the past 2 years as a fleeting cloud. They didn't need to be separated by 2 cities anymore. Wen Yifan didn't need him to travel across a city to find her. After that, they could see each other every day. They could go back to how they were in high school. All the days seemed to be getting better. Until the deadline for the college entrance examination application form. That morning, Wen Yifan was the only one at home. During that time, Xingde found a job and was not at home for several days a week. She didn't know Xingde's working hours, and she wasn't sure if he would come back today. Wen Yifan didn't dare to sleep until 3 o'clock. Wen Yifan texted Sang Yan on her phone while paying attention to the alarm clock on the bedside table. Sang Yan, I'll come to see you tomorrow, okay? Wen Yifan thought for a while and replied, I'm going to Nanwu in a while, don't come over. Sang Yan, when? Wen Yifan, when the admission notice arrives, we have to go back to school to get it. Sang Yan, it's already July. After a while, Sang Yan sent another text, I'll go over on the day the admission results are out. Xingde didn't come back until 1:30 in the morning. Wen Yifan felt that Xingde might not come back, but she was a little uneasy, as if a storm was coming. She laid on the bed and started to feel sleepy while chatting with Sang Yan. She forced her eyes open and wanted to sleep until 3 in the morning, but she couldn't overcome the drowsiness. It was already this late. Big Uncle should be home in a while. After that, Wen Yifan was awakened by the sound of the door opening. This time, it wasn't the sound of metal being pried open, but the sound of a key being unlocked. She opened her eyes and saw the desk in front of the door falling down due to the opening of the door in the darkness. Wen Yifan raised her eyes and looked at Xingde's face. Xingde shook the key in his hand with one finger. His laughter was wretched and scary. He was a little fat, he threw the key away as soon as he came in and pressed himself on her. He reeked of sweat and alcohol. He was extremely domineering and suppressed her with the disparity of strength between a man and a woman. Wen Yifan instantly woke up and could feel him pulling the quilt off her body. His intention was very obvious. He pulled her hair with one hand and tried to pull down her pants with the other. She screamed uncontrollably and began to struggle for help. Wen Yifan felt as if she was separated from her body at that moment and became a bystander. She saw herself resisting frantically. She took the scissors from under the pillow and stabbed Xingde without reason. Xingde retreated in pain, but he quickly pounced on her again and snatched the scissors from her hand. Mother ****. Wen Yifan's eyes were red. She stepped back and took the utility knife from under the pillow again. Her body tensed up to the extreme, and she was completely on guard. She controlled the trembling in her voice and said word by word, "You'll go to jail if you do this." Xingde laughed, "Do you dare to call the police? Let others know that you're slept with by your uncle?" Xingde spat, "Shuangjiang, how are you going to get married if others know about this? It's a very shameful thing, do you know that?" Wen Yifan stared at him without blinking as if she didn't hear him. She was afraid that he would come forward again. The girl's hair was messy, her skin was fair and her lips were red. Her facial features were extremely gorgeous. Her limbs were fair and slender. Her body was extremely soft as her movements outlined her curves. She was curled up in the corner like a kitten with thorns. Because of her appearance, Xingde's unabated desire surged again. "It's okay, uncle will marry you." Don't go to college, Xianxia. Come and be uncle's wife. Xianxia once again pressed on Wen Yifan's body. This time, he seemed to be aware of it. He quickly grabbed the utility knife from her hand. He pulled her pants down again. His heavy breath sprayed on her body again and again. Wen Yifan struggled with all her strength. It was the moment when she felt the most broken, powerless, and desperate. It was also the moment when she felt the dirtiest and wanted to die the most. The room was extremely dark. The curtains were half open, but at that moment, Wen Yifan felt that she could no longer see the light. She hoped that she could die immediately. If she had to endure this kind of thing in this world, she would rather not live. When Xianxia pressed her hands down and pushed her clothes up, Gu Yuxing saw Xianxia pushing her clothes up. There was a sound of movement at the entrance. Wen Yifan's eyes were filled with tears. She seemed to have realized something. She turned her head and stared at the clock on the bedside table. 3 o'clock in the morning. Wen Yifan's hollow eyes gradually lit up, and she began to ask for help again. Because of the long period of shouting, her voice became hoarse and she was crying, "Uncle! Help me!" Xianxia stopped what he was doing and cursed under his breath. Then, the lights in the living room were turned on. When Liangxian's voice was heard, "What's going on?" Xianxia also said, "Shuangjiang, why are you shouting so late at night?" Xianxia instantly stopped talking when she saw the scene in the room. When Liangxian had been dissatisfied with Xianxia for a long time. He was instantly furious when he saw the situation. He walked over and pulled Xianxia off the bed and shouted, "What kind of animal are you doing? Don't you know how old this child is?" After escaping from hell, Wen Yifan immediately wrapped her body with the quilt. She lowered her head and stared at the blood on her hand. It was stained when she cut Xianxia's hand with a pair of scissors. She used all her strength to hold back her tears. She would never shed a tear for such a scumbag. Absolutely not. "No, brother-in-law," Xianxia explained, "I drank too much. I haven't done anything since I just came in." Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief and came over to comfort him. "Hubby, nothing happened, right? You don't have to be so angry. Xingda was just drunk and couldn't see things clearly." Before she could finish, Wen Yifan said, "I want to call the police." "What are you talking about? Why call the police?" Xianxia frowned, "Your uncle was drunk. Look at you, aren't you still wearing your clothes? It would be embarrassing if the neighbors heard about it." When Liangxian was very concerned about his reputation. He was afraid that others would know that he took care of his niece like this. "Jiang, it's fine as long as it's okay. Uncle will give you an explanation, but there's no need to bring this matter to the public." When Yifan looked up, her gaze swept across Xianxia and Wen Liangxian's faces, and then fixed on Xianxia's slightly proud face. She remembered what he said just now. She was very calm and her body was still trembling. She repeated, "I want to call the police." "Do you have a conscience? Do you want your uncle to go to jail?" Xianxia was furious, he was drunk and went to the wrong room. "Also, are you afraid that people won't gossip about you in the future?" When Yifan interrupted her, "Whatever. I don't care what others say." When Yifan took out her phone from the side and dialed 110 while speaking. Her actions were stiff and mechanical. "I don't care what others say, I just want to call the police." Hearing this, Xianxia wanted to snatch her phone, but the call had already been connected. When Yifan sat on the bed, her body was trembling uncontrollably. She tried to calm herself down and told the truth about the situation. Xianxia immediately looked at Xianxia with a panicked expression. Xianxia comforted him, "It's okay." After that, Wen Yifan no longer looked at the other three people. Her hands were still trembling as she started to call Zhao Yuandong. Maybe he was still sleeping. Zhao Yuandong picked up the phone after half a minute. "Jiang?" Wen Yifan felt a lump in her throat. The tears that she was trying to hold back finally fell down when she heard her voice. Before she could say anything, Xianxia had already come over and snatched her phone away. She sneered, "Zhao Yuandong, look at the good daughter you brought up. I worked hard to bring up the child for you, but look at the result. Now, she wants to put my brother in prison. I'm telling you, if you don't solve this problem for me today, don't even think about living a good life." Xianxia said, "What did my brother do? He was drunk and walked into the wrong room. He didn't do anything. Your daughter wants to pin the crime of rape on him. How evil she is." Xianxia seemed to be extremely annoyed and scolded her for a while. Wen Yifan didn't have the strength to snatch the phone back. After a long while, Xianxia threw the phone back to her. Wen Yifan stared at the screen that was still in the middle of a call. She suddenly didn't dare to listen. She thought of the last time when she wanted to ask Zhao Yuandong to pick her up. She didn't even listen to her and hung up. She clenched her fists and slowly put the phone to her ear. "Please, Mom. I beg of you. I'm begging you. Please save me. Don't leave me alone again." The next moment, Zhao Yuandong's extremely embarrassed voice came from the other side of the phone again. "Jiang, is there any misunderstanding? Your aunt said that her brother is not that kind of person. Don't think too much, Mom will come in 2 days." Wen Yifan didn't listen anymore and directly hung up the phone. It was hard to describe Wen Yifan's feelings at that moment. She didn't know that she had such a side to her. At that moment, she only hoped that the whole world would die. In the early morning of that chaotic war, when Yifan and Xianxia were taken away by the police, she recounted the whole night and everything that happened in the past year. After that, she didn't go back to her uncle's house. She stayed at a policewoman's house. The policewoman sympathized with her experience and gave her psychological counseling. She also let her stay as long as she wanted. The policewoman had a daughter named Xianxia, who happened to be Wen Yifan's classmate. The two of them didn't interact much in school, but Xianxia's character was very easy to get along with. She didn't mention these things that happened to her. She just talked to her about all kinds of messy topics. At night, Xianxia suddenly jumped up and ran to her room while talking to her. "Oh right, I want to change my major. I don't want to choose human resources anymore. Damn, what time is it now?" Wen Yifan's eyelids moved when she heard the word major. She remembered that she chose Nanwu University because of Zhao Yuandong's suggestion. She also remembered what Zhao Yuandong said on the phone not long ago. She lowered her head and looked at the red marks on her hand caused by Xianxia. She was stunned. Not long after, Wen Yifan also got up and entered Xianxia's room. At this time, Xianxia was sitting in front of the table and had just turned on the computer. She noticed Wen Yifan's figure from the corner of her eyes. She turned her head and asked with a smile, "What's wrong?" Wen Yifan stared at the computer screen. "Xianxia, can I use your computer?" "Sure." Xianxia said readily, "What do you want?" The room was quiet for a few seconds. The light in Wen Yifan's eyes seemed to have disappeared. She said softly, "I want to change my major." For the next period of time, Wen Yifan stayed at Xianxia's house. Although she was away from Xianxia, Wen Yifan still couldn't fall asleep until 3 o'clock in the morning. She was extremely insecure. She would always wake up when she fell asleep. She would feel that someone was pressing on her. She felt out of breath every day. Wen Yifan didn't want to contact anyone. She hid in her shell every day and only listened to the policewoman's instructions. She would only go out when she had to go to the police station to record a statement. However, there were no traces of sexual assault on Wen Yifan's body and there was no evidence. In addition, when Liang Xian and Xianxia were speaking up for Xianxia. In the end, Xianxia didn't receive much punishment. He was only detained for a few days. This matter caused an uproar in the Northern Elm district. There was a rumor that an uncle had raped his niece. When Yifan stayed at Xianxia's house every day, she didn't know about these things. She couldn't eat or sleep. She felt that the days were painful and unbearable. She was losing weight at a speed visible to the naked eye. She felt that this sign was very wrong. When Yifan didn't want to care about these things anymore. She didn't want to stay in this place anymore, and she didn't want to think about anything else. She just wanted to wait for the admission results to come out as soon as possible. She wanted to leave the city after getting the admission letter. She wanted to stay away from these things. During that period of time, when Yifan was muddle-headed. She didn't communicate with the outside world. Her phone was switched off for a long time. The thing she did the most every day was to stare blankly in a corner. When Yifan felt that she was very strange. She thought that the dawn was near some. Time ago. Previously, he had thought that life was progressing in a good direction. But now, she couldn't control her negative energy at all. Every day, she thought about the thought that came to her mind when Xianxia was on top of her. Every day, she thought about death. It drizzled for a few days in Bayu the week the admission results came out. That day, Xianxia was extremely happy after checking the admission results. She hugged her excitedly. Great, my boyfriend and I are admitted to the same school. We can go to the same university. At that moment, when Yifan's thoughts broke free from the darkness, she suddenly remembered that she had forgotten something during this period of time. She had an appointment with Xianxia to go to the same university. But she forgot. She changed her choice. She didn't tell Xianxia. When Yifan's mood was still very calm when this thought came to her mind. She felt that this should be a natural result. After a long while, she stood up and took out her phone that she hadn't taken out all this time. She pressed the power button. A lot of unread messages and calls popped up. Xianxia had sent her dozens of messages during this period of time. The latest message was sent an hour ago. Xianxia, I'll go look for you. When Yifan stared at it for a long time, Xianxia noticed that she was absent-minded and interrupted her attention. What's wrong? When Yifan looked up, I'm going out. Ah? This was the first time when Yifan took the initiative to go out in the past half a month. Xianxia was a little surprised. What's wrong? Where are you going? Do you want me to go with you? When Yifan smiled, no, I'm going to meet a friend. Xianxia, okay. When Yifan got up and walked to the porch, she opened the door and Xianxia's voice came from behind, hey. By the way, Yifan, it's raining outside. Bring an umbrella with you. Xianxia ran over and stuffed an umbrella into her hand as she spoke. She looked at Xianxia and whispered, thank you. Don't mention it. Xianxia smiled, have fun with your friend. When Yifan was silent for a few seconds when she heard this, then she said, okay. When Yifan went out the door, it was already dark outside. The rain was not heavy, it was like fine needles. Even when it landed, it did not make a sound. The fog in front of her was very heavy, and the cement ground was also deep and shallow. When Yifan thought about the place where Xianxia usually got off the bus and walked towards her uncle's house. When Yifan bumped into Xianxia again when she reached the alley. He was stunned for a moment as if he didn't expect to bump into her. Then, he grabbed her arm again like a successful villain, yo, Xuanjiang. When Yifan felt pain again and struggled to break free from his hand. You want to call the police? Who do you think will lose more if you call the police? I'm fine, but what about the rumors about you? Perhaps it was because he had been locked up in the detention center for a few days. Xianxia's eyes gradually became sinister. Also, you can't blame me for this, right? You look like a slut, you wear short-sleeved shirts and shorts at home every day, you just want to seduce. Before he could finish his words, Xianxia suddenly appeared behind Xianxia and was pulled away by his hand. His face was full of hostility, and he punched Xianxia's face hard. Then, Xianxia pressed his knee against Xianxia's stomach as if he had lost his mind. There was a loud sound of collision. Xianxia had no room to fight back, he started to beg for mercy. When Yifan came back to her senses, she didn't want Xianxia to get involved in these things, and she didn't want him to get into trouble because of her. She immediately grabbed his wrist and walked in the other direction. Xianxia followed her. Who is that person? When Yifan didn't look back, I don't know him. The two continued to walk forward. Xianxia asked again, are you okay? When Yifan responded softly. When Xuanjiang, don't come down early if it's so late next time. Xianxia couldn't help but say because of the man just now, I'll go straight to your house to find you. When Yifan didn't say anything. Are you busy these days? Xianxia noticed that something was wrong with her. He paused for 2 seconds. I couldn't contact you, what happened? No, my phone is broken. When Yifan raised the umbrella higher to shelter him from the rain, why are you here? Ah. Xianxia took the umbrella from her hand and said naturally, didn't we agree before that I'll come over when the admission results are out? Unknowingly, the two of them walked into the alley. There was no one inside, the street lights were dim, and they could faintly see a few flying ants flying in front of them. The pitter-patter of the rain seemed to bring with it a bit of coolness in this hot and dry summer. Xianxia was more talkative than usual. Maybe he felt that the man just now affected her mood. My admission results are out, software engineering at Nanshan University. Your results are slightly lower than mine, but it should be more than enough for your major. Wen Yifan looked at the young man in front of her, as if she heard what he said, but also as if she didn't. Che Xingda's words echoed in her mind over and over again. This is very shameful, you know? She thought of it over and over again. Whore. Slut. These words. Wen Yifan couldn't remember how she felt at that time. She only remembered that she didn't mind letting anyone know about it, no matter how others spread it. But she didn't want Xianxia to know. Not even a little bit. She didn't want to reveal the slightest flaw. She didn't know how to explain it, so that he wouldn't have the slightest doubt. She could only think of using harsh words to break him down. Wen Yifan also didn't want Xianxia to be like this. He had to spend time and travel so far just to see her. This was her fault. No matter what the reason was. At the end of the day, it was just that she forgot. There was no need for Xianxia to bear this responsibility. People like her couldn't afford to be treated like this by him. They should have broken up earlier. Last time, when she told him to stop bothering her on the phone, they should have ended it. They should have ended long ago. Wen Yifan suddenly interrupted him, Xianxia. Yes? I didn't apply to Nanjing University. Hearing this, Xianxia's gaze froze. As if he didn't understand what she said, he smiled after a few seconds. You're kidding me. Wen Yifan's tone was very serious. No. After observing Wen Yifan's expression for a long time, Xianxia realized that she was telling the truth. The smile on his face gradually disappeared. After a while, he asked, what did you apply to? Wen Yifan honestly said, University. Why? Xianxia stared at her, his Adam's apple moved slowly, and his tone was a little difficult. Why did you apply to university? Wen Yifan forced herself to look at him. At that moment, she couldn't think of other reasons to change her major, so she randomly made up an excuse. I have an appointment with someone else. What about me? Xianxia seemed to think that it was ridiculous. He looked at her and asked, don't you have anything to say to me? Wen Yifan pursed her lips and didn't say anything. The alley was too quiet. Xianxia looked at her in silence, as if waiting for her answer. After a while, he gently closed his eyes, and for the first time, he used the term of address to distance the two of them. Wen Yifan, am I your spare tire? You can think of it that way. Wen Yifan raised her head. She only felt that the young man in front of her was extremely clean, and he shouldn't mix with people like her at all. The admission results are out. It's good for you to stay in Nanwu. If you don't want to, you can tell me directly. Xianxia's voice was very soft. There's no need to use this method. Then I'll be straightforward. Xianxia, I really hate it, Wen Yifan said calmly. I don't like that you keep coming to Beiyou to look for me, and I'm very annoyed that I have to meet you every time. Beiyou is closer to Nanwu, so I'll go to a place further, okay? Wen Yifan said everything without blinking. I hope you won't come to look for me again when I'm in Iha. That was probably the most ruthless thing Wen Yifan had ever said to someone else in her life. She never thought that her target would be Xianxia. Xianxia's eyelashes and hair were stained with water droplets, and most of his shirt was wet. His eyes were dark and emotionless. His lips moved, but he didn't say a word. She didn't know where the sound of water droplets came from. Splat. It sounded like the sound of tears falling. She didn't know how long had passed. Xianxia seemed to have guessed something. The corner of his lips twitched. So that's why you didn't reply to my messages all this time? Wen Yifan, yes. Wen Yifan. Xianxia called her for the last time. His Adam's apple moved again, as if he was restraining his emotions. He slowly lowered his head and said in a self-deprecating manner, I'm not that bad, am I? When Yifan's throat was dry, she looked away and no longer looked at him. After a few seconds, Xianxia smiled as if he wanted to maintain his last dignity. Don't worry, I won't pester you anymore. After that, the two of them didn't talk anymore. As usual, Xianxia continued to send her downstairs. He handed the umbrella back to Wen Yifan's hand. He seemed to want to say something, but he didn't. He looked at her and said softly, "I'm leaving." Wen Yifan nodded. He took a few steps. Then, he turned back, "Goodbye." After that, Xianxia turned around and walked in the direction of the alley. His back was thin and tall, and his spine was straight when he walked, as if he had never bent down for anyone before. He never turned back again. Just like the young man who stood beside the water dispenser and arrogantly called her junior. Wen Yifan stood quietly in the same place, watching him come here from another city full of expectations, but he left her sight in such a manner. In a trance, Wen Yifan had an illusion. The rain seemed to have an invisible force, it smashed on his body bit by bit, and it also extinguished the pride in his bones inch by inch. She was a little stunned, she stared at the umbrella in her hand and uncontrollably took a step forward. Then, Wen Yifan saw him completely disappear in the rain. In that long and dark alleyway that seemed to have no end. When Yifan stopped, her eyes gradually turned red, she softly said, "Goodbye. Goodbye. My dear young man. I hope that you will have a smooth life. I also hope that you will never meet someone like me again." From then on, he was still that high-spirited, proud and dazzling young man. When Yifan took her luggage and got off the plane. When Yifan found him at the exit according to the location Xianxia told her on the phone. She became nervous at this moment, she walked over, "Why are you at the airport?" Xianxia took the luggage from her hand and said casually, "I was going to go back." "Let's go." Xianxia walked forward, "Let's find a hotel first." When Yifan followed him and stared at his empty hand. She hesitantly reached out and held his hand. Xianxia looked at her and held her hand back. "I checked the trunk of the car yesterday and saw that you didn't take your luggage." When Yifan licked her lips and explained in a low voice, "My director just gave me a 3-day leave, so I came over and brought you your clothes." Xianxia nodded softly. After they left the airport, Xianxia then realized that it had started to drizzle outside. He paused and looked at Wen Yifan, "Wait here, I'll go inside and buy an umbrella." Wen Yifan nodded. She stared at Xianxia's back for a while before looking away. Then, Wen Yifan looked at the scattered rain outside. Not long after, she noticed a tall and thin man wearing a black t-shirt. He ignored the rain and went straight to the direction of the airport bus. Wen Yifan was in a trance when she recalled that memory again. She subconsciously wanted to follow him. The next moment, Xianxia pulled her back from behind, "Where are you going?" Wen Yifan came back to her senses and looked at him. Xianxia frowned, "I told you to wait for me here." Wen Yifan was stunned and called him, "Xianxia." "Xianxia, what's wrong?" "I'm sorry." Wen Yifan looked at him. "After so many years, she once again brought up the past, I should have given you the umbrella at that time." Xianxia didn't react, "What?" The regret that came late drilled into her bones. When Yifan lowered her head and finished her sentence while trembling. "I shouldn't have let you go back in the rain." Sensing her tone, Xianxia moved closer, reached out his hand to pinch her chin, and lifted it up. His eyes were dark as if he didn't understand what she said. When the National College entrance examination results came out, When Yifan looked into his eyes and said softly and slowly, "The day you came to Beiyou to find me." Xianxia didn't expect such an answer. His expression didn't show any emotion. After a few seconds, he twitched his lips and said lazily, "It rained that day?" When Yifan didn't say anything and just nodded. "It's fine. Why are you apologizing?" Xianxia moved his hand away and pinched her face. He didn't seem to take it seriously. He raised his eyebrows, "What's wrong with a man like me getting drenched in the rain? I'm not that delicate." When Yifan's throat was dry as she looked at him quietly. Xianxia said casually, "Why do you always think of your partner as a delicate flower?" "Let's go." Xianxia didn't continue this topic. He opened the umbrella and asked, "Have you had dinner?" When Yifan followed him, "I had an in-flight meal." "Is that enough?" Xianxia said, "I'll eat some later." Okay. The two didn't contact each other for the past 2 days. The only conversation they had was through WeChat. In addition, their last conversation wasn't pleasant. The atmosphere was a little uncomfortable. When Yifan couldn't help but peek at him, "Are we going to a university now?" Xianxia nodded. When Yifan had stayed in this city for 6 years, including university and work. Although she had left for 2 years, she was still familiar with the city. "We can take the airport bus there. There's a direct bus. But for the two of us, the price of taking a taxi to a university is..." Before she finished speaking, when Yifan noticed that Xianxia was leading the way, she paused and said, "Oh, you just came from there, you should know the way." Xianxia, "Well, let's get a taxi." When Yifan, "Okay." The two got on a taxi parked at the airport. When Yifan got on the car first and sat in the inner seat, she told the driver Iha University. The next moment, Xianxia also got into the car. After glancing at her, he habitually leaned over to help her fasten her seatbelt. After that, he sat back down. When Yifan looked in his direction, Xianxia seemed to have noticed her gaze, so he quickly pulled over his seatbelt and fastened it for himself. Seeing this, when Yifan recalled the conversation they had in the car the day she got drunk, she licked her lower lip and took the initiative to chat with him. "How's Iha?" These words seemed to make Xianxia think of something. His voice was cold. "Not bad." When Yifan asked with concern, "Have you reconciled with her?" When Yifan overheard Xianxia talking to Xianxia on the phone. The general content of the conversation was that Xianxia had found a postgraduate boyfriend in Iha and had stayed in school for the summer because of him. Because of this, the two of them quarreled for a while. After that, they had a long Cold War. What about her boyfriend? When Yifan was a little curious and asked, "Have you seen him?" After a long time, Xianxia finally said, "I saw it." When Yifan asked, "How is he?" Xianxia, "You've seen his photo." The light in the car was dim, when Yifan couldn't see Xianxia's expression clearly. She had never seen Xianxia take the initiative to show her a photo of a man. She was a little confused when, this time, Xianxia directly said the name, Duan Jiaxiu. After a long time, when Yifan seemed to have understood something and came to a conclusion, "Is Iha's dating your university roommate? That rumored girl of yours?" Xianxia casually nodded. When Yifan asked again, "So your roommate is now a postgraduate student at Iha University?" Xianxia sneered. "I remember." When Yifan remembered that he had called Duan Jiaxiu a few times at home, "Didn't you ask him to help you take care of your sister?" This was like a continuous stab to Xianxia's chest. He didn't say anything and looked at her again. When Yifan didn't quite understand and looked back at him blankly. Not long after, she gradually figured out the situation. "Didn't they tell you?" "You only realized it when you came over." Xianxia was still looking at her. When Yifan thought of the reason why they quarreled before he came to Iha, it was also because they didn't tell him anything and kept him in the dark. As a result, he flew for a few hours to Iha and received the same treatment from his roommate and sister. She immediately kept quiet. The car fell into silence again. After a while, Xianxia took the initiative, "Pick a hotel." When Yifan looked up. "Xianxia, didn't you pick a few hotels for me before?" This was what Wen Yifan said to Xianxia in the car. She thought he didn't listen to her at all. She quickly nodded and took out her phone from her pocket. "Then, take a look at which hotel you like." Xianxia flipped through his favorites folder, randomly picked a hotel and returned the phone to her. When Yifan, "Is it this hotel?" Xianxia, "Yes." When Yifan hesitated for a long time before choosing a standard room with 2 beds, "Then, I'll book a room?" Xianxia immediately looked at her. When Yifan was afraid that he wouldn't be happy, so she added, 2 beds. Xianxia's eyes were meaningful. After a while, he replied, "Okay." After booking a hotel, When Yifan told the driver the name of the hotel and asked him to drive the car directly to the hotel. Xianxia tilted his head and looked down at her thigh that was covered by her trousers. "Did you bring medicine?" When Yifan didn't react. "What medicine?" "Leg injury." When Yifan mumbled, "I forgot." Xianxia nodded and didn't say anything. When they were near the destination, Xianxia looked out of the window and suddenly asked the driver to stop the car. Then, they got out of the car. When Yifan was a little confused, "Why are we getting out of the car?" Xianxia opened his umbrella and signaled with his eyes, "Go buy medicine." Wen Yifan followed his gaze and noticed that there was a pharmacy next to them. They walked side by side towards the hotel after leaving the pharmacy. Wen Yifan looked down and stared at her empty hands. She wasn't used to this situation, so she slightly clenched her palms and opened them again, saying yen. Sang Yan looked ahead. Wen Yifan whispered, "Why aren't you holding my hand?" Sang Yan stopped and looked at her. "I'm carrying my luggage and umbrella, I don't have my hands." "Then I'll carry my luggage, okay?" Wen Yifan said seriously, "I want you to hold my hand." Sang Yan stared at her, and after 3 seconds of silence, he suddenly lowered his head and laughed. His eyebrows relaxed, and the dimples on his lips were faintly discernible. "Wen Shuangjiang, why are you acting coquettishly?" The stiff atmosphere seemed to have disappeared along with her words, and everything returned to normal. Wen Yifan was stunned. She realized that she was acting coquettishly, and her face was a little hot and nervous. She maintained a calm appearance and pretended that her request was reasonable. "Oh." Sang Yan raised his eyebrows and said in a slightly annoying tone, "So you came to Iha to hold my hand?" Sang Yan handed her the umbrella as he said, "Hold it." Wen Yifan subconsciously took it. Sang Yan reminded, "Use that hand to hold it, otherwise, how can I hold your hand?" Wen Yifan obediently changed her hand. The next moment, Sang Yan held her hand and squeezed it in his palm. His palm was wide and warm, and he used a lot of strength to hold her hand, but it didn't make her feel pain. She just felt very safe. Wen Yifan was a head shorter than him, so it was a little difficult for her to hold the umbrella in this posture. She paid attention to Sang Yan's expression and secretly thought that he seemed to like her acting coquettishly. Fortunately, the pharmacy was not far from the hotel that they had booked, and they arrived in less than 5 minutes' walk. The two entered the entrance at 9 o'clock, took out their IDs, and went to the front desk to check in. During this time, Sang Yan suddenly asked, "Why didn't you tell me before you came?" Wen Yifan answered honestly, "I was afraid that you wouldn't let me come." Sang Yan looked at her. "I was afraid that you don't want to see me now." Sang Yan squeezed her hand hard, "Say something that people can hear." After thinking for a while, Wen Yifan asked politely, "Then why did you suddenly want to go back?" Sang Yan, "Because you didn't reply to my message." Wen Yifan was a little stunned, "Because I was on the plane, I know, remember to tell me next time." Sang Yan rubbed her head hard and said slowly, "Otherwise, if you call me later, I'll be on the plane back to Nanwu." After the two got the room card, they took the elevator back to their room. Sang Yan put down the luggage and glanced at the time on his watch. "Do you want to eat out or order takeout?" As soon as they entered the room, Wen Yifan didn't want to move. "Let's order takeout." "Okay." Sang Yan handed the phone to her and turned on the air conditioner. After ordering, "Go take a shower. It's time to apply the medicine." Wen Yifan listened to Sang Yan's suggestion and ordered 2 meals. Then, she opened the luggage bag and took out her change of clothes. She walked into the toilet and gradually began to daydream. She remembered the purpose of her visit. She had dragged it on the whole journey and hadn't mentioned it until now. She just mentioned it in the beginning, but in the end, he changed the topic. From last night until now, Wen Yifan had been thinking about how to tell him. After the topic was changed, she didn't know how to mention it again. She just felt that it wasn't something that would make people feel happy. It would make the atmosphere heavy no matter what she said. She sighed, and she became more and more nervous and perturbed. Wen Yifan didn't know how Sang Yan would react if he knew. But she knew. Sang Yan was different from others. He must be different. When Wen Yifan came out of the bathroom, the takeout had arrived. At this time, Sang Yan was sitting on one of the beds with a medicine bag in his hand. "Come here, apply the medicine before eating." Wen Yifan walked over and sat next to him. She watched him take out a bottle and a cotton swab from the medicine bag. She looked down and stared at the red string on his right wrist and the small snowflake pendant on it. She was a little absent-minded. She recalled Sang Yan's words again. "Wen Yifan, can you consider my feelings? Do you think I don't trust you?" She thought of how Sang Yan tidied up her trousers in silence. He lowered his head, his back was slightly bent, and his expression was extremely calm, but it made people feel his deep sense of powerlessness. It was completely different from his usual arrogant look. Sang Yan held her calf and stared at the wound on her leg. He frowned. Did it touch the water again? When Yifan came back to her senses, I accidentally got it just now. Xianxia's tone was not very good. Don't wash it tomorrow. Then, Xianxia picked up the cotton swab and wiped the water off her wound again and again. His lips were straight, he was obviously not in a good mood, but his actions were extremely gentle. It was as if he was afraid that she would be hurt if he used any more force. When Yifan stared at his slightly lowered head, her palms gradually tightened. She plucked up her courage and said, Xianxia, this wound was made a few days ago. I met Xianxia in the parking lot that day. He was the person who said he was my uncle. Hearing this, Xianxia raised his eyes. Yes. In Nanwu, I first met him before the new year. I worked overtime in the middle of the night. When Yifan said, he was involved in a drunk driving accident. But nothing happened at that time. I only met him when I worked overtime with you. Then, he probably knew that I was working at Nanwu SARFT, so he started to wait for me downstairs, but I only met him a few times. That day, he wanted me to give him 10,000 yuan, I ignored him, so he snatched my bag and pushed me. When Yifan's tone was very calm when she said these things, after that, I called the police, nothing serious happened. Xianxia listened quietly, his hands did not stop moving, he gently helped her apply the medicine. After a long while. I didn't tell you the truth before. When Yifan rarely confided in others, she spoke very slowly. After my father passed away, my stepsister didn't like me very much. After that, my mother sent me to my grandmother's place to be raised. But later, my grandmother's health deteriorated, so I was sent to my uncle's. When Yifan whispered, my uncle's family also didn't like me very much. When we were in high school, our parents were called for the second time because of puppy love. It was my uncle. I was in a bad mood after I went home that day, so I lost my temper with you over the phone. When Yifan pursed her lips and dared not look at him, I'm sorry, but I didn't mean what I said, I didn't think you were annoying. Xianxia stopped what he was doing. After I moved to Beiyou, Xianxia moved in when I was in my third year of high school. When Yifan's tone became a little difficult when she mentioned this, yes, he has been harassing me. Xianxia put down the cotton swab in his hand when he heard this. His Adam's apple moved slightly, and his voice sounded hoarse. When Shuangjiang, let's not talk about it if you don't want to talk about it. It's not that I don't want to talk about it. When Yifan shook her head and continued, during the week when I was filling in the application form, he entered my room one night. When Yifan lowered her head, her eyes were a little empty. She skipped this part, but nothing serious happened. Because my uncle and the others came back at 3 o'clock in the morning every night, they came back on time that day. Xianxia closed his eyes and hugged her in his arms. He couldn't say a word. He didn't dare to think about it at all. He didn't dare to think about how she survived that period of time. The girl who had no temper, a soft personality, and was extremely gentle to everyone. How did she survive after encountering such a thing? I really applied for Nanjing University at first. I wanted to go to the same university as you. I didn't lie to you. When Yifan's eyes gradually turned red, and she began to speak incoherently, but something bad happened. I didn't know what to do at that time, no one helped me. When Yifan held back her tears, Xianxia, no one stood on my side. She didn't want to cry at all. She only felt that she shouldn't cry. Because even if she was treated badly, it wasn't a reason for her to hurt Xianxia. I didn't think about anything at that time, I just didn't want to stay in Beiyou and Nanwu anymore. I just wanted to go to a place further away. When Yifan said, I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you. I'm sorry, I said so many unpleasant things to you. So many years. She never thought about what happened at that time. She only remembered that her tone was very harsh, and she said many unpleasant things to Xianxia. But as time passed, she gradually forgot about it. She thought about it deeply today. She remembered it. She said such words. She had actually said such a terrible thing. Xianxia increased his strength and carried her on his lap. His voice was hoarse, and he caressed the corner of her red eyes. His tone seemed serious and careless. Do you remember what I said to you at that time? When Yifan looked up, what? At this moment, it was as if he had returned to that dark alley. The two stood under the dark curtain of rain, covered by a small umbrella, and the distance between them was very close. Everything around them was getting further away, the sound of the rain was rustling, and the darkness was also disappearing. The face of the young man in front of her grew up, and his facial features were more mature than before. He repeated in a low voice. "Don't you have anything to say to me?" That year, the girl who shut herself in silence and did not give any answer. At that time, she also gave a different answer. "Yes." Xianxia raised the corner of his lips, "Then say it now." When Yifan sniffed, "I like it when you come to Bayou to find me. I don't think it's annoying to see you outside." Xianxia, "Well. Anything else?" "I just feel that I changed my major. I didn't do it well, and I forgot to tell you." When Yifan said, "And Iha is very far from Nanwu, I don't want you to keep coming to find me like when you were in high school." "What else?" "I didn't make an appointment with anyone else, I only made an appointment with you." "Well. I think," when Yifan looked at his eyebrows, and finally couldn't hold back her tears, "I don't deserve you." Xianxia wiped away her tears, "Take that back." When Shuangjiang, "Why do you think I haven't found a partner for so many years?" Xianxia stared at her, and his tone was arrogant, "I only like the best, understand?" When Yifan looked at him blankly, and her mind was occupied by the words "the best." She continued to say all the words she wanted to say, "I didn't treat you as a spare tire. Well. For so many years, I haven't liked anyone except you. Well. I'm sorry, Xianxia." As if a stone that had been accumulated in her chest for many years was removed, when Yifan slowly, holding back her sobs, and finished the last sentence, "I stood you up." Xianxia looked down at her, "Well." In the extremely quiet room. The light was bright, and the rain outside the window was getting heavier, but it couldn't affect them at all. That piercing rainy night, the time covered by mud and bottomless darkness, the past that neither of them wanted to mention. At this moment, it was finally in the past. After a while, when Yifan felt something warm fall on her forehead, Xianxia's solemn and clear words came out of his mouth. "I forgive you." It was like a scene that had played out thousands of times in her dreams. It was also like a scene that she did not dare to imagine. It made her feel that the floating world was finally stable, but it also felt like she had entered an unreal illusion. As if she opened her eyes again. The two returned to the midsummer after the college entrance examination. Nothing had happened yet. That night, Xianxia did not come back. Everything went according to plan. She did not have that experience, nor did she change her college entrance examination application. That night, she only agreed to meet Xianxia. Nothing else happened. When Yifan was looking forward to every day. She waited for the admission results to come out every day. When Xianxia came to Bayou again, she was thinking about what he would say to her. Maybe it was a confession, or maybe it was to talk to her about college, or maybe it was just to see her like before. Whatever it was, it would not be like before. It would not be the prelude to the two of them being separated from each other. When Yifan raised her eyelashes slightly and looked at his prominent Adam's apple. The curve was very clear. His kiss was still on her forehead. It was very gentle, with a sense of cherishing. She slowly blinked and saw the tears falling down. She subconsciously covered her eyes with the back of her hand. At that time, Xianxia told me that it was a very shameful thing. My relatives also told me not to call the police, saying that it would not be good if it was spread out. I don't want you to know. Before that. When Yifan had never heard anyone say such terrible words to her. No one had ever used that kind of word to describe her. So even if she was a victim, it would also make her feel that in the eyes of others, was she really that kind of person? When Yifan pressed her lower lip hard and said with all her strength, "If only I had said that at that time. Tell him all these things. Tell him everything. Then, what would they be like now?" Xianxia pulled her hand down and wiped the tears on her face little by little. When Shuangjiang, "What nonsense did you listen to that scumbag?" When Yifan stared at his eyes. "Listen, it was not shameful or shameful. Do you know?" Xianxia looked back at her and said word by word, "You did not do anything wrong. You did a good job. You protected yourself, you were very brave. You were frank. You can stand under the sun unscrupulously. That kind of person should live in the gutter." When Yifan did not speak, Sang Yan asked again, did you hear me? She pursed her lips and nodded. Sang Yan's lips curled up as he slowly said, all right, then I'll thank you. When Yifan sniffed, what are you thanking me for? He lowered his head and kissed the corner of her lips, whispering, thank you for protecting my Jiang. When Yifan was stunned. Also, isn't it too late to say this now? Sang Yan's eyes were dark as he changed the topic. Maybe I didn't want to be in a relationship at that time, and I didn't intend to agree to your courtship. When Yifan came back to her senses and pursed her lips. After a few seconds, she couldn't hold back her laughter. Her bad mood gradually dissipated with his words. She said with a slight nasal voice, you were the one who chased me in the past. Sang Yan raised his eyebrows, don't you like me too? When Yifan was slightly stunned and nodded very seriously, yes. If you like me, then go after me. Sang Yan smiled and lowered his eyes to apply the ointment on her face. His tone returned to its usual annoying tone, if you like me, why are you waiting for me to chase after you? Why do you care so much about your reputation? When Yifan looked at him, I don't know how to chase after someone. Sang Yan's action stopped and he looked up, I know? Recalling his previous behavior, when Yifan honestly said, yes, you seem to be quite experienced. Sang Yan stared straight at her. Seeing that she really thought so, he felt an inexplicable itch in his teeth. He couldn't help but pinch her face and said leisurely, your temper is quite irritating sometimes. When Yifan was pinched by him several times today, she felt that her face was about to be pulled by him. Adhering to the principle of reciprocity, she also raised her hand and pinched his face as if she was retaliating. Sang Yan was very double-standard and glanced at her, what are you doing? I'm just, when Yifan paused and didn't withdraw her hand, touching your face. Sang Yan didn't argue with her, he continued to treat her wound and asked, did you apply the medicine properly these few days? When Yifan, yes. Did you lock the door before going to bed? Yes. The two of them chatted on and off. After treating the wound, when Yifan got up from his body, Sang Yan tidied up the medicine bottle, go wash your face and eat. When Yifan nodded and got up obediently. When Yifan came out of the bathroom, Sang Yan had already tidied up the things on the bed. He got up, bent down to take a change of clothes from his duffel bag and quickly went into the bathroom to take a shower. The bathroom was not spacious and a little cramped. Sang Yan put the clothes on the sink and absent-mindedly began to undress. After a few seconds, Sang Yan stopped again. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Sang Yan froze on the spot like a petrified statue. He stared at himself in the mirror and when Yifan's words appeared in his mind again. Every word was like a sharp blade stabbing into every corner of his body. The violence lurking in his bones couldn't be concealed at this moment. I didn't know what to do at that time, no one helped me. Sang Yan, no one was on my side. His Adam's apple moved up and down as he gently closed his eyes. Sitting in front of the table, when Yifan slowly ate her rice. She felt that Sang Yan's shower took longer than usual. She looked in the direction of the bathroom from time to time and recalled the conversation between the two of them. She started to worry, she didn't know if it would affect his mood. When Yifan ate some on the plane, so she wasn't very hungry at this time. She put down her chopsticks after a few bites. When Yifan packed up the lunchbox and climbed back to bed. She was bored and played with her phone for a while. After a while, Sang Yan also came out of the bathroom. There was a towel on his head, his hair was wet and dripping water. He glanced at her as soon as he came out, are you full? When Yifan looked up and noticed his expression, I'm full. Sang Yan nodded, took his phone and sat next to her. When Yifan was still lying on the bed and observed his appearance for a while. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with him, she was slightly relieved and silently looked away. She continued to browse Weibo and took the initiative to ask, do you want to look for ZG tomorrow? Sang Yan's tone was casual, I'll see. I've already told the kid that I'm going back to Nanwu. He seemed a little indifferent, which was a strong contrast from before he came to Iha. When Yifan felt a little strange, but she quickly came to a conclusion, ZG is with Duan Jiaxiu, you're quite at ease, right? Yes. Thinking of this, Sang Yan put on a fake smile and said, that bastard really knows how to take care of children. He works even harder for that kid than me, his brother. I'm really ashamed of myself. When Yifan was stunned, why did you call him that? Sang Yan looked down at his phone and happened to see Duan Jiaxu's message. Duan Jiaxu, is everything okay? If you dare to do it, you must dare to bear the consequences. Sang Yan did not seem to feel that there was anything wrong with it. He replied and said, what he's doing now is what a bastard does, understand? When Yifan could not help but say, isn't this a natural thing to do? When Shuangjiang, do you know how old my sister was when this bastard met her? Sang Yan looked at her as if he was looking for a sense of recognition. He spoke very slowly, she was just a primary school student, not even 10 years old. When Yifan was not broadened by him. She calculated their ages and asked, when Ziji was only 10 years old, did you go to university? Sang Yan's tone was cold, not much different. He seemed to be very unhappy, so when Yifan did not continue to mention it. She glanced at his phone screen and saw that he was opening his Alipay account, as if he was transferring money to someone. When Yifan instantly understood, did you transfer money to Ziji? That kid's elbow is severely injured, and now her arm is broken. Sang Yan said lazily, I don't care about her, I can only give her more money to go to the hospital. When Yifan felt that his expression was a little funny. She was half lying on the bed and staring at his face. It didn't take long for Wen Yifan to notice something wrong. She did not see it clearly from the outside, but everything became clear when the light in the room brightened up and his complexion became fairer after the shower. She immediately sat up, stared at the corner of his right eye, raised her hand and touched it. Why is the skin at the corner of your eye broken? Sang Yan suddenly thought of something. Oh. When Yifan asked patiently, how did you do it? Sang Yan said frankly, Duan Jiaxu hit me. When Yifan did not react, why did he hit you? I don't know, Sang Yan paused and said slowly, he has a bad temper. When Yifan did not believe his words as she recalled how he called Ziji a bastard and suddenly said that he wanted to go back to Nanwu. She looked at him and hesitantly gave a guess, did you fight with him? Sang Yan looked at her, no. Then, when Yifan asked, did you hit him? Sang Yan slightly raised his chin and did not deny it. But this gesture obviously meant that he acquiesced. When Yifan thought that the siblings usually did not get along with each other. She felt that it was a little calmer now. Didn't he get mad at you? Sang Yan still did not say anything. When Yifan understood, did you return to Nanwu because of this? The room became quiet. Sang Yan stared at her eyes that were very close to him. At this time, her fingertips were still on the corner of his eye, staring at his wound attentively and seriously. She had just taken a shower and was wearing short-sleeved shorts with a low neckline. Her limbs were also exposed to the air, white and soft. It was like a silent seduction. Seeing that he did not speak, Wen Yifan shifted her gaze and looked into his eyes. He instantly noticed the ambiguous distance between the two of them. She froze for 3 seconds. The next moment, Sang Yan suddenly pulled her into his arms as if he could no longer restrain his lust. His kiss directly touched her lips, and they gently pressed against each other, accompanied by vague words. What do you mean I returned to Nanwu because of this? Do you have a conscience? You only know how to make me angry all day long, Sang Yan was very straightforward. He pinched her chin and put the tip of his tongue in, sweeping every corner and slowly licking. You made me so angry that I forgot to take my luggage, and even had to borrow Duan Jiaxu's underwear from that dog. Wen Yifan was a little confused by his kiss, but she laughed because of his words. Sang Yan stopped and was annoyed. Can you be more serious? Did you really wear someone else's underwear? Wen Yifan did not want to break the atmosphere, but she felt that it was very funny. She still could not stop laughing. Then can't you buy one? A new one. Sang Yan stared at her and smiled. Doesn't that mean I bought it? After that, Sang Yan lifted her chin and continued to kiss her. His kisses were also very forceful. His hands gradually moved up and held her face. He bit her lips and tongue again and again, as if he wanted to eat her. His actions were particularly lustful. There was a very familiar sandalwood fragrance on the man's body. His body was broad and warm. His breath seemed to be aggressive and pervasive, invading her. His hair was still dripping water, it hit her neck and slid down. It was cold, but it seemed to be carrying an electric current. It made Wen Yifan involuntarily shiver. Xianxia's palm was hot. He explored her clothes and up her abdomen until he touched her softness. His fingertips had calluses, he rubbed them gently and scraped them from the top. When Yifan unconsciously gasped, her body was stiff, she subconsciously hooked her arms around his neck. She was a little nervous. But she did not have the slightest intention of resisting. But soon, Xianxian probably noticed her condition, he stopped. His hand that was touching her gradually moved down and retreated from her clothes. He was still kissing her as if he was venting his desire. From her lips to her earlobe, he gently nibbled along her neck. There was a slightly perverted water stain. When Yifan hugged his head and knelt on his body. She could clearly feel his heat. She didn't dare to move, she stiffened on the spot and endured his actions. After a long time, Xianxian stopped and bit her lips as if he was venting his desire. When Yifan looked at him blankly, "Why did you stop?" Xianxian stared at her bright red lips, his Adam's apple moved and his voice was low and hoarse, "Aren't you on your period?" This instantly reminded Wen Yifan of the excuse she used to deal with Xianxian. She felt guilty when she mentioned it, she kissed his lips again and whispered, "I lied to you." This was equivalent to acquiescence. In the narrow hotel room, the extremely charming atmosphere seemed to be fermenting. Xianxian opened his mouth and let her kiss him. After a long while, he slowly let go of her lips. His fingertips slid down from the back of her neck, along her back and all the way down to the hem of her clothes. He twirled her in a flirtatious motion, and then slowly lifted her dress. "Oh, that's why you tried so hard to get the same room with me," he pulled it up to her abdomen. "Then why?" His eyes were filled with lust. He curled his lips and continued, "Trying to hide something makes it more obvious." 2 beds. He continued to move up. When Yifan looked at the man in front of her. Her mind was blank and she felt a little thirsty. Her body subconsciously leaned on him, she unconsciously desired more, but she also felt an unknown tension and uneasiness. In the next moment, Xianxian's kiss fell on her collarbone, leaving little marks. "When Shuangjiang, are you going to sleep with me?" All of her senses were magnified. When Yifan hooked her arms around his neck and gradually increased her strength. She endured the sound in her throat. She could feel his lips and tongue continue to slide down with a deep and sexy panting sound like a catalyst. "I'll give you a discount." There was a bright warm yellow light in front of her, the room was dazzling. She could still hear the sound of the air conditioner, the rustling of the drizzle, and the ambiguous swallowing sound. When Yifan slightly raised her head, enduring this strange and indescribable touch, she felt that her thoughts had become slow. She couldn't spare any energy to think about Xianxian's words, her whole body and mind were wandering with his movements. Xianxian's body was hard, it was like a silent shroud, mixed with a familiar and intoxicating scent. There was still moisture on his body, water gathered at the ends of his hair, a few drops fell from time to time, it was slightly cold. It was so warm that it made her sink uncontrollably. But she was a little sober because of the coldness. When Yifan's eyes were confused, she stared at the light in front of her, then moved down. She noticed that Xianxian's clothes were still neat, she held his head and said with a trembling voice, "Xianxian, you didn't turn off the light." Xianxian raised his head when he heard her. Under the bright light. The man's complexion was cold and pale, the color of his lips was darker, with a charming water stain. His eyebrows were sharp, shallow, and his pupils were pure black. Now that he was infected with lust, his facial features were sharp, but they didn't decrease in the slightest. His aggressive nature seemed to have multiplied. He was like a blatant aggressor. "Turn off the light?" Xianxian let go of her hand, the hem of her shirt that was hooked by him fell down and fell back to its original position. His voice was slightly deep with a smile, "Then how do you look at me?" Xianxian's body lay back on the bed after he finished his words. He even grabbed her wrist and pulled her towards him. She was caught off guard, her upper body leaned forward and half of her body was lying on top of him. During this period, the wound on Wen Yifan's right leg was accidentally rubbed by his pants. It was a slight tingling sensation. Wen Yifan frowned subconsciously. Xianxian was a little stunned when he noticed her expression. He let go of her wrist, looked down, and suddenly realized, "Did you touch the wound?" Before Wen Yifan could say anything, he had already sat up. Come here, let me take a look. Wen Yifan whispered, I didn't really touch it, it doesn't hurt. Sang Yan didn't say anything, he just held her knee and stared at the wound on her thigh. It had been 3 or 4 days. Scabs had already formed in several places, and their color had darkened. They were slightly red and swollen because they had been soaked in water. Only 2 of the deeper wounds had faint traces of blood. Her skin was so white that it reflected the light, making the wound look serious and shocking. At this moment, Sang Yan suddenly felt that he was the beast he had just mentioned. Her leg injury had not yet healed. Furthermore, he had just told her about his experiences. He hadn't considered whether she would be repulsed by such a thing. After a while, Sang Yan gradually straightened his body. The lust in his eyes did not seem to disappear at all. At this moment, there was a tinge of regret. He straightened his lips, raised his eyelashes and stared into Wen Yifan's eyes. Sleep, he said directly. Wen Yifan was stunned. As if he didn't want to continue, Sang Yan slowly combed the stray hair on her forehead. His eyes were as dark as ink as he stared at the marks he had made on her body. I'm going to take a shower. Wen Yifan looked back at him. At this moment, he felt that the situation was extremely absurd. Her body was still wet and sticky. She felt that every corner of her body had been kissed by him and was filled with his scent. It was like using a feather to continuously tickle her body, but in the end, this was the only process. It was the indescribable desire that was aroused by him. It was also because of him that it became silent and didn't receive the slightest bit of response. Wen Yifan was still sitting on his body, her eyes motionless. She didn't know whether it was her or Sang Yan who had a problem. He was the one who had taken the initiative. He was the one who had hugged and kissed her. He was the one who had inexplicably stopped because of an insignificant matter in the end. Wen Yifan felt like a tool. She could only bear it blindly and couldn't give any opinions. Thinking of what Sang Yan had just said, she pursed her lips and couldn't help but say, do I still have to pay? Sang Yan didn't react. Huh? I think if I return your service, Wen Yifan's eyes were slightly hooked. She was born with a seductive look, and the affection in her eyes hadn't faded yet. She sniffed slightly and said slowly, I'm at a loss. After saying that, Wen Yifan moved her legs and wanted to get down from his body. The next moment, she was pressed down by his hand. Wen Yifan looked up and met his half-smiling eyes. What did you say? Sang Yan's expression was a little incredulous, as if he didn't expect to hear such a thing. He pressed against the back of her waist and leaned on his body. He said word by word, tell me, what's the loss? Wen Yifan held her breath because of the distance. She regretted what she said impulsively. She didn't know how to explain it, so she simply gave up. You didn't meet the charging standard. Sang Yan's eyelashes lifted slightly and the corner of his lips twitched when he heard this. He hugged her and brought both of them back to the previous position. This time, his strength was a little gentler than before. He grabbed her wrist and slid it down and stopped at the hem of his shirt. What's the charging standard? Everything that happened next was guided by Sang Yan. Wen Yifan's hand was grabbed by him. His shirt was pushed up and his muscular abs were revealed. His voice was soft and obviously bewitching. Do I have to show you here? He continued to move up. Or here? Wen Yifan could feel her hand being held by him as she slid it across his body. The back of her ears were gradually burning. She didn't know how to react other than listening to him flirting with her. Until it reached his collarbone. Sang Yan looked at her and his tone seemed to be provocative. Are you done? Wen Yifan was a little slow to respond. What's the next step? Sang Yan pressed her head down and put his lips next to her ear. His voice gradually became softer, as if he was speaking with an airy voice. It's time to enjoy. Wen Yifan's brain instantly exploded when she heard this. His next 2 words were followed by a shock. Customer. Wen Yifan sat in the same place and didn't know how to react. She licked the corner of her lips and stared at the man's Adam's apple and collarbone in front of her. Sang Yan whispered, why aren't you kissing? Don't you feel that it's a loss if you don't touch after spending money? His words seemed to be seducing her. Wen Yifan couldn't help but fall into his trap. She lowered her head and kissed his Adam's apple. Her back was fixed by him and she could clearly feel his burning hot body. Xianxia panted lightly. He felt that all her actions were like torture that continuously challenged his patience. Soon, he couldn't restrain himself anymore. He lifted her head and bit her lips hard. His palm slid down and touched every part of her body. Unknowingly, their positions had changed. When Yifan lay on the bed, she was in a trance because of his words and actions. She really felt like she had spent a lot of money to buy a top prostitute. At the last moment, Xianxia reached out to turn off the light and took the box on the bedside table. In the dim room, when Yifan heard the sound of the packaging being torn, everything around her became unreal. Only the person in front of her was extremely clear. Xianxia's movements were gentle and patient. He kissed her lips soothingly and then slowly invaded her inch by inch. She felt the pain. Her mouth unconsciously made a soft whimper, but she didn't have any intention to retreat. She didn't like any man's touch. Except for him. In front of Xianxia, when Yifan just wanted to be closer to him. The rain outside seemed to be louder. It fell pitter-patter and beat against the window. From slow to rapid, the sound of falling also changed from light to heavy, spreading in this boundless night. Xianxia imprisoned her and gradually increased his strength. He just wanted to completely make her his. Years of longing had turned into a dark sense of violence at this moment, swallowing his reason like silk peeling off a cocoon. The next moment, Xianxia heard Wen Yifan's nasal voice. "Xianxia, it hurts." He came back to his senses and said hoarsely, "Where does it hurt?" Wen Yifan's eyes were red. She hugged his back and couldn't say anything. "Why don't you say anything?" Xianxia lowered his head and kissed her chin. His action was obviously gentler, but he didn't hide the naughtiness in his words. "If you don't tell me, how do I know where it hurts?" Wen Yifan still didn't say anything. "You don't want to tell me?" He tilted his head slightly and moved closer to her ear, nibbling her earlobe. "Then just bear with it." After the last round, the sound of rain outside the window seemed to have stopped. Wen Yifan's face leaned against Xianxia's chest. She was still hugging him tightly. She felt weak all over her body, and she was sweating all over. She felt extremely uncomfortable. She felt hot, sleepy, and tired. Under such circumstances, Wen Yifan also noticed that Xianxia picked up the remote control and turned off the air conditioner. She immediately looked up and asked with a hoarse voice, "Why did you turn it off?" "I'll turn it on later." The hair on Xianxia's forehead was still wet, his eyes were dark, and there was still lust in his eyes after sex. "You're sweating, I'm afraid you'll catch a cold." Wen Yifan couldn't describe her feelings as she stared at him who was still energetic after half a night of torment. She thought for a moment and called out to him, "Xianxia." "Hmm?" Xianxia pulled the clothes next to him and was about to put it on for her. Wen Yifan slowly made a request, "Can you help me take a shower?" The last time she heard something like that was when she was so drunk that she couldn't think straight. Xianxia stared at her. After 2 seconds, he laughed. "Wen Shuangjiang, aren't you ashamed? I didn't see you being ashamed when you didn't turn off the lights just now." Wen Yifan thought to herself. Wen Yifan even wanted to sleep directly when she thought of taking a shower by herself. But she couldn't stand the sticky feeling. She looked up at him, "Then I don't have the strength." Xianxia stared at her lazily as if he wanted to see what else she could say. He felt that this reason was not strong enough. Wen Yifan added, "And I'll hurt myself if I take a shower." "Wen Shuangjiang, you're such a spoiled brat." Xianxia casually put on his pants, carried her up, and walked towards the bathroom. "How old are you? You still need someone to help you take a shower." Wen Yifan couldn't help but say, "That's not you." She suddenly realized and swallowed the rest of her words. She was too embarrassed to continue. Xianxia laughed, "What's not me?" "Finish." Wen Yifan didn't say anything. After entering the bathroom, Xianxia glanced around and felt that this spoiled brat probably didn't even want to stand. He took a towel, laid it on the sink, and carried her onto it. Xianxia picked up Wen Yifan's towel, dipped it in warm water, and slowly helped her clean up. Wen Yifan felt a little comfortable being served by him and her eyelids gradually became heavy. She fought against her sleepiness and looked at his face, muttering, "Xianxia, did you really do this before?" Sang Yan pinched her face. What are you talking about? I really felt that. When Yifan felt that she should give some kind of evaluation. She thought for a while and slowly said what she felt just now, I'm here for a prostitute. Didn't you say that my service didn't meet the charging standards? Sang Yan pursed his lips and said carelessly, then I have to perform. Otherwise, what if I lose my job? Also, Sang Yan said concisely, this is my first time receiving guests. When Yifan blinked her eyes. In this lifetime, Sang Yan raised his eyelashes and used his fingertips to rub her reddened eyes. He lowered his head and kissed her, I will only have you as my guest. After leaving the bathroom, Sang Yan casually took out a piece of clothing from his luggage bag and put it on Wen Yifan. He put her on the other bed and walked to the table. He seemed to be taking something and made a small noise. Wen Yifan whispered, sleep early. Then, she didn't care about him. She pulled up the quilt and got into the bed. Wen Yifan couldn't sleep at home alone for the past 2 days because of the quarrel with Sang Yan. Now that she was relaxed, a strong sense of sleepiness swept over her. At this moment, Wen Yifan's only desire was to sleep. But just as she closed her eyes and the quilt was not even warm, she felt that she was pulled out again the next moment. Wen Yifan struggled to open her eyes. She saw Sang Yan grabbing the hem of her clothes and pulling it up. Wen Yifan was stunned. She really didn't know where Sang Yan got so much energy. Didn't he just take a shower? Sang Yan, Wen Yifan said tactfully, do you know what time it is? 3 o'clock. Sang Yan seemed to understand the meaning in her words. He glanced at her but his hands didn't stop, what are you thinking about? Go to sleep. Wen Yifan didn't know what he wanted to do. She looked at him for a moment, but she didn't argue with him. She quickly let him go. She was so sleepy that she almost fell asleep as soon as she closed her eyes. In a daze, Wen Yifan could feel Sang Yan pulling her clothes up to her collarbone. He also turned on the table lamp next to her. After some time, she heard him dragging his voice and muttering to himself, what should I do? I've bitten it. I need to apply medicine again. Wen Yifan slept like a log. She felt that she had made up for the sleep of the past few days. Most of her tiredness was also dispelled. Wen Yifan slowly opened her eyes. She felt sore all over her body, but the discomfort between her legs had dissipated a lot. She raised her head slightly and saw that she was lying in Sang Yan's arms. She didn't know how long he had been awake. He was holding her with one hand and casually playing with his phone with the other hand. He seemed to be killing time. Sang Yan looked down at her when he noticed her movement, you're awake? Wen Yifan subconsciously asked, what time is it? Sang Yan, 4 o'clock. Wen Yifan's eyelashes moved as if she couldn't believe her ears. She said after a long time, 4 o'clock in the afternoon? Aren't you hungry? Why didn't you wake me up? Why didn't I wake you up? You're too grumpy when you wake up. You yell at me 3 times and get mad at me 10 times. Sang Yan slightly raised his eyebrows and put down his phone, hurry up and wash up, then we'll go out for dinner. After listening to what he said, Wen Yifan recalled that she seemed to have been called by him a few times when she was half asleep. She was a little embarrassed, so she obediently got up and went into the bathroom. Wen Yifan picked up her toothbrush and squeezed some toothpaste on it. She looked up at the mirror while brushing her teeth. She suddenly noticed that the skin on her collarbone was covered by a large area of hickeys. There were also 2 spots on her neck. Wen Yifan stared at it for a while, then she bit the bullet and continued brushing her teeth. She had just washed her face when Sang Yan entered the bathroom. Wen Yifan looked at him. Sang Yan seemed to have washed up earlier, he just came in to wash his hands. He noticed her gaze and tilted his head to look at her from top to bottom, then he said slowly, why are you looking at me? There are marks here, clothes can't cover them. Wen Yifan didn't believe that he couldn't see them, but she still pointed at her neck and reminded him, I can't go out. Oh. Sang Yan stared at the place she was pointing at, took a tissue and wiped the water on his hands, are you blaming me? Wen Yifan felt that she just wanted to remind him. Then he would be more careful not to leave marks on those places. Why did he act like she was the kind of person who would fall out with him after sleeping with him? Then, Sang Yan carried her and put her on the sink again. He bent down slightly and got closer to her. He continued to look at the marks on her neck and said playfully, "What should I do?" When Yifan pretended to be calm, "I'll take a look later, you've already kissed me, why are you still blaming me?" Xianxia's voice was low. He raised his hand to the back of her neck and quietly pushed her towards him. "But it's fine, I'm a fair person. How about this?" When Yifan raised her head and looked at his Adam's apple. He was completely different from her, there were no marks on his body, he looked fair and clean. Xianxia continued to press her and pushed her towards him inch by inch, he chuckled. "Give me a kiss now." The two of them changed their clothes and didn't delay any further. They left the room. When Yifan quietly looked at Xianxia and noticed the kiss mark on the right side of his Adam's apple, she suddenly recalled what happened in the bathroom. She moved her eyes away guiltily and took the initiative to ask, "What do you want to eat? Didn't you go to university here?" Xianxia said lazily, "Recommend something." "Do I recommend?" When Yifan suddenly remembered something and said with a smile, "I liked a nearby snack shop when I was in university. Because it was delicious and cheap, I would often come here." Xianxia nodded, "Then let's go there." After leaving the hotel, When Yifan held his hand and walked in front to show him the way. He thought it would be smooth, but When Yifan had left the city for several years. In addition, some of the nearby shops had been transferred and rebuilt. The roads were also renovated and many things had changed. Although When Yifan had walked through this area hundreds of times, she was still at a loss at this moment. They walked all the way to the intersection. When Yifan hesitated and decided to walk to the right based on her intuition. At this time, Xianxia suddenly said, "We went the wrong way." When Yifan turned around, "Huh? I saw a snack shop nearby when I came here. I don't know if it's the one you mentioned." Xianxia raised his chin in another direction and said casually, "Go that way." "Really?" When Yifan wasn't sure. She was swayed by his words and walked in the direction he mentioned. "Then let's go this way. I haven't been here for a long time, I don't know the way." They walked along the street and passed through 2 or 3 alleys. They found the snack shop in an alley. The shop looked old, the lighting was dim, and the decoration atmosphere didn't look good. But the business inside was very good. It was almost 5:30 p.m., there were already many students sitting inside. They found a seat and sat down. The boss was a middle-aged woman with a kind smile. She walked over when she saw a customer and asked, "Hey, what would you like to eat?" Soon, the boss noticed When Yifan's appearance. It seemed that she still remembered her. She smiled and greeted her, "Hey, long time no see. You have graduated for so many years, why are you still here to take care of my business?" When Yifan also smiled and nodded, "I just came over." When Yifan pointed to the menu on the wall and asked him to see what he wanted to eat. Xianxia said casually, "You can order." Hearing this, the boss looked at Xianxia, looked at him for a while, and asked with a smile, "Handsome, have you eaten here before?" Xianxia raised his head. When Yifan was stunned, "No, it's his first time here." "Ah." The boss didn't care too much, "I feel a little familiar, maybe I remembered wrongly." Xianxia nodded slightly and didn't say anything. After taking the order, the two of them chatted for a while. Xianxia asked ambiguously, "Does it still hurt?" When Yifan paused and immediately understood what he meant. She lowered her head uncomfortably, "It's all right." In hindsight, he once again regretted his provocative words from last night. Not long after, Xianxia received a phone call. From his tone, it seemed that it was a call from a colleague. He was still sitting in the original position, listening lazily, but his tone was more serious than usual. When Yifan didn't disturb him, but she had nothing to do, so she browsed Weibo. After a while, Xianxia ended the phone call, "What are you looking at?" When Yifan happened to see a funny Weibo post and handed it to him, "Look at this, it's quite funny." Xianxia took the phone. During the process, his fingertips inadvertently touched the messages column. He looked down and looked at When Yifan's Weibo post. He noticed one of the messages. His eyebrows moved, and he subconsciously clicked on it. He saw the 2 private messages sent by When Yifan. Xianxia raised his eyebrows while reading. The first message was replied with received by the blogger, but the latest one didn't get a response. Looking at the pitiful post, Anonymous password, how can you chase after someone you have offended? Xianxia pondered for a moment, then slowly typed 3 words. He clicked send. When Yifan, who was sitting opposite him, noticed his action. Seeing that he seemed to have started typing, she was a little confused, but she felt that there was nothing shameful in her phone. She was a little puzzled and asked, "Are you typing?" Xianxia curled his lips and confidently agreed. He handed the phone back to her. When Yifan looked down and immediately looked at the private message interface between her and the blogger. For a moment, when Yifan remembered the words she had sent before, she was a little embarrassed. She only saw that Xianxia's last 2 words were reached, and subconsciously thought that he had chased after. She immediately exited the message. Coincidentally, the dishes were served at this time. When Yifan was relieved, but she suddenly felt that something was wrong. While Xianxia was pouring water, when Yifan picked up her phone and opened Weibo again. The interface was still there. When Yifan saw at a glance that Xianxia had sent. Slept with. When Yifan stared at it for 3 seconds, then she raised her eyes and looked at Xianxia. Sensing her gaze, he calmly looked over. He still had that arrogant look on his face as he slightly raised his eyebrows. He looked extremely upright, as if he didn't think there was anything wrong with his behavior. Instead, it made her wonder if there was something wrong with her. When these 2 messages were combined, it looked like he was flaunting his prowess. When Yifan hesitated for a moment and typed, "That was sent by my boyfriend." She suddenly felt that he was showing off before she sent it out. She deleted all the messages and didn't care anymore. She thought about what she said in the submission. It was the truth, there was no exaggeration. When Yifan was curious and brought up the matter again. "Did you see everything?" Xianxia poured a glass of water and put it in front of her. "What?" When Yifan added, "The first submission." "Oh." Xianxia didn't cooperate and slowly repeated, "You went to KTV with your friend and got hugged." When Yifan stared at his pretentious expression and continued the interview, "From a male's point of view, is it normal for my friend of the opposite sex to do so?" Xianxia looked at her and quickly compromised to accept the interview, "It's not normal." When Yifan paused, "What's the reason?" "I don't know. However, if your friend of the opposite sex is called Xianxia," Xianxia tapped his fingertips on the table and slightly raised his chin, "I'm more inclined to think that you're the one with ulterior motives." After a few seconds of silence, when Yifan suddenly called him Xianxia. I think, when Yifan remembered that he said in high school that his name was given after careful consideration by his family, she said seriously, "Your name really suits your character." Xianxia looked up, "Why?" When Yifan looked at him and said another word. "Yan doesn't mean it." After dinner, the 2 left the restaurant. When Yifan didn't know the rest of the itinerary, she only knew that Xianxia's main purpose in coming to Iha was to see Xiangji, so she didn't intend to disturb him. "Are we going to look for Gigi now?" Xianxia glanced at his phone. "Do you want to see her?" Of course. Before she could finish, when Yifan suddenly noticed the hickey next to his Adam's apple. She immediately swallowed her words and changed her words, "When she returns to the southern wasteland." When Yifan didn't pay much attention to the people she didn't know along the way. But if she was seen by someone she knew, especially Xianxia's sister, Xiangji, she would always feel a little embarrassed. "I have to go to work the day after tomorrow. I booked a round-trip ticket when I came here." When Yifan reported to him. "The flight is at noon tomorrow. I'll take the airport bus." Xianxia nodded. "I'll go back with you." When Yifan was stunned, "It's rare for you to come here, don't you want to stay for a few more days?" "I wanted to," Xianxia said lazily, "but after seeing that beast, I didn't want to. Also, that kid is doing an internship. He has a lot of work to do, and he has to take care of his relationship with a beast." Xianxia said, "How can he spare time for his brother?" When Yifan couldn't help but say a few words for Xiangji, "Your roommate doesn't seem to be much older than him." Xianxia said, "That's different." When Yifan didn't know what happened between them, so she couldn't comment. She looked at the corner of Xianxia's eyes again and asked, "Did you fight with Duan Jiaxiu?" "No," Xianxia was very direct, "I beat him up badly." "He was pitiful," Xianxia pointed at his face and said slowly, "He punched him. That beast should have told me the truth earlier." how could I stop him? I knew he was chasing after someone a while ago. Xianxia suddenly thought of something and sneered, oh, Qianfei helped him chase. Wen Yifan remained silent. No wonder he denied it, Xianxia said coldly, awesome. She roughly understood the situation from Xianxia's words. Xiangji probably knew Duan Jiaxu when he was very young. Later, because Xiangji's university was too far away from home and Duan Jiaxu happened to be in Iha, Xianxia entrusted him to help take care of Xiangji. Knowing that Xiangji seemed to be in a relationship with a graduate student, Xianxia even asked Duan Jiaxu to help pay attention to not let Xiangji be cheated. Duan Jiaxu readily agreed. During this period, Xianxia also knew that Duan Jiaxu was chasing after someone with the help of another friend, Qianfei. He only felt that it was strange, but he didn't take it too seriously. The end result was, after he came all the way from Nanhua to Iha, he found out that the person Duan Jiaxu was chasing was Xiangji. And the graduate student Xiangji was talking about was Duan Jiaxu. Wen Yifan inexplicably felt that he was a little pitiful, but she didn't refute him. She looked around, paying attention to the students coming and going, and changed the topic, so where are we going now? Xianxia glanced at her, Wen Shuangjiang, this is the place where you go to university, shouldn't you choose a place? Then shall we go to a university? I haven't been back for a long time. Wen Yifan calculated, I graduated 4 years ago. After I graduated, I worked at Iha daily and moved to another district, so I rarely pass by here. Xianxia smiled, okay. They entered the school gate. When Yifan was in a good mood, she mentioned to him, university is not as big as Nanjing University, it only has one campus, but it's still quite big. Then, she pointed in a certain direction, the dormitory building I used to live in is over there. Xianxia looked over and nodded, yes. Night fell as the sun went down. In the summer night, the sky was dotted with a few broken stars. Along the way, they could see a small artificial lake, but the wind was still blowing hot. At this time of day, there were many students on the campus road. Most of them had just finished their classes and were preparing to go out for dinner or participate in other group activities. It was very lively. The two of them held hands and continued to walk forward. Wen Yifan said while pointing, that is the cafeteria that I often go to, and next to it is our university library. That is the auditorium, it was newly built for my cohort, and I held my graduation ceremony there. Xianxia listened quietly, looked at what she said, and responded from time to time. After roughly walking around, Wen Yifan said that she was a little thirsty, so she took him to a milk tea shop on campus. The line outside the shop was not long, there were only 2 or 3 people. But at this time, there was only one shop assistant in the shop, and she seemed to be a newbie. She was taking orders and making drinks very slowly. After waiting for a long time, it was 2 people's turn. Because she wanted to use her phone to pay, Wen Yifan subconsciously let go of Xianxia's hand, looked down at the menu, and struggled for a while. The shop assistant was making drinks and didn't rush her. Wen Yifan didn't know what to drink, and was about to ask Xianxia's opinion when she suddenly heard movement next to her. She looked over. She didn't know when it started, but she saw a sweet-looking girl standing next to Xianxia. The girl was not tall, and she handed the phone to him with a red face, Senior, can I get your WeChat? Xianxia stood in the same place with his hands in his pocket, and his expression was very indifferent. He seemed to have thought of something when he heard the way she addressed him. He tilted his head and looked at Wen Yifan playfully, sorry. The next moment, he grabbed Wen Yifan's hand again. I'm in a relationship with this junior. Xianxia bent his lower lip and pinched her fingertips, it's not very convenient. This reminded Wen Yifan of the incident where she was deceived by Xianxia on the first day they met. After buying the milk tea, Wen Yifan drank it and mentioned that incident, you're obviously the same age as me, why did you always call me junior back then? Xianxia's tone was very annoying, you didn't call me that first. At that time, I thought that it was already time for class to start, Wen Yifan said honestly. Yet, you were so arrogant, fetching water over there. You didn't look like a freshman at all. That's already late, Xianxia said slowly, I'm still late even if I'm anxious. It was Wen Yifan's first time seeing such a person. He was confident in everything he did, as if the whole world was on his side. But when she listened to his words, she felt that what he said was indeed quite reasonable. It would take at least 2 hours to walk around the school. Wen Yifan felt tired after walking for a long time. In addition, she was a little uncomfortable because of what happened last night. She didn't want to move after leaving the school. She was holding Xianxia's hand and her walking speed gradually slowed down. Xianxia glanced at her state and turned around. What's wrong? Wen Yifan looked at him, tired. Their eyes met, and after a few seconds, Xianxia suddenly understood what she meant. He found it funny, twitched the corner of his lips and half squatted. Come up. Wen Yifan didn't go up immediately. Aren't you tired? Xianxia, we've only walked a few steps. Hearing this, Wen Yifan leaned on him without any burden. Oh. The next moment, she heard Xianxia spit out 3 words lazily, spoiled brat. Wen Yifan wanted to clarify that she wouldn't feel tired even if she walked for 2 hours according to her previous physical strength. However, it wasn't appropriate to say this. She hooked her arms around his neck and couldn't help but bite his ear. She was very gentle, but Xianxia felt itchy. He frowned and said, bite again when we get back. Wen Yifan smiled, we have to sleep when we get back. Then you continue. Xianxia said, be careful. Wen Yifan didn't listen to him, she said gently, carry me on your back for 5 minutes, then we'll hail a taxi back. Xianxia, why aren't you stopping me now? Wen Yifan said honestly, I want you to carry me on your back. Xianxia, I just took you there. Wen Yifan rested her chin on his shoulder and whispered, isn't a university pretty good? It's alright. After we return to Nanwu, when we're both free, Wen Yifan also wanted to listen to him talk about the university. Let's go to Nanwu University too, okay? Xianxia's eyelashes moved slightly, he smiled, okay. Thinking that Xianxia slept later than her last night and woke up earlier than her, Wen Yifan struggled and jumped down from his body in less than 5 minutes. Coincidentally, there was an empty taxi and she stopped it. Both of them returned to the hotel. The room had been cleaned up, the bedsheets were changed, and it was tidy. Wen Yifan lay on the bed and played with her phone for a while. She habitually opened Weibo and saw a new post from Tree Holbo. It was still a screenshot of the submission. This time, Tree Holbo's submission was very simple, there was only one question mark. Wen Yifan was very familiar with the content of the screenshot. Obviously, it was sent by herself to this blogger. Anonymously coded, how can you chase after someone you've offended, slept? It had been almost a year since then. Wen Yifan's scalp tingled. After she was ready, she opened Weibo and looked at the comments. Her vision was instantly covered by a large number of question marks, she couldn't see anything else. Therefore, one of the ordinary replies was particularly eye-catching. Congratulations, what are you looking at? Go take a shower. Xianxia dragged his voice and said word by word, sis. Wen Yifan put away her phone, I'm going to lie down for a while. Xianxia raised his eyebrows, you want me to help you take a shower again? Wen Yifan paused and thought about it seriously. She felt that this suggestion was quite feasible. Can I? Xianxia was choked by her reaction. He lowered his eyes and said with a smile, how did you become so thick-skinned? Last night, she was so sleepy that she didn't want to move. Now that she was sober, she could still say such words confidently. Wen Yifan leaned on his lap and looked lazy, you've read it anyway. Xianxia didn't say anything. However, Wen Yifan was just saying it casually. Soon, she sat up and muttered, I'm going to take a shower. The next moment, Xianxia pulled her back and held her with one hand, why are you running? Wen Yifan was confused, didn't you ask me to take a shower? Didn't you ask me to help you? Then, Xianxia stood up and carried her. He whispered in her ear with a seductive tone, will you sleep with me tonight? The two slept until noon the next day. After checking out, Wen Yifan took him to have lunch nearby, then they set off for Iha Airport. It was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon when they got on the plane and arrived at Nanwu. It was already dinner time. After getting on the taxi outside the airport, Xianxia didn't go home immediately. He asked the driver to drive to a barbecue shop near his house. This shop was newly opened. Wen Yifan had heard Su Tian's recommendation many times, but she didn't have time to visit. She had made an appointment with Xianxia to eat together when he came back from Iha. After getting off the taxi, the two entered the shop one after another and were brought to one of the tables by the waiter. Before Wen Yifan could sit down, she suddenly heard a familiar voice in this noisy environment. Yifan? Wen Yifan looked towards the direction of the voice and immediately saw Su Tian's face. The barbecue shop was extremely lively. Su Tian was also sitting at a table for two, and there was a strange man sitting opposite her. They seemed to have just arrived. The table was empty at this time, and no dishes were served. Su Tian looked at her with a bright smile on her face. She seemed to be surprised to see her here. You're here to eat too? Wen Yifan nodded with a smile, yes. Su Tian wanted to say something, but she suddenly saw Xianxia who was standing behind Wen Yifan. She instantly stopped talking. Wen Yifan blinked and was about to introduce him. Seeing Xianxia's outstanding facial features, Su Tian looked at Wen Yifan again. She noticed that they were holding hands at this time and suddenly understood something. She looked at Xianxia again and blurted out without thinking. Yifan, is this your king of ducks? Wen Yifan, Xianxia, ? After she said that, the scene seemed to be quiet for a few seconds. The atmosphere made Su Tian feel that something was wrong. She quickly realized what she said. She looked a little stiff and changed her words. Is this your boyfriend? Wen Yifan subconsciously looked at Xianxia. At this time, his eyes were also on her. She couldn't tell what he was thinking. Wen Yifan didn't know if he heard it clearly. She could only bite the bullet and said, yes. My boyfriend, Xianxia. After that, she turned her head and introduced to Xianxia, this is my colleague, Su Tian. Xianxia nodded. At this time, the man sitting in front of Su Tian smiled and said, Xiao Tian, is he your friend? Su Tian nodded, my colleague, Wen Yifan. The man looked gentle and invited politely, since we met, do you want to have a meal together? Wen Yifan didn't have much opinion on this matter. She looked back at Xianxia and asked his opinion with her eyes. Xianxia looked at her for a few seconds with a meaningful look. Then, he looked at the man and nodded, well, I'll ask the waiter to change to a bigger table. After sitting down, Wen Yifan saw Su Tian looked at her apologetically. She paused and felt a little funny. She just shook her head to comfort her, indicating that it was not a big deal. Su Tian's expression seemed to be a little relieved. The four of them introduced themselves. The man that Su Tian brought was her boyfriend, Lin Sunday. According to what Wen Yifan heard from Su Tian, he seemed to be her new boyfriend. They had been together for about a month. The two men chatted on and off. While chatting, Xianxia poured a glass of warm water and put it in front of Wen Yifan. She picked it up and took a sip. She happened to hear the phone next to her ring. She freed her hand and unlocked the phone. It was a message from Su Tian. Su Tian, damn. I remember. Su Tian, isn't your boyfriend the top girl in the Fallen Street? Wen Yifan almost choked. Because of her movement, Xianxia looked over and raised his hand to smooth her back. His expression didn't change, and his tone was also very indifferent, drink slowly. After that, he withdrew his gaze and continued to talk to Lin Sunday. The movements of his hands were light, but he continued. Wen Yifan licked her lips and nodded. She looked up and saw Su Tian trying to hold back her laughter. She then continued to look at her phone. Su Tian, I saw it a few times when I was working overtime. Su Tian, ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter. No wonder you say it's the king of ducks. Su Tian, sob sob sob, she's really a masterpiece. I finally understand why you're chasing her. Su Tian, why is he so cool and gentle? When he saw you choking, he heartlessly told you to drink slowly, but he kept patting your back. Wen Yifan didn't know either. Why did Su Tian suddenly become Xianxia's fangirl? But at this moment, she suddenly realized that Xianxia was indeed quite famous in Fallen Street. Furthermore, he had become famous in such an indescribable way. Wen Yifan drank some more water. Soon, Su Tian added, but does he know that you call him that? Wen Yifan replied, he doesn't know, but I'm not sure if he heard it just now. Su Tian, then he must have heard it QWQ. Without waiting for Wen Yifan to reply, Xianxia suddenly looked at Su Tian and smiled politely. Su Tian, I heard Yifan mention you a few times. She said that you always take care of her in the company, thank you. Su Tian immediately put down her phone and waved her hand in embarrassment. No, Yifan is nice and gentle, I'm the one who gets taken care of. After that, she added politely, I also often hear Yifan mention you. Sang Yan raised his eyebrows and asked with interest, oh? What did she mention about me? She said that you're good-looking and can be considered a duck. Su Tian coughed lightly and immediately swallowed her words, you're the most handsome man she's ever seen. She also said that you have a good personality and take good care of her. Really? Sang Yan looked at Wen Yifan and smiled. His restrained arrogance was inadvertently revealed, she often says the same about me. Wen Yifan. After the meal, the four of them chatted for a while and then dispersed. Wen Yifan was anxious on the way home, but she didn't hear Sang Yan mention anything about the King of Ducks. She didn't dare to take the initiative to say it. After waiting for a while and seeing that he was normal, she gradually felt relieved. Until they arrived home. Wen Yifan put on her slippers and casually said, I feel that it's easy for you to hang out with boys, it was the same in high school. It's your first time meeting Lin's son today, but you already have so many topics to talk to him about. Sang Yan lazily responded with a hum. But Lin's son looks nice, he's quite gentle. Wen Yifan sat on the sofa and continued, I feel that Su Tian should like this kind of mature and steady type. Oh. Sang Yan said slowly, it's quite refreshing. Wen Yifan was stunned, what? Sang Yan leaned forward, poured a glass of water and stuffed it into her hand. He slightly tilted his head and stared at her. The precondition for most people to choose a spouse is that the person is at least human. Before he finished his sentence, Wen Yifan had already understood what he meant. My partner is more of a novelty hunter. Sang Yan smiled faintly, he's picky about ducks. Wen Yifan could only pretend that she didn't hear it and handed the water back to him. Do you want to drink? Sang Yan smiled, no. Wen Yifan nodded and continued to drink the water. I didn't know. Sang Yan leaned back in his chair and slowly calculated the score with her in their private space. I didn't know that my aptitude was so superior. It was even at the level of the King of Ducks. Then how can someone say that? Sang Yan hooked her fingers with his and gradually moved up along her wrist. His tone was a little provocative, what if I don't meet the charging standard? Wen Yifan couldn't help but say, why didn't you mention it just now? Sang Yan slightly raised his eyebrows and dragged his voice at the end, isn't it difficult to say? Wen Yifan didn't feel that he was difficult to say. On the contrary, he was the fastest to get into character. Then when you go shopping, even if you're satisfied with the goods, Wen Yifan put down the glass and pretended to be extremely calm, you can't help but bargain. The two of them looked at each other. Sang Yan didn't comment on her words. Looking at his appearance, Wen Yifan blinked and suddenly leaned over to kiss him. She inexplicably felt a little funny but quickly stopped and laughed to herself. Sang Yan looked at her, what are you laughing at? At that time I didn't know how to describe you, and I was afraid that Su Tian would recognize you because she heard of the title top girl. Wen Yifan explained to him, so I reluctantly found a synonym. Sang Yan pinched her fingertips. After I told Su Tian that we're together, Wen Yifan continued and laughed, she also said that I'm the Queen of Ducks. Hearing this title, Sang Yan's eyebrows moved. After saying this, Wen Yifan continued to kiss him, her voice muffled. I'm basking in your glory. The next few days. Wen Yifan went to the police station again, accompanied by Sang Yan. She happened to see Xianxia once. She was rejected too many times in front of Wen Yifan, so she didn't take the initiative to talk to her again. Xianxia seemed to think of something after noticing Sang Yan who was next to Wen Yifan. She looked at Sang Yan from time to time, young man, are you Shuangjiang's boyfriend? Sang Yan didn't even look up, he had no intention to respond to her. Xianxia said sarcastically, I think you're quite good, why are you looking for my niece? Sang Yan pursed his lips and sneered, but he still didn't respond to her. Xianxia continued to say a few more words, maybe she didn't get any response, she became angry. She looked at Wen Yifan and sneered, Shuangjiang, what kind of person are you looking for? Is he well educated? Wen Yifan calmly said, his family is well educated, you don't have to worry about it. Xianxia rolled her eyes, you can pretend you didn't hear the words of the elders, you call that well educated? Wen Yifan looked at her, if you have the time, why don't you look at yourself first? You can't be saved even if you go back to the furnace to be reborn. After leaving the police station, Wen Yifan felt a little uncomfortable because it was the first time that Sang Yan felt that there were relatives on her side. She looked at Sang Yan and said in a low voice, "My relatives are quite weird, you may not have seen them like this, you still know how to protect me." It was the first time that Sang Yan saw her in such a state. He rubbed her head hard and laughed. "Wen Shuangjiang, you actually know how to scold people?" Wen Yifan was a little embarrassed. Sang Yan continued, "It's quite good." She paused. "There are many people with twisted personalities in this world, don't let them bully you, and don't let them take advantage of you." Sang Yan bent down and stared at her. He said seriously, "When you meet them, you have to protect yourself like how you protect me, do you understand?" Wen Yifan looked back at him and pursed her lips, "Okay." No matter what happens, Sang Yan habitually pinched her face. His cold voice had a rare hint of comfort. "Remember to look for me if you can solve it, or if you can't." Wen Yifan stared at him without blinking. Sang Yan didn't say anything, his eyes were still on her, he seemed to be waiting for her answer. There were many people walking in and out of the police station. Wen Yifan suddenly smiled, her eyes also slightly curved. "Got it." Sang Yan curved his lips when he heard this answer, his dimples were very shallow. He raised his hand and casually helped her tidy up the stray hair on the side of her face, then he solemnly finished his sentence. "Remember, I'm your support." Wen Yifan didn't care much about how Xianxia's case would develop later. After all, she also knew that what Xianxia did was not considered serious, and he wouldn't be sentenced to a heavy sentence. Wen Yifan learned from Fu Zhuan that he seemed to want to bring this matter closer to family matters. The incident of snatching her bag was just an argument. Moreover, she didn't have anything valuable in her bag at that time, so it couldn't be considered as snatching. He didn't run away when someone called the police, he cooperated with the rest of the process. In the end, he was only locked up for half a month, he was released after paying a small fine. Wen Yifan didn't care too much about it. She just wanted Xianxia to feel that he would pay for what he did, no matter how serious it was. In fact, she wasn't afraid of this family at all. She was just worried that it would affect her and Sang Yan. If there were no problems in this aspect, she wouldn't care about these people anymore, and she wouldn't be affected by them anymore. In the blink of an eye, midsummer came to an end as the months turned. The unbearably hot temperature dissipated, and the temperature in Nanhua City dropped with the arrival of autumn. After coming back from Iha, Sang Yan contacted Qian Fei several times. However, Qian Fei found out that Sang Yan had been to Iha and that Sang Yan had beaten up Duan Jiaxiu. Every time, he would find a new excuse. He would either have something to do here or there. In short, he would not come out to meet Sang Yan no matter what. Sang Yan didn't know what he was afraid of, and he didn't have the patience to talk to him. "If you don't come today, don't ever come again." After a while, Qian Fei sent a message, "My wife is free today." "Qian Fei, I'll bring her along." Seeing this, Sang Yan sneered and put out the cigarette in his hand. He straightened up and lazily replied with a voice message, "If you want your wife to see your bruised face, bring her along." Then he turned around and went back to overtime. The Fallen Street was particularly lively on the weekend, and the bar was even more noisy. Sang Yan was about to go to the bar to drink some wine when he suddenly noticed a familiar person there. The smile on his lips gradually disappeared, and his footsteps didn't stop for even a moment. The music was blasting his ears, and it was extremely noisy. Xianxia was sitting at the bar, talking to a strange woman next to him. His face was very red, and he seemed to be drunk. His voice was very loud, "That bitch wants to kill me again." In her dreams, the woman's expression was very disgusted, and she seemed to want to leave. Xianxia stretched out his hand to pull her and continued, "I didn't King do anything, and I didn't get any money. I was even scolded by my sister. Just you wait, bitch. When I find you, I will." The woman was angry, and she struggled to break free. "Are you crazy? Let go of me." The next moment, Sang Yan directly grabbed the back of Xianxia's collar, and his expression was extremely cold. He didn't look at anyone, and he didn't say a word. He just dragged Xianxia out. The veins on his hands were bulging, but it looked very easy. Xianxia shouted, "Who the F***ck are you?" He could still faintly hear He Mingbo's voice coming from behind. "This person has come to our place several times." "Sorry, madam, it affected." Noticing the movement, the security guard came over and asked, "Brother Yan, let me handle it?" Sang Yan looked at him, "You do your thing." Maybe because he drank too much, Xianxia's limbs were extremely weak. He wanted to struggle, but he couldn't resist Sang Yan's strength. His neck was being strangled by the collar, and he couldn't even speak clearly. Sang Yan threw him into the alley behind the bar and slammed him against the wall. Xianxia's back hit the hard wall, and he cried out in pain. Then he opened his eyes. Sang Yan half squatted down, and his face was hidden in the darkness. "You're out?" Xianxia's voice was muffled. "It's you again, I'm not looking for you." Sang Yan grabbed his hair and pressed him to the ground. He smiled, and the feeling of tyranny that had accumulated for a long time was completely uncontrollable at this moment. "You still dare to come here?" "Yes, he has been harassing me." Recalling every word she said, Sang Yan used force to hit Xianxia's head on the ground, and said calmly, "Tell me. Who do you want to trouble? Is there something wrong with you?" What did I say?" Xianxia supported himself with one hand and used the other to push Sang Yan's hand away. He said with his tongue hanging out, "I'm just here to drink. Whoever is looking for trouble." Sang Yan let go of his hand and looked at him with an inexplicable look. "How can you treat a guest like this?" Xianxia barely sat up and rubbed his head in pain. "Mother ****, just you wait." "What kind of bullshit tea is this?" Sang Yan didn't say anything and stood up as if he felt dirty. Xianxia looked up at him. There was some dust on his forehead and there were a few scratches. He showed his dark yellow teeth and smiled proudly. "Oh, I understand. I touched your woman. You're not happy, right?" Hearing that, Sang Yan's eyelids slightly drooped. "Is it necessary? We're both men. You should be able to understand, right?" Xianxia was still smiling, "And it's not just a woman. Jiang is really..." Without waiting for him to finish, Sang Yan kicked him hard in the stomach. Xianxia was caught off guard and his body instantly hit the wall behind him. His body made a loud sound. He immediately lay on the ground with both hands supporting himself and retched uncontrollably. Sang Yan stared at him expressionlessly. His hair fell on his forehead and he couldn't see the emotion between his eyebrows. "Mother ****. Xianxia's voice was trembling. But he noticed that there was no one around the street and he didn't dare to say anything to anger him. "I'm going to call the police." Sang Yan squatted down again, grabbed his hair and pulled it up. "Call the police for what? Didn't you fall on the ground because you were drunk?" Sang Yan twitched his lips and said casually, "I just wanted to help you stand up." "How can you bite the hand that feeds you?" As he spoke, Sang Yan stood up, easily lifted him up and threw him against the wall. Xianxia's body hit the extremely hard concrete wall again. He felt that his internal organs were about to be crushed. Sang Yan stared at him and didn't hide his hostility at all. Looking at Xianxia's embarrassing appearance, his expression didn't change and his voice was neither light nor heavy. "Why didn't you stand properly again?" "Xianxia?" Sang Yan found his name in his memory. He spoke very slowly, as if squeezing each word out of his teeth. "Do you want me to help you up?" Xianxia was speechless. He could only wave his hand and shift his body to the other side. At this moment, Sang Yan heard his phone vibrating. His eyelashes moved slightly, and he stopped what he was doing. He casually took out his phone from his pocket and glanced at it. It was news from Wen Yifan. "Wen Shuangjiang, when are you going home today?" "Wen Shuangjiang, I'm already home. After interviewing my colleagues, they sent me straight downstairs." Sang Yan looked at it for a few seconds and replied, "Later today." Sang Yan, sleep first. After replying, Sang Yan rotated his neck and played with his phone. He didn't do anything else. He stood there and looked down at him. "I really hope this is the last time you see me." Xianxia was scared after being beaten up. He felt that the man in front of him was like a demon, and he had no power to resist. He subconsciously raised his hand and covered his head with his arm, making a defensive posture. Otherwise, Sang Yan's voice was cold as he casually said, "You will suffer again." After Sang Yan walked far away, Xianxia sat in the same place for a while until he recovered. Then he slowly stood up with the help of the wall. His expression was gloomy, and his mouth was cursing. He walked along the street and stopped a car to go home. After moving out from Zhao Yuandong's place, when Liangxian's family rented a small delivery house in the urban village of Nanwu. The location was good, and there were many people. The only drawback was that the security was not very good. When he arrived home, Xianxia opened the door for him. Noticing the injury on his face, she frowned. What happened? Xianxia immediately scolded, it's because of that uneducated thing that Xuanjiang found. I went to his bar to drink, and he caught me and beat me up. Sister. You have to help me. When Liangxian, who was in the master bedroom, heard the noise and shouted, can you stop quarreling? Xianxia immediately shut up. Xianxi's expression was also very ugly. She suppressed her anger and said, Zaida. I haven't told you clearly before, right? Can you stop looking for trouble for me? How long have you been out? Because of this matter, your brother-in-law has quarreled with me many times. Xianxia murmured, I just can't swallow this. That's it, don't look for them anymore. Because of Xianxia's various actions, Xianxia was implicated, and she was also very uncomfortable at home. That wild girl Xuanjiang has no conscience, an ingrate, what can we do? Xianxia sighed. Xianxia curled her lips and said sarcastically, she is now working in the TV station, and has a lot of power. We ordinary people can't fight against her. The two sat back on the sofa. Noticing that at this time sitting on the other side of the sofa watching TV, the anger on Xianxia's face gradually disappeared, and he squeezed out a smile. Lin, you're back? Xing Lin's eyes flashed a trace of disgust, and he did not say a word. Just at this time, when Ming came out from the toilet. He looked gentle, came over and sat next to the woman, put his arm around her shoulder and asked, Uncle, what happened? Xing Lin chuckled, looking for trouble with your cousin again. Uncle, hearing this, when Ming's expression didn't look good, don't do this kind of thing again. Xianxia withdrew his gaze, and said unhappily, why are you all talking about me, what trouble did I look for? My face is still injured. Xing Lin didn't say anything, just looked at Wen Ming, and rolled his eyes. On the way home, Weihua stopped at a roadside fruit stall to buy a watermelon. Seeing this, Wen Yifan also bought one, and after reaching home, she put the watermelon in the fridge, and went back to her room to take a shower. After coming out, Wen Yifan returned to the kitchen, intending to squeeze some watermelon juice. Just as she took the watermelon out, there happened to be some movement at the entrance. Wen Yifan continued to move. Not long after, Sang Yan entered the kitchen, staring at her movements. What are you doing? Wen Yifan honestly said, squeezed watermelon juice, do you want to drink it? Sang Yan raised his eyebrows, yes. Then cut it in half, isn't it? This watermelon is a bit small. Wen Yifan washed the kitchen knife, and gestured, oh yes, why are you working overtime today? Sang Yan took the knife from her hand to see Qian Fei. Wen Yifan was stunned, did he come out this time? Yes. Wen Yifan tilted her head, then did you hit him? Sang Yan felt that her first reaction was ridiculous, am I a violent maniac? Sang Yan, Wen Yifan didn't comment on his words, she carefully chose her words, and earnestly advised, don't use violence to solve problems, now is a society ruled by law. Hearing this, Sang Yan's lips loosened, what if it's someone you hate? As if she thought of something, Wen Yifan was silent for a few seconds, but still said, that's the same. Don't hit people, it's not good. Wen Yifan stared at him as he started to cut the watermelon, and continued to advise, Qian Fei and Duan Jiaxu didn't do anything too excessive, and they are both your friends. Sang Yan stuffed a piece of watermelon into her mouth, I know. Wen Yifan stopped the rest of her words. Sang Yan didn't seem to care about this matter, his tone was lazy. I'm paying attention. Wen Yifan didn't see Xianxia and Xianxia for a long time, she didn't know if it was her psychological effect. She didn't know if it was a psychological effect, but after talking it over with Sang Yan, everything seemed to be developing on the right track. In late October, Wen Yifan received a WeChat message from the landlord. The general meaning was that his daughter was getting married and wanted to recycle this room as a wedding room. He told them to move out according to the deadline stated in the contract by March next year. Seeing this message, Wen Yifan absent-mindedly realized that she and Sang Yan had been living in this rented house for almost 2 years. She withdrew her thoughts and quickly replied, okay. Su Tian, who was sitting next to her, came over to chat with her. Yifan. When Yifan looked up, yes? I suddenly remembered something. Su Tian supported her cheeks and asked, weren't you sharing a room with a man before? Now that you're with Sang Duck King, does he have any objections? When Yifan paused and directly admitted, he is my roommate. After a while, Su Tian cursed, F***ck, where did you find a roommate? I want to find one too. When Yifan laughed, aren't you afraid that Lin's son will hear you? He's used to it. Su Tian giggled, so you two are living together now? When Yifan thought for a while, not really. Su Tian, why not? Don't you two sleep in the same room? Yes. When Yifan said honestly, we sleep separately. Su Tian was shocked and couldn't believe it. I remember that you've been with him for quite some time. Are you still in the platonic phase? When Yifan didn't answer directly, just not cohabiting. Su Tian, why? When Yifan was very upright, it's illegal. After understanding it, Su Tian felt a little funny. She laughed to herself for a while and said, when are you going to make it legal? Have you met his parents? When Yifan subconsciously said, no. Before she finished, she suddenly changed her words, I've met his mother. Ah? Before Wen Yifan could explain again, the phone on the table suddenly rang. Seeing the caller ID was Qian Weihua, she said to Su Tian, wait a minute. Then she picked up the phone. Qian Weihua's voice came through the phone, are you in the office now? Wen Yifan, yes. Qian Weihua, where's De Zhuang? When Yifan looked to the other side, he's writing next to me. Qian Weihua said, okay. Go downstairs and call De Zhuang. Follow me to Beiyou for a business trip. This wasn't the first time this had happened. The two of them picked up their equipment and went downstairs. When Yifan habitually sat in the front passenger seat and asked, teacher, did something happen in Beiyou? Qian Weihua started the car and said, I just received the news. The police are still blocking the news. There was a case of a female university student going missing in Beiyou 4 years ago. Some time ago, a woman brought a recording to the police station and reported it. It's about this case. When Yifan opened her laptop and typed on it as she listened. This female university student was raped and killed. The body was found in the mountain behind the suburbs of Beiyou. Qian Weihua said, now a team has been set up to solve the case and they are looking for the suspect. Qian Weihua suddenly thought of something, oh right, Yifan, you should know this suspect. When Yifan stopped and looked up, It's the one who always came to trouble you. Qian Weihua took the time to look at her, Xianxia. Hearing this, Fu Zhuang, who was sitting at the back, stretched his head forward and was shocked, what a coincidence. No way, I thought he was a bad guy, but he actually killed someone. I even fought with him. My scalp is going numb. When Yifan also felt that this news was unbelievable. But after thinking about it, she felt that this was indeed something that Xianxia would do. The specific situation is still unclear. Qian Weihua said, the culprit hasn't been caught yet. He might have heard the news in advance and ran away, but the people around him were taken away for interrogation. The burial location was revealed by Xianxia's sister. When Yifan thought for a while and asked, who reported it? What recording? After listening to Qian Weihua's explanation, Wen Yifan slowly sorted out her thoughts. The woman who went to the police station to report was Jinglin, Che Yanqing's daughter-in-law and Wen Ming's wife. One night a few weeks ago, she was molested by a drunk Xianxia. Their family was in a mess because of this. Everyone in the neighborhood knew about this. Jinglin reluctantly agreed not to bring this matter to the police station under Che Yanqing's tearful pleading. However, the couple moved out of their house that night as if they wanted to cut off contact with them. They never returned home after that. Because of this, Che Yanqing contacted Wen Ming many times in an attempt to ease the relationship between the mother and son. After one of the calls, Wen Ming didn't hang up. After that, Che Yanqing quarreled with Xianxia again. She was so angry that she mentioned a lot of things that happened in the past. She said that Xianxia couldn't stop himself from raping the girl from the Gua family next door and killing her. In the end, she had to clean up his mess. Now, he was biting the hand that fed him and even molested her daughter-in-law. Xinglin was next to her at that time and recorded the conversation. Later, she heard from Wen Ming that he knew the girl from the Gua family. If he remembered correctly, she had been missing for several years. This made the conversation more realistic. Although she left the Wen family, Xinglin couldn't swallow the anger of being harassed and molested by Xianxia. After careful consideration, she decided to report the case to the police station. Wen Yifan remained silent and continued typing on the keyboard. Wen Yifan should know the girl from the Gua family. She lived near Wen Lianxian's house. Her name was Guo Ling. She was tall and beautiful. She had a reclusive personality, but she had a good temper. There was one time when Wen Yifan got on the bus without her card. Guo Ling paid for her without saying a word after she saw it. Before that, the two of them had not spoken a single word. After that, they didn't have any more interactions. This trip was urgent, so Wen Yifan didn't go home. She only brought some simple luggage that had been left in the unit for a long time. On the way, she took the time to send a message to Sang Yan, explaining that she was going to Beiyou for a business trip. Qian Weihua drove the car to the back of the mountain where the body was found. The scene had been cordoned off, and there were 2 policemen on duty at the entrance. Qian Weihua got out of the car and communicated with the police for a while, but he showed no comment. The 3 of them could only roughly take pictures of the surrounding situation, then drove to the nearby police station. On the way, Fu Zhuang still felt that the whole thing was ridiculous and hateful. So, Xianxia's sister helped him deal with the body? If it wasn't for this daughter-in-law, how long would she have to stay in the wilderness? Qian Weihua sighed. There are all kinds of people in this world. Wen Yifan wasn't in a good mood either. Beiyou was a small town, and the facilities and equipment were relatively backward. Other than the tunnel collapse, there were no major incidents. For this case, most of the police force was deployed from the southern wasteland. After a whole day, the group of people didn't get any new information. But coincidentally, Wen Yifan met the policewoman who took her in at the police station. After a few years, the policewoman's appearance hadn't changed much, but there were more white hairs on her temples. Seeing Wen Yifan, the policewoman quickly recognized her, but she didn't seem to remember her name. Wen Yifan smiled and took the initiative to greet her. "Aunt Chen, I'm Yifan." Aunt Chen's eyes were kind, and she also smiled. "How many years has it been? You're a reporter now?" "Yes, I'm here on a business trip. I'm a news reporter at Nanhua radio station." Wen Yifan said, "How are you doing?" Pretty good, pretty good." Aunt Chen nagged. "Qianxia is doing well. She just confirmed her relationship with her boyfriend, and they're getting married soon. You two had a good relationship, right? After you left, she missed you for a while, and talked about you to me all day long. I saw it, she posted it on her WeChat moments." Wen Yifan smiled. "I'll definitely attend her wedding." "Okay, then you must come." Aunt Chen raised her hand and touched her head. "Miss, you're doing well. I was afraid that you wouldn't be able to get out of it. Who knew you're so good at being a reporter?" Wen Yifan paused, and her eyes were inexplicably warm. "Don't worry, it didn't affect me much." Aunt Chen smiled again. "That's good. Be good." It was already late when they came out of the police station. The 3 of them planned to find a small homestay nearby, and they would interview Guo Ling's family or neighbors the next day. After getting in the car, Fu Zhuang curiously asked, "Sister Yifan, do you know the policewoman just now?" Wen Yifan nodded. "I lived here for 2 years." Fu Zhuang suddenly understood, but he didn't continue to ask. Back at the homestay, Wen Yifan lied on the bed, but she wasn't in a hurry to take a shower. She took out her phone from her bag and lit it up. She happened to see a message from Sang Yan. "Call me when you're done with work." Wen Yifan immediately dialed his number. The other end of the line picked up quickly. Sang Yan's voice came through the receiver. It was a little more magnetic than usual. "Have you arrived at the hotel?" Wen Yifan, "Yes. I booked a homestay." "Are you sleepy?" "I'm fine." Wen Yifan stuffed the pillow into her arms and whispered, "Sang Yan." What's wrong? Something happened to Xianxia. He's now a suspect in a murder case, and he's still on the run. When Yifan said, although I might be overthinking, I'm afraid that he'll look for you. Be careful when you go out these few days. Hearing this, Xianxia was silent for a few seconds. Did you go to Beiyou for this? When Yifan nodded. Okay, I got it. Why are you always afraid that something will happen to a man like me? Xianxia found it funny. When Shuangjiang, shouldn't you be more careful? Listen to the voice recorder. Hearing him agree, when Yifan was relieved, with you here, why should I listen to the voice recorder? Xianxia, isn't it pretentious to say it directly? When Yifan couldn't help but laugh, but she didn't force him. After all, she could recite the words in the voice recorder fluently. Xianxia, I met a policewoman I used to know today. That's right, I called the police at that time. When Yifan shared what happened today with him, after moving out of my uncle's house, this policewoman took me in for a while. Xianxia listened quietly. Okay. I didn't expect to meet her, but I'm quite happy. When Yifan smiled, her daughter, Xianxia, happened to be my high school classmate. She took good care of me. Really? Xianxia said, then let's find a chance to visit them together. Okay. We can go together when Xianxia gets married. When Yifan said, I saw her post on WeChat some time ago. She was proposed to by her boyfriend, so she should be getting married soon. As soon as this was said, Xianxia immediately became quiet. When Yifan continued, but I don't know when it will be. It depends on whether you have time. Xianxia dragged his tone. Oh. He smiled. When Shuangjiang. When Yifan blinked, what's wrong? His tone was a bit playful. Are you hinting at me? When Yifan didn't react, what? Isn't your birthday coming soon? Remember to make a good wish this time. Xianxia chuckled a few times and said slowly, don't worry. I will help you realize it as usual. He hung up the phone. When Yifan was still in bed for a while. She thought of what Xianxia said to her on her birthday last year. What did you wish for? If you don't tell me, how can I help you realize it? At that time, she had casually said that it was about her work. Then Xianxia said. Oh, I thought you wanted me to be your boyfriend. When Yifan scratched her head, thinking about what she just said that made Xianxia say the word hinting. After a few seconds, she suddenly remembered that Xianxia was about to get married. Get married. When Yifan was stunned when she heard this word. Her face instantly burned. The next day, the three of them went to Guoling's parents' house. Because the victims' relatives were generally broken down, they were not in the mood to negotiate with the media. They thought they would be shut out like in the past, but after hearing the purpose of their visit, Guoling's father was silent for a moment and let them in. Guoling's father was very cooperative throughout the interview. He talked about what happened on the day of Guoling's accident according to his memory. Guoling's mother died when she was young, so she was raised by her father alone. But Guoling's father was hot-tempered and didn't know how to get along with a girl of Guoling's age, so the relationship between father and daughter had always been stiff. The last time Guoling's father saw Guoling was at home. They had a big fight because of something. Guoling's eyes were red, and she angrily said, I'll never come back to this house again. Then she slammed the door and left. Speaking of this, Guoling's father lowered his head and covered his eyes with one hand. He was tall and strong, but at this moment, he seemed to have aged 10 years. I didn't think that after she said that, she really didn't come back. All these years, I always thought she was angry at me and didn't want to come back to see me. Guoling's father's voice was choked with sobs. If only that was the case, how could something like this happen to my daughter? The others couldn't say anything. At this moment, no matter what words of comfort were said, they were all heavy. I heard from the police that the beast still hasn't been caught. Guoling's father suddenly grabbed Wen Yifan's arm and begged, sorry to trouble you, can you show that beast's photo on TV so that everyone can pay attention and let my daughter rest in peace? Wen Yifan comforted him. We will report it truthfully. After leaving Guo's house, the three of them were emotionally affected. After a long time, Fu Zhuang finally said, sigh, it's so uncomfortable. It seems like Guoling's father wanted us to spread more of Xianxia's photo, that's why he was so cooperative in accepting the interview. But how can we put this on the news? It will alert the enemy and cause panic. Fu Zhuang said, but it's not good to tell him. Wen Yifan looked at the bus stop outside the window, lost in thought. Qian Weihua said, we just need to do what we should do. Wen Yifan came back to her senses and said slowly, we can't help with this, we can only wait for the suspect to be arrested, and when the truth comes to light, we can tell the public the truth. Hopefully, this was another way to comfort the soul of the victim in heaven. The three of them stayed in Beiyou for a few more days. They interviewed Che Xingda's friends and colleagues at that time, and handed over the information to the police a few times, before returning to Nanwu. According to the colleague who was in charge of the situation in Nanwu, it was clear that Che Xingda was still on the run. Che Yanqin was also detained because of the crime of covering up. The relatives around him became the main targets of observation. After returning to Nanwu, Wen Yifan was also called to the Public Security Bureau to make a statement. After that, she had to continue to follow up on the follow-up report of the incident. She was troubled by all kinds of things during the National Day holiday, she didn't even have a day off. Wen Yifan also received a call from Zhao Yuandong one day. Maybe it was because of such a big incident, Zhao Yuandong wanted to talk to Wen Yifan about it. But she was busy at that time, so she didn't receive the call in time. She didn't call back after that. These days, Wen Yifan was already very late when she got home. She would immediately close her eyes and sleep after taking a shower. She had to go out when she woke up, so she didn't have much time to spend with Sang Yen. He didn't have any complaints about this, he didn't talk to her, he only urged her to go to sleep. After the National Day holiday, Wen Yifan was granted a day off. Sang Yan's holiday also ended at the same time, the two of them were perfectly separated. Wen Yifan could only sleep at home for the whole day, she slept so deeply that she didn't even notice that he came back from work. After waking up, she walked out of the room in a daze and saw Sang Yan sitting on the sofa, drinking water. Sang Yan looked up when he noticed her figure, "You're awake?" Wen Yifan nodded, walked over and lay on his body like a koala. Her thoughts were still occupied by the residual sleepiness, even her words were slow. "When did you come back?" "Just came back, not long ago." Sang Yan hugged her back and continued to drink water. "How long have you slept?" "I don't know, I sleep for a while and wake up for a while." Wen Yifan said, "Have you had dinner?" "Yes." Sang Yan said, "Can you still sleep at night?" Hearing this, Wen Yifan's eyelids moved, she raised her head and emphasized, "I don't have the strength." Sang Yan instantly understood the meaning of her words, he was angry and happy at the same time. "What did I say? You don't have the strength?" "Oh." Wen Yifan admitted her mistake honestly, "Then I misunderstood. What kind of person do you think I am?" Sang Yan pinched her face and stared at the ash under her eyelids. "All right, if you're still sleepy, go take a shower and sleep. Isn't it only a day off?" Wen Yifan was still lying on his body. "Yes." The two of them stayed quietly like that for a while. Wen Yifan suddenly said, "Sang Yan." "Sang Yan, yes? Where do you think Che Xingde is?" "It's been so long." Wen Yifan's thoughts were a little adrift. She whispered, "He has no money, and no one is helping him now. Why can't we catch him?" "We will catch him." For some reason, Sang Yan always had a bad feeling, he added, "Don't go home alone during this time." "Yes. Wait for me to pick you up." The case hadn't been able to catch the suspect, plus the police had been blocking the news, so they couldn't continue. The team could only put this report aside and work on other topics first. Although she longed for scumbags like Che Xingde to be brought to justice as soon as possible, Wen Yifan didn't put all her energy on it. Saturday afternoon. Because of the National Day holiday, Sang Yan had to go to work that day. When it was close to 6 o'clock, Wen Yifan received his WeChat message. As usual, he asked her when she would get off work. Glancing at the remaining workload, Wen Yifan estimated the time, 8:30. Sang Yan, "Okay." On the other side. Noticing that it was almost time, Sang Yan took his car keys and left the company. He habitually drove to Xianxia, wanting to find a place to park under the TV station. But for some reason, there were a lot of people in Xianxia today, there weren't even many parking spaces left. Sang Yan circled around and raised his eyebrows. Just as he was thinking about whether or not to park at Depraved Street, he suddenly saw a small alley nearby. Although he didn't have much hope, he still started the car and drove inside. Before he drove in, Xianxia suddenly noticed a man standing by the wall. The man wasn't tall and was slightly fat. On such a hot day, he still wore a hat and a mask to cover up his appearance. He seemed to be hiding from someone, but he also seemed to be looking for someone. From time to time, he would look at the entrance of the TV station. Xianxia's fingertips tapped on the steering wheel. The alley was narrow. Noticing the car, the man subconsciously moved to the side to make room for him. In this action, Xianxia caught a glimpse of the man's slightly familiar face. It gradually coincided with the speculation in his mind. It was Xianxia. Xianxia's eyebrows slightly narrowed, and his hostility rose again. He picked up his phone and quickly dialed 110. He turned his head, lowered his voice, calmly explained the situation, and then hung up the phone. Noticing that the car didn't move, Xianxia slowly realized that something was wrong. He took a few steps closer, and when he noticed Xianxia's face in the car, he immediately took 2 steps back. Then he ran away. Afraid that he would run away, Xianxia also got out of the car and chased after Xianxia. Xianxia was taller than Xianxia, so it didn't take long for him to grab Xianxia's arm from behind and clamp him down. His chest heaved up and down as he pressed Xianxia against the wall. He was extremely angry. "What are you doing here? Mother **Ker. Son of AB *TCH. Xianxia's face was pressed against the concrete wall, and he struggled hard. "Don't *King touch me. Are you crazy?" Xianxia's fear gradually disappeared, and he was extremely glad that he came here. He stared at Xianxia, and he wasn't angry because of his filthy words. "Hey." Xianxia struggled to turn his head to look at him. "You must be tired after running for so long, right? Why are you looking for trouble for yourself?" Xianxia looked down and bit his words. "Isn't it good to go to jail peacefully?" Hearing that, Xianxia's face instantly changed. "You're the *King one in jail. I'm going to *King jail." Xianxia was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. He held Xianxia's arms and pulled him out of the alley. Xianxia was completely no match for his strength. After a few insults, he began to beg for mercy. "I beg you, I didn't do anything, right? I didn't do anything. I was wronged." "About that," Xianxia said lazily, "you go and tell that to the police." Seeing that he was about to be pulled out of the alley, Xianxia became more and more panicked. The desire to escape stimulated his potential. At a certain moment, he forcefully shook off Xianxia's hand. Xianxia took a few steps back. In the process, something fell out of his pocket, rolled a few times and made a slight sound. Xianxia was facing him, and his eyes met with Xianxia's vicious gaze. "*CKU, bitch." Xianxia took out a knife from his pocket and pounced in his direction. The silver blade was illuminated by the street light, flashing a ray of light. "I want to see who the *CK is the one who is going to suffer." Wen Yifan curled her lips and habitually called Xianxia after packing up her things. But this time, the other side didn't pick up the phone as usual. Wen Yifan glanced at the table while waiting. She suddenly noticed that she had missed the voice recorder on the table. She subconsciously picked it up. At the same time, the other side also picked up the phone. She was about to speak, but an unfamiliar female voice came from the other side. "Hello?" When Yifan paused, "Hello, who are you?" I just picked up this phone." The woman said. "The owner of the phone just caught a criminal. He was stabbed by a knife and is now in the hospital. Are you his friend? Do you want me to give this phone to you?" When Yifan was confused as if she didn't understand what she said. "What?" The woman, "I don't know the exact situation, but there's still a lot of blood." After a few seconds of silence, when Yifan's voice trembled a little, "Is the injured person called Xianxia?" "I don't know." The woman said. "He's tall and thin. He looks quite handsome." Hearing this, when Yifan pinched her palm with her fingertips and ran outside. "Where are you now?" When she arrived at the alley that the woman mentioned, when Yifan glanced inside and immediately saw the bloodstains on the ground. Her body was cold. She couldn't believe it all along the way, and her mind was blank. She took Xianxia's phone that the woman picked up. The screen had a few cracks on it, and the corners were stained with dust. Wen Yifan turned on the screen and saw the photo of the two of them on the Ferris wheel. After asking a few more questions, Wen Yifan softly said, "Thank you." She turned her head and saw Xianxia's car parked at the entrance of the alley. She continued to walk forward and stopped a taxi by the roadside. She got on the taxi and went to the city hospital. All the terrible thoughts came to her mind at this moment. She didn't dare to think about it at all. Wen Yifan thought of the day her father passed away. But that day, she was accompanied by Xianxian on the road. This time, she was alone. Wen Yifan didn't want to scare herself. She believed in Xianxian's promise and tried to control her emotions, but her hands were still trembling uncontrollably. She tightened her grip on the phone, and her vision was gradually filled with mist. Drops of tears fell on the back of her hand. It was cold. On this hot day, it seemed to be able to penetrate through her skin and freeze her bones. Her vision was blurred. Wen Yifan stared at the recording pen and Xianxian's phone in her hand. At this moment, she didn't know which button on the recording pen was pressed, but the man's cold and arrogant voice suddenly sounded in the quiet car. "The temperature has dropped, be careful at work. Your partner wants you to go home safely." When he saw the knife in Xianxia's hand, Xianxian instantly understood why he came. Xianxia swung the knife fiercely as if he wanted to destroy everything. He waved the knife without any reason. During the process, he inadvertently cut Xianxian's arm and waist. Because of his action, Xianxian's lips straightened, and his face looked half dark under the light. When Xianxia tried to stab him with the knife again, Xianxian quickly grabbed his arm and forcefully twisted it. His bones made a cracking sound as they shifted. Xianxia cried out in pain. He loosened his grip and the knife fell to the ground. Xianxian's stomach and hands were still bleeding. The dark red color couldn't be seen on his black clothes, but the wound on his hand was deep. The blood was like a winding snake, wrapping around his arm and staining the red rope on his wrist. Then it fell to the ground, drop by drop. "You're lucky," Xianxian still fixed his dislocated arm, pressed him against the wall, and said in a low voice, "If something really happened that year, the knife wouldn't be on the ground today." If that day, when Yifan's uncle came home a little later. If she got the same ending as Guoling. If she had spent so many years alone in the darkness and the cold, without the light of day. Thinking of this, Xianxian gradually increased the strength of his hand. Listening to Xianxia's scream, he wanted to cut him into pieces. His eyes were dark, the blue veins on his neck bulged, and all the bloodthirsty thoughts emerged in his mind. In the next moment, he thought of what Wen Yifan said some time ago. "If you're hurt, I'll give you medicine, but I'll also be angry." Xianxian came back to his senses and felt the pain in hindsight. He glanced down at the blood on his body, and dragged Xianxia outside. "You're good at finding a place to stab. How the f***ck can I cover my hand in this hot weather?" Xianxia had no strength to struggle and was dragged out by him like a sack. He couldn't speak clearly because of the pain, and began to beg for mercy. "Brother, please, I don't want to go to jail." "You don't want to go to jail?" Xianxian sneered, "The girl doesn't want to die either." Noticing the commotion, many passers-by came over to watch. The police who were patrolling nearby also arrived at this time. After understanding the situation, they escorted Xianxia into the police car. The police offered to send Xianxian to the hospital and record his statement. Xianxian was very cooperative and only asked them to wait for a while. He went back to the car and wanted to take the car keys and phone, but he couldn't find his phone. He raised his eyebrows and did not take it to heart. He turned around and followed the police officer into the police car. Along the way, the police treated his wounds and asked him about the general situation. Xianxian's wound was still bleeding. He covered his stomach and answered calmly. After a long while, when he was about to arrive at the city hospital, the policeman asked again, "You and the suspect?" Before he could finish, Xianxian suddenly interrupted him and asked, "What time is it now?" The policeman said, "It's almost 8:40. "What's wrong?" Xianxian paused when he heard the time. He turned his head and asked, "Excuse me, can I borrow your phone?" At this time, the roads in Shangan were still a little congested. As time went by, Wen Yifan became more and more anxious. She wiped her tears with the back of her hand and put Xianxian's phone and recording pen back into her bag. She asked, "Sir, how long is the traffic going to take?" The driver replied, it'll be fine after this part of the road. Just as Wen Yifan was about to ask again, her phone suddenly rang. She lowered her head and took out her phone from her pocket. The missed call was from an unknown number in Nanwu. She held her breath and had a guess in her mind. She immediately picked up the call. Just as she expected. Xianxia's voice came from the other end of the phone, Wen Shuangjiang. At the same time, Wen Yifan's tense emotions finally relaxed when she heard this voice. She pursed her lips and directly asked about his situation. Her voice was slightly nasal, are you okay? Where are you hurt? She obviously knew, so Xianxia didn't try to find an excuse, I'm fine, it's just a little skin. When Yifan didn't believe what he said at all, she sniffled, I saw a lot of blood. It's probably Xianxia's, I'm fine. Xianxia said lazily, alright, I'm really fine. Wen Shuangjiang, go home by yourself today. I still have to record some statements, I can't go back so soon. When Yifan whispered, I'll go look for you. Xianxia was silent for a few seconds when he heard this. He sighed because he couldn't hide it anymore, alright, then you can stop a taxi. Come to the emergency department of the city hospital. When Wen Yifan arrived at the emergency department, Xianxia's wounds were already stitched up. There weren't many people in the hospital at this time. There were 2 policemen standing next to him and they seemed to be asking him questions. She quickly walked to Xianxia and stared at the wounds on his arms. Xianxia tilted his head, you came pretty fast. Wen Yifan didn't have any expression on her face. She turned around and greeted the 2 policemen. Then, the policeman also took the initiative to say, that's about it. If there are any questions later, we will contact you again. Xianxia looked at them and nodded, okay, thank you. After the 2 policemen left, Wen Yifan stared at Xianxia again. His face was paler than usual, and his originally pale lips were now devoid of any color. His entire person looked a little sickly. She lowered her eyes and said slowly, it's a little broken skin. Then I got 6 stitches. Xianxia looked up at her and didn't say anything to defend himself. He patiently waited for her to say something that would make him angry. He leaned against the back of the chair. The anesthesia on his hand had not worn off yet. He habitually raised his other hand to hold her hand. There was a moment of silence. Before she could get angry, Xianxia saw that her eyes were red, and tears began to fall. Xianxia was stunned, wait, you haven't scared me yet, why are you crying now? Wen Yifan sat next to him and tried to calm herself down while holding back the trembling in her voice. She reached out to wipe her tears and asked, why did you arrest him? Xianxia was amused, what did I do wrong? After you see him, just call the police. Wen Yifan's tone was a little harsh, you don't need to do anything else. Xianxia said patiently, then he's going to run away. So what if he runs away? Wen Yifan really lost her temper, even if he runs away, it has nothing to do with you. Why do you care about this? You're the only good Samaritan. There was silence. Xianxia was not angry after being scolded by her. He looked down at her, what's wrong? I don't like it when you're like this. When Yifan lowered her head and choked with sobs, can you not care about these things? Don't make me regret telling you. Just go to work and get off work every day, and then come back safely to see me, when Yifan really didn't care about anything else. Even if she hated Xianxia. She wished he could stay in jail for the rest of his life. But those thoughts couldn't compare to Xianxia's. Silence. How am I not safe? After a few seconds, Xianxia laughed and said with a drawl, you can still cry in front of me now. Didn't you have to hide from me before? When Yifan still maintained the same posture and didn't move. When Shuangjiang, why aren't you happy? Xianxia pinched her fingertips with moderate strength. Xianxia has been arrested, and your eldest aunt has paid the price. That girl's grievance has been cleared. Also, Xianxia said slowly, this time, I'll protect you. Hearing this, when Yifan immediately looked at him, her eyes were still red. The 2 of them looked at each other. They froze. I actually care about it very much. I really care about it. At that time, I said I wouldn't pester you and I really didn't. Xianxia's eyes were pure black, and as Adam's apple slid lightly, I'm a man, why do I care about my reputation? Wen Yifan moved her lips. Before she could say anything, Xianxia twitched his lips and said, "Just this trivial matter, why bother with you for so many years?" At that time, he was young and impetuous. When he loved someone, he could empty his mind for her and bow his head repeatedly. But he would also be easily defeated by her words, and from then on, he would never step into her world, and it would be a clean end. He knew he couldn't forget. He knew he was still waiting hopelessly. But for the sake of dignity and pride, he would never be the one to take the initiative again. In those 2 long years, he only knew he was the lowly one in the relationship. He never noticed that there was something wrong with her emotions, and he never caught the pain and despair that she hid so well. He never tried to save her. When Yifan mumbled, "It's my problem." "What does it have to do with you?" Xianxia raised his hand and gently rubbed the corner of her eyes. "It's that scumbag Xianxia's problem." "Can you be happy for me?" Xianxia smiled. "I caught that scumbag. I caught your shadow with my own hands. From then on, there's only light left in your world." As if listening to him, Wen Yifan retracted her gaze after a long while. She stared at her hands, her head lowered. Her tears were still falling, as if there was no end to them. Xianxia leaned over to see her crying, his eyes slightly narrowed. "No, I'm the one who's hurting from the stitches, why are you crying?" Hearing this, Wen Yifan looked at his arm again, and her tears fell even more fiercely. Xianxia wasn't good at coaxing people. Inexplicably, he felt that he was the one who made her cry. He had a headache, and wiped her tears seriously. Okay, it doesn't hurt." Wen Yifan sniffled. A few seconds passed. Xianxia stared at her red eyes, and his voice was very soft, as if he was coaxing her. "Don't cry." The emergency department was quiet. Wen Yifan wiped her tears with the back of her hand, and barely stopped crying. Seeing this, Xianxia was relieved, and suddenly thought of something. "Wen Shuangjiang, what's wrong with you?" She whispered, "Huh? Xianxia, you don't want to report to me? Aren't you following this news?" Wen Yifan looked at him. "I'm not in the mood." Xianxia put his arm on the back of her chair, his fingertips tapping on it, and slowly began to talk about the past. "Why not? Weren't you happy to report to me when my house was burned?" Wen Yifan looked at his wound again, and muttered, "The situation is different." Xianxia laughed for a while. "Okay, let's go home." The two got up and left the department. Wen Yifan was led forward by him. Thinking of his injury, she couldn't help but say, "Xianxia, what's wrong? Why are you so miserable?" Wen Yifan sighed, "You had to meet me in this life." Xianxia turned around. "How miserable?" "I've been encountering bad things." Wen Yifan thought for a while. "Did you do something wrong to me in your previous life, such as what?" "Maybe I was single until I was in my 70s or 80s in my previous life, and I finally met an old man who I liked. As a result, on our wedding night, the old man eloped with you." Wen Yifan made a reasonable guess. "So in this life, I'm here to make you unhappy." Xianxia was silent for a few seconds, and suddenly smiled. "Are you giving me an example, or are you hinting at me?" Wen Yifan looked up slowly. "Ah? Okay." Xianxia raised his eyebrows. "Then I'll pay back the debt, and you'll treat me better in this life." "What debt? Isn't it because I owe you a man?" "In this life, I'll pay you back with myself." Xianxia raised his eyelids, and used his fingertips to hook her palm, as if he was tickling. "Okay?" His tone sounded like an inquiry, but it sounded no different from a notification. Wen Yifan tilted her head and stared at his noble and arrogant look. The remaining sense of panic gradually dissipated. She held his fingers tightly and smiled. "Yes, you can." Xianxia looked at her. "Why?" "But," Wen Yifan held back her laughter, "don't you owe me a favor?" There was silence for a few seconds. Xianxia calmly withdrew his gaze, his voice slow and leisurely. "Then I'll owe you first." Wen Yifan, "Huh?" The corridor of the hospital was quiet and bright. The man's arm was wrapped with gauze, and his black t-shirt was dusty, but he didn't look embarrassed at all. He was tall and thin, and his eyebrows were sharp and cold. But in front of her, he seemed to be gentle. "I'll pay you back in 50 years. The two of them went down to the first floor to get the medicine. Wen Yifan took the documents from Xianxia and looked at them carefully. When she saw a certain piece of paper, her gaze stopped and she suddenly asked, "Your waist is also injured?" "Ah." Xianxia remembered, "It's a little broken, but I didn't get stitches." When Yifan stared at him and felt annoyed, "What's the doctor's advice?" "Did you hear it?" Xianxia casually said, "Come back in a week to change the dressing and remove the stitches in 2 weeks. When Yifan, is there anything you don't eat?" "Nothing, just eat as usual." Xianxia had an indifferent attitude, as if the person who just bled a lot was not him. "It's just a small injury, you don't need to take care of it so carefully." When Yifan pursed her lips and looked away, "I'll check it myself." Hearing her tone, Xianxia paused and said meaningfully, "When Shuangjiang, you're quite rude to me now." When Yifan didn't look at him. She took the medicine given by the pharmacist and confirmed the daily dosage. Then she turned around and said to him, "Oh, rude?" Xianxia looked down. When Yifan grabbed his wrist and walked forward, "I'm afraid you can't hear it." Xianxia felt that her behavior was quite interesting, so he let her drag him, "No temper. Why are you so fierce today?" When Yifan said stiffly, "You will be angry if I tell you." What he meant was, she had already reminded him that if he did it again, he would have to bear the brunt of her charge. "Then why didn't you scold me just now?" Xianxia seemed to be trying to put himself in a pitiful position, but his tone was particularly rude. "Didn't we make up? Why are you settling the score now?" When Yifan quickly replied, "I didn't make up with you." Xianxia followed behind her. After a few seconds of silence, he suddenly chuckled. His laughter was like adding fuel to the fire. When Yifan pursed her lips even more. She felt that he didn't know the seriousness of the problem at all and didn't want to talk to him anymore. After leaving the hospital, when Yifan flagged down a taxi and asked the driver to drive back to Shangan. On the road. When Yifan was minding her own business as she searched for things to take note of after a wound was stitched. She already had a sharp look on her face. Now that she kept a straight face and didn't speak, she looked even colder. Xianxia leaned on the side and stared at her, "Then what do you want to make up with me?" When Yifan didn't even look up, "When your wound is healed." Xianxia almost choked. He doubted his own ears, "No, when Shuangjiang. When you were injured, how did I treat you like an ancestor? How come I'm treated like this?" When Yifan looked at him after hearing that, "You didn't treat me." He always put on a straight face to scare her. "No? Okay." Xianxia smiled and began to show his weakness, "Then you treat me." When Yifan ignored him. Xianxia laughed again and said with a yawn, "It hurts." When Yifan didn't show any mercy. She continued to check how to remove the scar after stitching. Seeing the content on her screen, Xianxia was a little puzzled. He reached out to take her phone, "Remove the scar? Stop checking. I'm a man, what's wrong with having a scar?" When Yifan's hand was empty. Following this action, she looked at Xianxia again. Staring at his leisurely look, she resisted the urge to pull his face. She deliberately annoyed him, "It's ugly if there's a scar. Then you have to resign." When Yifan was afraid that he didn't understand, so she reminded him, "Top card." Xianxia's eyebrows moved slightly, "Isn't my face fine?" When Yifan, "This also affects me." "Isn't that good?" Xianxia raised his eyebrows and said lazily, "I have a family now, it's time for me to turn over a new leaf." "No." When Yifan was afraid that he wouldn't take this matter to heart, and he might suffer such a serious injury in the future, "If you close your business and stop being depraved street brand, then I will lose my face." The car drove back to the alley near Nanwa Radio and Television. They got out of the car. When Yifan took the car key, walked back to Xianxia's car, and got into the driver's seat. She was worried that Xianxia's wound would be affected, so she helped him fasten the seat belt. Xianxia sat quietly in the same place, looked at her still tense face, and curled his lips. The number of times when Yifan got angry could be counted on one hand. In the eyes of others, she was always good-tempered and didn't care about anything. Occasionally, she would be a little depressed by his words, but her emotions would disappear in a blink of an eye. It seemed like it didn't affect her mood at all. So, at this moment, Xianxia felt like he was a masochist. He was in a good mood when he saw her lose her temper because of his injury. She became unscrupulous in front of him and was no longer as cautious as before. After fastening the seatbelt, when Yifan didn't rush to go back, she gently started to lift his shirt. Xianxia paused. What are you doing? When Yifan didn't stop until she saw the gauze on his waist and the blood that was slightly seeping out. She stared at it for a few seconds, then she let go of her hand and sat back. She silently began to fasten the seatbelt. Are you done? Xianxia said carelessly, don't you want to touch it? When Yifan didn't joke with him, but she didn't continue to sulk. She sat in silence for a while, then she faintly said, we'll talk about it when we get home. It was almost 11 o'clock when they got home. Xianxia habitually sat on the sofa. After a while, when Yifan also sat next to him and began to lift his shirt again, as if she was looking for other wounds. He leaned against the back of the chair with drooping eyelids, letting her do whatever she wanted. After a while, when Yifan stopped and poured a glass of water for him, have you had dinner? Xianxia took it and drank a few mouthfuls, yes. When Yifan asked again, are you hungry? Not hungry. She asked a series of questions. Xianxia looked at her and answered them one by one. In the end, when Yifan felt that there was nothing more to say, she suddenly remembered something. By the way, your phone was in my bag, it was picked up by a passerby. Xianxia nodded. When Yifan got up and pulled her bag over. She took out the phone from the bag and put it on the table. The screen is cracked, but it can still be used. Call your boss and take a few days off to rest. Xianxia, okay, aren't you sleepy? Go to sleep first. When Yifan shook her head. Xianxia glanced at the time, I'm going to take a shower first. When Yifan frowned, you can't get wet. I know. Xianxia stood up and rubbed her head, I'm just wiping my body. Oh. Xianxia noticed that when Yifan followed him as he walked to the door. He opened the door and walked into the room, she followed him. He walked to the closet, she followed him. She followed him wherever he went. He seemed to have grown a tail. Xianxia rummaged through the closet, turned around and walked out of the room towards the balcony. He could still hear Wen Yifan following him. He turned around and called her, Wen Shuangjiang. Wen Yifan responded, Xianxia was amused, how long are you going to stick to me? I want to see. Although her main intention was to stay with him, Wen Yifan didn't admit it. She blinked her eyes and said in a gentle voice, how can I help you? Xianxia stopped and his fingertips slid down her arm. There was a hint of flirtation in his words. Didn't I just tell you that I'm going to take a shower? He lowered his voice and hinted, so what do you want to help me with? There was silence. Wen Yifan stared at him with a normal expression. What do I want to help him with? Oh. Shower. 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 Okay. It's just a shower. What if he touches the water? After a long while, Wen Yifan made up her mind and said, that's fine too. Xianxia was speechless. He really thought that Xianxia would find a place to stab him. He retracted his hand and looked back at her for a while. Then, he ruthlessly looked away, who's going to sleep with you? After that, he didn't talk to her anymore. He went to the balcony to get his clothes and went into the bathroom. Xianxia took off his shirt and threw it into the bucket to avoid the wound. Then, he unbuckled his belt. At this moment, the bathroom door was unscrewed from the outside. Xianxia paused. After the two of them rented a house together, they used the bathroom separately. Wen Yifan had always used the bathroom in the master bedroom and had never entered this bathroom. Therefore, Xianxia never had the habit of locking the door every time he took a shower. The next moment, the door was pushed open. Wen Yifan walked in calmly and closed the door. I want to help you take a shower. Xianxia laughed. This time, it was still in order. It's what I want. Not what I want. Xianxia took off his belt and hung it aside. After that, he didn't do anything else. He leaned against the sink and said indifferently with a hint of provocation, sure, you do it. It was Wen Yifan's first time entering the bathroom since Xianxia moved in. Xianxia was half naked at this moment. His waist and left arm were wrapped with a small circle of gauze. His hair was pure black and his face was paler than usual. He looked a little sickly and abstinent. Wen Yifan slowly picked up a towel, turned on the faucet, and adjusted the water to warm. She glanced at Xianxia, but she suddenly thought that he couldn't wipe his body at this moment. He couldn't wipe anything on his back, and he might tear his wound in the process. That was not worth it. When Yifan washed the towel, unscrewed it, and began to wipe his Adam's apple, to his chest, and then to his abdomen. She tried hard to keep herself focused and not think about other things. She only treated the man in front of her as a wall. The bathroom was too quiet. There was no other communication between the two. When she wiped for the second time, when Yifan saw his Adam's apple moved up and down a few times. The next moment, Xianxia lazily called her, "When Shuangjiang." When Yifan looked up, "Ah?" Xianxia's eyes were deep with obvious lust. "I'm hard." When Yifan licked her lips and pretended that she didn't hear anything. She lowered her head again and sped up this time. When she had scrubbed him to the waist, she rinsed the towel, and whispered, "Then wash yourself," noticing a certain part of him, when Yifan couldn't say the word lower body for some reason. She calmly changed her words, "Legs, then get ready to sleep?" Xianxia was still leaning on the original position, and the lust in his eyes had not faded. "You're going to sleep now?" For some reason, when Yifan inexplicably felt a little guilty, "What's wrong?" When Shuangjiang, Xianxia's whole body was touched by her, but the touch was vague, like a long torture. "Do you think I'm useless because of my waist injury?" When Yifan blurted out, "Isn't that true?" There was silence in the narrow bathroom again. After a few seconds, Xianxia looked at her and smiled instead of being angry, "But I still have you." Xianxia finished his words slowly and shamelessly. "Come closer and let me kiss you." When Yifan's eyes moved down and fixed on Xianxia's lips. She paused for a few seconds and thought about it carefully. Then she took a step back and slowly hung the towel back to its original place. She glanced at the gauze on Xianxia's body. At this moment, when Yifan inexplicably had a feeling that if she really kissed him, she would really become the one who was worse than a beast. She felt that what she said just now was a bit too direct. She was thinking about how to reject him, so she simply belittled herself. "I don't have any skills." Xianxia leaned against the sink, his eyes were lowered, and his fine eyelashes covered them. The bathroom was well lit and the space was narrow. The distance between the two of them was very close, and there was a gradual ambiguity that couldn't be ignored. When Yifan swallowed and found an excuse, "It's 12 o'clock, I'll go take a shower." She just took 2 steps. Xianxia grabbed her wrist and pulled her back. She was caught off guard. The first thought in her mind was not to touch his wound. Her palm subconsciously supported the side of the counter. She tilted her head slightly, and the distance between them was shortened again. "What are you thinking about?" Xianxia lowered his head and stared at her. His words were a bit lascivious. "What else can I do?" "Just for a while." Xianxia's fingertips gently stroked her wrist. He spoke slowly and seemed to be blaming her. "Can't you do that?" When Yifan seemed to be hypnotized by him. She began to feel that if they didn't do anything else, a kiss would not affect anything. She was silent for a few seconds and said, "That's okay." He slightly raised his eyebrows and maintained his original posture. Not long after. When Yifan felt that he grabbed her wrist, put it against his abdomen, and slowly brought it down. Then, she heard the man's gasp. She looked up blankly and met his obscure eyes. "Raise your head a little higher." Before she understood the intention of his words, when Yifan had already obediently stood on her tiptoes. Xianxia's lips fell down along with the hot breath and moved gently from the corner of her lips. She almost sent herself up. Her head was raised, and the soles of her feet were pressed against the ground. It felt like she couldn't touch the ground. Sensing her state, Xianxia raised his hand to hold her waist and bit her lips hard. "Or I can't kiss you." When Yifan returned to her room and checked her phone again, she realized that Qian Weihua had called her 2 hours ago. She paused and immediately opened WeChat. She wanted to apologize to him and explain the situation. However, Qian Weihua might have understood the situation and sent her a message, "I will bring De Zhuang out of the scene. You should go to the hospital first. You should be fine after interviewing the witnesses." Fu Zhuang also sent a message, "Sister, take good care of brother Xianxia. I will charge into battle for you." Fu Zhuang, I heard from the police that Xianxia is still alive and kicking after being injured. It seems that he can still fight 800 people. Don't worry too much. Wen Yifan couldn't help but laugh. She replied to them one by one, apologizing and thanking them. After a long while, she put down her phone and lay on the bed. Wen Yifan's emotional perception was particularly slow. Ever since he started working at Convey, he didn't have much of a feeling for the team. He only felt that the working environment was much better than before. Although his workload was still the same as before and had increased instead of decreasing, he always felt that it was easier than when he worked at IHA SARFT. But at this moment, Wen Yifan suddenly realized that she seemed to like this team quite a bit. She thought about things for a while. Wen Yifan's thoughts wandered from one side to another, and then back to the other. She didn't know how much time had passed before she remembered what happened in the bathroom. And Xianxia's words. Just for a while. He said it clearly. Just for a while. The back of Wen Yifan's ears began to burn. She got up uncomfortably to take a shower. She stared at herself in the mirror. Her mind was quickly occupied by the scene just now. The man's lips gradually became a bit more rosy. Kisses fell like rain. His hair was wet from his sweat. His eyes were filled with affection, with sexy and heavy panting that couldn't be ignored. She didn't know how much time had passed. The bathroom was filled with the fragrance of sandalwood and was filled with a charming scent. Come here. Seeing that she was about to step back, Xianxia grabbed her. His voice was a bit hoarse. I'll help you wash your hands. Because of his injury, Xianxia took a week off to rest at home. Wen Yifan had to go to work as usual. She only had the report on Xianxia's case in her hands. She tried her best to make time. Every day, she would wake up early to make breakfast for Xianxia. At noon, she would also take the time to come back. At night, before going home, she would ask him what he wanted to eat for dinner. It was like taking care of a child. Xianxia was having a good time. But after enjoying the life of an emperor for only 3 days, Xianxia began to feel that running back and forth would tire her out. In addition, his injury didn't affect his normal life. Soon, he returned to work. Under the director's frantic urging, Wen Yifan began to live a life of working overtime every day. She would hand over the police and experts, run to the police station and the crime scene. Another colleague was in charge of the interview with the suspect's family. After Xianxia was arrested, the police investigated his past. After many interrogations, coupled with the fact that his hair was found in Guoling's body, he finally admitted to the crime and confessed to all the crimes. That night 4 years ago, Xianxia was called by Xianxia to help out at the barbecue stall. When he was near the destination, he met Guoling in a remote alley. He knew this girl. He remembered that she was always quiet and introverted. She looked weak and incompetent. She would swallow everything. He was tempted. After talking to her for a while, he covered her mouth and dragged her into the alley. After the incident, Xianxia thought that Guoling would endure it and not dare to tell anyone. Unexpectedly, it was completely different from what he thought. She cried while looking for her phone, pretending to call the police. He threatened her a few times and said all kinds of dirty words. Guoling was unmoved. She would call the police no matter what. She seemed to have someone to rely on. Although she was in extreme pain, she still choked and said, I want to tell my father, he will definitely kill you. In the end, Xianxia accidentally strangled her to death in panic. After that, he asked Xianxia, who was nearby, for help. Xianxia brought up Xianxia since he was a child. She was very tolerant of her younger brother. She would do anything for him. She was a typical brother helper. So even if she was afraid and annoyed, she didn't want to see him go to jail. She had to help him dispose of the body. The two of them put Guoling in a big black plastic bag from the store. They wrapped it in several layers and stuffed it into the suitcase. The siblings didn't mention this to anyone. They thought they could hide it from everyone. After typing the last word of the press release, Wen Yifan checked it and sent it to the editor. The editing room was quiet and normal. Staring at the screen, Wen Yifan was a little absent-minded. She inexplicably recalled the time when she trapped herself in Chen Shi's house many years ago. She heard from Auntie Chen what she was thinking the moment Xianxia was released. Wen Yifan couldn't remember it clearly. But at this moment, Wen Yifan really wanted to go back to the past. She wanted to return to her past self. She wanted to touch the girl's head and tell her that everything she had done was right. No matter what the result was, it was definitely not something to be ashamed of. Don't think that you're dirty just because you accidentally got stained by the bad guys. It's okay. The person you like, he will also think that you're very brave. He will thank you. You protected his girl. This report was broadcast on the morning show the next day. Before she got off work that day, Wen Yifan received a call from Guo Ling's father. After she returned to Nanwu, she received several calls from him. He was providing her with information and asking her about various things. He might have seen the news, so he called to thank her. After hanging up the phone, Wen Yifan sat in a daze for a while, then she packed her things and left the company. She went to the parking lot and found Xianxia's car. She got into the driver's seat and drove towards his company. During this period of time, the two of them were completely reversed. Wen Yifan was worried that Xianxia might not be safe driving in this state, so she began to drive him to and from work every day. When Wen Yifan arrived at Xianxia's company, she saw him coming out. Xianxia was following him, they seemed to be talking to him. It didn't take long before Xianxia came over and got into the car. She turned her head and stared straight at him. Xianxia didn't notice her gaze, he fastened his seatbelt and went straight to the point. When Shuangjiang, your stepsister just asked me to tell you to visit her house when you're free. When Yifan didn't think about it, she just said oh and didn't say anything else. Xianxia glanced at her, do you want to go? When Yifan shook her head, no plans. Xianxia didn't say anything else. She got off work early today and remembered that Fu Zhuang mentioned that there was a food festival in the nearby square. After asking Xianxia's opinion, Wen Yifan drove the car to the nearby parking lot and found a parking space. After getting out of the car, she held his hand and calculated the time. Is it time to remove the stitches tomorrow? Xianxia replied softly. I happen to be off tomorrow, so I can go with you. Wen Yifan's voice was gentle, and she spoke slowly. She began to share what happened today with him. Xianxia, I received a call from Guo Ling's father today. The food festival had just started a few days ago, there were a lot of people in the square, and the surroundings were bustling. Xianxia looked at the road and pulled her to avoid the pedestrians. What did he say? He said to thank me for reporting truthfully, and also for being so attentive. That's what he meant. Wen Yifan felt a little embarrassed when she said this, but isn't this my job? Xianxia said casually, it's your job, but I can also praise you for doing a good job. Wen Yifan paused for a while and then said, actually, I didn't like being a reporter very much before. Hearing this, Xianxia tilted his head, After thinking for a while, Wen Yifan changed her words, it has nothing to do with this industry. At that time I just felt that other than dancing, everything seemed to be the same. It was the first time that she took the initiative to mention this topic. Xianxia just looked at her and didn't say anything. Actually, there's one more thing that I lied to you about. Wen Yifan blinked when she mentioned this. Compared to her previous feelings, she felt more at ease. It's not because I can't dance anymore. It's because my stepfather felt that it was too expensive, so my mother asked me to stop dancing. Xianxia was stunned for a moment. It seemed that he had never thought about this reason, and he didn't know how to react. After I gave up, I didn't think about it anymore. It's because I don't know how to fight for things for myself. Wen Yifan said. After that, everything I did felt boring. Xianxia stopped and asked her, do you still want to dance? If it was a few years earlier, I would have wanted to. Wen Yifan gave a serious answer and then smiled, but when I finished writing the press release about Xianxia's case yesterday, I received a call from Guo Ling's father today. When Yifan's eyes curved, I suddenly realized that I also like being a reporter. It turned out that dreams could also be subtly changed. In the past, she thought that she was only good at dancing, so after she was deprived of her wings to fly, she felt that she had no other skills. She only lived under the shadow and was unwilling to accept anything else. She felt that life was just like this, and it seemed that there was nothing wrong with it. Noticing that she was really happy, Xianxia lowered his eyelids and whispered, as long as you like it. After 2 seconds, he added, "It's also good to dance for your partner in the future." When Yifan immediately looked at him. After a moment of silence, she couldn't help but laugh, saying, "Yan, you used to like watching me dance, didn't you?" Sang Yan's eyelids moved and he was straightforward, "You just realized that? Then I won't dance anymore." "So what?" Sang Yan didn't care at all. His tone was very arrogant, "I like other things too." The two of them walked around inside. When Yifan's taste was light. She didn't even like to touch drinks. She most often drank plain water. She was not interested in the snacks inside, and she didn't let Sang Yan eat them. She was afraid that it would affect his wound. In the end, when Yifan only bought a bag of handmade candy from a small stall. When Yifan opened the bag and took out a candy. She put it near Sang Yan's mouth. "Do you want to eat it?" Sang Yan was not interested in this kind of sweet thing. He glanced at it and showed a refusal, "No." "Oh." When Yifan knew his taste. She put the candy into her mouth, tasted it, and recommended to him, "It's not that sweet. The milk taste is a little stronger. Do you want to try?" After that, she took another candy into the bag. Sang Yan didn't understand. "Okay, I'll try." Then. When Yifan looked up. Before she finished her sentence, she saw that he was staring at her. The next second, he pressed against the back of her head. Sang Yan's lips and tongue fell down. He hooked the candy in her mouth, bit it, and put it in his mouth. When Yifan was still holding the candy in her hand. She was a little confused. "Okay, I was fooled." Because of this action, Sang Yan's lips were stained with a layer of water. He stared at her caught off guard and smiled, "It's quite sweet." Before When Yifan could react, she could still taste the sweetness of the candy in her mouth. She wanted to ask why he ate the candy in her mouth when there was so much candy in the bag, but she was distracted by his words. "Is it very sweet?" Sang Yan's eyelashes drooped and he raised his eyebrows slightly. When Yifan wanted to confirm again, so she put the candy in her mouth and tasted it again. "I feel fine. Will you feel better if you chew it?" When Yifan looked up and suggested, "This is nougat. If you chew it, the milk taste will be stronger and not so sweet." Sang Yan sometimes felt that he was lifting a stone. He seemed to be speechless and reminded her softly, "It has nothing to do with whether I chew it or not, understand? But it will taste better if you chew it." When Yifan took another candy and put it next to his mouth, "You really don't want to eat it?" Sang Yan stared at her for a few seconds. This time, he did not refute and opened his mouth to bite it. Seeing that he did not seem to dislike the taste, When Yifan curved her lips. She also put one into her mouth and felt that it was indeed delicious. Then she sealed her mouth. The two left the square and walked towards the direction of the parking lot. From a bright and bustling place to a dark and quiet street, When Yifan held Sang Yan's hand. When Yifan held Sang Yan's hand and saw a group of couples kissing next to a car on the side of the road. Her gaze stopped and she thought of the candy that Sang Yan just took from her mouth. When Yifan suddenly realized something and stopped her footsteps. Sang Yan tilted his head, "What?" "I just realized what you meant." When Yifan paused and directly described what happened just now. "Is the candy from my mouth sweet?" The late autumn wind blew in the quiet street, bringing with it a whistling sound. The two of them looked at each other. At this moment, When Yifan felt that her reaction just now was too cold and boring. She suddenly lowered her head, opened the bag again and took out a candy from it. This time, she did not ask for Sang Yan's opinion and directly stuffed it into his mouth with a little force. Sang Yan was caught off guard and his teeth were slightly hurt. The next moment. When Yifan grabbed his collar and pulled it down. She bit his lip, forcing his teeth apart. She was not very good at this kind of thing, so her movements were more jerky than his, and the process was also slower. This went on for a long time. Sensing her difficulty, Sang Yan bent down, pressed the tip of his tongue against the sugar, and slowly pushed it into her mouth. When Yifan hooked her hand and took a few steps back after eating the candy. She looked into his pitch-black eyes again. "Oh." When Yifan said calmly, "It's quite sweet." Back in the car, When Yifan habitually leaned over to fasten Sang Yan's seat belt. She saw that he was still smiling. Her expression froze and she couldn't help but ask, "What are you laughing at?" Sang Yan tilted her head, her dimples were shallow. When Shuangjiang, let me tell you something. When Yifan, what? Sang Yan clenched his teeth. They still felt a little numb. He looked a little condescending, as if he was a delicious cake that everyone would fight over. He said arrogantly, be gentler next time. When Yifan was silent for a few seconds, she really didn't feel that she had used too much strength. You're pretty, she squeezed out another word, delicate. Sang Yan, who usually felt that he was a man, shamelessly admitted it at this time. Yes. Why is she still willing to be a delicate flower? When Yifan started the car and didn't continue the topic. She casually mentioned, I seem to have forgotten to buy a car again. When Yifan was busy with work during the National Day holiday, and Sang Yan was injured after that. She had forgotten about it. She thought for a while and asked, will it be cheaper before the Spring Festival? After the Spring Festival. Sang Yan remembered it before, but he forgot to remind her as there were too many things that happened recently. I'll go with you then. When Yifan nodded. She stopped the car at a red light and remembered something. By the way, the landlord told me that he wants to reclaim the house. He wants us to move out before March next year. March next year. Sang Yan pondered for a moment and pretended to ask for her opinion. Let's date for another 6 months. When Yifan was stunned, Sang Yan smiled and said lazily, what are you talking about? I'm asking you a question. Isn't everything fine? When Yifan was caught off guard and felt that she was about to be dumped. She was not in a good mood and felt a little depressed. Why is it suddenly only 6 months? What kind of criteria is this? Do we have to break up if we don't rent a house together? Sang Yan's eyebrows twitched. Although her words were a little ambiguous, he didn't expect to get such an answer. He pinched her face hard and clicked his tongue. Speak human language. Sang Yan only let go when he saw the green light from the corner of his eyes. When Yifan continued to drive and gradually came to her senses. She was shocked just now and was a little depressed at this moment. She muttered, why are you so jumpy recently? Sang Yan looked at her coldly. When Yifan thought for a while, but she didn't know how long people usually dated before they got married. She couldn't figure it out after thinking for a long time, so she simply asked him, I don't pay much attention to others. How long do other people usually date before they get married? Sang Yan said indifferently, usually a few weeks. Sang Yan seemed to say casually, we've been dating for a long time. Oh. When Yifan stopped thinking and continued to think for a while. She actually didn't have a high standard for this matter. She would do it when she felt that it was appropriate. However, her current job was not very stable. She always had to work overtime every 2 to 3 days. Although Sang Yan's job was the same, it was not as irregular as hers. After thinking about it, when Yifan wanted to wait until her job was more stable before thinking about this matter. She estimated the time in her heart and felt that it needed to be longer. Then, how about 1 or 2 years? Although he didn't expect to get a longer time result, Sang Yan didn't really care about the time. After all, it was only a matter of time. If this girl wanted to date for a long time, then let's date. Anyway, it was going to be with him. The two chatted for a while, then Sang Yan didn't disturb her while she was driving. He leaned against the back of the seat with his eyelids drooping. He was inexplicably sleepy. In this silence, Sang Yan once again recalled the topic about dance that Wen Yifan mentioned just now. His mood gradually became worse because of this. Sang Yan only saw Wen Yifan cry twice during high school. The first time was on the bus. The other time was when she was called by her dance teacher for a talk. Sang Yan didn't know what they talked about. He just happened to see her coming out of the office at that time. He wanted to stop her, but he noticed that she wasn't walking towards the classroom. Instead, she was walking towards another building. She seemed to be in an extremely low mood. Sang Yan didn't know what she was going to do. He paused for a moment and followed her. He saw Wen Yifan walking to the stairwell next to the reading room. There was basically no one else there at this time. She seemed to have lost her soul. She walked down a few floors and sat in the corner. She didn't make any sound. After a while, her shoulders trembled slightly as if she was trying hard to hold back her tears. At that time, Sang Yan didn't know what had happened, But he could guess that she might have felt sad and helpless because her foot injury had affected her dancing. He felt that there was no other way. He could only sit quietly behind her and couldn't say any comforting words. But today, Xianxia finally knew the real reason why she was crying. The pain she suffered during high school. Everything seemed to start from that day. On that day, his Zhang's wings were forcibly broken by someone. When Yifan drove the car back to the neighborhood. She was about to get off the car when she suddenly noticed Xianxia's absent-minded look. She leaned over and waved her hand in front of him and asked, "What are you thinking about?" Xianxia came back to his senses and looked at her for a while, when Shuangjiang. I'm planning to be with you forever. That's why I'm saying this to you. Xianxia looked into her eyes. His usual playful look was replaced with a serious look. I'll support you in whatever you want to do other than looking for another partner. Don't let your life be easy, understand? You still have a long life ahead of you. Xianxia's hair fell on his forehead. He tilted his head and said to her, "It's not too late to do whatever you want." When Yifan instantly understood what he meant. She moved her lips and wanted to say something. But at this moment, she couldn't say anything. It seemed that he didn't need her to give any response. After he finished speaking, Xianxia rubbed her head hard. "Did you understand?" When Yifan nodded, "Yes." Xianxia, "Okay, then let's go home." After getting off the car. When Yifan took the initiative to hold his hand and said softly, "Xianxia, what I just told you is the truth." I used to think that my family thought dancing was too expensive and didn't want me to continue. That's why I lied to everyone. When Yifan said, "But now I think it's okay, so I want to tell you." Xianxia pinched her fingertips. "I'm different now. At that time, I felt that I was very weak and powerless." When Yifan said slowly, "I felt that it was useless to refute and talk, so I just kept silent. Because there was no one to rely on. But now I can do whatever I want, and I don't need to care about others anymore." When Yifan said, "It's just like when my father didn't pass away, because he supported me in whatever I wanted to do." She pursed her lips and said, "And now, I have you." When Yifan didn't know when it started, but she was very sure that she had someone to rely on again. Now I really feel that being a journalist is good. All these years, I put all my energy into it. I don't want to give up being a journalist and do something else. When Yifan thought for a while and smiled, "But I can be like you." Xianxia's Adam's apple moved and looked at her. "What? Don't you have a side job as a hostess?" When Yifan said seriously, "If I want to continue dancing in the future, I can also take this as my side job." Xianxia smiled, "That's fine too." The two walked to the elevator. When Yifan was facing him, leaning against the wall. In this quiet atmosphere, she inexplicably wanted to say something pretentious. "Xianxia, do you think my father sent you to treat me well?" Xianxia raised his eyebrows and quickly denied, "No." 2 seconds later. He leisurely added, "I volunteered." Back home, when Yifan took a box and packed the handmade candy. The topic of moving was directly changed by Xianxia. She wanted to bring it up again, but she thought that there were still a few months left, so she wasn't in a hurry. As usual, when Yifan cleaned up Xianxia before returning to her room. Xianxia didn't seem to have told his family about his injury. When Yifan heard him calling his family a few times these days, and the general purpose was to ask him to come home for dinner. But Xianxia always evaded because of the injury on his hand, so his parents seemed to have a bad opinion of him. Xianxia didn't care. He seemed to be used to such treatment. When Yifan guessed that he probably wanted to wait until the weather turned cold and he could wear a coat to cover his wound before going home. She sat on the bed and casually scrolled through her phone. When she noticed Zhao Yuandong's message, when Yifan remembered what Xianxia told Xianxia today. She clicked on it. She only glanced at the latest message. "Ah Jiang, can mom see you?" When Yifan stared at it for a long time. She clicked on her profile picture and paused on the delete button for a few seconds. Finally, she sighed softly and didn't press it. She left the room. She emptied her mind, thinking about a bunch of miscellaneous things, and quickly returned to that night. The last sentence Xianxia said before entering the elevator. "I volunteered." When Yifan blinked, her bad mood was instantly replaced by this man. She curled up her lips, hugged the pillow in her arms, and rolled on the bed. The next day, when Yifan accompanied Xianxia to the hospital to change his dressing. His injury was recovering well, the wound was neatly stitched up, and there was no redness or swelling. The doctor asked him to come back in another week to see the situation before deciding whether to remove the stitches or not. When Yifan estimated the time, it happened to be on her birthday. It was still Saturday, but this time when Yifan didn't have a day off, she still had to work. However, a reporter's working hours were very flexible. She woke up early that day, accompanied Xianxia to the hospital to remove the stitches, and then returned to work with a peace of mind. In the afternoon, when Yifan had an appointment with a witness. The appointment was at a coffee shop near the witness's house. After the interview, when Yifan thanked the witness. After they left, she sat in front of the computer, organized her thoughts, and started writing her draft. Coincidentally, her phone rang. She casually picked it up and lit it up. It was news from Xianxia. Xianxia, where? When Yifan immediately sent him her location. Xianxia, you're off work? When Yifan, okay, I'll go home after I finish writing. Xianxia, I'll pick you up. When Yifan replied okay and continued writing. When she finished typing the last word, she checked it and mailed it to the editor. She breathed a sigh of relief, packed her things, and walked out. As soon as when Yifan walked out of the cafe, she bumped into a woman who was about the same height as her. When Yifan apologized subconsciously. She wanted to walk around her and continue forward, but her arm was grabbed by this woman. A familiar voice sounded in his ears. Ah Jiang? When Yifan looked up and instantly saw Zhao Yuandong's haggard face. She did not expect to bump into Zhao Yuandong in a place as big as the southern wasteland. Zhao Yuandong looked more uneasy than before. Are you here to meet a friend? When Yifan smiled and said concisely, no, I'm here for work. I just had dinner with your Uncle Jing nearby. Zhao Yuandong seemed to have lost a lot of weight compared to the last time they met. His cheeks were sunken, he's now working overtime at the company. I'm going home by this road. When Yifan nodded and did not know what to say. When she was thinking of a reason to leave, Zhao Yuandong spoke again with a pleading tone, Ah Jiang, today is your birthday. Let's talk, okay? Both of them were in a stalemate outside the cafe for a moment. When Yifan reached an agreement and said softly, I have something to do later, I may not be able to talk for a long time. Zhao Yuandong quickly said, Mom won't take up too much of your time. The nearest place to talk was the cafe that when Yifan just came out from. This time, she chose a seat near the glass wall of the cafe. While listening to Zhao Yuandong, she absent-mindedly stared at the people coming and going on the road outside. For so many years, the communication between the mother and daughter was pitiful. Their relationship was even more awkward than strangers. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhao Yuandong carefully cut to the chase. Ah Jiang, do you know about your aunt and her brother? When Yifan nodded. That's true, you're in the news industry. Zhao Yuandong forced a smile. I didn't expect Xianxia to be such a person. I thought he was just incompetent, I didn't expect him to do such a thing. When Yifan picked up the glass in front of her and took a sip. The table was silent for a long time. Zhao Yuandong's voice trembled at the end. She seemed to have held it for a long time before she mustered up the courage to ask, Ah Jiang, he didn't do anything to you at that time, right? When Yifan looked at her in silence and said after a long while, how should I answer this question? Zhao Yuandong was so ashamed that she couldn't speak. When Yifan said faintly, it's been a long time. Zhao Yuandong's eyes reddened and her voice became choked with sobs. I'm sorry. I didn't care enough about you at that time. I thought nothing would happen with your uncle watching over you. It's my fault. When Yifan listened quietly. Zhao Yuandong turned her head and wiped her tears. I won't ask for your forgiveness, I just want to see you occasionally, okay? When Yifan didn't answer, immediately looking at her guilty and painful expression. She lowered her eyelashes, pursed her lips and slowly said, actually, I didn't feel very sad about how my uncle's family treated me. Because I think it's really not their obligation to raise me. When Yifan's voice was very calm, they really don't have to treat me well. Zhao Yuandong moved her lips. When Yifan pursed her lips and said, but you make me feel very uncomfortable. You make me doubt myself. Wen Yifan murmured, why is it like this? Why is it like this? My mother loves other people's children more than me. What's wrong with me? Did I do something wrong? Am I not good enough? Am I not worthy of being loved at all? Why is my mother the one who should love me the most in this world? When Yifan stared at the woman in front of her, the corners of her eyes were a little red, and her words were uncontrollably heavy. You don't love me at all. Zhao Yuandong's tears were still falling. She immediately denied, no, it's because, her words stopped here. She couldn't explain any more. What else could it be because of? I know. When Yifan calmed her emotions, and her expression quickly returned to normal, it's okay, you have a new family. You should think more about yourself. I should have understood when you sent me to Grandma's house. When Yifan was amused, you didn't listen to me many times, ignored me many times for the sake of your new family, and still chose to cover your eyes when I asked you for help. When Yifan repeated, I should have understood. Zhao Yuandong only lowered her head, as if she was extremely guilty. She felt that she didn't even have the right to shed tears. When Yifan's thoughts drifted a little, and she didn't speak anymore. She looked at the thin and haggard woman in front of her. She couldn't help but recall what happened many years ago. Before she was admitted to Nanhua First High School, when Yifan knew that when Xianxia was sick to the point of needing surgery. But at that time, when Xianxia told her that it was just a minor illness, and it wouldn't be a big deal if he took good care of his body. When Yifan always believed whatever when Xianxia said. She also remembered that when Xianxia still maintained his previous gentle and energetic appearance. When Yifan didn't think too much about it. After she was in the first year of high school, when Yifan obviously didn't see when Xianxia as his workplace moved to another city. But she often received calls from her father, and she didn't doubt it at all. She just missed him very much, and every time she called him, she would urge him to come home quickly. She also didn't notice that his voice was getting weaker. At that time everyone thought she was still young. Everyone hid Wen Liangxia's illness from her. When Yifan rushed to see Wen Liangxia for the last time. He seemed to be completely worried, and his eyes were full of guilt and pain. He said to her with difficulty, Daddy Shuangjiang has to grow up well. She has to be happy every day like now. Take good care of mommy, you're her only support. When Yifan nodded with tears streaming down her face. She didn't hear if when Xianxia told Zhao Yuandong anything, but she could guess that it should be similar. They wanted Zhao Yuandong to take good care of their only daughter. You're her only support. That night. When Xianxia passed away. After that, only less than 3 months had passed. One day, when Yifan was brought by Zhao Yuandong to meet his current stepfather, Zheng Huayuan, after school. She couldn't accept it at that time, and she felt that it was extremely ridiculous and outrageous. When Yifan didn't mind Zhao Yuandong remarrying. But it shouldn't be when Xianxia passed away for only 3 months. Zhao Yuandong explained to her that because when Xianxia had been sick for a long time, she had been in pain during this period. Zheng Huayuan had been helping her and comforting her. In the end, because when Yifan didn't soften her attitude at all, Zhao Yuandong said with difficulty, I'm pregnant. After a long silence. When Yifan asked her, did you cheat on him? Zhao Yuandong cried and denied. She said that their relationship only started to develop after Wen Liangxia's death. She couldn't do anything to let Wen Liangxia down. She just felt very tired and felt that she couldn't go on without someone to rely on. In the end, Wen Yifan could only compromise. She couldn't force everyone to spend as much time as she did to remember Wen Liangxia. Later, Zhao Yuandong couldn't keep the child. She accidentally fell and miscarried. Everything went on like that. On the day when Beiyu saw Sang Yan for the last time, when Yifan suddenly didn't want to stay in this place anymore. She returned to Qinshi's house and asked her to help her get the admission letter. After that, she took the high-speed train back to Nanwu. When Yifan knew that Zhao Yuandong had come to Beiyu after the incident. But when Yifan didn't want to see her. After arriving in Nanwu, when Yifan returned to the Jing family according to her impression. She only asked Zhao Yuandong for the money that Wen Liangxia left for her and said mechanically, I'll keep in touch with you. Because Dad wants me to take good care of you. The only request, when Yifan said, you can't tell Wen Liangxian's family my contact information. They treated me like that. Even if you don't stand on my side, you should consider my feelings. Zhao Yuandong agreed. However, after Wen Yifan returned to Nanwu, she met Che Yanqing the first time she went to the Jing family. Zhao Yuandong didn't seem to take what she said to heart. He still thought that Che Yanqing was Wen Yifan's benefactor for many years. Wen Yifan's thoughts were interrupted by the sound of the waiter serving drinks. She came back to her senses and asked casually, "Why did Zhang Kejia ask me to go back to your place? Did you tell her?" Zhao Yuandong wiped his tears with a tissue, his expression was gloomy. Your stepfather has an affair. After a while, Zhao Yuandong smiled bitterly and finished his sentence, "We quarreled a few times and he told me that he wouldn't do it again. Maybe Jiajia wants you to come over and accompany me." When Yifan paused when she heard this, "Isn't it enough for her to accompany you?" Zhao Yuandong lowered his head and said with a disappointed tone, "After all, they are father and daughter. She's still on her father's side." It was like history repeating itself. Zhao Yuandong also experienced the same thing that happened to Wen Yifan at that time. They were not the ones who were firmly chosen. When Yifan didn't comment on this, she didn't want to interfere with Zhao Yuandong's life. She looked at the time on her phone and smiled. "I've been thinking about how to deal with our relationship. I haven't deleted your contact information. I'm always worried that something will happen to you and I don't know what to do." After all, unlike others, they were blood-related mother and daughter. It was a relationship that was extremely difficult to cut off. When Yifan said self-deprecatingly, "But I seem to be thinking too much. After all, you didn't care about me all those years." "I still did it. Because I haven't talked to you, I always feel like there's a stone in my heart." When Yifan said, "But after we meet today, I will delete all my contact information about you." When Yifan's pupils were light, but it didn't look gentle at all. Her gentle voice was a bit cruel. "I hope you can treat it as if your daughter had been killed by Che Xinda that night." Zhao Yuandong's face turned pale. At this time, when Yifan saw Sang Yan's figure through the glass. He was wearing a short-sleeved shirt and trousers. He looked around as if he was looking for a place. He was holding a mobile phone in his hand. After tapping the screen twice with his fingertips, he put the mobile phone to his ear. When Yifan's eyes were fixed. After a few seconds, the mobile phone on the table rang as she expected. She picked it up. Sang Yan said directly, "Are you still writing?" When Yifan carried her bag and said honestly, "I've finished." "Okay." At the same time, Sang Yan also looked over and met her eyes through the transparent glass. He raised his eyebrows slightly and said in a drawling tone, "Still not coming out? What are you waiting for?" When Yifan said with a good temper, "I'll be out soon." Sang Yan seemed to notice someone sitting opposite Wen Yifan, so he asked again, "Who are you dating?" When Yifan smiled, "I'll tell you outside." Noticing her gaze, Zhao Yuandong also looked in Sang Yan's direction. She suddenly understood something. She held back her tears and asked, "Jiang, is that your boyfriend? Can Mom meet him?" When Yifan stood up and stared at her face, "You should have met him earlier. During the 2 meetings with her parents." Zhao Yuandong didn't understand her words. "What?" When Yifan shook her head, "No, it's not necessary. No matter what, I still hope you can live a good life." When Yifan didn't say anything else and directly ended the conversation, "I will also live a good life." Walking out of the cafe, Wen Yifan trotted over and threw herself into Sang Yan's arms. Sang Yan habitually hugged her and stabilized her body. He raised his head and looked in Zhao Yuandong's direction. It was obvious that he was checking on him. "Who are you seeing?" Wen Yifan honestly said, "My mom." But, Wen Yifan added, "It won't be in the future." During this period, Sang Yan had heard her talk about her family when they occasionally talked. He could roughly understand her feelings, so he didn't ask further. "Okay. Let's go back for your birthday." When Yifan walked forward while being held by him, Sang Yan. Can I tell you my birthday wish now? Let's go back first." Sang Yan said, "There's no cake here, right? But you're enough." When Yifan said sincerely, "The cake won't help me fulfill my wish." When Yifan said again, "I want to say it now." Sang Yan tilted his head and compromised quickly, "Okay, go ahead." When Yifan was embarrassed to say it directly, so she randomly mentioned something else before slowly getting to the point. "This year's summer is quite long. it's still so hot even though it's already frost. Xianxia, Because he had reminded her to make a good wish this year. Xianxia, if next summer is still so long. Wen Yifan thought of several euphemisms in her mind, but she was afraid that he wouldn't understand, so she decided to be straightforward, propose to me. After saying that, Wen Yifan was a little nervous, but she pretended to be calm and asked, can I? Xianxia was stunned for a while, as if he didn't expect her to say it so blatantly. He lowered his head and laughed for a while. His shoulders were slightly trembling, and after a long time, he replied, yes. Wen Yifan was relieved. The next moment, Xianxia asked again, that's all? Wen Yifan nodded. She felt that it would be a loss if she didn't say a few more since he mentioned it. Is there anything else? Xianxia smiled, yes. Then, I also hope, Wen Yifan added out of caution, it will be longer next summer. Isn't this the same as the previous one? Great, you really know how to save trouble. Xianxia said slowly, every wish is about what I want to do. Wen Yifan couldn't help but retort when she recalled last year's birthday wish, my wish last year was related to my job. You remembered wrongly. Xianxia was very shameless, you said you wanted me to be your partner. The two of them walked along the street. Xianxia continued to ask, anything else? Are you going to give me 3 chances to make a wish? However, Wen Yifan didn't have any wishes. She stared at his tall and broad back and thought for a long time, then carry me on your back. Wen Yifan remembered that he had just removed the stitches this morning, forget it, before she could finish her sentence, Xianxia had already bent down, come on up. Wen Yifan stared at him and quickly climbed up, then I'll be fine after a while. Xianxia stood up and walked forward with her on his back. He said, is there more? Wen Yifan suddenly realized that he seemed to be able to fulfill many wishes for her. She looked at his side profile and curved her lips. She suddenly felt that being the birthday boy was something to look forward to, then smile. Xianxia turned his head and glanced at her. Wen Yifan reached out and hooked his chin. She behaved like she was flirting with a lady, I want to see your dimples. Xianxia put on a fake smile, I don't have them. Why don't you admit that you have them? Wen Yifan was a little puzzled when she mentioned this. She poked the dimples on his lips based on her memory, it's so cute, I want to have one too. Cute. Xianxia's eyebrows twitched, he reminded her, Wen Shuang, don't use this word to describe me. Wen Yifan couldn't help but laugh as she stared at his manly appearance. She began to pinch his face. She didn't use too much strength, as if she wanted to pinch his dimples out, Xianxia, I like your dimples very much. Xianxia let her pinch him like a punching bag. This time, he admitted that he had dimples. Which part of me don't you like? That's true. Wen Yifan began to make a wish again. Then you can't show your dimples to others. Xianxia's footsteps came to a halt, and he suddenly found it funny. Wen Shuang, tell me, how did you become so despotic? Wen Yifan's eyes curved into beautiful crescent moons. She spoke slowly but confidently, didn't you ask me to make a wish? All right. Xianxia was exceptionally easy to talk to today, as if he had no bottom line at all. He would fulfill all of her requests. In the future, I will only have dimples in front of you. Only then did Wen Yifan withdraw her hand with a smile. Xianxia asked again, is there anything else? Wen Yifan thought to herself. They happened to pass by a milk tea shop. It was playing a song that had recently become popular. It was SHE's You Were a Teenager, many years ago / you had a pair of clear eyes / running like a bolt of spring lightning / if you fall in love with someone, you won't be afraid of sacrificing your entire life. Wen Yifan's eyelashes moved, and she suddenly looked up at the man in front of her. He was looking straight ahead. He had black hair and black eyes. The side of his face was tough and smooth, with a hint of sharpness. After so many years, his appearance had matured a lot, but his youthful look was still there. It reminded Wen Yifan of the time when he stuffed a basketball into her hand when he was a teenager, and then ran to somewhere to help her borrow money. At that time, he was willing to lower his pride to help her borrow money. Until now, he was still the same as before, patiently asking for her birthday wishes one by one. And helping her fulfill them one by one. When Yifan gradually became dazed, the tip of her nose began to sour, and she inexplicably looked back. From this angle, Wen Yifan could still see the corner of the coffee shop from afar. It seemed like it was about to disappear. She couldn't see Zhao Yuandong's figure at all. At this moment, Wen Yifan's negative emotions began to surge. Her heart was a little empty, and she truly felt that she seemed to have completely bid farewell to her past. It was as if something had been dug out from her heart. On the day of her 25th birthday, Wen Yifan retracted her gaze and buried her face in Sang Yan's neck. Sang Yan noticed her movements and looked at her again. What's wrong? You haven't thought about it? Wen Yifan realized that she didn't seem to be as indifferent as she appeared to be. Her eyes gradually became wet and stained his neck little by little. She said coldly, Sang Yan. Sang Yan paused. What's wrong? Except for you. Wen Yifan hooked her arms around his neck and endured the trembling in her voice. No one else loves me. They didn't know when it started, but they were far away from the bustling street. Sang Yan stopped under the dim street lights. The light and shadow intertwined, and his face became unclear. He stared straight at Wen Yifan, who was on his back, and his eyes were dark and unclear. His voice was very soft, and it seemed like he was saying something. I only love you. From when he was young to now, and to every moment in the future. I only love you. Wen Yifan looked up and met his gaze through her misty eyes. Wen Yifan, Sang Yan raised his eyebrows and smiled. He looked up and kissed her chin, and said slowly and seriously, make another wish. Wen Yifan's voice was still very nasal. What? Under the grand night sky, the hot wind blew on the street. The surroundings were extremely quiet, and no one else could be seen. It was as if only the two of them were left in the world. The two of them only looked at each other as if there was no one else. Make another wish. Except for me. There will be a lot of people who will love you. After the frost, it seemed to take away the heat, and winter in Nanhua City arrived. As time passed, Sang Yan's wound gradually healed, and in the end, only a shallow scar was left. Wen Yifan looked up a lot of methods to remove scars, and after a few days, his scar faded a little. Unknowingly, it was the end of the year. After returning to the station, Wen Yifan was talking to Gan Hanyuan in the suburbs. It was about the annual meeting. Seeing that she had 10 years of dancing experience on her resume, he asked her to prepare a program to win glory for the program team. Wen Yifan was a little caught off guard. Director, I've danced for 10 years, but I haven't danced for almost 10 years. Gan Hanyuan smiled while holding a thermos and drinking tea. It's okay, it's better than nothing. Besides, it's just for fun. We don't have many young girls here, and we're all men. No one likes to watch it. Wen Yifan said tactfully, but I don't have time to practice, and I haven't practiced my basic skills for a long time. I still have a lot of follow-up reports to follow. Gan Hanyuan nodded and was very considerate. You don't have to give me a topic for now, just prepare for the program. Don't make it too festive, our group needs to be different, okay? Dance a little more artistic. Wen Yifan said a few more words of rejection, but they were all rejected by Gan Hanyuan one by one. In the end, she was forced to take on the job. Back at her seat, Su Tian curiously came over. Why did the director ask you? Is it about the annual meeting? Wen Yifan looked at her. Were you asked too? Yes, but I don't have any specialty. I refute whatever he says. Su Tian really couldn't do this, she said with a mischievous smile. Sister Lin was the one who took the initiative to prepare last year when she was here. The director must be very worried because he couldn't find anyone this year. I saw that he had asked several people just now, and it seems that he settled on you. Wen Yifan had a headache. It's okay, it's just a dance. You saw last year's annual meeting, there weren't many performances to watch, it's just lively. Su Tian comforted her. Besides, there are also prizes. By the way, you can ask Duck King Sang to come along. Wen Yifan slightly straightened up after hearing this. Su Tian half-jokingly said, maybe he would like to see you dance. When Yifan looked at Su Tian, she seemed to have thought of something. The helplessness on her face was gone. She supported her face with her hand and licked the corner of her lips. Okay, I'll think about it when I get home. Sang Yan was still not back when she got home. She first went back to her room to take a shower. When she came out to the living room, she heard Xianxia sending a voice message to someone, "I'm your brother, 90 years old, thank you." When Yifan immediately knew who the person on the other side of the screen was when she heard this sentence. She went to the fridge to get a cup of yogurt. When she sat next to Xianxia, he sent another long voice message, "Why didn't you tell me the reason why you didn't agree? If it's because you're old, I can't do anything about it. After all, your partner is." A little bit. When Yifan drank her yogurt silently. She didn't know how Xianxia lived to this age with his personality. After he finished sending the voice message, when Yifan asked, "What's wrong with Gigi?" Xianxia said lazily, "She wants to bring Duan Jiaxu home during Chinese New Year. She said that my parents don't agree with them being together." Ah? When Yifan instantly felt the same way, she muttered, "Why don't they agree?" Xianxia didn't seem to think it was a big deal. "I don't know, maybe they're too old." When Yifan felt even more threatened, "I should be the same age as Duan Jiaxu." Xianxia said confidently, "We're in the 90s. When Yifan didn't understand what his criteria for being old was. Then, Xianxia tilted his head and looked at her. He suddenly suggested, "When Shuangdian, do you want to come home with me for Chinese New Year?" When Yifan was particularly worried when she heard Xianxia's parents' attitude towards Duan Jiaxu. "What if your parents don't agree?" Xianxia raised his eyebrows, "You don't have to worry about that." When Yifan, "Why?" "They don't have high expectations for my partner." Xianxia didn't seem to find anything wrong with his low standards. He said casually, "As long as it's a girl." She felt that Xianxia's condition wasn't that urgent, but his mother seemed to be looking for blind dates for him, as if she was afraid that he couldn't find a wife. When Yifan didn't know the reason. But she didn't ask and seriously agreed, "Then I'll pick a gift. Do your parents like anything?" "It's fine if you don't want to buy it." Xianxia smiled, he seemed to be in a good mood. "If you want to buy it, I'll go with you." "Okay." When Yifan was relieved. She was wondering if she should mention the annual meeting to Xianxia, but she didn't know how she would dance, so she had to ask him about the time. "By the way, are you free on the 22nd? "I'm not sure." Xianxia said, "Why?" "No, it's the company's annual meeting." When Yifan lowered her eyes and didn't explain clearly, "You can bring your family." Xianxia immediately understood, "You have a performance?" When Yifan didn't know how he guessed it, but she pretended to be calm, "Yes, I'll sing a song with Su Tian. You can come if you want to watch." Xianxia didn't think too much and said casually, "Okay." The day before the annual meeting, when Yifan was on break. She wanted to have a good rest and practice dancing when she woke up, but she was tormented by Xianxia the whole night and couldn't sleep until dawn. When Yifan didn't want to move at all. She could hear Xianxia's phone ringing when she was half asleep. Later, Xianxia got up and left the room, probably afraid of waking her up. She didn't know why, but she struggled to open her eyes and look at him for a few seconds, and then she was pulled back into her dream by sleepiness. Not long after, when Yifan heard a knock at the door. She covered her ears with a pillow and waited for Xianxia to hurry over and open the door. But after half a minute, the knocking continued. When Yifan's morning temper was at its peak, and her heart was suffocating. She got up and left the room. She glanced at the bathroom expressionlessly and heard the sound of the shower running. When Yifan walked to the entrance, opened the wooden door and asked, "Who is it?" The person outside was wearing a delivery uniform. "Your delivery." When Yifan's brain couldn't function at all, and she just wanted to get it quickly and go back to sleep. She took the delivery and closed the door. She didn't even bother to look at it, put the bag on the dining table, and went back to Xianxia's room to sleep. She didn't know how much time passed. When Yifan heard the sound of Xianxia coming out of the shower. He opened the door and came in with the overwhelming scent of sandalwood. He sat next to her and asked, "Who came just now?" She covered her head with the quilt and didn't want to talk to him. Xianxia didn't continue to disturb her, got up and went out again, and came back not long after. She didn't know what he saw, but he carried her through the quilt and asked, "Hey, Wen Shuangshen. Are you angry?" When Yifan had enough and pulled the quilt down, "I want to sleep." "Duan Jiaxu ordered that for me." Xianxia, when Yifan interrupted him and said seriously, "If you disturb my sleep again, I won't talk to you for the next week. Understand?" Sang Yan paused for a few seconds, raised his eyebrows and smiled. Why are you imitating me? When Yifan got under the quilt again, turned over, and turned her back to him. My sister went back to Nanwu, I'm going out to pick her up. Sang Yan didn't know why this girl was so grumpy when she woke up, and he couldn't help but lower his voice. Let's go out to eat later. When Yifan ignored him completely as if she didn't hear him at all. Staring at her like this, Sang Yan inexplicably felt a little itchy. He chuckled a few times, grabbed her, pulled the quilt down, pulled her into his arms and kissed her hard. Sensing that she seemed to be angry again, Sang Yan immediately helped her to wrap the quilt. As if he didn't do anything. Sang Yan had a clear conscience and said carelessly, okay, go to sleep. I'm going out. After that, when Yifan tossed and turned for a while and couldn't fall asleep. Because of lack of sleep, she was particularly irritable. She got up and saw that Sang Yan had sent her a message, tell me when you wake up. When Yifan didn't want to talk to him at all, so she didn't reply. After washing up, when Yifan looked at the takeout on the table and noticed the note on the receipt. My boyfriend has a fever and can't be contacted for 3 days. I can't come back in time, please be sure to wake him up for dinner. Thank you. This takeout seemed to be ordered by Sang Yan. What did he mean by the note? Was he afraid that she couldn't get up? When Yifan didn't think too much about it. She took the takeout and sat on the sofa, turned on the TV, and found a recently popular TV series to watch. She watched while eating, and her phone rang from time to time. She glanced at it and saw that nothing was wrong, but she still didn't reply. Halfway through the meal, there was a sudden movement at the entrance. She got up and opened the door. She was stunned when she saw that the person outside was saying, Ji, why are you here? My brother asked me to come up. Sangji glanced at the receipt and pointed at it. She seemed to be a little guilty. Sister Yifan, are you angry with my brother because of this? When Yifan silently thought about whether it was obvious that she was angry. She looked at the receipt again. Not long after, she was a little confused. No, I'm already eating. Sangji was relieved. I thought you would misunderstand that my brother is cheating on you. There was a few seconds of silence. When Yifan suddenly realized that the contents of the receipt seemed to mean that. She lowered her eyes and asked slowly, does this mean cheating? She chatted with Sangji for a while. Seeing that it was lunchtime, when Yifan was afraid that this little girl would be hungry, so she got up and went to the kitchen to cook noodles for her. Sangji followed behind her and said, Sister Yifan, my brother asked you to go downstairs and eat with him, aren't we going? When Yifan said gently, I've already eaten, do you want to eat outside? Sangji blinked, I'll eat what you cook. Not long after, there was movement at the entrance again. Sangji took the initiative to open the door. Sang Yan walked in from outside. He was wearing a black windbreaker and a pair of pants of the same color, which made him appear to have broad shoulders and long legs. He looked exceptionally cool as usual. Noticing his appearance, when Yifan once again remembered how he crazily woke her up in the morning. And that nasty look of his. That didn't feel that there was anything wrong with him. When Yifan pursed her lips, she didn't want to talk to him at all. Seeing that both of them were in the kitchen, Sang Yan casually asked, what are you two doing? Sangji replied, sister-in-law is cooking noodles for me. Hearing the word sister-in-law, when Yifan turned her head and met Sang Yan's eyes for 2 seconds. Then, she looked at Sangji again and remembered the contents of the receipt. She deliberately reminded her, don't call me that, your brother cheated on you. Sang Yan. Feeling that the atmosphere was not quite right, Sangji's eyes wandered around the two of them, and then sensibly left the kitchen, leaving the two of them alone. Before he left, he closed the door behind him. When Yifan withdrew her eyes and continued to cut the meat on the chopping board. Her hair was all tied up, leaving a few strands of hair at her ears and the back of her neck. Her appearance was different from her usual gentle smile, and there was no emotion on her face. Sang Yan walked to her side, and after a few seconds of silence, he felt ridiculous and said, When Shuangjiang, do you think I cheated on you and ate the takeout? This counterattack was very accurate. When Yifan's movement stopped. Because of his words, she almost broke down, and the little bit of anger dissipated. She looked down, forced a straight face, and said calmly, I bought it. The meaning of his words was, it would be a waste if she didn't eat it. Sang Yan stared at her for a while, and did not argue with her. He thought of something, took out the phone from his pocket, and shook it casually. Why didn't you reply to my message? After that, he added, as if to give her a way out, you didn't see it? I saw it. When Yifan turned on the tap and began to wash the vegetables, and said bluntly, I don't want to reply. Sensing her movement, Sang Yan rolled up his sleeves, grabbed her hand out of the sink, and took over the work from her hand. He was so happy that he wanted to pinch her face, but his hands were still wet. Okay. When Yifan looked at him, and arrogantly wiped the water on her hand on his body. Sensing her movement, Sang Yan said meaningfully, when Xianxia, you have a bad temper now. That. Not yet. You first. It's disturbing my sleep. When Yifan inexplicably felt a little depressed. She ignored him, turned around, took a big pot, and filled it with water. As if to draw a line with him, she took a few steps back after filling the water. Sang Yan turned off the tap, took a tissue to wipe his hands, and said lazily, when Xianxia. When Yifan put the pot on the induction cooker and pressed the switch. He said it in 3 sentences to show the seriousness of the matter. You. Cold violence. Me. When Yifan immediately looked at him. She thought for a moment and suddenly felt that this was indeed the case. She made a request that she thought was reasonable. Then don't talk to me. Sang Yan raised his eyebrows. You can do that? When Yifan nodded as she was afraid that she would be accused of being cold-blooded again. When Yifan opened the bag of noodles and was thinking about how much to eat when Sang Yan suddenly hugged her from behind. He was tall and slightly bent, his chin resting in the hollow of her neck. Their bodies pressed against each other. It was as if he was using her as a support, and the strength in his body loosened and pressed down. When Yifan immediately turned around. What are you doing? I'm just kissing you. Sang Yan's eyes darkened. He pursed his lips and dragged his tone as he said, last night, I kissed you so many times and you didn't get angry. How could their situations be the same, when Yifan couldn't help but pinch his face as she felt that he deserved a beating? It was like magic. Sang Yan's dimples sank as soon as she pinched him. His facial features softened. He held back his laughter and said in a pleading tone, okay, it's my fault. When Yifan looked at him without blinking. Sang Yan's eyes met hers and said, don't be angry. She froze for a few seconds. Sang Yan said in a playful tone when he saw that her expression didn't change, why are you so hard to please? Why don't you sympathize with me? I only slept for a few hours before I was bombarded by Duan Jiaxiu. He asked me to pick him up. Sang Yan said slowly, after we came back from picking up the kid, my wife even cold-shouldered me. When Yifan moved her lips and couldn't help but say, I'm not that violent. Sang Yan said casually, but I'm in pain. When Yifan corrected herself, I'm not that cold. I'm cold. Sang Yan hugged her tighter as if he wanted to embed her whole body in his arms. He bit the soft flesh on her neck and used all kinds of despicable means to extinguish her fire. Warm me up. Wear a coat if you're cold. When Yifan felt itchy. Her anger had long dissipated because of his words and actions. She wanted to laugh, you're an adult now. Don't you always say that you're a man? Why are you still acting like a spoiled child? At the same time, she happened to notice the direction of the door from the corner of her eyes. The door of the kitchen was glass. From this angle, she could see Xianxia who was playing with his mobile phone on the sofa. When Yifan's mood was instantly replaced by another emotion. She raised her hand and pushed his head away, be careful. Sang Yan, what? It's embarrassing for a little girl to be outside. When Yifan felt that he was extremely magnanimous, as if he didn't mind being seen by anyone. She could only remind him patiently, moreover, as a brother, don't you want to leave a good image in front of your sister? Leave a good image? I don't have that in her eyes. After that, Sang Yan turned his head and glanced at the living room. He said leisurely, moreover, that kid has a partner like Duan Jiaxiu. He can be considered as someone who has experienced a lot. When Yifan didn't quite understand what he meant, huh? Although he said so, Sang Yan still straightened his body and leaned on the counter next to him. He tilted his head and looked at her. Do you think that bastard can keep it better than me? After listening to Sang Yan's words, Wen Yifan was really curious about what kind of person Duan Jiaxu was. After all, from her point of view, Sang Yan's narcissism and shamelessness had reached a point where no one could match him. After cooking the noodles, the three of them sat at the dining table. Perhaps Xianxia was worried that Wen Yifan would really misunderstand because of the receipt. It was rare that she didn't go against Sang Yan. She carefully explained, "Yifan, that takeout was ordered by my boyfriend. He wanted to wake my brother up to pick me up and made a random note. It wasn't someone else." When Yifan smiled, "I know, I was just joking with your brother." Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief, but her eyes were still looking at the two of them. Maybe it was because she was not used to this scene, she felt that it was unreasonable. She couldn't help but say, "Yifan, have you been renting with my brother for a long time?" When Yifan, That's right, Xianxia mumbled. He lowered his standards for choosing a spouse. Sang Yan tilted his head and said coldly, "What are you talking about?" Xianxia felt that she was talking bad about Wen Yifan's boyfriend. She held back and didn't continue talking about it. She lowered her head and continued to eat the noodles. She glanced at Wen Yifan and changed her approach. "Yifan, you're so beautiful." She was hinting. Sang Yan didn't think that he had brought back a hidden enemy. He leaned against the back of the chair and stared at Xianxia with a blank expression. "Kid, what did you ask me to help you with?" Xianxia, who wanted him to put in a good word for her in front of her parents, was instantly speechless. After a while, Xianxia bit the bullet and reluctantly added, "But my brother is also quite handsome." After dinner, when Yifan wanted to go back to the studio to practice her dance, she thought that Sang Yan didn't sleep for long, so she asked him to catch up on his sleep. She randomly found an excuse to go out and send Xianxia home. After practicing for almost 2 months, when Yifan practiced in an empty conference room in the studio every day when she had free time, she was going to dance the Nutcracker, the ballet that she used to be best at. After so many years, her body's flexibility and agility could no longer be compared to before. Although she felt tired and painful during the practice, Wen Yifan gradually found the feeling she had when she was training. The grievance and unwillingness of being forced to give up at that time also slowly disappeared. Wen Yifan felt inexplicably happy when she thought of Sang Yan's expression after seeing it. She also began to have unlimited motivation. The rehearsal for the annual meeting was in the afternoon the next day. It would officially start at 7 p.m. When it was close to 7 p.m., Wen Yifan received a message from Sang Yan. He said that he had something to attend to and might be a little late. She stared at it for a few seconds. Although she knew that he might not be able to come, she still felt a little disappointed when she received such a message. Perhaps it was because she had prepared for a long time. Because her program was quite close to the front. However, this emotion didn't last long. Thinking that it was fine as long as she could see it, Wen Yifan asked Su Tian to record a video for her. Then, she pushed Fu Zhuang's business card to Sang Yan and replied, "If I don't reply to you later, you can ask De Zhuang to bring you up." Sang Yan, "Okay." The atmosphere of the annual meeting was very lively. There were several programs to raise the atmosphere. If it wasn't skits, it was songs. Wen Yifan smiled as she watched. From time to time, she glanced at her phone. When it was almost her turn, Sang Yan still didn't show any signs of coming. Wen Yifan didn't wait any longer. After giving a few instructions to Fu Zhuang, she got up and went backstage. Everything was going smoothly. However, when Sang Yan was preparing to leave the company, there was a problem with the project and he had to work overtime. After he finished his work, he left the company and drove the car according to the location Wen Yifan gave him. When he got downstairs, Sang Yan sent Wen Yifan a message. There was no reply. Sang Yan then added Fu Zhuang on WeChat. Soon, Sang Yan saw Fu Zhuang. As soon as Fu Zhuang saw him, Fu Zhuang anxiously pulled him inside. "Brother, hurry up. Yifan is starting to perform. I want to see it. Don't disturb me." Sang Yan's eyebrows twitched. He wanted to say something, but the words came out of his mouth instead. "Then hurry up." The two took the elevator upstairs. Fu Zhuang was extremely talkative. Ever since he saw Sang Yan, he didn't stop talking and kept talking. The main topic was basically Wen Yifan. He kept praising her. Yifan is really amazing. She has so many skills. Besides, she practiced for this show for a long time. She practiced every day. We will leave after work. She has to go to the conference room to practice by herself. Sigh, if it wasn't for the fact that I can't dance. Fu Zhuang sighed, I would accompany her. Otherwise, Yifan would be so lonely. But brother, why don't you accompany her? You look good next to her. The more Xianxia listened, the more he felt that something was wrong. But before he could ask, they had already arrived at the venue of the annual gala. The lights inside were dim. Only the lights on the stage were bright. It seemed that a new round of performance was about to start. The host was talking. Fu Zhuang immediately quieted down as he was afraid of disturbing the others. There were dozens of round tables below the stage. There were drinks and snacks on them. The positions were arranged according to the departments. Xianxia was pressed to one of the seats by Fu Zhuang. He could see Wen Yifan's bag and mobile phone next to him. At the same time, the host also finished announcing and then left the stage. Xianxia looked up at the stage and was stunned. At this moment, Wen Yifan was standing alone on the stage. She was wearing a white ballet dress with a sleeveless gauze design. A large part of her collarbone and swan arms were exposed. Her back was bare, and the curve of her butterfly bones was smooth and beautiful. Her face was gorgeous, and her skin was so white that it reflected light. The hem of the dress was slightly fluffy, and it was wrapped in layers of gauze. The familiar music of the Nutcracker sounded in his ears. It was cheerful and light, like a bell swinging in his ears, and he couldn't help but be attracted to it. Wen Yifan was facing the audience. She tiptoed, and her body was extremely soft. She danced along with the music, and every beat was on point. Her neck was high, and she was spinning on the stage like a proud white swan. Xianxia never expected to see such a scene. He stared at the stage, and his vision was completely occupied by Wen Yifan. He couldn't move his eyes away. His Adam's apple moved, and he gradually overlapped this scene with the girl in his memory. The military training for the freshmen of Nanhua No. 1 Middle School lasted for a week. It was arranged after the final exam of the previous semester. The location was at the Agricultural Science Institute in the city. Wen Yifan was also dragged by the teacher to the military training gala because of her identity as a dancer. It was the night before the military training ended. The atmosphere of the gala was relaxed, and the instructor was not as strict as usual. At first, they were asked to sit properly, but later on, they were not as strict. Xianxia was not interested in these things. He was sleepy and bored throughout the whole process. He only hoped that the gala would end soon, and then he could go back to the dormitory to sleep. That was until Wen Yifan appeared. The students sitting around Xianxia were very supportive because they were in the same class. Maybe they felt honored, and they were crying and howling. A boy with a loud voice stood up and shouted, Wen Yifan, the goddess of class 17. The girl seemed to not hear anything, and she was not impressed at all. She was standing in the middle of the dance. She was wearing a pure white dress, and her light-colored hair was tied up, revealing her smooth forehead. She was surrounded by darkness, and she was immersed in the dance without any stage fright. She was like a delicate doll. Her body seemed to be glowing. Xianxia couldn't remember how he felt at that time. He only knew that he seemed to have watched the show a little more than usual that night as he was waiting for the gala to end. Later. After the military training, Wen Yifan became famous in the grade because of this show. Not only the students of the same grade, but even the seniors of the same grade came to ask for her contact information. He didn't know why. Xianxia didn't pay attention to this girl before, but after the gala, he found that he always happened to encounter these things. He sat in his seat and watched coldly as Wen Yifan politely rejected one person after another. Wen Yifan treated everyone equally. No matter what the other person's personality, grades, or appearance, she treated them like the same person. She was extremely patient and wouldn't hurt the other person's face, but her rejection was very clear. She was the same as him, but not quite the same. She was also proud in her bones, but different from his condescending attitude, she was extremely gentle. It was like a dazzling, but not dazzling light. One afternoon, Xianxia returned to the classroom after playing basketball with his classmates. He wanted to take his key back to the dormitory to take a shower. As soon as he walked to the door, he saw that Wen Yifan had also just returned. She was stopped by a boy at the door. Xianxia looked at her for a few seconds, then he retracted his gaze and returned to his seat. He found the key from the drawer, but for some reason, he didn't leave in a hurry. He still sat in the same place. After half a minute, Wen Yifan also walked into the classroom. She was wearing a dance uniform with a jacket on the outside. She walked back to her seat as if she was just coming back to get a meal card. She soon planned to leave. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly called out to her, "Hey, Junior." The two of them were sitting very close to each other, only separated by an aisle. Wen Yifan turned her head and didn't mind him calling her that. She replied, "What's wrong?" Xianxia casually asked, "Do you have a girlfriend?" She didn't know why he asked this, but Wen Yifan still answered truthfully, "No." Xianxia raised his eyebrows and pointed out something, "Then why did you reject all of them?" This matter actually had nothing to do with Xianxia. However, Wen Yifan had a good personality and felt that there was no question that she couldn't answer. She wanted to say that she couldn't fall in love at such a young age, but she felt that it would be a little vague if she said it. After thinking for a while, she simply said, "I didn't meet anyone I like." The girl's voice was crisp with a little tenderness. However, each and every word of hers smashed into his heart with great force. "Someone I like." There was silence. There was no one else in the classroom except for the two of them. It was too quiet. The sky was high outside, and there was sunlight shining in. The air was filled with the atmosphere of youth. They could hear the sound of students running on the field and the heartbeat of an unknown place. At that moment, Xianxia completely understood something. Why he had never seen her before, but now he kept encountering such things. Why the girl who was no different from other students in his eyes suddenly appeared in his field of vision so frequently. Was it a coincidence? It didn't seem like it. He was just. He never cared, but now he cared. The young man leaned back on the chair and looked at her with his head slightly raised. The ends of his hair were still wet with sweat, and his eyes were clear and bright. He slightly tilted his head and suddenly laughed. The arrogance in his words was as usual. "Really?" This time, there was a very obvious affirmation. "Then you should have met one." Wen Yifan didn't perform for a long time. The total time was about 3 to 4 minutes. As the music stopped, her last movement also ended. After standing still for a few seconds, Wen Yifan changed her posture and bowed to the audience. At this moment, she was able to spare some energy to look at her own table. She instantly found Xianxia's figure in the crowd. Wen Yifan gasped lightly and blinked her eyes. After getting off the stage, Wen Yifan quickly returned to her seat. Xianxia stared at her sideways. Wen Yifan had makeup on her face, and there were small diamonds under the corner of her eyes, which looked shiny. After other colleagues complimented her, she looked at Xianxia and smiled. "When did you come?" "Before your performance started." Xianxia pulled her coat hanging on the back of the chair and put it on her. "What's wrong with your clothes? Can the cloth be less?" Wen Yifan couldn't help but laugh. "It looks better this way." Xianxia didn't say anything. He helped her put on her coat, and his movements were neither gentle nor heavy. Wen Yifan sat obediently and waited for him to continue, but she didn't hear him say anything for a long time. She didn't know if he was thinking about what to say. She waited for a while and reminded him, "Why don't you comment on my performance? Didn't you just tell me that you can't dance?" Xianxia poured a glass of water and put it in her hand. He looked calm, and his words of praise seemed a little hasty. "You danced quite well." "I practiced for a long time," Wen Yifan said honestly, "but I'm still an amateur." "How is this amateur?" Xianxia didn't know what her standards were. He put his elbows on the edge of the table and supported his face with his hand. His eyes were on her. "Also, aren't you cold to dance in such a small dress in winter?" Wen Yifan shook her head. "There's heating." After that, Xianxia didn't mention her dancing again. Wen Yifan suddenly felt that this man was extremely cold and ruthless. She comforted herself by saying that she danced pretty well, which should be a very good evaluation. For the next period of time, Wen Yifan could see from the corner of her eyes that Xianxia's gaze had never left her. After a while, she turned to look at him and was a little puzzled. Don't you want to watch the performance? Xianxian slightly raised his eyebrows and answered neatly. Wen Yifan felt that he really wasn't interested in these things, so she didn't force him. However, she was afraid that he would be bored and could only watch the show for a while, so she took the time to talk to him. Xianxian replied and casually played with her fingers. Before the gala ended, it was time for the award ceremony. Wen Yifan's show won second place in the popularity award and the prize money was 3,000 yuan. Her main purpose was to give Xianxian a surprise. She never thought that she could win a prize with her level. Wen Yifan took the red packet from the stage and gave it to Xianxian. Xianxian looked at her. Why did you give it to me? I wanted to dance for you to see. The corners of Wen Yifan's eyes were curved, and there seemed to be a bright light in her eyes. She was very frank. So I should give you the bonus after I get it. Xianxian had never thought that he would be pampered by this lady one day. After a long pause, he suddenly laughed. All right. I'll keep it then. Before leaving the building, Wen Yifan wanted to change her dress before going home. However, Xianxian acted uncharacteristically and didn't let her change. He wrapped his long coat around her and covered every corner of her body. Then, he pulled her into the car. Wen Yifan didn't think too much about it. She only felt that he was bored after staying for too long and wanted to go home early. In the car, Wen Yifan's nose was slightly red from the cold. She adjusted the hem of her dress and looked at Xianxian. Once they were alone, she began to feel that his reaction was too perfunctory. He really looked like a scumbag who cheated on her. Wen Yifan mentioned again, "This is my New Year's gift for you in advance." Xianxian glanced at her and casually replied, "Got it." Wen Yifan was speechless. However, it didn't seem like there was a need for too much of a reaction. After all, Xianxian wasn't a person who knew how to say nice things. After thinking it through again, Wen Yifan felt that she shouldn't be so stingy. Her mood was no longer affected by this matter. Not long after, she thought of another matter. She calculated the time and asked, "Oh right, when should we move?" Xianxian had already mentioned to her that when the contract for the house expired, the two of them would move to his house that had been burned down. Wen Yifan only realized it at that time. His house had been renovated for 2 years, and Xianxian had never said that he wanted to move. Xianxian casually replied, "When do you want to move?" "If we move before 3 months, then we'll wait until after Chinese New Year." Wen Yifan glanced at him and said softly, "I should have more free time by then." Okay. Wen Yifan felt that it would be a big project when she thought about contacting a moving company to pack her things. At this time, Xianxian added, "You just need to pack your luggage, you don't have to worry about anything else." Wen Yifan paused when she heard this. Her lips curled up, "Okay." Wen Yifan recalled something from a long time ago when she made the decision. Xianxian said that he would stay until she paid off the debt that she owed him because of her sleepwalking. However, he didn't specify how he was going to pay her back. "Oh right, the debt that you asked me to pay before." When Yifan didn't know if he remembered it, she continued, "We haven't settled it yet?" There was a moment of silence. Xianxian calmly let out an ah. She couldn't tell what his reaction meant. When Yifan felt that he had forgotten about it, so she didn't care too much. Soon, the car drove to the parking lot, and the two got out of the car and went home. When Yifan took off her coat and hung it on the coat rack. She had just taken off her shoes and was about to take a shower. All of a sudden, Xianxian suddenly hugged her waist from behind and pressed her against the door. He seemed to have restrained himself for a long time. His movements were very heavy and close to her body. She was caught off guard and turned her head subconsciously. Xianxian's hot lips had already fallen on the back of her neck, moving down and wandering on her naked skin. His voice was very low, as if he was speaking in a breathless voice. "Don't you want me to comment?" As he spoke, Xianxian's other hand reached up and gently rubbed it with the pads of his fingers. He bit her butterfly bone, as if he was venting his desire, and the strength seemed rough. The ballet dress was close to her body, and with this action, when Yifan's neck was tilted back, which clearly outlined her curves. She felt itchy and a little painful. "Why are you biting me?" Sang Yan acted as if he didn't hear anything and continued his ambiguous and lustful actions. After a long time, he straightened up and rubbed his nose against her hair. He nibbled her ear bone and whispered into her ear. I want to hide you. The moment he saw her from the stage, he wanted to bring her back to his own world, hide all the light on her body in his arms, and not let others see it. But he also felt that she should be like this in everyone's eyes. With a dazzling light. Before Wen Yifan could react, her body was in a mess because of his action. She felt Sang Yan's hands kneading her body. He pulled down her pantyhose and said while panting, "You can't pull it." She looked at him again and met his pitch-black eyes that were filled with hidden flames. Sang Yan's appearance was tough, and his eyes were sharp. When he didn't speak, he looked indifferent and condescending. His lips were thin and straight. At this moment, there was affection in his eyes, and there was an inexplicable hint of desire in the coldness. Why not? His actions became more and more presumptuous as he touched every sensitive part of her body. It's a conjoined body. Wen Yifan felt like her body was floating in the air. A layer of mist gradually appeared in her eyes. She tried to make her voice steady and held back her sobs. It will spoil. Sang Yan couldn't help but kiss her lips as he stared at her. The tip of his tongue entered her mouth and intertwined with hers. It was accompanied by a vague voice, "Then teach me." In a state of confusion, Wen Yifan seemed to suddenly understand the reason why Sang Yan didn't let her take off her dress. A thought flashed through her mind for a moment, but she immediately pulled him into love. Wen Yifan felt that she was willingly peeling herself apart bit by bit with him. Then, she offered it to him. Sang Yan's body came crashing in, full of possessiveness, and a very clear sentence. It's time to pay the debt. This time, Sang Yan wasn't as unrestrained as he was the night before, but he used more force than before. After that, he carried Wen Yifan to the bathroom and cleaned her body. Before falling asleep, Wen Yifan vaguely felt that Sang Yan seemed to have kissed her forehead. She didn't know if she heard it wrong or something else, but he seemed to have said something. Dance for me when you get married. This year, Wen Yifan's New Year's holiday was still from the first day of the lunar year to the third day of the lunar year. On New Year's Eve, she was picked up by Sang Yan after work. He asked her to pack some clothes and luggage. Sang Yan looked at her and said, "Stay there for 3 nights. Wen Yifan nodded. "I haven't told my parents that you're staying there." Sang Yan rubbed her head and said casually, "Let me know if you're not used to it. We'll come back to sleep after dinner." Wen Yifan pulled his hand away, "You messed up my hair. Listen to me." Sang Yan was particularly bad. He put his hand back and continued to mess up her hair. "Why are you only paying attention to your hairstyle? Do you have a conscience?" Wen Yifan looked up and stood on tiptoe to rub his hair. Sang Yan raised his eyebrows. Wen Yifan muttered, "You're so childish." He had to do what she didn't want him to do. Sang Yan stopped when she started to do it. He tidied up her hair and was amused. "Who's childish?" Wen Yifan also slowly stopped. Thinking about what she had said before, she thought for a moment and asked, "If I go to your house, where will I sleep?" Sang Yan glanced at her. "Sleep in the same room with my sister." Wen Yifan immediately nodded, "That's fine." Sang Yan was inexplicably unhappy that she agreed so quickly. "Wait, do you have something to say to that kid? You don't want to sleep in the same room with me?" "Yes." Wen Yifan's voice was gentle. She directly ignored the question of whether he was willing or not. She began to worry, "But Dash, what's wrong?" "I'm a little afraid that I'll sleepwalk," Wen Yifan said. "What if I scare you?" Sang Yan stared at her and felt that this girl was like a scumbag. He suddenly said, "We've lived together for so long, why don't I see you?" "You're afraid that you'll scare me." Wen Yifan also looked at him. They looked at each other for 3 seconds. Wen Yifan looked away and continued to put the clothes into the bag. "There's nothing I can do." Wen Yifan was afraid that Sang Yan's parents would wait for too long, so she didn't spend too much time to pack up. It was only when she got into Sang Yan's car that she realized how nervous she was. She couldn't sit still the entire time. Sang Yan probably noticed her mood, so he casually said, "Don't worry." Wen Yifan, My parents will only thank you," Sang Yan said, "for letting me find a partner." Because Sang Yan had said similar words many times, when Yifan couldn't help but ask, why are your parents so anxious to find a partner for you? You're only 26 years old. You're not that old. I think it's quite early. She felt that it wasn't too late to get married before the age of 35. The better the conditions, the harder it is to find a partner. Sang Yan looked insufferably arrogant, do you understand? When Yifan was used to his behavior, so she didn't speak anymore. She was thinking about what to say when they arrived. She was afraid that she would leave a bad impression, so she began to take out her memo and began to write all kinds of comments. When the light turned green, Sang Yan looked in her direction. Noticing the content on her screen, he bent his lower lip and didn't interrupt her. It didn't take long before they arrived at Sang Yan's house. When Yifan went to the trunk of the car to take out the gift she bought, she was silently reading the script she just wrote in the car. Her expression was the same as usual. She wanted to appear as calm and collected as possible. She wanted to leave a good impression on Sang Yan's parents. Sang Yan looked at her with interest. The two of them took the elevator upstairs. Sang Yan took out the key from his pocket. Glancing at her tightly pursed lips, he pinched her fingertips and comforted her, it's okay, don't be nervous. You have me to set off your image. When Yifan didn't understand what he meant. When Yifan opened the door and followed Sang Yan in. It was spacious and bright inside. As soon as they entered the hallway, when Yifan could see Xianxia sitting on the sofa watching TV. When she heard the movement, she turned her head and immediately smiled, revealing 2 dimples on her lips. Xianxia obediently greeted, Sister Yifan. When Yifan also greeted her with a smile. Sang Yan looked at her and said coldly, you didn't see me? Xianxia pretended not to hear. She patted the seat next to her and said to Wen Yifan enthusiastically, Sister Yifan, you sit here. The next moment, Sang Yan's parents also came out of the kitchen. Wen Yifan had met Sang Yan's mother, Li Ping. Not only on the night of the fireworks show, but also when they were called to their parents because of the rumors of puppy love. But Wen Yifan didn't know if Li Ping still remembered her. Maybe Sang Yan had mentioned it to them in advance. Li Ping smiled and said, Is it Yifan? When Yifan nodded quickly, yes, Uncle and Auntie, Happy New Year. As she said that, she handed over the meeting gift in her hand, this is the New Year's gift I prepared for you. Li Ping wiped her hands on her apron and took the gift. She looked extremely gentle, next time, just come over directly, don't bring gifts. Sit for a while, your uncle and I are almost done, we can eat now. When Yifan took the initiative and said, let me help you. Sang Yan's father, Sang Rong, said, no, it's almost done. You watch TV with me for a while. Sang Yan, who was ignored throughout the whole process, didn't seem to care. He lazily tried to make his presence known and broke the warm atmosphere, then I'll watch TV too. As soon as Sang Yan spoke, the atmosphere turned cold. The 2 elders didn't speak again. Xianxia was like a bystander, watching the show from the side. She didn't know why the atmosphere became like this. When Yifan inexplicably thought of how Sang Yan was scolded every time he called home. Especially during the time when he was injured, she even heard Li Ping angrily saying on the phone, if you don't come back, I'll have another child with your father. Sang Yan yawned and said, sure, I really want to have a younger brother. When Yifan subconsciously looked at Sang Yan's direction and then looked at Sang Yan's parents again. Just when he was thinking about whether he should say something or not. Li Ping's smile faded a little, she looked at Sang Yan from head to toe, okay. As if Sang Rong and Li Ping had been suppressing their opinions for a long time, it was as if Sang Rong and Li Ping had cooperated in advance. He walked over and held Sang Yan's shoulder, raised his hand and opened the door, let's go back to your room. When Yifan was a little confused about the situation and didn't know how to react for a while. She turned her head and stared at the half-open door. In a trance, she had the feeling that Sang Yan was here to deliver a package. No, Dad. Where do you want me to go during the Spring Festival? Sang Yan looked at Li Ping and said in a cynical tone, didn't Mom say it was okay? She was willing to let me watch TV for a while. How could you chase her own son away? Aren't you being quite rebellious? Li Ping was so annoyed by his behavior that she didn't argue with him anymore. She grabbed his arm and walked to the kitchen. Why are you watching TV? Isn't it embarrassing for a man to go home and do nothing? Then, she turned to Wen Yifan and said, "Yifan, take a seat first." Wen Yifan subconsciously replied, "Okay." Sang Yan let Li Ping pull him and turned to glance at Wen Yifan. Sang Rong smiled and chatted with Wen Yifan for a while, then he went into the kitchen. "Yifan, don't just sit there, pour a glass of water for Yifan." "Got it." Sang Ji waved at her. "Yifan, come sit here." Wen Yifan walked over and sat down. She took the cup and asked in a low voice, "What did your brother do to make uncle and auntie angry?" Sang Ji smiled and said, "Yes. Before you came, I've been listening to them talk about my brother for almost 4 hours. You've been scolding me ever since we started preparing the reunion dinner." Sang Ji counted with her fingers the problems her parents had pointed out to Sang Yan one by one. He doesn't go home, doesn't call, doesn't send messages, doesn't talk about how he's doing, he has to kowtow and burn incense to beg him to come for a meal, and he stands up every time he makes a blind date. Feeling that something was amiss, Sang Ji quickly added, "But my mom hasn't arranged a blind date for my brother for a long time." When Yifan asked again, "Why does auntie always arrange blind dates for Sang Yan?" Sang Ji didn't need to think at all. She said matter-of-factly, "Who can tolerate my brother's temper? Of course, we have to find him in advance. But my brother must like you very much." Sang Ji's round eyes curved slightly, as if she found it a little magical. "I've never seen my brother in a relationship, but it's the first time I've seen him so timid." Wen Yifan, "Huh? What cowardice." Sang Ji, "That cheating, he was worried that you would misunderstand." The two of them sat in the living room and could hear sounds coming from the kitchen. It was mostly Li Ping and Sang Rong attacking Sang Yan. "Li Ping, take off your coat. Don't you feel stuffy wearing so much in the room?" Sang Yan, "No, I'm cold." Sang Rong, "Why are you cold? Isn't there a heater here? Can you roll up your sleeves? They're going to get wet. And what's with your face? Have you been staying up late and not eating properly?" The more Li Ping spoke, the angrier she became. "I told you to go home, but Mom cooked some soup for you to nourish your body. Yet, you refuse to go home no matter what. If word of this gets out, people will think that your mom is trying to kill you." Sang Yan smiled. "What's there to make up for at my age?" Not long after, Li Ping suddenly asked, "What happened to the scar on your hand?" Sang Rong also asked, "When did you get the stitches?" Sang Ji was chatting with Wen Yifan. When she heard this, she stopped and said, "Sis Yifan, wait." Then, she got up and ran to the kitchen. "What stitches?" Soon, she seemed to have seen the scar on Sang Yan's hand, and her tone exploded. "Who did this?" "It's none of your business." Sang Yan said lazily, "Go watch your cartoons. Brat, hurry up and tell me, what happened?" Li Ping was angry and distressed. "Can you give me a good day? Can't you wish your mom a little longer? It's not that serious. I feel like I'm going to die in the next second." Sang Yan's tone was filled with his usual impatience, but he still tried to explain, "I was trying to be a good Samaritan and accidentally cut my skin." After a few minutes, Sang Ji returned to her seat. She seemed to be in a bad mood. She whispered to Wen Yifan, "Sis Yifan, do you know what happened?" Wen Yifan held the cup. "Sang Yan's hand injury?" "Yeah, I didn't see any injury on his hand when Guoguoqing came back." Sang Ji looked at the scar and also felt that the injury at that time shouldn't be light. She guessed, did someone cause trouble in his bar? I also think it's easy to attract hatred with his character. Will something more serious happen in the future? No, Sang Yan met a relative from my aunt's side. When Yifan was a little embarrassed to say it, but she still didn't hide it, it happened to be a wanted criminal. He was injured in the process of catching him. Sang Ji was stunned. When Yifan also didn't know what to say. After a while, Sang Ji breathed a sigh of relief. Is he really trying to be brave? I thought my brother was just talking nonsense. He was doing a good deed. It's good that nothing happened. She began to mutter again, I don't know what happened to my brother, but he's especially good at beating people. Wen Yifan exclaimed. Sang Ji complained, my boyfriend was beaten by him, and his face turned blue. Not a single part of his body is unharmed. The topic changed so fast that Wen Yifan paused for a while, but she still continued the topic. Why did Sang Yan beat your boyfriend? Because they were university classmates. My brother felt that he was taking advantage of his age to cheat my feelings, and then he kept being fooled by him. Xianxia sighed, anyway, he's very ruthless. But my brother was also beaten by my boyfriend. Xianxia puffed up her cheeks and complained, after they were done fighting, I was so angry that I scolded my brother. But they were still in love with each other, so I was put in a difficult position. My brother also said that he didn't come to Nanwu to look for me, but for his brother. Wen Yifan couldn't help but laugh. Xianxia might be afraid that she would be nervous, so she was a little more talkative than before. She kept on talking. In the end, she suddenly returned to the previous topic, Sister Yifan, other than my brother's arm, is there any other injury? Wen Yifan, there's also an injury on his waist, but it's not as serious as the one on his arm. He's fine now, don't worry. That's good. Have you been taking care of him all this time? Xianxia said, I think my parents don't know about this. Wen Yifan nodded and said softly, but I didn't help much. Xianxia, his injury seems to be recovering quite well, it's only been a few months. Wen Yifan wanted to say that Sang Yan caught Xinda because of her, otherwise, he wouldn't have been injured. But she couldn't say it out loud. My brother did a good thing. The little girl seemed to have noticed her state, she smiled and said seriously, his luck will definitely get better in the future. Not long after, both of them were called over by Li Ping for dinner. The dinner was extremely sumptuous. There were all kinds of dishes on the table. Wen Yifan was a little absent-minded as she thought of Xianxia's comforting words. At the same time, Sang Yan held her hand from under the table and gently squeezed it. She looked sideways. Sang Yan was also looking at her, as if asking her with his eyes, are you still nervous? Wen Yifan smiled and shook her head. After chatting for a while at the dinner table, Li Ping gradually came to her senses. She stared at Wen Yifan's face, the more she looked, the more familiar she felt, she asked, Yifan, have we met before? Wen Yifan didn't expect her to remember, she quickly said, yes. I saw you at school when I was in high school. Li Ping remembered now, she said in surprise, are you the girl who fell in love with Ah Yan in high school? The rest of them also looked at Wen Yifan as soon as she said that. She slowly swallowed the soup in her mouth and explained, yes, but we weren't in love at that time. We only got together last year. But this brat liked you at that time, he didn't hide it from us. Li Ping was amused when she thought of this. After coming back from school, I talked to Ah Yan several times, I asked him to focus on his studies and not think about these things for now. Wen Yifan, well, we were really young at that time. He didn't listen to me at all, he was rebellious since he was young. Li Ping glanced at Sang Yan, but I don't know why he suddenly started to study like crazy, and then he didn't find a partner for a few years after he graduated from university. Sang Rong also laughed, we were scared, we thought this kid was affected by our words. Sang Yan, the person involved, didn't say anything. Xianxia bit her rice and said vaguely, is it possible that he secretly dated someone? Li Ping, I asked Hao An and Qian Fei. Both of them didn't know anything, so I was afraid that Ah Yan might have some psychological problems, so I kept looking for him for blind dates. Sang Yan's chopstick stopped as he heard this, he seemed to have thought of something. With a lazy expression, he said with a faint smile, later on, they even found me a blind date with a man. Li Ping choked and said angrily, isn't that because you didn't want to go with any of them? How can I not think that way? How much did your mom compromise for you? Sang Rong and Xianxia laughed at the same time. Wen Yifan lowered her head and inexplicably laughed too. After dinner, the family sat on the sofa and began to watch the Spring Festival Gala, but most of the time, they were chatting. After the New Year's Eve celebration ended, the two elders gave the three of them red packets and went back to their rooms to sleep. After returning to Xianxia's room, Xianxia's phone rang after they chatted for a while. The caller seemed to be Duan Jiaxiu. Seeing this, Wen Yifan wanted to give Xianxia some privacy, so she got up and left the room. She walked to Sang Yan's room and knocked on the door. Sang Yan's voice soon came from inside, the door isn't locked. Wen Yifan opened the door and walked in. At this time, Sang Yan was sitting on the sofa in the room with a game controller in his hand, casually playing a game. He raised his eyelashes and looked at her, still not sleeping? Wen Yifan closed the door, I'll sleep later. Want to come over and sleep with me? No. Sang Yan raised his chin and said arrogantly, then let's go back now. When Yifan pretended not to hear him and sat next to him, what are you playing? Sang Yan passed the controller to her and hooked her waist. He increased his strength and carried her on his lap. He seemed a little sleepy. He rested his chin on her shoulder and wrapped his palm around her hand. I'll teach you. She played with him for a while. Although her hand was also moving, Sang Yan was basically controlling the game. When Yifan looked at the health bar of her character on the screen, which did not change at all, but the health bar of the opponent kept decreasing until there was no health left. In this situation, when Yifan also had an illusion that she was awesome, she became interested and turned her head. I'll try playing by myself. Sang Yan, who was behind, obediently let go of her hand and watched her play. She thought the result would be similar. However, there was a huge difference between playing by herself and Sang Yan. In less than a minute, the character controlled by Wen Yifan was defeated, and it did not even take a single drop of health from the opponent. Sang Yan chuckled a few times, his chest slightly shook, and commented, noob. When Yifan looked at him, can you play in two-player mode? Yes, Sang Yan said leisurely, but I'm better than the computer. Under Wen Yifan's request, Sang Yan switched to two-player mode and picked up another controller. He had no intention of giving way to Wen Yifan. His movements seemed casual, but each of his moves could take a small part of her health bar. After being mercilessly killed by him 3 times, Wen Yifan put down the controller and felt that it was almost time. She had no desire to stay any longer. I'm going back to sleep. What are you doing? Sang Yan pulled her back, held back his laughter and said, didn't I say I'm going to teach you? You want to graduate after such a short period of time, I have to teach you a lesson. Wen Yifan thought for a while and felt that what he said was right, then continue to teach me. The two of them chatted while playing the game. Sang Yan asked, are you still staying here tomorrow? Wen Yifan nodded, yes, I like your house. From the first time she met Sang Yan, Wen Yifan knew that he must be living in a very happy family. Otherwise, it would be impossible to raise a person with such a personality. Proud, confident, and passionate. Just like light. She thought of how Sang Yan's family called him. Yan. Obviously, only the first word was changed. It seemed to have become gentle. Wen Yifan licked her lips and suddenly called him Sang Yan. Sang Yan. Your sister has a nickname, do you have it? Wen Yifan continued without waiting for him to answer, should you also change it to the first tone and call it Yan Yan? Sang Yan pulled her face, he was speechless, no. Then should I continue with the second tone? Wen Yifan continued, call it Yan Yan. Are you sleepy? Sang Yan stared at her and suddenly laughed, what are you talking about? Oh, that's right. Wen Yifan was silent for 2 seconds and said, Yan. Seeing his stunned expression, Wen Yifan leaned forward and kissed his lips. Then, she got up and pretended to be natural, I'm going to sleep. Sang Yan quickly pulled her back, what did you call me? When Yifan leaned on him, she was no longer embarrassed, her lips curved up, Yan. Sang Yan's Adam's apple moved, he gently kissed her lips. Call me that from now on. The meeting with Sang Yan's parents added an extra schedule to Wen Yifan's weekly routine. She liked the atmosphere in Sang Yan's house, so she would bring Sang Yan back for dinner when she was free. The number of times Sang Yan went home during this period was equal to the number of times he went home in the second half of last year. The two set the moving time on the 28th. They started to pack up their things a week in advance. The night before moving, Wen Yifan continued to clean up. Most of her room had been tidied up, only some junk was left. Wen Yifan was tidying up for a while when there was a knock on the door. She casually said, you can just come in. Sang Yan pushed the door open and came in. He looked around and frowned, don't sit on the floor, aren't you still on your period? Wen Yifan had to stand up. Sang Yan, do you need my help? Wen Yifan pointed to the direction of the desk, then help me pack the things over there, I have already sorted them out and put them on the table. Okay. After that, Sang Yan picked up the documents on the table and stuffed them into the box one by one. When he moved to the last stack, he seemed to notice something, he paused and slowly picked it up to take a look. It was a small book. It was placed upside down, revealing the back of the book. There was a huge signature on the back of the book. It occupied the entire back of the book. It looked messy, it was difficult to recognize the corresponding words. When Yifan was still talking, "How's the tidying up of your room?" Xianxia didn't answer. When Yifan said again, "I'll help you later?" Xianxia still didn't say a word. When Yifan felt strange and looked over. She saw Xianxia holding a book in his hand. His expression was unclear. A long time ago, Mu Qingyun had signed it for her. When Yifan paused, her scalp was numb, but she also felt that he shouldn't be able to recognize the words. She looked down again and pretended to pack as usual. "We should be able to finish packing before 11 o'clock. When Shuangjiang, Xianxia interrupted her, "You're quite brave. Why don't you explain to me why you treasure your book so much?" "Oh." Xianxia deliberately changed his words, "Former colleague, why did you sign it?" When Yifan didn't know how he recognized it, she told the truth, "I just put it there, I didn't treasure it." "Who is this kid?" "The ghost in Ghosts When You Wake Up." Thinking of what Su Tian mentioned before, when Yifan said again, "He seems to be participating in a talent show now, he's quite popular." Xianxia had only watched this movie, he recalled for a while and said with a blank expression, "I quite like it." When Yifan, Xianxia, "Alright, I'll take it." When Yifan felt that his expression was a little funny, "Take it if you like it." When Yifan felt that it was enough after she finished packing the remaining things, "Alright, I'll do the rest tomorrow morning. Now go and tidy up your room, there are still some things left in the living room and kitchen." Xianxia nodded and followed her with the small book with Mu Qingyun's name in his hand. After entering the room, Xianxia casually put the book on the table. The screen lit up when he touched the mouse. When Yifan subconsciously glanced at it and suddenly noticed a familiar online game icon on his desktop. When Yifan stared at it for a few seconds and pointed, "Do you play this game too?" Xianxia glanced at her, "Yes." When Yifan shared with him, "I also played this game in college, but I haven't played it for a long time." Xianxia smiled, "Really?" After that, when Yifan didn't pay attention to it anymore, she scanned the room. Compared to her room, Xianxia's room was neat. All kinds of items were placed in cardboard boxes and placed aside. There didn't seem to be anything to pack. "Sit down, there's nothing to pack." Xianxia thought of something and walked towards the door. "I just made you brown sugar water, let me see what it looks like." When Yifan nodded, but she still helped him check if there was anything missing. She glanced at the bookcase, it was empty. She turned around and opened the wardrobe. There were only a few coats left. She looked from top to bottom. When Yifan suddenly noticed that there was a medium-sized storage box at the bottom corner of the wardrobe. She thought he had missed something, so she raised her hand to move it out. The box was very heavy, she didn't know what was inside. It felt like the weight of a book rather than clothes. When Yifan opened it casually, the first thing he saw was a yellowing newspaper. When Yifan paused and continued to flip through the pages, she found that it was all newspapers. She didn't know why Xianxia put so many old newspapers here. She curiously picked up the one at the top and looked at it. She stared at the words on the main page. Iha Daily. Saturday, July 27, 2013. Iha Daily, why is it here? When Yifan was stunned. A thought suddenly emerged in her mind. She couldn't believe it and quickly scanned through the names on the page. Then, she turned the page and fixed her eyes on the page. She saw her name on one of the sections. When Yifan, reporter from Iha Daily. When Yifan's expression froze and she continued to flip. Again. And again. Wednesday, September 5, 2012. Sunday, April 22, 2012. Friday, March 11, 2011. Until she flipped to the bottom one. Tuesday, December 13, 2010. When Yifan remembered this day very clearly. It was the day when she first passed the draft after she went to Iha Daily as an intern. It was under this. There were countless round-trip tickets from Nanwu and Iha, all kinds of unknown tickets, and a photo. When Yifan held her breath and rubbed the sweat in her palms on her clothes. After a long while, she reached out and picked up the photo. There were many students standing in the photo, all wearing black academic uniforms. One of the girls with outstanding appearance stood in the middle. She seemed to hear something. She looked in the direction of the camera, different from the others. Her eyes were blank, without any focus. She had no idea who was the person holding the camera and taking pictures of her. It was a scene that she once thought was just a dream. When Yifan's throat was dry, she clenched her fists and turned the photo over. She immediately saw the man's handwriting on the back of the paper. It was different from the arrogance of the past. This handwriting was neat, every stroke. It seemed to be extremely serious. There were only 4 words. Happy graduation. For a moment, all the memories were pulled back. On the night of her birthday, he whispered behind her back, when Xianxia, make another wish. When she flew to Iha to look for him, they were in the hotel. After listening to her story, he solemnly said, I forgive you. Seeing the wound caused by Xianxia, Xianxia looked depressed and powerless. Can you consider my feelings? They continued to move forward. On the day they were together, Xianxia suddenly appeared in the noodle house. Under the heavy rain, he looked down at her, full of youthfulness. After so many years, I still only like you. Then, because of various accidents, Xianxia inexplicably became her new roommate, and because of that, they had a dispute. He stared at her and said coldly, I didn't expect that I'm such a sentimental person in your heart. Until after their reunion, they met for the first time at overtime. He looked indifferent, threw a coat to her, and introduced himself as if he was talking to a stranger. I'm the owner of this bar, my surname is Sang. At the same time, Xianxia entered the room with a bowl in his hand. Noticing the newspapers and sundries on the ground, as well as the photo in Wen Yifan's hand, he was a little stunned, but he didn't feel that his secret was exposed. He just said, why are you sitting on the ground again? Wen Yifan looked up at him. Xianxia walked to her side and reached out to her, hurry up and get up. Wen Yifan didn't move, and her voice was so soft that it couldn't be heard. Have you been looking for me in Iha? Yes. Xianxia admitted, didn't I tell you? What? Xianxia didn't continue to speak, but took a cushion from the side and gave it to her, cushion it. Then, he handed over the brown sugar water in his hand and took the photo from her hand, drink it first, it'll get cold. Wen Yifan obediently took it, held the bowl with both hands, and lowered her eyes. Her eyes gradually turned red. A strong sense of guilt and helplessness pressed down on her, and she didn't even have the courage to look at Xianxia's expression. She wanted to say, why didn't you tell me when you were already here? But then she remembered what she had said. Wen Yifan lowered her head and said slowly, why are you looking for me? She had already said those words. So many outrageous words. The corners of Xianxia's lips curled up, and his expression was calm. Didn't I tell you already? Then, he added, think about it yourself. Wen Yifan stared at the brown sugar water in her bowl. She recalled what Xianxia said to her at the bus stop on the day when Xianxia passed away. I'm not much of a talker, but I'll always be with you, no matter what. I will always be with you. Whether you know it or not. Even if I've already said it, I won't bother you anymore. He would still keep his promise. Where you can't see. Wen Yifan gradually increased the strength in her hand and slowly took a sip of the brown sugar water. As she swallowed, her tears flowed out and fell into the bowl. She pursed her lips and took another sip. Seeing her expression, Xianxia tilted his head and said half-jokingly, no, it tastes so bad. Wen Shuangjiang, don't cry. Do you hear me? What's there to cry about? Xianxia didn't avoid the topic anymore. He reached out to help her wipe her tears. You didn't cry no matter what happened when you were with me. How many times have you cried now? What do you think I am? Wen Yifan didn't say anything. She cried and drank the brown sugar water. Looking at her, Xianxia felt distressed, but he also wanted to laugh. Why are you so wronged? If you don't want to drink, then don't drink. Is it necessary to drink while crying? Wen Yifan stopped and said with a choked voice, I think I saw you at the graduation ceremony, but I thought you wouldn't come. I thought I recognized the wrong person, isn't that good? Xianxia said lightly, if you recognized me, I would be so embarrassed. Wen Yifan's tears fell into the bowl one by one, splashing a small amount of water. I should have run over. Even if there was only a slight possibility. she shouldn't have ignored it. While she was chatting and laughing with her classmates, Xianxia, who was standing on the other side of the crowd, left alone. What kind of feelings would he have? He came unilaterally, met her unilaterally, and then left unilaterally. When Yifan's chest felt like it was heavily pressed by a stone. Why did I do so many bad things to you? What are you doing? Didn't we make up? It's over. Xianxia took the bowl from her hand and put it on the ground. Or did you do something wrong to me? When Yifan sniffled and thought about it carefully. But she couldn't think of anything else. She looked up at him and suddenly thought of something. She confessed to him, I took advantage of you. Xianxia raised his eyebrows. Doesn't this happen every day? When Yifan's negative emotions were originally very heavy, but at this moment, she felt like laughing because of him. She stared at him and couldn't help but hug him. Just before we were together. Xianxia raised his hand and hugged her waist. I pretended to sleepwalk. When Yifan said sincerely, I hugged you. When? Xianxia's expression froze. He seemed to be in disbelief. After a few seconds, he laughed out loud. No, you did this kind of thing before? When Yifan didn't feel guilty. She said with a nasal voice, just take it as me using my rights in advance. Weren't you acting very upright at that time? Xianxia simply let her sit on his lap and said slowly, it turns out that you had such thoughts behind my back. When Yifan stared at him calmly. Yes. Xianxia chuckled. He seemed to be in a good mood. He lowered his head and kissed her. He tilted his head to look at the scattered newspapers on the ground and reminded her, go and clean them up. You even dug them out and made a mess. When Yifan nodded, but she didn't have any intention to move. The two stayed in this position for a while. When Yifan suddenly called him, Yen. Xianxia, I want to live 6 more years than you. Xianxia's eyebrows moved slightly, why? When Yifan's eyes were still red. She said solemnly, this way, I can love you for 6 more years. We're even. Xianxia suddenly understood. He lowered his head and smiled, forget it, I still want to live for a few more years. After that, he pressed her body towards him and looked into her eyes, you can pay me back in your next life. Next life. You'll like me for 6 years first. Then. I'll let you, just like how I am now. I got what I wanted. The next day was Sunday. Xianxia didn't need to go to work, and when Yifan happened to have the day off. The two woke up early in the morning and the moving company arrived on time. When Yifan left the key on the shoe cabinet after cleaning up the house and checking that nothing was missing. She left the rented house that they had lived in for 2 years. Xianxia noticed her expression and asked, what's wrong? When Yifan said honestly, I'm a little reluctant. What's there to be reluctant about? Aren't we living together? Xianxia rubbed her head hard and said lazily, if you like it, we can decorate our house like this in the future. When Yifan's melancholy also dissipated. She smiled and said, then we'll sleep in separate rooms like now? Xianxia's emotions disappeared. He moved his hand down and pinched her face instead, I shouldn't have coaxed you. Xianxia drove the car into the underground parking lot of Century City. The two arrived earlier than the moving company. When Yifan didn't know the direction after getting out of the car. Xianxia held her hand the whole time. The two entered the elevator and went up to the 9th floor. There were only 2 units on the 1st floor of this building. He walked to the door of Unit B and entered his fingerprint to open the door. Xianxia wasn't in a hurry to go in either. He stayed where he was, grabbed her hand, and slowly recorded her fingerprints into the ID. Then, he casually said, no one else can come in except the 2 of us. When Yifan nodded absent-mindedly and looked inside. The area of this house was slightly larger than their previous rented house. After entering the door, there was a small garden. Further inside was the kitchen, opposite was the dining room, and further inside was the living room. The decoration style was modern, the color was warm, and it looked a little cozy. Xianxia interrupted her attention before she finished looking. He held her hand and walked inside, I'll send you the password to the door later on WeChat. You can stay the same as before. We just moved to a new place, there are no other changes. Wen Yifan responded and continued to observe the environment inside. All the furniture was there, but the whole house was still empty. The table and cabinets were empty. There was also a damp and musty smell of no one living in it for a long time. However, it seemed that someone had cleaned it. It looked very tidy. The two sat down on the sofa. Wen Yifan asked casually, "Which room do I sleep in?" Xianxia leaned against the back of the chair and said slowly, "Whichever room you want." Wen Yifan looked at him. "You can sleep in the bathroom or the kitchen if you want. I'm not picky anyway." No matter which position, Xianxia tilted his head and hinted, "I can accompany you." Wen Yifan felt that she was still a person with a bottom line. "Then, we are living together before marriage, right? So what?" Xianxia looked arrogant and copied what she said last night. "Anyway, it will happen sooner or later. Why can't I use my rights in advance?" Just at this time, the moving company also arrived. Xianxia opened the door to let them in. Wen Yifan also got up and planned to go to the master bedroom to take a look. She felt that there was really no need for her to dwell on this matter. She also felt that she was trying to hide something. The master bedroom was the innermost. Wen Yifan opened the door and went in. The decoration style was more feminine. The walls were light pink, the bed was white, and there was a small dressing table next to it. There was also a desk for her to work by the window, and there was a bookcase next to it. The floor was covered with a light carpet. This was Xianxia's house. The master bedroom was decorated in a feminine style. Not long after, Xianxia also followed her in. When Yifan turned her head, "When did you finish the decoration of this house?" "The year before last." Xianxia said casually, "But this room was redecorated." When Yifan looked at the room again, "Then how did you turn it into powder?" "For you," Xianxia said, "isn't this in case you don't want to sleep with me?" "So you want to sleep in this room with me?" When Yifan's lips curved up. She held back her laughter and said, "Then you will become a man with a girl's heart." The sound of the workers moving the luggage came from outside. Xianxia went out to communicate with them again. When Yifan stayed in the room for a while, and then walked to the window to open it to ventilate the room. After a while, when she was about to go out of the living room to have a look, the phone in her pocket just happened to ring. She took out the phone and looked down to light up the screen. Xianxia, password 150102. When Yifan looked at it for a moment and asked knowingly, "What does the number mean?" After a few seconds. Xianxia, question mark. Xianxia, your partner's birthday. When Yifan, that's it? The two of them chatted through WeChat, one in the living room and the other in the room. Xianxia directly sent a voice message, "Think about it yourself." Even in the room, When Yifan could hear his unhappy tone from the outside. When Yifan's eyes curved down, and she immediately comforted him, "Oh, it's the day we got together." That's right. She thought again. The day luck came to her. The first trial of Xianxia's case was announced in September. He was sentenced to death for the crimes of intentional homicide and rape. Xianxia was sentenced to 3 years in prison for helping Xianxia to destroy the evidence. The follow-up report of the case that When Yifan was in charge of came to an end. And from this moment on, these two people completely disappeared from her life. September 22nd of this year was the 100th anniversary of Nanwan No. 1 Middle School. When Yifan learned about this from Xianxia 2 weeks in advance. However, she wasn't very interested in it, and she didn't know if she could make time to participate on that day. So she gave an ambiguous answer. However, Xianxia was extraordinarily insistent and insisted that she participate. She even asked her to bring Xianxia. When Yifan had to apply for a leave of absence from the director in advance and mentioned it to Xianxia. He asked what it was about and didn't say much. He quickly agreed. On the day of the school anniversary, the two set off for Nanwan No. 1 Middle School in the afternoon and met up with Xianxia and other high school classmates at the entrance. When Yifan couldn't remember many of them. She only felt that they looked familiar, but she couldn't remember their names. Seeing them together, many people's first reaction was that they had been dating since high school. When Yifan didn't refute. The school anniversary of Nanwan No. 1 Middle School was very large, and there were many people on campus. Along the way, there were all kinds of exhibitions everywhere, introducing the history of the school and various famous people. They strolled around. Wen Yifan and Xianxia were unknowingly separated from the others. The temperature was high in summer, and the sun was strong. It was like a huge steamer. Coupled with the dense crowd, it seemed to magnify the heat. She couldn't stand it if she stayed for a long time. Xianxia noticed her state. He glanced at the teaching building not far away. Let's go back to the classroom. Wen Yifan nodded. The two entered the teaching building and went up the stairs. They hadn't been back for a long time, but it didn't seem to have changed much, except that some places were renovated. When Yifan didn't talk to Xianxia, she just looked around as if she was overlapping with her memories. There were fewer people, and it looked empty, like the campus after school. When Yifan and Xianxia didn't take the initiative to mention it, but they tacitly stopped at the 4th floor. They walked forward, passed through the corridor in front of them, turned left, and walked towards the inner area. She saw the familiar school water fountain. It was the place where Wen Yifan met Xianxia for the first time. When Yifan suddenly felt that this feeling was quite magical, she turned around and looked at him. Senior. Xianxia tilted his head and raised his eyebrows slightly. When Yifan smiled, do you know how to get to class 17? I do, Junior. Xianxia was cooperative. He dragged his words and said in an annoying tone, go straight and turn right. This time was different from when they went to the classroom one after another. When Yifan continued to hold his hand and walked side by side. She followed her memory, turned right, and walked to the innermost classroom. What was magical was that after such a long time, the class number was still the same, class 17. The classroom door was open, and the tables inside were neatly arranged. There was nothing on the table. It looked like an old classroom that had just been emptied. When Yifan walked in and sat at the seat she was sitting at when the two of them were seated behind the table. Xianxia also took the opportunity to sit behind her. At this moment, time seemed to return to the summer of 11 years ago. As soon as she sat down, Wen Yifan noticed something with the corner of her eyes, and her eyes immediately looked down. She saw that the whole drawer was filled with roses. Her gaze froze. A guess gradually emerged in her mind. Wen Yifan held her breath and reached out to pull out a rose from the drawer. At this moment, Wen Yifan felt that Xianxia hooked his leg forward, put it under her chair, and gently bumped it. The action was bad and arrogant, just like any other time in the past. She turned around. She saw Xianxia's body leaning against the back of the chair, and his eyes were high-spirited, just like in the past. His chin was slightly raised, and the corners of his lips were slightly raised, revealing a shallow dimple on the side of his right lip. He suddenly said, Wen Shuangjiang, I will give you a promise. When Yifan said, ah? After being with me, Xianxia's eyes were dark, and his Adam's apple gently rolled, all your wishes will come true. When Yifan's gaze moved down, and then she noticed the ring box on the table. She stared blankly at the silver ring inside. Although it was something that both of them had mentioned before, she still felt surprised and shocked when she really saw it. She held a rose in her hand, and the other hand was raised, as if she wanted to touch the ring. In the next moment, Xianxia grabbed her hand and held it in place. Wen Shuangjiang, will you marry me? When Yifan looked into his eyes, and inexplicably, her eyes began to sting. She stared at his rare nervous look, and gradually, it overlapped with the previous teenager, and she couldn't help but laugh. Yes, I only want to marry you. Xianxia also laughed with her, slowly put the ring on her ring finger, and pushed it up. As if he wanted to tie her up for life. After being with me, all your wishes will come true. Yes. You have fulfilled another wish of mine. The sun outside was dazzling, and it shone in generously. The classroom was quiet and empty. The cicadas cried loudly, bringing with them a very strong summer atmosphere, tainted with the smell of youth. The man in front of her didn't seem to have changed at all from beginning to end. When Yifan inexplicably remembered a scene from a long time ago. She also forgot which afternoon it was. That day was just like today, the sky was clear, and the air was dry and long. When Yifan sat in her seat, reading Janet Winterson's Orange is Not the Only Fruit. When he saw a line in Winterson's Oranges Are Not the Only Fruit, his heart skipped a beat. She only felt that she also hoped to meet such a person. When Yifan took out the excerpt book from the drawer, opened the cap, and wrote seriously, I long for someone to love me fiercely until death, to understand that love is as powerful as death. Before she finished writing, When Yifan's body was suddenly hit from the side. She was caught off guard, and the tip of the pen scratched heavily on the book. Then it was pulled back and rubbed against the arm of the person next to her. Before When Yifan could apologize, she subconsciously looked up. At that moment, she met Sang Yan's gaze. End of text, end of chapter 85. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.